In the beginning, a fateful encounter with a female ghost passenger set Tian on an extraordinary journey through life. A long-legged, adorably naive young ghost, a formidable and straightforward ghost queen, a whimsical cat-eared maiden, and a sensuous and alluring fox demon all manner of captivating and bizarre tales began to unfold around him. Chapter 1. No One is Home. Near the university town of Zhonghai City, another case of a young girl's brutal murder has occurred. Without exception, the victims had their heads severed and their internal organs removed. This marks the sixth incident this year. The police are offering a reward of 300,000 for any leads. In Zhonghai City, at midnight, a gentle drizzle fell from the sky. Tian listened to the news broadcast on the radio while leisurely driving his taxi, searching for passengers by the roadside. After graduating from university, he had arrived in Zhonghai City, harboring dreams of changing the world. 5 years had passed, and after painstakingly saving enough to open a restaurant, he found himself caught in a pandemic that left him with nothing but his undergarments. His understanding girlfriend, determined not to be a burden, left him. Vowing to rise above his circumstances, he embarked on a life of odd jobs, acting as an extra, unblocking drains, and even working as a lactation consultant. However, the competition was fierce, and there were days when he couldn't secure a single job. In a moment of desperation, he borrowed 140,000 yuan from a friend to start driving a taxi. While Tian pondered the unpredictability of life, he suddenly noticed a solitary figure standing beneath a tree ahead, seemingly waiting for a ride. Accelerating, he pulled up beside the woman and rolled down the window. "Miss, need a ride?" he inquired, his eyes swiftly assessing her. She wore a strapless top and a black bodycon skirt, her legs adorned with black stockings. Her striking red high heels caught the eye. Her figure was impressive. As he gazed at her face, he was captivated by her alluring eyes, cascading curls, and crimson lips, complemented by her porcelain skin, truly a beauty. The woman nodded and slid into the back seat. Suddenly, Tian felt the temperature inside the car drop several degrees. He tightened his grip on his clothing, intrigued. After asking for her destination, he switched on the meter and drove toward it, casting furtive glances at the enchanting woman through the rearview mirror. Upon arrival, they reached a rather dilapidated residential complex named Shangshan Garden. "That'll be 30 yuan. Would you prefer Alipay or WeChat? My phone's dead. Could you come up with me to retrieve the money?" She replied, "No worries, you go ahead. I'll wait here," he suggested, thinking it unlikely that such a stylish woman would try to evade a mere 30 yuan. "Please, the lights in the building are out. I'm a bit scared. Would you accompany me upstairs?" she implored, adding, "There's no one at home." All right, Tian conceded, parking the car, turning off the engine, and removing the key. Together, they ascended the stairs of the 6-story building, which lacked an elevator. As anticipated, the lights in the corridor were indeed malfunctioning, emitting only faint flickers and eerie sounds, casting a dark and unsettling atmosphere. They finally reached the 4th floor, room 401. The woman produced a key and opened the door. Upon entering and turning on the light, Tian was taken aback by the room's decor, which was festooned with colorful balloons, blood-red heart shapes, and large wedding characters. A white wedding dress lay draped over the sofa, adorned with faint dark red patterns. "Is this your wedding room?" Tian asked, intrigued. "Yes, but the wedding cannot take place anymore," she replied with a melancholic tone. "Why not?" he inquired, astonished. "Because he has completely left me. He was a scoundrel, and scoundrels meet a tragic end." The woman's voice took on a chilling intensity as she emphasized the word death. Tian scrutinized the woman once more. With such a stunning figure and appearance, how could she have been abandoned, especially at the brink of marriage? Yet, her expression shifted rapidly, as if the sorrowful tale belonged to a distant past. A smile returned to her face. "Hey, I'm feeling a bit bored. Would you mind keeping me company for a while? I can pay you," she suggested, her eyes sparkling. Surprised, Tian was about to respond when the woman leaned closer, sending a shiver of icy contact through him. "Why are you so cold?" he wondered. She nestled closer, her voice laced with seduction. "I am a wounded woman. Don't you wish to know me better?" she purred, casting a flirtatious glance. Could it be that this woman, having been wronged before her marriage, sought solace? Feeling pity for her plight, Tian thought that money was of little consequence. As a decent man, How could he refuse to comfort such a beautiful woman? Engaging in conversation with her seemed like an opportunity for friendship, and after all, she was a woman in distress. After chatting for a while, Tian decided to rise and step outside for a smoke. Suddenly, the woman expressed surprise and reluctance to see him go. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with me?" he teased. After a moment, he remarked, "If only I had met you sooner. It's not too late now. Let's exchange contact information. We can call each other and perhaps dine together in the future," she suggested, her smile infectious. Delighted at the prospect of befriending such a lovely woman, Tian felt a surge of happiness. "Well, I might be leaving here tomorrow. This could be my last night in this place," she said, causing Tian to sigh inwardly at the missed opportunity. Suddenly, she leaned closer, her expression filled with yearning. "Could you stay a little longer?" Glancing at the time, he noted it was still early. Remembering the wedding dress on the sofa, a sunny smile broke across his face. Chapter 2. You have been drained by a female ghost. At 4 in the morning, the woman nudged Tian, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, smoking. "You should leave now," she urged. "Really? After all this time spent chatting, you want me to go?" he replied, feeling a bit disheartened. "It's almost dawn, and I don't want anyone to see us and talk," she explained. "Fine, fine," he acquiesced, struggling to sit up as he rubbed his sore back, stuffing the 500 yuan she had given him into his pocket. After dressing, he reluctantly bid her farewell. As he descended the stairs, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his steps unsteady. A strong ache radiated from his sides. What was wrong with him today? He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, taking a deep drag to regain his composure. After a while, he rummaged through his pockets only to pause, realizing he had left his phone behind. With a resigned sigh, he retraced his steps to room 401 and gently knocked on the door. The corridor was dim, and the apartment within was eerily silent. Tian exerted a bit more force, yet there was still no response from within. Could it be that he had knocked too hard earlier, and she had succumbed to fatigue and fallen asleep? Tian rubbed his nose, refraining from continuing to knock. He feared waking the neighbors and causing unnecessary trouble. In the early morning, Tian was roused by commotion. Drowsily, he opened his eyes and noticed that people were already moving about in the community. He struggled to sit up, feeling utterly drained. He glanced at himself in the rearview mirror, preparing to tidy his hair. Upon seeing his reflection, he was taken aback. His eye sockets were sunken, resembling a drug addict. What on earth? He shook his head, forcing himself to regain some clarity. He exited the vehicle and walked back toward apartment 401. Upon reaching the door, he was suddenly struck with confusion. A sheet of white paper was affixed to the door. In an instant, clarity dawned upon Tian. Wasn't this the wedding apartment? How could it possibly be plastered with white paper? He scrutinized the building and the door number. Once more, he had not made a mistake. It was indeed 401. After much hesitation, he knocked gently on the door. After a considerable wait, silence persisted within. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed a group of people gathered, whispering in hushed tones. "Last night, I heard strange noises coming from upstairs, apartment 401. It went on for several hours, accompanied by the sound of a woman's anguished moans. I was so frightened that I couldn't sleep a wink." A middle-aged woman spoke, her eyes wide with fear and her voice trembling. Another elderly man, keeping his head down, added in a low voice. A young woman, overhearing their conversation, suggested, "Why don't we invite a Taoist priest to perform a ritual?" 401. Ghosts. The combination of these words, along with the white paper on the door, sent a chill down Tian's spine. He hurried to the group and inquired, "What's going on?" The group looked at him in surprise, and one elderly woman asked, "Aren't you from this community? How could you not know about such a significant event?" "I just moved in." Tian fabricated a lie. The others did not seem to mind, and they resumed recounting the tale. Half a month ago, 401 was originally a wedding apartment prepared by a man for a woman. On the eve of their wedding, the woman learned from someone else that her fiancé had gone out with his ex-girlfriend. Upon discovering this, the woman acted as if nothing was amiss and proceeded with the wedding. That night, sounds of chopping resonated from the wedding apartment, continuing throughout the night, prompting the downstairs neighbors to call the police. When the officers arrived, the door was opened by the woman. The scene was horrifying. She wore a blood-soaked wedding gown, her face and body smeared with blood, and in her hand was a butcher's knife with a dulled edge. The entire room was filled with her husband's dismembered remains and blood. Several officers retched on the spot. As the police attempted to restrain her, the woman, adorned with an eerie smile, committed suicide by slitting her throat. At that moment, one of the onlookers pulled out a phone and showed Tian the news article about the incident. When Tian saw the woman in the news, his body was enveloped in goosebumps. The woman in the photograph was the same one he had been with last night. Suddenly recalling the money she had given him, he looked at it in his hand and was horrified to discover it was ghost money. Had he truly encountered a ghost? Furthermore, had he conversed with a ghost for an entire night? No wonder she felt so cold she wasn't human. Would he meet his end? Panic-stricken, Tian examined his upper body, lifting his pants to check thoroughly. Thankfully, it seemed he was unscathed. He let out a slight sigh of relief. Yet his heart remained in turmoil, and he began to sweat profusely. In a daze, he drove away, eager to escape this place of misfortune. After driving for an indeterminate period, Tian suddenly saw a figure flash in front of his car. Startled, he slammed on the brakes. The screech of tires followed by a thud echoed in his ears. His heart sank. Had he hit someone? Stumbling out of the car to check, he was taken aback. An elderly man stood in front of the car, one hand resting on the vehicle, steady and unyielding. "Sir, are you all right?" Tian's voice trembled, fearful that the old man might collapse. Fortunately, his fears were unfounded. The elderly man smiled warmly, scrutinizing Tian. "You've been drained of your young energy by a ghost." Tian was instantly taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. The old man then released his grip on the car, revealing a clear handprint on its surface. Chapter 3. You are a rare talent in Taoism. Tian displayed an expression of incredulity, not only shocked by the old man's assertion regarding his energy being siphoned by a ghost, but also by the handprint on the car. It was not that he had struck the old man, but rather the old man had single-handedly halted the vehicle. Noting Tian's astonishment, the old man smiled faintly, opening the car door and taking a seat in the passenger seat. It took Tian a while to regain his composure as he glanced at the old man in the car. Sir, enough. This is not the place for conversation. I shall show you the way you drive," the old man instructed, gesturing towards the onlookers nearby. All right. Tian started the car, following the old man's directions. Throughout the journey, his mind was preoccupied with the recent events. Before long, they arrived at an ancient and quaint courtyard. They exited the car, and the old man led Tian inside. "Sir, was what I encountered yesterday truly a ghost? Moreover, how did you know I was drained of my yang energy?" As soon as he stepped inside, Tian could contain his curiosity no longer. The old man took a seat on a wooden chair within the dwelling and flicked his fingers. With a ding, an object fell onto the table before Tian. As he focused, he realized it was an ancient coin. It was even standing upright. Simultaneously, the old man's voice resonated. Coins are divided into yin and yang. The side with characters represents yin, while the opposite signifies yang. You are currently untrained and unable to open your heavenly eye. I have infused this ancient coin with a bit of my spiritual energy. Hold it with the yin side facing your eye, and peer through the central hole to observe your surroundings. Old Taoist? Are you a Taoist priest? The old man stroked his beard and nodded. Tian picked up the ancient coin from the table and placed it over his right eye. As he gazed, he was immediately taken aback. Standing beside the old man was a woman. She appeared to be in her 30s, exuding charm, clad in a cheongsam that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her feet adorned with embroidered shusa style reminiscent of the last century. With a radiant smile, she waved at Tian. "What?" Tian closed his right eye and opened his left. The woman vanished without a trace. Upon reopening his right eye, she reappeared. What on earth was happening? After a moment, Tian mustered the courage to cautiously extend his hand towards the woman. Suddenly, an invisible force seized his hand. "Little one, a woman's body should not be touched indiscriminately." Accompanied by a chilling sensation, a woman's voice echoed. "What the hell? Is this woman also a ghost?" Tian shivered. "Well, do you believe it now?" The old man chuckled. "Master, I believe. Why am I encountering ghosts? Am I on the brink of death?" Panic surged through Tian. Encountering ghosts is quite a normal occurrence. isn't it? The old man remarked nonchalantly. Normal? Why have I never encountered one before? A mysterious smile appeared on the old man's face. How can you ascertain whether those you met in the past were human or ghosts? Tian's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, he had no means to distinguish between the two. While Tian still felt a chill creeping down his spine, the old man leisurely continued. Now, let us discuss your current symptoms. You have had a significant amount of your vitality drained by the female ghost, and your body has become tainted with ghostly energy. Given your current state, you will likely be frail and plagued by misfortune, and I fear you may not live to see 30. What? 30? Tian was already 25 this year. His anxiety deepened. Master, is there any way to help me? I have 3 strategies, upper, middle, and lower. The old man stroked his beard. Please guide me. Master, isn't this just waiting for death? Tian asked dejectedly. What about the middle strategy? The middle strategy involves me helping you expel the ghostly energy from your body and prescribing some tonics to restore your vitality. With consistent exercise, you may gradually recover, but it will take a long time, and the herbs can be somewhat costly. How much? Tian blinked. The old man raised a finger. 1 million? Tian inquired tentatively. Dream on. 1 million. The old man looked at Tian as if he were a simpleton. 1 million? How many zeros is that? Is that what one calls somewhat costly? Even selling him wouldn't cover it. Tian swallowed hard. Well, what about the upper strategy? The upper strategy is for me to sell you this book. Once you master its contents, your issues will be resolved. Suddenly, the old man produced an ancient tome from thin air. How much? Tian blinked again. The old man raised a finger once more. 100,000? Tian asked again tentatively. 1 yuan. The old man said with a smile. Tian's eyes widened. So cheap? Indeed, this book contains immensely profound cultivation techniques. With a little practice, you can communicate with spirits, exorcise evil, comprehend yin and yang, and master the arts. If you cultivate it to perfection, perhaps you may even achieve immortality. The old man paused and added with a smile. Actually, I have been searching for you for many years. However, your fate was obscured by the heavenly path. I could only ascertain that you were in Zhonghai City, and it was your encounter with that female ghost yesterday that altered your destiny, leading me to you. You were looking for me? Tian pointed at himself in astonishment. Yes, for you're a body of great yang, a natural Tao body, a rarity in a millennium. The old man suddenly pointed a finger at Tian. You were born to cultivate the Tao. My search for you is to pass on this legacy. A rarity in a millennium? Am I really that remarkable? Tian's eyes widened even more. Yes, you are indeed exceptional. The old man gave Tian an affirming look. If I'm so remarkable, how come I've ended up in such a state? Tian gestured to his shabby attire. Everyone encounters many crossroads in life. You simply have not walked the path meant for you. Had Jay Cho sold egg pancakes, the world would have been deprived of a musical genius. You make a fair point. Tian mused, stroking his chin. But wait, if that's the case, why not just give me the book instead of charging me 1 yuan? Every matter must adhere to causality. You are purchasing this book, which is merely a transaction. Henceforth, your actions will have no connection to me, and I shall remain uninvolved in your karma. The old man adjusted his beard, smiling enigmatically. Tian furrowed his brow. Everything that had transpired from yesterday until now had surpassed his understanding, leaving him in a state of perplexity. At this moment, he was unsure of what to do. If you doubt it, a trial will reveal the truth. The old man discerned Tian's skepticism. How do I test it? With a flick of his wrist, the old man produced a large black pill. What is that? Tian observed the large black pill in the old man's hand. This is a marrow cleansing pill. Consuming it will purge the impurities and filth from your meridians, allowing you to perceive your qi more rapidly. Once you step into the realm of cultivation, you will come to believe the old man's words. This is a marrow cleansing pill? Are you sure? Tian pointed at the black pill, which resembled a dung ball rolled by a beetle. Chapter 4. Indulging in pleasures is the true path cultivation. Qi perception? Washing marrow pills? These words could only be found in novels. Tian felt increasingly bewildered, his mind growing ever more muddled. Observing the old man's serious demeanor, he continued to inquire, Did you not say I possess a rare, innate Tao body? Must I consume this thing to achieve chi perception? He glanced at the old man, who was clearly past his prime, having missed the optimal age for cultivation long ago. Furthermore, his body was already compromised, compounded by a diet of junk food fried in gutter oil, resulting in an accumulation of impurities within. Unless you expel these impurities, what enlightenment can you expect? The old man merely scoffed. After consuming this, I won't faint, will I? You could take my kidneys afterward, Tian said uncertainly. You may take it and consume it elsewhere. It costs nothing. The old man decisively thwarted Tian's doubts. Indeed, while I have great expectations for you, I would never coerce anyone into doing anything. It is entirely your choice. He stroked his beard, exuding an air of mastery over the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Tian felt he had no better options. If I must, then so be it. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the large black pill and prepared to swallow it. Wait, the old man quickly intervened. Tian looked at him in confusion. After consuming it, your body will expel a great deal of impurities. I advise you to find a place where you can bathe and relieve yourself. Isn't this place suitable for that? Tian surveyed the room. The old man replied nonchalantly, I would rather not have you pollute my restroom. With no other choice, Tian nodded in resignation. Being far from home, he decided it would be more prudent to find a hotel for a short stay. Utilizing the car's navigation, he located the nearest inn and sped off. Before long, he arrived at a dilapidated hotel. Presenting his identification, he requested a room for a few hours, please. A middle-aged woman at the counter was munching on sunflower seeds while watching television. She lazily lifted her eyelids and asked, massage? The services here are quite enjoyable. Not interested. Tian replied, his mind elsewhere. For hours for 80. The woman smirked. Tian paid, took the room key, and hurried upstairs. Upon entering the room and examining the large black pill in his hand, he steeled himself and swallowed it down with water. He then sat in silence, awaiting the miraculous effects to unfold. Is it working? He felt a tumultuous churn within, as if something black was seeping through his skin. An overwhelmingly foul odor permeated the air. Indeed, the skin-discharging pill lives up to its name. Tian hastily shed his clothes and dashed to the restroom. Moments later, a thunderous noise echoed from within, followed by a cacophony reminiscent of firecrackers, nearly obliterating the toilet. The toilet? What a high-stakes situation. The neighbors, startled awake, thought they had been transported to a battlefield. In the restroom, Tian nearly succumbed to the stench. After finishing, he gritted his teeth through a shower, dressed hastily while pinching his nose, and fled the hotel. Once outside, he exhaled deeply. At this moment, he finally took the time to inspect his body. Upon observing his skin, he was taken aback. It appeared exceptionally fair and delicate. Looking into the car's mirror, he noted that even his acne had vanished. He seemed to have regained his youth. Though he was already tall and handsome, he now appeared even more striking. As he surveyed his body, a sense of unprecedented lightness washed over him. The black pill indeed possessed remarkable effects. With a beaming smile, Tian drove back to the old man. Master, the effects of that pill were astounding. Do you have any more? Please, just a few more. Tian exclaimed as he entered. Do you truly believe that was merely a handful of peanuts? That was the last one, the old man replied, unimpressed. Tian pouted, unconvinced. Yet he readily placed a bill on the table. Master, I have purchased this book. The old man's expectations were met with Tian's eagerness. He produced a tome and placed it before Tian. This cultivation method differs from others. It is one I obtained through serendipity. Although I have only grasped its surface, it has greatly benefited me. Now, passing it to you ensures the continuation of this lineage. After speaking, the old man flicked his wrist, revealing another book. This one is a bonus. It contains insights gained from my visits to sacred Taoist sites like Wudong Mountain, Longhu Mountain, and Baiyin Temple. You may find it enlightening. Tian picked up the first book. It was made of an unknown material, extraordinarily resilient, with a single character embossed on the cover, Tao. Upon opening it, he read the 8 words inscribed within. The Tao is natural, following the heart. What followed was a set of cultivation techniques called the yin-yang method of heaven and earth, detailing the flow of qi and meridians, the path of qi refinement. Flipping further, he found only blank pages. The subsequent teachings will appear once you master the preceding ones. The old man clarified. How remarkable. Tian nodded, then flipped through the other book given by the old man. Its contents were scrawled in a haphazard manner, proclaiming the enlightenment of the Tao. As he read on, he noted a line that read, "To learn the Tao is to do as one pleases. Indulging in pleasures is the true path. Engage in what brings joy and connect with those who resonate." Chapter 5. Frugality cultivates virtuum? Tian nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in the words. He continued to peruse, encountering a mlang of thoughts on cultivation, feng shui, exorcism, talisman sword techniques, dual cultivation, and formations, all presented in an illegible script that strained his eyes. Wait a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, having spotted something intriguing. Upon finishing the section, he voiced his admiration loudly. "Master, your notes are truly exquisite. I have learned much." The old man stroked his beard, clearly pleased. "By the way, Master, does mastering the yin-yang method of heaven and earth allow me to refine the ghostly energy within?" The old man nodded. "Indeed. All things in the world are divided into yin and yang. Ghostly energy is a form of yin-sha. Mastering the yin-yang method will enable you to interchange between the two, effortlessly refining any ghostly energy within you. Since you are willing to inherit this technique, we are now of the same school. You may call me senior brother." "Senior brother, if I cultivate this technique to its zenith, can I truly attain immortality?" That I cannot confirm." "Then, senior brother, how many practitioners are there in our sect?" "Just the two of us." "What realm do you currently occupy?" "Cough, that is not for you to know. Suffice it to say, it is quite high." "Can you, like those in novels, move mountains and fill seas, or fly on swords?" "Cough, guess." "Senior brother, was that beautiful female ghost my sister-in-law?" "Indeed, she is one of your 27 sisters-in-law." "Goodness, you are quite formidable." "Well, my other sisters-in-law?" "Naturally, they're spread across the land." "Senior brother, does our sect possess any treasures to share with your junior brother?" "Indeed, many celestial materials and elixirs remain, but I have consumed them all. The only washing marrow pill I just gave you is the last." "Senior brother, does my extreme yang body possess any other remarkable qualities?" "From the perspective of yin and yang, a man's body is inherently yang, while a woman's is yin. Your extreme yang physique is significantly stronger than that of an ordinary man." Upon hearing the news, Tian immediately recalled the female ghost, and clarity washed over him. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he thought to himself, "Having drained so much of my yang energy and nearly brought about my demise, I shall ensure that you repay me doubly once my cultivation reaches fruition." As their conversation progressed, Tian learned that the elderly Taoist was named Li Xiantong, now aged 120. However, he remained tight-lipped about his cultivation level, with lingering thoughts of the ghostly energy within him. Tian engaged in casual banter with Li Xiantong before delving into the study of the yin-yang technique of the universe. To cultivate, one must first comprehend the sensation of qi. This sensation involves discerning the spiritual energy molecules within the amalgamation of air, a skill reserved for those endowed with a unique cultivation physique. Once one grasps the sensation, the next step is to guide the qi into the body, circulating it through the meridians to enhance the physical form while drawing it into the dantian, where it can be transformed into magical power for personal use. Having absorbed this knowledge, Tian closed his eyes and began to focus his mind, striving for an understanding of qi sensation. The most challenging aspect of achieving this state is the ability to quiet the mind, for as one ages, it becomes increasingly difficult to still the thoughts that race through the mind when one closes their eyes. After 30 minutes, Tian suddenly opened his eyes, prompting a chuckle from Li Xiantong, who shook his head and remarked, "There's no need to rush, even if you possess the rare, innate Tao body. Comprehending qi sensation is not an instantaneous feat, moreover. We are currently in a city where the spiritual energy is thin and muddled with impurities. Although my aptitude may be lesser than yours, I too was a prodigy in my time. It took me 2 full days and nights atop Kunlun Mountain to grasp the sensation of qi." As Li Xiantong spoke, he sipped his tea, seemingly proud of his own accomplishment. "Actually, brother, I believe I have grasped the sensation of qi," Tian exclaimed, blinking in excitement. Coughing violently, Li Xiantong nearly choked on his tea. After regaining his composure, he stared at Qin Tian in disbelief. Could you repeat that? According to the texts, I have indeed comprehended the sensation of qi. Initially, my mind was cluttered with chaotic images, but shortly after, I found myself enveloped in an infinite darkness. In that void, I searched diligently until I finally discovered a milky, white point of light. Upon hearing this, Li Xiantong's heart raced with astonishment. What Qin Tian described was indeed the essence of comprehending qi sensation. Is this the terrifying prowess of the innate Tao body? How extraordinary! Brother, how long did you say it took you to comprehend qi sensation? Qin Tian, still buzzing with excitement, had not fully grasped Li Xuantong's previous words. Oh well, we're about the same. It's roughly equivalent. You can now attempt to communicate with those points of light and allow them to enter your body. Li Xiantong quickly redirected the topic. Enter my body? That sounds rather peculiar. Qin Tian closed his eyes once more. Half an hour later, he successfully guided the qi into his body, leaving Li Xiantong utterly astounded. 13 days later, Qin Tian reached the initial stage of qi refinement, stepping into the realm of cultivation. That very evening, he set out to seek revenge against the female ghost in Xiangshan Garden. 18 days later, he successfully unlocked the divine eye ability. The divine eye not only allowed him to perceive the realms of yin and yang, but also endowed him with inner vision, X-ray vision, microvision, and long-distance vision. However, his current strength was still relatively weak, limiting his long-distance vision to approximately 20 meters. 30 days later, Qin Tian had a basic grasp of talisman techniques and various forms of magic. Throughout that month, he remained at Li Xuantong's residence, indulging in food and drink while diligently practicing. He also acquired a wealth of knowledge about sorcery and the supernatural. One morning, Li Xiantong abruptly summoned Qin Tian. All right, brother. It is time for me to depart. Qin Tian gazed at him in astonishment. Brother, you are leaving? You came here specifically to guide me into the Tao, and now that I have embarked on this path, you must leave? Where are you going? At least leave me a way to contact you, so I can reach out if needed. Tao follows nature. You need not seek me. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Well, then, brother, as your only disciple, might you? Qin Tian raised an eyebrow and rubbed his fingers together. A practitioner should not be concerned with material possessions. Have you not heard that frugality nurtures virtue? I mean no offense, but your cultivation still requires refinement. I have nothing to offer you either. You may keep this house for the time being. Li Xiantong shook his head and handed Qin Tian the keys to the house. Rolling his eyes, Qin Tian thought to himself, such remarkable abilities. Yet he does not seek wealth. What a waste. Suddenly, soft footsteps echoed from outside. At the sound, Li Xuantong's eyes brightened, and he promptly stepped out the door, followed closely by Qin Tian. What unfolded before them left Qin Tian utterly dumbfounded. 5 Rolls-Royce Phantoms graced the courtyard, with the central vehicle being an extravagant, extended version. 2 stunning flight attendants in uniform approached Li Xiantong gracefully. One of them respectfully bowed and said, Taoistly, the private jet to Kunlun Mountain is waiting for you. With a beaming smile, Li Xiantong nodded and climbed into the extended Phantom, accompanied by the invisible female ghost. As he settled into the car, he lowered the window, holding a glass of red wine, and waved goodbye to the astonished Qin Tian. The convoy then departed slowly. After 3 full minutes, Qin Tian slammed the keys onto the ground in frustration. Frugality nurtures virtue, indeed. Chapter 6. Huh? A female ghost? Li Xiantong had left. In the midst of Qin Tian's envy and resentment, he sipped his red wine, served by the flight attendants, as he rode away in the extended Rolls-Royce. After a considerable time, Qin Tian finally calmed his emotions. Looking at the house with its small courtyard, he felt a sense of consolation. Although the location was rather remote, lacking any nearby commercial streets, it was still real estate, after all. Regrettably, Qin Tian did not possess a property deed. Otherwise, he could have easily converted it to cash. After all, he was still burdened with significant debts and had no desire to repay them in kind. Qin Tian glanced at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Curiosity piqued and decided to ascend. He had been here for quite some time, but had never ventured upstairs. It was not for lack of desire, but rather due to Li Xuantong's prohibition. After acquiring the divine eye ability, He had wanted to use its X-ray vision to peek upstairs, but found it utterly impossible due to the formation Li Xiantong had set in place. Upon reaching the second floor, he found a bedroom on the left. The first thing that caught Tian's eye was a large round bed. No wonder a formation was necessary. It seemed intended to prevent prying eyes. Thinking of the beautiful female ghost he embraced nightly, Tian felt a pang of envy. To the right was another room, a study filled with yellowed paper, cinnabar, and brushes. Nearby lay an exquisitely crafted peachwood sword. Aside from that, there was little else of note. He glanced at the large bed with disdain before beginning to tidy the sheets and covers. Huh, what is this? A ring? Tian suddenly spotted an ancient-looking ring nestled in the seam of the bed's headboard. Holding it in his hand, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, reminiscent of the one Li Xiantong wore. As he tried it on his finger, the ensuing scene left him wide-eyed in astonishment. Originally, Tian's fingers were somewhat thicker, making it impossible for him to wear the ring. However, the ring unexpectedly altered its size and fit snugly onto his index finger, as though it were custom-made. What is this? A thought struck him, recalling the 2 books that had suddenly appeared in Li Xiantong's possession. An idea flashed through his mind, causing his heart to race and his breath to quicken. Could this possibly be a storage ring? The mere thought ignited a fervent excitement within him. How does one activate a storage ring in novels? By dripping blood to acknowledge the master? Or perhaps through sheer intent? Tian pricked his finger, attempting to let a drop of blood fall onto the ring, but there was no response. He then tried to communicate with the storage ring using his thoughts, and suddenly, an expansive space materialized in his mind. It measured approximately 100 meters in length, width, and height. It was indeed a storage ring. Overjoyed, Tian began to explore the contents of this newfound space. At that very moment, aboard a private jet, Li Xiantong was indulging in fine wine and gourmet meals, attended to by a flight attendant, appearing quite leisurely. However, when he glanced at his right hand, he was suddenly taken aback. His eyes widened in shock. Where's my ring? Did I take it off last night and leave it by the bed? If so, that means Tian could have found it. At this realization, a profound sense of anguish gripped Li Xiantong's heart. After a long pause, he sighed and muttered to himself, "Oh well, given this kid's nature, whatever he finds will likely be of no consequence. After all, we are still fellow disciples. It's just a pity about my cherished collection." Tian, having searched through the storage space, felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated finding treasures, elixirs, or at the very least some gold and jewels. Yet, there was nothing but a few stones of unknown material and a book titled Jinping Mei. Upon casually flipping through it, he was startled to discover it was an illustrated edition. Subsequently, Tian vacated his rented apartment and moved in, embarking on a new life of driving a taxi while cultivating his skills. As for why he didn't use divination techniques to predict the lottery, divination involves peering into the heavens, which consumes one's lifespan. Setting aside the fact that he had yet to master such techniques, even if he did, he wouldn't waste them on the lottery. Those who understand, understand. And why not use his clairvoyant abilities to gamble? According to Li Xiantong, everyone has a finite amount of luck. Using luck to gamble for wealth could lead to future misfortune. Although Tian was unsure of the truth behind Li Xiantong's words, he had no desire to test them. His current life was satisfactory, and there was no need to take such risks. After all, once he gained strength, earning money would be a straightforward endeavor. On a particular afternoon 5 days later, Tian escorted a middle-aged woman to a high-end community featuring standalone villas. This area was known as a gathering place for the affluent in Zhonghai City, surrounded by elegant homes and villas. As he parked at the entrance, he noticed a crowd gathering inside the community. What were they doing? Let me tell you, there's something unclean in one of the villas. Unclean? Intrigued, Tian's interest was piqued. Ever since he learned to activate his clairvoyance, he had been keen to see if he could encounter any ghosts. Though he hadn't met any spirits, he had certainly seen his fair share of beautiful women along the way, all in the name of academic research, of course, while also reviewing the relationship between English letters and cup sizes. Why not? Because it was beyond his means. The middle-aged woman lowered her voice again, saying yes. I heard that a girl hanged herself in that villa. Ever since her death, it has been haunted. People say you can hear her weeping every night. A most tragic sound. Some have bravely entered, only to go insane, screaming about a female ghost. I hear one is still in a mental hospital. A female ghost? Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. What were they doing? He pointed to the gathering crowd. After gossiping with the middle-aged woman, she prepared to exit the vehicle and join the commotion. Going to see a master at work? Fellow practitioners? Sister, I want to go too. Tian parked the car in a suitable spot and hurried after her. Ghost hierarchy, wandering souls, vengeful spirits, malevolent ghosts, fierce spirits, ghostly fiends, ghost generals. Ghost kings, wandering souls, lonely spirits unable to manifest, vengeful spirits, can occasionally manifest low attack power. Manifesting consumes energy. Malevolent ghosts possess the ability to inhabit others. Current protagonist strength, malevolent ghost, barehanded against fierce spirits. Chapter 7. Let me try. Tian followed the middle-aged woman into the community, arriving at a villa surrounded by onlookers. The crowd was tightly packed, but thanks to his physical advantages, he managed to push his way to the front. Although he could have used his clairvoyance from the back, it would still drain his energy. In the center of the crowd stood a wooden table, atop which rested an incense burner with 3 lit sticks of incense. On either side of the burner were candles, and nearby lay some yellow paper along with a bowl containing a red liquid. A figure was chanting incantations. The old Taoist priest circled around before approaching the table. He dipped a brush into the bowl of red liquid, then took out a piece of yellow talisman paper and began to draw. Tian observed with a puzzled expression. The symbols drawn seemed quite different from those he had learned. Maintaining a learning attitude, he continued to watch. The old priest inserted the completed talisman into a peachwood sword. Then, holding the sword with 2 fingers, aimed it at the yellow paper and bellowed, "Fire, come!" Suddenly, a fire snake leaped from his fingers, igniting the talisman on the peachwood sword. Good. Truly a master, impressive. Tian was taken aback. Fire control? No, wait. He hadn't sensed any magical energy fluctuations. Tian furrowed his brow and used his clairvoyance to scrutinize the old priest. To his amusement, he saw that the old priest had concealed a lighter in his sleeve. Upon noticing the peachwood sword in the old priest's hand, he nearly burst into laughter. While it was indeed a genuine peachwood sword, the old man had coated it in varnish to enhance its appearance. The peachwood sword was originally meant to ward off evil, but with the varnish, it was akin to a man donning a condom and expecting to conceive. It was absurd. Shaking his head, Tian concluded that the old priest was a charlatan. Additionally, the priest had chosen to perform at noon. Although ordinary ghosts feared the sun, during the time frame of 12 to 1:30 p.m., the sun was at its weakest, posing little threat to spirits. He initially believed the old priest selected this time due to his profound abilities, but it seemed he had overestimated him. At that moment, Tian's gaze shifted to the villa itself. Suddenly, he froze. Behind one of the windows, a pale face appeared. The ghastly visage was obscured by long hair, revealing only half of it. At this moment, a pair of eyes was intently fixed upon the old Taoist, emanating an aura of eerie dread. Indeed, there was a female specter. Upon noticing that the ghostly energy surrounding her was not particularly potent, Tian let out a sigh of relief. She was merely an ordinary vengeful spirit, one he could easily handle. Huh! Suddenly, the old Taoist shouted, reciting incantations. You little fiend, daring to cause a ruckus. Watch as I send your soul scattering. With that, he brandished a peachwood sword and charged towards the villa. The face within the window vanished alongside his entrance. As the old Taoist entered, the crowd of onlookers grew tense, perhaps due to the fear the specter had instilled in the neighborhood. Only a few brave men leaned against the door, peering inside, while the majority kept their distance. Tian, utilizing his ability to see through walls, could not help but chuckle. Inside, the faux Taoist brandished his sword, ostentatiously poking left and right, vociferously proclaiming, I see you. What do you think you're escaping? He was fervently engaged in his performance, while the female ghost lurked in the shadows, quietly observing the charade. The bewildered crowd, unsure of what was transpiring, believed the old man was truly battling the spirit. What an extraordinary figure. He can genuinely see the ghost. They whispered, convinced that their investment of 100,000 yuan was well worth it. Does anyone have this enlightened master's contact information? I wanted to. The crowd buzzed with admiration for the Taoist, with some women even contemplating whether to invite him to perform rituals in their bedrooms to exorcise ailments. Tian shook his head in disbelief. The old Taoist, named Li Gousheng, was originally a slothful, gluttonous man who engaged in petty theft, while also frequently indulging in gambling, leaving him impoverished and unable to marry. One day, during a card game, he learned of a villager who had miraculously recovered from a high fever, claiming to have been saved by a spirit from an old locust tree, which could also provide fortune-telling through possession. The tale spread, drawing many to seek his counsel, including women who would even offer themselves to him in hopes of being rid of evil spirits, often accompanied by their husbands. Li Gousheng, envious of this attention, feigned illness and began to imitate the fortune-telling and exorcism practices. Whether by luck or cunning, he stumbled upon some success, slowly unraveling the intricacies of this deception. Such practices were akin to unscrupulous doctors, exaggerating ailments to instill fear. Once they frightened the clients, they had already achieved half their goal. Since embarking on this path, his life flourished. He not only enjoyed the company of women, but also acquired a car and a house in the city, marrying a widow 30 years his junior. Though hidden from view within the villa, Li Gousheng fervently continued his performance, not only for the substantial fee, but also for the wealthy onlookers outside, who valued their lives dearly. If he succeeded this time, it could lead to a steady influx of wealth and perhaps even the affection of several affluent women. With this thought, he licked his lips and intensified his act, soon breaking into a sweat. Sensing that the performance had reached its climax, he retreated to the restroom to wash his face and prepare for the adulation that awaited him. However, as he glanced in the mirror while washing, his body froze. A pale, long-haired woman's face appeared in the reflection, staring intently at him. Who is it? He spun around, only to find emptiness behind him. A chill coursed through him as he stiffly turned back to the mirror. The woman's spectral visage reappeared, now closer than before. An overwhelming urge to urinate seized him, and he felt warmth spreading beneath him. Suddenly, the ghostly figure lunged at him, bearing claws, whispering, "I will devour you." Good heavens, a ghost! Li Gousheng screamed in terror, bolting from the villa. As he stumbled out, the crowd was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Was the ghost truly so formidable? Panic gripped them, and they began to retreat, fearful of being ensnared by the spirit. Just as the crowd contemplated dispersing, a resonant voice rang out. "Wait, allow me to give it a try." This bold declaration, filled with confidence, halted the retreating crowd, who turned to see a man stepping forward. It was Tian. Having learned Taoist arts with the intention of profit, he recognized a golden opportunity before him, and to let it slip away would be foolish. With a self-assured smile, he reassured the crowd, "Fear not. That old Taoist is merely a charlatan. I am a genuine disciple of the Tao." I intended to expose his deceit, yet he proved to be so inept. A middle-aged man, scrutinizing Tian's youthful face in ordinary attire, expressed out, "Young man, you claim to possess Taoist skills?" Tian nodded confidently, affirming his claim. The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads. The previous Taoist, regardless of his authenticity, at least bore the semblance of one, whereas Tian appeared far too youthful and ordinary to be credible. "An old fraud has departed, and now a young one appears," someone scoffed. "All right, everyone disperse. There's no need to waste time here. Should we consider moving?" A woman suggested to her husband, weary of the unfolding drama. "Young man, are you courting death? You should leave," exclaimed a middle-aged woman who had entered the villa with Tian, worried about the potential consequences should anything happen to him. Realizing that without demonstrating his abilities, it would be challenging to convince the crowd, Tian called out, "Wait." The crowd turned to him once more. He straightened his posture, addressing them. "Since it has come to this, allow me to showcase what true Taoist arts entail." With a confident smile, he bent down, his fingers poised above a pebble on the ground. The onlookers followed his gaze, puzzled by what this young man intended. Tian smirked slightly, channeling his energy through his fingers. With a sudden exertion, he attempted to lift the stone. It didn't budge? Tian inwardly cursed. Which foolish construction team did this? They adhered it so firmly. Ignoring the odds, He attempted to pry it off again. Huh, still not budging. With so many eyes upon him, Tian felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. He should have chosen a different object. This river stone was only partially exposed, rendering him somewhat powerless. Just as Tian felt awkward, a small hand suddenly appeared before him. Uncle, there's one here. The hand belonged to a little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, holding a river stone. Uncle? Call me brother instead. But thank you, little sister. What grade are you in? 2nd grade. How are your grades? Have you received any awards? Hey, why are you spitting at brother? That's quite rude. Seeing the little girl run away, Tian awkwardly smiled while holding the river stone. He then placed it on a nearby stone table. Afterward, Tian squinted his eyes and raised his palm high. The yin-yang technique within him spun rapidly, channeling all his energy into his hand. As more and more power accumulated, his aura surged. At that moment, he radiated an overwhelming presence. With such vigor, even a passing dog would receive a couple of slaps before leaving. With a mighty shout, his hand came crashing down onto the river stone on the table. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. Tian's body stiffened, and his eyelids twitched. He endured the intense pain in his palm and slowly lifted his hand. Upon doing so, the river stone had shattered into fine dust. Even the stone bench bore several cracks. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Many gathered around to inspect the fissures on the stone table. Just as everyone was stunned by Tian's display, an incongruous voice broke the silence. Young man, that's not Taoism. It's Qigong. I assenti it? The speaker was an old man, and his words sparked confusion among the crowd. Tian inwardly cursed the unsophisticated old man for his ignorance regarding the essence of Taoism. Yet he maintained a beaming smile as he replied, Sir, you may have misunderstood Taoism. The Tao is natural. All things are the Tao. Cultivating oneself and nurturing one's energy can be considered Tao. The practice of feng shui is also a form of Tao. Healing the world can be of the Tao, as can subduing demons and dispelling evil. Pausing momentarily, Tian spread his palm, conjuring a small fireball within it. Everyone's gaze shifted towards the fireball, their expressions beginning to shift. Tian observed this with satisfaction, launching the fireball into the air. Everyone instinctively raised their heads in unison. The fireball then returned to his palm, prompting the crowd to look back at him. He clenched his fist, causing the fireball to explode into numerous tiny flames that dissipated into the air. Tian calmly declared, The Tao is the root of all things. The Tao is omnipresent. He recited a set of teachings he had learned from Li Xiantong, combining it with his confident demeanor, silencing the old man and earning the respect and admiration of the onlookers. It was exhilarating for Tian to impress so many people at once. Realizing he had won their belief, he cheerfully proclaimed, Since there are malevolent spirits here, I shall not stand idly by. Please wait a moment while I exorcise the female ghost. With that, he vanished into the villa under the crowd's watchful eyes. Upon entering, a chill enveloped him. Although he knew where the female ghost was, he pretended not to notice, leisurely wandering about. The female ghost, observing him from a corner, refrained from attacking. It wasn't until Tian approached within half a meter of her that he abruptly turned, facing her directly, revealing a sinister grin. Aha, found you. Chapter 9. Actually, this is your fault. This sudden turn of events caused the female ghost to pale in fright, emitting a chilling scream. You can see me. The ghost's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not revealed herself moments ago. Confused as to how this man could perceive her, she instinctively wanted to flee. However, she halted after a couple of steps. Wait a minute, I'm a ghost. Why should I fear him? Realizing this, the female ghost rolled her eyes, exposing the whites, and stuck out her little tongue, adopting a menacing posture as she slowly turned to Tian, muttering, I will devour you. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Tian struck her forehead with a resounding smack, sending her crashing to the ground. Ouch! The female ghost hurriedly scrambled up, rubbing her forehead, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Tian chuckled, just as Li Xiantong had said, once he mastered the Tao and wielded his heavenly eye. She was no different from an ordinary person. The ghost, aware that she had encountered someone capable of inflicting harm, abandoned any intention of frightening Tian further and bolted. After so long, finally encountering a vengeful spirit, especially a female one, Tian was determined not to let her escape. As she stumbled, he swiftly grabbed her leg and began to drag her outward. "No, please," the female ghost pleaded in terror. As he pulled her along, Tian paused, staring intently at her. It wasn't out of kindness. Rather, her dress had hiked up to her waist due to his tugging, revealing her long, slender, and pale legs. The female ghost flipped over, struggling fiercely. Without her hair to conceal her features, Tian could finally see her face. She appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, with round, wide eyes expressing panic and a hint of innocence. Her petite nose stood delicately above her lips. Tian was taken aback by her beauty. He expected such a striking appearance from a ghost. With looks like hers and those legs, she would undoubtedly be the belle of any school. The female ghost, noticing his gaze, grew increasingly flustered. "What do you want?" "I'm a ghost. I eat people." "Ah." She rolled her eyes again, extending her little tongue as if attempting to frighten him away. Yet to Tian, she only appeared more endearing. The law doesn't protect ghosts, does it? A little ghost like this would probably cry for a long time if I gave her a good thrashing. After pondering for a moment, he decided to drag her into the bedroom. The bedroom door was firmly shut and the curtains drawn tight. Outside the villa, a woman listening intently to the commotion suddenly wore a peculiar expression. "Did I just hear something?" "I heard it too." It sounded like a scream. A companion beside her replied uncertainly. "That scream must be the master battling the female ghost inside." The master is truly remarkable, far beyond that earlier charlatan who merely pretended to be a Taoist. This young master is genuinely making the female ghost scream. The master appeared to be exceptionally talented. She was determined to establish a closer connection with him. Meeting such a benevolent master is indeed a stroke of good fortune for us. Indeed, Shaoli, this is your villa, and the master is exerting himself to exorcise the spirits. You must not be stingy later, lest the master feels we have been remiss in our hospitality. Yes, Shaoli, the haunting in your villa has truly caused us great distress, resulting in a significant decline in property value. Rest assured, I shall arrange for someone to handle it, and we must prepare an ample red envelope for the master. As the group listened to the anguished cries of the female ghost within, half an hour later, Tian clapped his hands in a display of his prowess. He employed his spiritual techniques to discipline the young female ghost, leaving her in tears. Observing her sobbing figure, Tian felt a pang of compassion and rubbed his nose awkwardly. "Actually, this predicament is somewhat your fault," he said. The ghost remained silent, her head bowed and stifling her sobs. "To be frank, I am a Taoist priest, and upon hearing of your misdeeds, I intended to converse with you and understand your grievances. However, I did not anticipate your ferocity, aiming to harm me. I didn't mean to. I merely wished to frighten you away," the ghost replied, her eyes glistening with tears and a look of injustice etched on her face. "Nonsense. Let us not forget the elderly man you scared away. At his age, who knows what lasting effect your fright may have had on him. Furthermore, there was another individual who was driven to madness by you and remains in a psychiatric hospital, with his family wailing day and night. And you mentioned wanting to devour me. Naturally, I reacted in fear and acted out of instinct." Tian feigned an expression of great grievance. But, the ghost stuttered, unable to find a rebuttal, her face paling with indignation. She buried her head in the quilt and cried out heartily. Chapter 10 at noon. He prepared seafood porridge. Noticing the weeping ghost nearby, Tian hurriedly reassured her, all right. While the primary fault lies with you, I must admit my own shortcomings as well. After all, I failed to manage my emotions properly." He paused before continuing, "In truth, encountering me might be considered fortunate for you, you know." The ghost remained silent, unable to fathom how she could be regarded as fortunate in her current state. She stole a glance at Tian, but quickly looked down again, recalling their previous encounter. Sensing her confusion, Tian elaborated, "Consider the chaos you have caused, frightening others to madness, which has become widely known. That priest was summoned to deal with you. Thankfully, his skills were lacking. Otherwise, you would have already been lost. It is fortunate you met me today. Otherwise, the next visitor might have been a malevolent sorcerer or a vile monk, and you would be in dire straits." At that point, You could either become a furnace offering or be imprisoned, perhaps even subjected to soul-devouring banners. Tian observed the now tear-stained, frightened ghost and pressed on. If you encountered someone with a heart even slightly less kind than mine, you would find yourself condemned to the depths of hell, facing unimaginable tortures, akin to being thrown into a boiling pot. The ghost trembled in terror, her body shaking uncontrollably. "Ah!" she screamed, imagining herself transformed into a mouse or a cockroach. Her long legs began to flail, and in a panic, she bolted from the room. Hey, hey, hey! Tian had been momentarily distracted by her long legs and delicate feet. In the blink of an eye, the ghost had fled the villa, vanishing from his sight faster than a rabbit. Tian chuckled to himself, shaking his head at his own conscience, which was not particularly burdensome. In just 2.5 seconds, he regained his composure, adjusted his attire, and exited the villa. Outside, many were still awaiting his return. And upon seeing him emerge unscathed, all eyes turned to him. With a confident smile, he reassured them, "Fear not, the female ghost within has been thoroughly dealt with." His ambiguous words left the details unclear, but it was likely that the ghost, frightened by his display, would no longer dare to haunt the villa. Thus, the issue was resolved, and in a way, he had saved the ghost. "Master, you are so young yet possess such formidable powers. Truly, you surpass that previous charlatan." One exclaimed, "What nonsense! Could that fraud ever compare to the master?" Another added, "My apologies, master. We heard the sounds of your battle with the ghost, and it was truly thrilling." Someone else chimed in. The crowd buzzed with admiration, their praises flowing freely regardless of age or status. Even the most affluent among them, accustomed to privilege, displayed greater respect than they would for officials or business magnates, for their primary concern was their health and the fear of malevolent spirits. This scene brought to mind a certain fraudulent master from the entertainment industry, Wang Lin, who was exalted as if divine, attracting countless stars and tycoons seeking his favor. Many female celebrities even sacrificed their dignity for the sake of their careers. "Master, I feel ashamed. This villa is mine. You have worked tirelessly, and I wish to offer you a token of my appreciation, so please accept this." "Master, you must be famished after your efforts. Why not join me for a meal in my humble abode?" "Master, could you leave me your contact information?" "Master, please come to my home for dinner. I made seafood porridge, and my husband is away." Tian, once a mere poor soul, found himself the object of such reverence from the wealthy. The exhilaration was indescribable. His lips curled into an involuntary smile as he reluctantly accepted the unnamed bank card, discreetly placing it into his storage ring. He made a mental note of the young woman who had mentioned her husband's absence. Finally, he sighed and said, "Since you all are so enthusiastic, it is fate that has brought us together. Here is my business card. Should you encounter such matters again, feel free to contact me." With a flourish of his right hand, a box of business cards materialized. The crowd quickly snatched them up. Half an hour later, amid the warm send-off from the young woman, Tian departed from her villa with a heavy heart. Although her husband was indeed absent, her daughter was present, the same little girl who had handed him the pebble earlier, causing him considerable embarrassment. Upon returning to his rented taxi, Tian immediately sought out a nearby bank. Upon checking the ATM, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had anticipated a few thousand, yet he was greeted with a staggering sum of 200,000. He realized he could scarcely earn that much in a year driving taxi. It was astonishing that merely confronting a ghost had yielded such a reward. The ease with which he acquired this fortune was almost surreal. Tian promptly linked the funds to his mobile phone, sending 20,000 to his mother and 666 to his best friend. No sooner had he left the bank than his phone rang. Smiling, he answered the call. "Hey, beast, where did you acquire such an abundance of wealth? Have you robbed a bank or engaged in unsavory dealings?" Chapter 11. The Engine of the Cadillac. A man's voice emerged from the other end of the line. It was none other than Li Haiyang, Tian's childhood friend. Li Haiyang was 2 or 3 years older than Tian, a companion with whom he had shared countless mischievous escapades, from petty thefts to teasing the neighbor's girl, Wang area. However, Li Haiyang's demeanor was comparatively introverted and earnest. It was only in the company of his dear friend Tian that he truly let loose. He was the exemplary student, excelling academically, and had gained admission to Zhonghai City Normal University, where he now served as a distinguished lecturer at a private institution. A few months prior, when Tian found himself destitute, having lost everything, Li Haiyang without hesitation offered all his savings, 140,000 yuan, to support Tian in becoming a taxi driver. In their bond, everything was fair game for borrowing, save for their wives. Upon hearing Li Haiyang's voice on the phone, Tian felt a surge of exasperation. Recently, he had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune, earning a sum that enabled him to repay the investment in his venture, suggesting that any surplus could be spent on a little indulgence, perhaps a hair wash with a charming lady. What fortune was this? Surely, you are not relying on the patronage of a wealthy woman, are you? All right, stop talking about me. You should quickly find a girlfriend. Surrounded by female teachers and university students, yet you still rely on your imagination. I uphold my professional ethics, you know? How can you still say that? Those girls used to flock around you. I've been single for so long, and it's all because of you. Haha, there's nothing I can do. You've grown in intellect, while I've matured in a different way. Seriously, is that true? Was it a man or a woman? Tian was instantly intrigued. Get lost. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. A few days ago, I met a girl through a friend's introduction. She is quite gentle, and we have a great rapport. What does she look like? Is she well endowed? Does she have a curvy figure? Have you two been intimate? What I truly value is inner beauty, do you understand? She is indeed a wonderful girl, not only possessing striking looks, but also exhibiting exceptional kindness and thoughtfulness. My goodness, are you progressing so swiftly? Is it appropriate for me to be involved in this matter? I wonder what role I play. Am I to be regarded as your father? How absurd. It is. In fact, I who am your father. In that case, I shall reserve a booth nearby, and you may listen attentively. You are aware of my clumsiness with words. Should an unexpected situation arise, you must act accordingly. Go away. Upon hearing the mention of money, Tian could hardly be bothered to engage. He promptly terminated the call. Yet, before he could even stow his phone away, it rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Hello, son. Why have you sent so much money to your mother? Where did you acquire such a fortune? As soon as the call was answered, Tian's mother's voice came through, filled with confusion and concern. Mom, it's just that I recently secured a deal with my boss and earned quite a substantial sum as commission. Tian's family was aware of his previous business failures. Yet in an effort to alleviate their worries, he claimed to have found employment at a prominent company. After all, in the eyes of the elder generation, a stable job is far more commendable than the arduous toil of driving a taxi. Son, what kind of deal could yield such a fortune? Please refrain from engaging in any illegal activities. Do you understand? My father and I are not lacking in wealth. Rest assured, my son, you know well that I would never engage in frivolous endeavors. You may take the money. Should you and my father wish to indulge in a meal, do not hesitate. The funds are set aside for you to assist in your future marriage. While earning money is significant, one must also refrain from reckless spending. Work is important, yet health holds greater value. Remember to have breakfast in the morning and avoid staying up too late at night. Limit your consumption of alcohol and smoking. Subsequently, my mother began her familiar stream of admonitions, a well-rehearsed routine. Tian felt a mix of helplessness and sentimentality. After all, the woman who loves you most in this world will always be your mother. After a few more exchanges with my parents, he finally ended the call. Having earned such a substantial amount today left him in high spirits. However, he was perplexed as to why his vehicle seemed unresponsive, ultimately bringing him to a halt in front of Foot Massage Parlor. Tian glanced at the Volkswagen emblem, a look of perplexity on his face. Could it be that this taxi was powered by a Cadillac engine? Well, it matters not, for he was already there. Tian was no longer perplexed. He summoned an exquisite and skilled masseuse for a foot massage. As he relished the gentle ministrations of the young lady's delicate hands, he listened attentively to her heart-rending story. Despite her youth and beauty, she bore the weight of an elderly father, an ailing mother, and an unruly younger brother, all contributing to her shattered existence. Who would assist her if not he? 2 hours later, just as he was about to take out his notebook for a brief gaming session, a sudden knock echoed at the door. With a sweep of his extraordinary sight, he discerned a middle-aged couple standing outside. accompanied by a luxurious Maybach parked not far away. Within the driver's seat sat a robust man, evidently the chauffeur for this couple. Tian stepped out of his room and opened the door to the small courtyard. "Good day. May I inquire if this is Master Qian's residence?" The middle-aged man scrutinized Tian and promptly inquired. Upon hearing the other party's address, Tian instantly realized that these individuals must be connected to those from earlier that afternoon. It appeared that business had come knocking, considering the potential for a substantial profit. Tian instinctively adorned his face with a gentle smile and replied, "Yes, that would be me. May I ask who you are?" As he spoke, Tian swiftly assessed the two individuals before him. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with an unremarkable physique and appearance. However, the watch adorning his wrist clearly indicated it was not an inexpensive piece. After casting a glance at the man, Tian shifted his focus to the woman beside him. Upon examining her visage, it was evident she was approximately in her 30s, possessing a beauty that was somewhat marred by evident signs of cosmetic surgery. Despite her makeup, her demeanor revealed a certain listlessness. While Tian scrutinized the woman, she reciprocated the gaze. Perhaps due to his age, she did not perceive him as particularly capable. Although she refrained from vocalizing her skepticism, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable mistrust. Upon hearing Tian introduce himself as Master Qian, the man promptly adopted an expression of respect, extending both hands to shake with him. Chapter 12. Rest assured, I've already discovered her. After listening to the man, Tian nodded, contemplating that they had indeed come bearing gifts. It seemed that advertising had proven remarkably effective today. Let us discuss this matter inside. He courteously invited them into the abode, thoughtfully pouring 2 cups of plain water. Please elaborate on your situation. The man paused briefly before glancing at his wife. Dear, why don't you allow Master Qian to examine you? Though somewhat reluctant, the woman complied, revealing her neck to Tian by pulling down her collar. Upon inspection, distinct bruises were visible on her neck. Subsequently, she lifted her fitted skirt slightly, exposing her thigh, where additional purplish marks were apparent. Tian nodded and extended his hand. Let me take your pulse. Although the ancient texts had imparted some medical knowledge to the old scholar, it was not a skill one could master in merely a month. He was entirely unversed in pulse diagnosis or acupuncture. His grasp on the woman's hand was merely a means to connect with her physical being. As he held her wrist, the intricate workings of the yin-yang technique began to circulate within her body. Soon, he detected the presence of malevolent energy within her, confirming their suspicions. She had indeed encountered something sinister. Moreover, the man's account, along with the residual energy within the woman, provided further validation of their concerns. Tian has formed a preliminary judgment, concluding that the ghost level is rather low, possibly even inferior to the little female ghost encountered earlier that day. Otherwise, after such a lengthy duration, the woman would not merely exhibit a state of mental lethargy. Master, what do you think? As Tian released the woman's hand, the man eagerly inquired, revealing his evident concern for his wife. Your esteemed wife has indeed encountered a malevolent entity, which likely resides within your living environment. Tian affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear appeared in the woman's eyes, prompting the man to implore Tian, Master, I beseech you to lend your assistance. Very well. Tian feigned contemplation, casually pointing at a cup beside him. The man instantly grasped Tian's implication. Rest assured, Master, I understand the rules. Please state your fee. After a moment of thought, Tian raised 2 fingers, considering that he had received 200,000 yuan for assisting in exorcising the female ghost earlier that day. The same price seemed reasonable given the identical conditions. 200,000? Absolutely, Master. Please provide me with an account number, and I will arrange the payment immediately. The man agreed without hesitation. Tian felt a surge of joy, recognizing the ease of acquiring such funds. However, he maintained an air of composure, waving his hand dismissively. Norus, I shall first expel the ghostly energy from your esteemed wife. As Tian reached for the woman's wrist, his other hand discreetly placed a bank card on the table. Thank you, Master, thank you. The man expressed his gratitude, simultaneously taking out his phone to photograph the card, which he promptly sent to his financial department. Qin Tian then began to circulate the qi of yin and yang within his body to expel the ghostly energy from the woman. Fortunately, there was not much ghostly energy present, and within a few minutes, it was entirely eradicated. How do you feel now? Qin Tian inquired. After reflecting on her body, the woman's eyes brightened. The cold sensation within me seems to have truly vanished. Thank you, Master. Her newfound confidence was evident, dispelling any lingering skepticism. At that moment, Qin Tian received a notification of the 200,000 yuan transfer, prompting him to rise with a smile. Let us proceed to your residence. Certainly. The couple quickly stood up. As they approached the car, the driver of the Maybach was already standing respectfully by the front. Master, this is Xiao Wang, who has been with me for many years and is considered my trusted aide. His skills are formidable. Few can approach him. The man hastened to introduce his driver as Qin Tian scrutinized him. The driver bowed respectfully to Qin Tian and extended his hands for a handshake. Qin Tian could distinctly feel the calluses on the man's hands, confirming his martial prowess. He glanced at the luxurious vehicle before casting his gaze toward a taxi parked in the corner, ultimately opting to enter the back seat of the Maybach. During their journey, through conversation, Qin Tian gleaned insights about the couple. The man, Zhao Jijun, had toiled in the city of Zhonghai for over 20 years, amassing numerous enterprises and establishing himself as a successful figure. His wife, Zhang Xiaowei, assisted him in managing his ventures. Soon, they arrived at Zhao Jijun's villa. After parking, Qin Tian followed the couple inside. Activating his divine sight, he surveyed the entire premises and quickly detected a female ghost lurking in a corner of the basement. It appeared that the ghost had not fed on yang energy for an extended period, causing her ghostly essence to dissipate, rendering her even weaker than the one Qin Tian had encountered earlier that day. She likely struggled to manifest at all. With certainty in his heart, Qin Tian addressed the couple. Your villa does indeed harbor a malevolent entity. Noticing their expressions shift to one of tension and fear, he paused momentarily, then donned a confident smile. Do not worry, I've already located her. Chapter 13. I will ensure your death is excruciating. With that, Qin Tian proceeded toward the basement. Zhao Jijun and Zhang Xiaowei exchanged glances, their trepidation palpable, yet they followed in Qin Tian's wake. Upon entering the basement, the temperature plummeted, accompanied by a chilling atmosphere. The female ghost, sensing the arrival of others, emerged from the shadows of the room. At this moment, Qin Tian observed her closely. The ghost appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, her hair disheveled, revealing a pallid visage. Her eyes, brimming with resentment, turned particularly menacing upon spotting Zhang Xiaowei. Such a weak spirit instilled confidence in Qin Tian, who chose to bide his time, curious to witness the ghost's intentions and her method of attack. Unbeknownst to the ghost, someone could perceive her presence. With a vengeful expression, she glided toward Zhang Xiaowei, her pale hands swiftly grasping the latter's throat with a ferocity that seemed intent on choking her to death. However, due to her low level and dissipated ghostly energy, she struggled to even manifest, let alone inflict any tangible harm. Master, I feel a tightness around my neck, and it's cold. Zhang Xiaowei nervously pressed her hand to her throat. Before me, you dare to act with arrogance. Observing the situation, Qin Tian no longer hesitated. He approached Zhang Xiaowei, channeling the qi of yin and yang, and infused his hand with spiritual power, seizing the ghost by the neck and throwing her to the floor. The ghost emitted a piercing wail. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Tian conjured a manifestation talisman and a ghost-binding talisman, swiftly affixing them to the ghost's forehead. Instantly, the ghost was rendered immobile, her form becoming visible to the trio. Given the substantial fee paid, Qin Tian aimed to ensure they understood the value of their expenditure, showcasing his prowess rather than simply vanquishing the ghost in obscurity. When the couple beheld the sudden appearance of the female ghost, they instinctively recoiled in terror. Upon recognizing the ghost's features, Zhang Xiaowei fell into a state of sheer panic. Trembling, she urged Qin Tian, Master, please eradicate this ghost. Her voice had taken on a sharp edge. Having revealed the ghost's form to the couple, Qin Tian felt it was time to resolve the situation. Suddenly, Zhao Jijun's anxious voice interjected, Wait. He stood, furrowing his brow as he moved toward the ghost. "Oh, husband, I'm so scared." "Master, what are you waiting for? Hurry and act. You have already accepted payment." Zhang Xiaowei clutched Zhao Jijun, her tone escalating in urgency. Qin Tian furrowed his brow, observing the peculiar dynamics between the two. Suddenly, he sensed that the matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. He remained silent, pausing his actions, recognizing that since Zhao Jijun was the one financing the endeavor, it was prudent to wait until their differing opinions were resolved before proceeding. "Step aside." The man, usually tender toward his wife, suddenly barked, forcefully pushing her away. He hastily approached the ghost, cautiously lifting the talisman to scrutinize her face in detail. Upon recognizing the visage of the female spirit, the man was immediately overcome with disbelief. Suddenly, trembling, he reached out to touch her face, his voice laden with anguish and confusion. Zhang Xiaowei, seemingly prompted by the man's words, also recognized the ghostly figure. She hastily knelt before the spirit, her tone steeped in profound sorrow as she uttered, "Hongjia, how can it be you? My dear Hongjia, my wife." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian was rendered momentarily speechless. This ghost was also his wife. Zhao Jijun swiftly approached Qin Tian, his voice filled with desperate pleading. "Master, this is my wife. Can you help save her?" Qin Tian shook his head. "She has already passed away. The dead cannot return to life. What you see now is her soul." Zhao Jijun's face fell into a deep disappointment, and he implored, "Master, can you at least make her speak?" As he uttered these words, Zhang Xiaowei behind him turned pale, her expression shifting to one of sheer panic as she frantically gestured for Qin Tian to shake his head. Qin Tian, discerning the unfolding drama, pondered if this female spirit had met her demise at the hands of Zhang Xiaowei. Choosing to feign ignorance, he nodded at the man. "It can be done." After uttering this affirmation, he moved closer to the spirit, bending down to remove the talisman affixed to her forehead. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaowei, who had remained kneeling beside the spirit, sprang up as if to make way for Qin Tian. However, she stumbled and, without warning, fell into Qin Tian's arms. Instinctively, he supported her, halting his efforts to remove the talisman. "Thank you, Master Qin," she said as she slowly regained her footing, expressing her gratitude. Seizing the moment, she leaned closer to Qin Tian's ear and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Do not let her speak. Find a way to eliminate her, and I shall reward you 2 million afterward." Then, shifting to a tone of fierce aggression, she added, "Otherwise, I will ensure your demise." Chapter 14. You brought this upon yourself? Do not blame me. Upon hearing the woman's threat, Qin Tian's gaze turned icy. Though he lacked remarkable abilities, he was one to yield only to gentleness. He preferred the soft, yielding nature of a steamed bun over the harshness reserved for women. Now, while the spirit before him was Zhao Jijun's former wife, she was deceased and posed no threat to Zhang Xiaowei's current standing. The only reason for Zhang Xiaowei's fear of the spirit speaking must be tied to her involvement in the ghost's death. Furthermore, Qin Tian had uncovered this woman's secret. Even if he accepted the 2 million, should she later have a change of heart or send someone to silence him, he would remain in peril. Despite his desire to avoid this treacherous situation, he was already entangled within it. The best course of action was to expose her crimes and bring her to justice. With this in mind, Qin Tian cast a cold glance at Zhang Xiaowei and, without further ado, removed the talisman from the spirit's forehead. As the talisman was lifted, the spirit regained her mobility. She sprang up, disregarding the one who had temporarily subdued her, her face twisted in rage as she lunged at the terrified Zhang Xiaowei. With hands gripping her throat, she spat venomously, "You wretched harlot! I shall strangle you! Ah, get away from me, get away!" Zhang Xiaowei's face drained of color as she flailed in panic. Gradually, she realized she could retaliate against the spirit and engaged in a fierce struggle. Soon, she gained the upper hand and intensified her efforts, aiming to eliminate the ghost altogether. "What are you doing?" This scene left Zhao Jijun bewildered. For a moment, he was at a loss until the intensity of the fight between the two women jolted him back to reality. He rushed to separate them, while Qin Tian, arms crossed, observed the spectacle with keen interest. His role was to exorcise the spirit, not to intervene in their quarrel. "Xiaoan, stop. Tell me, what on earth happened?" Zhao Jijun exclaimed. You bastard, you and that slut. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. I will kill you both." Despite being forcibly pulled apart, the spirit continued her vehement curses. "Xiaohong, my wife, Xiaohong." Zhao Jijun grasped the spirit tightly and shouted, his voice booming. The intensity of his outburst silenced the spirit momentarily, her gaze fixed on him. "Wife, what transpired?" Seeing the spirit calm down, Zhao Jijun softened his tone and inquired urgently. "Zhao Jijun, spare me your pretenses. Do you still need to ask about the wicked deeds you both committed?" The ghost, Xiaohong, retorted with derision. "I truly do not know what you are talking about." Zhao Jijun insisted, his eyes filled with sincerity and conviction, perhaps moved by the earnestness in his voice. Xiaohong momentarily believed him, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Xiaowei as she seethed. "It was her. This shameless woman caused my demise. I treated you like a sister when you came to my home as a maid, only to discover you are a serpent at heart." Hearing his ex-wife's words, Zhao Jijun turned incredulously to his current wife. Zhang Xiaowei took a deep breath, tidied her disheveled hair, and remained silent. Xiaohong continued, "She caught me off guard, attacked me, and after killing me, she forged my handwriting to claim I was leaving this home to elope abroad. My corpse lies beneath this very floor." She gestured to a spot in the basement, her voice dripping with hatred. Meanwhile, Tian, bearing witness to the unfolding drama, utilized his ability to see through the floor. Indeed, hidden beneath the boards was a body, wrapped tightly in heavy plastic and encased in cement. This woman was truly ruthless, Tian mused in astonishment. Upon hearing Xiaohong's accusations, Zhang Xiaowei neither denied nor displayed the earlier panic. Instead, she became eerily calm, mocking, "So what if I cause your death? You were merely a promiscuous woman unworthy of Junji's love. I am the one who truly loves him." With a resounding slap, Zhao Jijun struck her across the face, a crimson handprint instantly appearing, blood trickling from her lips. He pointed an accusatory finger at her, trembling with rage. "I thought you were a gentle and caring woman. Yet you are this cruel. I was blind to have chosen you. I will call the police and have you arrested." He turned to retrieve his phone, intent on reporting her. Wiping the blood from her mouth, Zhang Xiaowei revealed a disdainful smile. "Do you think Xiaohong was any prize? Did you know you wore a grand green hat years ago? While you toiled away, your beloved wife was busy with another man." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Jijun froze, his hand halting in its motion to dial the police. He looked up, astonished, at Xiaohong. The intrigue deepened, and Tian, now fully engrossed in the unfolding drama, felt his interest surge. The spirit Xiaohong's complexion shifted. "You lie. You're lying. Am I lying? You know the truth within your heart." As the situation surrounding the melon escalated, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. A tall, robust man in a suit soon appeared before the crowd, revealing himself to be Zhao Jijun's driver. "Who sent you here? This is none of your concern. Leave at once," Zhao Jijun exclaimed, signaling for him to depart. Unexpectedly, however, the driver, Wang Chong, seemed oblivious to his boss's command, advancing step by step toward the group. Yet, upon spotting the female ghost, Xiaohong, he shuddered and halted in his tracks. Zhang Xiaowei pointed menacingly at Tian, declaring, "Forget about Xiaohong. Stop dawdling and eliminate this person. Otherwise, neither of us will escape unscathed." She then fixed her fierce gaze upon Tian. "I offered you a chance earlier. You chose your own demise. Do not blame me." After giving Xiaohong another glance, Wang Chong brandished a dagger, advancing slowly toward Tian. "Damn it, the drama has reached my doorstep." Chapter 15. Have I become so powerful? Xiao Wang, put down a knife. "What are you doing?" Zhao Jijun quickly stood up, positioning himself in front of Wang Chong. He could hardly believe that his trusted subordinate, who had been by his side for so many years, would dare to disobey him. "I'm sorry, Paulun. I don't want to, but your wife has offered too much." Wang Chong apologized verbally while delivering a fierce kick that sent the slender Zhao Jijun flying, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. "How dare you injure Brother Jun?" Witnessing Zhao Jijun's injury, Zhang Xiaowei raised her hand and slapped Wang Chong hard. She then rushed to Zhao Jijun's side, concern etched on her face. "Darling, are you all right?" Wang Chong touched his face, unbothered, his gaze still fixed on Tian like a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. As he approached, Tian felt a surge of panic. The yin-yang technique within him began to circulate rapidly. With his left palm facing backward, he secretly gathered energy to form a fireball. His heavenly eye intently observing Wang Chang's movements. To Tian's astonishment, Wang Chang's actions appeared to slow under his gaze. Suddenly, Wang Chang lunged, his dagger aimed straight for Tian's neck. Had this been a month prior, Tian might have met his end. However, he had transformed significantly since then. In the instant Wang Chang attacked, Tian retaliated. He hurled a fireball at Wang Chang's face while simultaneously advancing, his right hand coiling with power. The unexpected fireball left Wang Chang momentarily stunned. He had no time to evade and instinctively shut his eyes. The fireball struck him squarely on the face. The searing pain elicited a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, abruptly halting his advance. In that moment, Tian closed the distance, clenching his fist and landing a powerful blow squarely on Wang Chang's face. Wang Chang emitted a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. The entire confrontation transpired in the blink of an eye. As they gazed at the fallen Wang Chang, both Zhao Jijun and Zhang Xiaowei were left utterly bewildered, as was Tian himself. This was his first battle since his training, and he had not anticipated dispatching his opponents so swiftly. Clenching his fist, he felt a surge of pride. I never imagined I had become so formidable. Casually dusting off his hands, Tian waved at the trio. No need to worry. Please continue. Particularly stunned was Zhang Xiaowei, her face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Wang Chang had been her trump card, the cornerstone of her confidence. She had witnessed his prowess firsthand, and yet he had fallen so easily before the young Tian. Zhao Jijun forcefully shoved the dazed Zhang Xiaowei aside. Get away from me. He then snatched up a nearby phone, ready to dial the authorities. Zhang Xiaowei, whether due to Wang Chang's downfall or her husband's disdain, fell silent. Lowering her head and uttering not a word, resigned to her fate. Once Zhao Jijun completed the call, an air of tension enveloped the trio, each lost in their thoughts. The atmosphere thick with an eerie silence. My dear, I had long anticipated a day like this, but I never imagined it would conclude in such a manner. Allow me to share a story with you. Zhang Xiaowei suddenly broke the silence, her tone turning somber. Once upon a time, there was a boy whose father passed away when he was very young, leaving his mother to treat him as a burden. Day in and day out, she either beat or berated him, leading him to a life of isolation, often contemplating suicide. Then, unexpectedly, a gentle and caring older boy entered his life, illuminating his heart with kindness. Zhao Jijun furrowed his brow, perplexed by Zhang Xiaowei's narrative, yet he refrained from interrupting. After regaining her composure, Zhang Xiaowei continued. Eventually, that older boy departed, and the young boy frantically searched for him but found nothing. His heart grew hollow, and his world faded to black and white. Many years later, the boy grew into a man, yet lacking ability, he could only work as a bartender. His handsome appearance drew the attention of many wealthy women, and during one instance, he was intoxicated and taken advantage of by a rich woman. He fell into depravity, becoming a plaything for various women, each encounter filling him with disgust and deepening his misogyny. 5 years ago, while entangled with a wealthy woman in her villa, he encountered a flicker of hope. The man in the wedding photo, hanging in the villa, was none other than the neighbor boy from his past. A mad plan took root in his mind. He began to navigate through various women, accumulating wealth, and eventually traveled to Thailand to rid himself of the source of his revulsion, undergoing cosmetic surgery. Quietly waiting for the opportune moment to apply for a position as their housekeeper. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to grasp the identities of those within Zhang Xiaowei's tale, their expressions shifting dramatically. Zhao Jijun's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Tian, too, was left speechless, feeling an involuntary shiver run down his spine. He despised her, this woman of loose morals who could attain a man's affection, sharing the bed with the man he loved most. Each night, as he heard the sounds emanating from the man's bedroom, his hatred deepened, ultimately driving him to act. While the man was away on a business trip, he murdered the woman, hiding her beneath the floorboards of the basement, fabricating a letter claiming she had eloped with another. In the depths of the man's despair, he offered all his love as solace and companionship. At last he succeeded. In that moment of union, he felt that all the suffering he had endured was worth it. "Shut your mouth. Do not utter another word," Zhao Jijun suddenly roared, his voice resonating with primal fury, revealing a complex tapestry of emotions. The ghostly figure, Xiaohong, slumped to the ground, her eyes vacant. Qin Tian gasped, instinctively retreating a step. Zhang Xiaowei gazed lovingly at the man before her. "Brother Jun, do you remember Zhang Xiaowei from Yuqing Town 13 years ago?" Chapter 16. Quite explosive, my goodness. The final words ignited the blaze within Zhao Jijun's heart. He sprang up as if resurrected, forcefully pinning Zhang Xiaowei beneath him. Like one avenging a father-esque murder, he unleashed a barrage of punches upon Zhang's face. "You bastard! I considered you a brother, yet you sought to betray me." Zhang Xiaowei, already battered and bloodied, continued to gaze at Zhao with affection and a smile, showing no inclination to retaliate. He endured each blow, seizing the moment when Zhao paused. "Ever since I encountered that thing, you have been my only man. I am the one who truly loves you. Chong is merely a pawn I've bought with money. We share no physical bond." At this, Qin Tian felt a twitch in his eyelid and instinctively took 2 steps back, his mind flooded with bizarre images that lingered unshakably. The utterance acted like fuel to a fire, reigniting Zhao Jijun's fury, which had begun to wane. "Shut your mouth. Enough." Zhao's body trembled with rage, his face ashen, and his fists clenched with renewed ferocity, biting his lip until blood surfaced. "Daddy, what are you doing?" A small girl's voice echoed from the stairway, causing everyone to pause and turn their gaze. There stood a cherubic girl, wide-eyed at the unfolding chaos. Zhao Jijun hastily ceased his assault and scrambled off Zhang Xiaowei, rushing to shield his daughter from the scene. "Henin, go upstairs for a bit, okay? Daddy has some matters to attend to, and I'll join you shortly. Chenma, hurry and take Henin up," he called out to the nanny while trying to comfort his child. Yet, the little girl had already witnessed the turmoil. Her disbelief turned to sheer joy as she spotted her long-lost mother. She attempted to break free from her father's grasp to leap into her mother's embrace. Xiaohong's vacant expression vanished upon seeing her daughter. Excitement flickered in her eyes. Although transformed into a specter, she could see her daughter, but could not hold her. Trembling, she rose, yearning to envelop her child in a hug. Zhang Xiaowei, who had resigned to his fate, suddenly seized a nearby dagger, lunging towards Xiaohong and swiftly placing the blade at the girl's throat. The rapidity of the event left everyone in shock, and when they finally reacted, the girl was already held hostage by Zhang Xiaowei. The little girl screamed in fright, tears streaming down her face. "You monster! Let Henin go!" Xiaohong's heart raced at the sight of her daughter in peril. Qin Tian's curiosity morphed into urgency as he contemplated how to subdue Zhang Xiaowei. Aware of the dire consequences awaiting him if captured, Zhang Xiaowei descended into madness, shouting as he retreated downstairs, "Get out of my way. Let me pass, or I'll kill her." The little girl, terrified, struggled violently, the dagger grazing her neck, drawing blood, which horrified the onlookers, especially Xiaohong, who nearly fainted. In her daughter's life-threatening predicament, Xiaohong summoned her resolve and cried out, "Don't harm her. She is your biological daughter." The shouts seemed to deplete her of all strength. The crowd stood stunned at this revelation. Zhang Xiaowei's expression shifted dramatically, confusion replacing his earlier rage as he stared at the apparition of Xiaohong. Covering her face, Xiaohong sobbed. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaowei dropped the dagger with a clang, his gaze fixed in bewilderment upon the girl. The crisis had abated, and Qin Tian halted his advance, his eyes widening in realization. Wait a minute. This means the girl's biological mother was killed by her own father, who then became her stepmother, marrying her fake father. So, Zhang Xiaowei is both her stepmother and her biological father? This is absurd, a chaotic web indeed. Even in contemporary times, this scenario would be utterly explosive. As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Tian inhaled sharply. Zhao Jijun's face turned pale as disbelief washed over him while he gazed at his wife, feeling as though the world were spinning around him. Xiaohong, relieved to see her daughter escape, rushed to her side, embracing her tightly and weeping loudly. as if to shed all the pain through her tears. Trembling, Zhao Jijun approached the mother-daughter duo. "What you just said, is it true?" His voice quivered, lips trembling, revealing his profound uncertainty. He yearned for the reassurance that she had fabricated such a story for their daughter's sake. Yet, Xiao Hong ceased her crying, falling into silence. Having received the answer, Zhao Jijun appeared as though he had lost his soul, exiting the villa like a mere shell of a man. The impact of the day weighed heavily upon him, a burden not easily borne. Xiao Hong cast a final glance at the dazed Zhang Xiaowei, handing her daughter to the nanny, bidding her to take the girl away. Once her daughter had departed, Xiao Hong resolutely stepped into the sunlight, her form beginning to emit wisps of black mist, her essence fading. She took a lingering glance at the world before closing her eyes, her being dissipating into the air. Tian sighed, knowing her fate was sealed. Shortly thereafter, the distant sound of sirens pierced the air. He had no desire to become embroiled in the ensuing events. Picking up the manifestation talisman from the ground, he hastened to depart, relieved to have been compensated in advance. Regardless of the outcome, his task was complete. Uncertain of how Zhao Jijun and Zhang Xiaowei would explain themselves at the police station, Tian awaited a call that did not come by nightfall. Earning 400,000 in a single day elevated his spirits, prompting him to treat himself to a respite. He opted against meditation and instead indulged in video games and watching captivating performances before drifting into a contented sleep. Knock, knock, knock. In a drowsy haze, Tian was awakened by a series of knocks. He squinted in confusion, nearly toppling off his bed in fright. The fatigue vanished in an instant. At that moment, outside the window, a face appeared. Chapter 17. I only want to kiss, nothing more in a state of half-sleep. Tian was startled by the sight of a face outside his window, which was on the second floor. The shock nearly sent him leaping into the air. Trembling, he almost screamed, but then paused. I'm a cultivator now. What do I have to fear? With that thought, he regained some composure and looked once more at the face outside, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Wasn't he this the little ghost from earlier today? The little ghost. Upon noticing that Tian had awakened, shyly smiled with her lips pursed. How on earth did she find her way here? Could it be that she had come as reinforcements due to the events of the day? This thought sent a wave of panic through Tian, prompting him to activate his heavenly sight and swiftly scan the surroundings. When he confirmed that no other spirits were present, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you trying to scare me to death? Tian exclaimed, addressing the little ghost with a hint of annoyance. Yes, I apologize. I knocked on the door. But you were in such a deep slumber, the little ghost replied, her face flushed with guilt as she carefully apologized. She then began to descend along the pipe beside the window. However, her footing faltered, and with a startled cry, she tumbled, landing in an awkward position. Quickly regaining her composure, she rubbed her bottom, tears welling in her eyes. Tian couldn't help but chuckle at her clumsy antics. Descending to the first floor, Tian opened the door to find the little ghost organizing her clothing. How did you find your way here? He inquired, examining her closely and noticing that her ghostly energy had significantly increased, likely due to his earlier gift. The little ghost, nervously fidgeting with her dress, replied, I saw your business card and came here. What do you need from me? Didn't we already clarify the matter during the day? The main issue lies with you, not me. Realizing she wasn't here to cause him trouble, Tian hastily distanced himself from the midday incident. No, it's not about that. The little ghost seemed anxious, shaking her head in denial. Observing her nervous demeanor and disheveled appearance, Tian chuckled. All right, you can come in and talk. Upon hearing Tian's invitation, the little ghost hurriedly lowered her head and took small, timid steps into the room. After closing the door, Tian looked at her curiously, surveying the room, and asked, So, what is it you wish to discuss? The little ghost, halting her exploration, lowered her head again and cautiously replied. As she spoke, she nervously twisted her dress, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Tian couldn't help but laugh silently, beginning to grasp her intentions. It appeared she wished for him to take her in. Gazing at her delicate, fair legs, he mused that having such a little ghost to converse with each night could be quite delightful. Yet, observing her pitiable expression stirred an impulse to tease her. Although he understood her intentions and had settled on taking her in. He jested. What do you mean by that? You need to express yourself clearly. How am I to know your intentions if you remain silent? How can I stay here? The little ghost took an astonishing half a minute to complete her sentence. After finishing, her face flushed crimson, whether from anxiety or shyness, he could not tell. What am I to you that you think you can stay here? Tian continued to jest with her. I believe you're a good person. We shared that moment earlier. She stammered, her complexion growing even redder. Well, it seems I've been deemed a good person, Tian thought, finding her adorably naive. What was that moment again? He asked with a smile. But the little ghost's face turned beet red, and she hesitated to articulate what she meant. Tian, unable to contain his laughter at her adorable struggle, completed her thought. Are you suggesting that we are now intimate, and thus I am your boyfriend? Upon hearing this, the little ghost buried her face further, her small feet anxiously fidgeting on the floor. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed a barely audible mm. If not for Tian's heightened hearing from his training, he would have missed it entirely. How fortuitous this is. Could it be that love has blossomed over time? Tian suddenly recalled a saying by Zhang Ailing. The pathway to a woman's heart is observing the little ghost's bashful, flushed face. He worried it might explode at any moment. I could keep you, but what can you do? He inquired. The little ghost's eyes sparkled at the first part of his statement, but upon hearing the latter, her enthusiasm dimmed as she lowered her head again. I can clean and learn to cook, she replied timidly. All right, then I shall take you in. Tian nodded, and the little ghost sighed in relief, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Through half an hour of conversation, Tian learned that her name was Lin Ye, a first-year student. Her parents had been involved in the pharmaceutical business, which had thrived during the pandemic, allowing them to move to Zhonghai City for better prospects. The villa they rented was meant to project an image of affluence. However, their business later faced setbacks, and following a tragic accident, her parents passed away, leaving her feeling abandoned and leading her to take her own life in that same villa. After becoming a ghost, she visited the site of her parents' accident but found no trace of them. Her intention in scaring others away was to guard the house, hoping to one day reunite with her parents. After listening to Lin Ye's story, Tian felt a deep sympathy for her plight, instinctively leaning closer to her. He gently placed an arm around her shoulder, offering warmth and comfort. The little ghost, taken aback by his gesture, remained stiff yet did not push him away. Instead, she felt a sense of security blossom within her. After offering her comfort, Tian took her hand and led her upstairs. Observing her nervousness, he asked in surprise, Are you coming up to sleep? The little ghost vigorously shook her head. No, it's unnecessary. I sleep during the day. Without allowing her to protest further, Tian firmly pulled her onto the bed, stating with undeniable authority, Since you've declared I am your boyfriend, I must fulfill my obligations. The little ghost found herself in Tian's embrace, her tension palpable as her body stiffened. In the sweltering heat, holding such a cool and soft little ghost felt incredibly refreshing. After some time, as she began to sense the warmth from Tian's chest, her anxiety gradually subsided, like a small boat swaying in the vast ocean, finally finding a safe harbor in his embrace. A sense of inexplicable safety blossomed within her, and her eyes slowly curved into beautiful crescents. Her body began to relax, but just as she was immersed in this blissful feeling, she suddenly recalled Tian's earlier actions, causing her to feel bashful again. Her body tensed, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Your body is so cool and soft. It's truly delightful. Tian's voice whispered in her ear as he reached out a hand toward her. 5 minutes later, he gently cupped her delicate, bashful face and kissed her deeply. I merely intended to give a gentle kiss, without further actions. Chapter 18. The breakfast prepared by the little ghost the following noon. Tian awoke from his slumber. When he reached for the space beside him, he was momentarily taken aback. Where had the little ghost gone? Hastily employing his divine sight, he discovered Lin Ye in the kitchen downstairs, and he breathed a sigh of relief, having feared she had fled in fright. At that moment, he assessed his own condition and was astonished once more. The energy within him was remarkably abundant, and his cultivation had evidently progressed. With a heart full of joy, he descended the stairs silently, arriving at the kitchen where he embraced her from behind. "Oh!" Lin Yi squealed in surprise at his sudden embrace. Upon recognizing him, she shyly offered a sweet smile. "What are you doing?" he inquired, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. A faint blush tinted Lin Yi's cheeks. I wanted to cook for you, but I cannot remain in my visible form for long," she lamented, gazing at him with a look of vulnerability. Understanding dawned upon Tian. Although Lin Yi had acquired some ability to manifest, it was insufficient for her to maintain a tangible presence while interacting with objects of the human realm. Furthermore, many items possessed a yang attribute, which could affect spirits adversely. It was amusing to him that she still remembered his earlier words about taking her in and allowing her to cook. He turned her to face him and placed a gentle kiss upon her lips. "You have declared that I am your man. Thus, this place is as much yours as it is mine. But I truly wish to do something for you," Lin Yi insisted, her big, innocent eyes blinking earnestly at him. Comprehending her thoughts, Tian realized that although they had only known each other for 2 days, she was eager to contribute to their shared life. Seeking to affirm her own worth, with a smile, he said, "Please wait a moment." He ascended to the second floor, entering his study, where he retrieved a brush. Drawing a small cut upon his finger, he used his blood to inscribe 2 talismans, one for manifestation and another for yin-yang transformation. Satisfied with his work, he returned to Lin Yi and affixed the talismans to her back. Instantly, her form became visible, allowing Tian to see her without the need for divine sight. Lin Yi sensed the change in her body, gazing at herself in astonishment. "Now, go back to the kitchen and try again," he prompted, and she blushed deeply, wishing to hide her face from view. She hurried to the kitchen, pondering the meaning of his words when Tian followed closely behind. Nodding, she ignited the stove and attempted to lift a wooden spatula, finding it effortless. Tian smiled and exited the kitchen. The talismans, crafted from his blood, allowed her to maintain her visible state for an extended period. The yin-yang transformation talisman, which could only be drawn by one who had mastered the principles of yin and yang, facilitated a basic balance, albeit limited to items with a weak yang attribute. As he entered the bathroom to freshen up, his spirits soared, recalling the substantial earnings from the previous day and the delightful presence of his charming little ghost as his girlfriend. After completing his morning routine, he reclined in a lounge chair, scrolling through his phone while awaiting Lin Yi's breakfast. Before long, the kitchen door opened, and Lin Yi emerged, carrying a plate and placing it on the dining table. She returned to the kitchen and brought out a bowl, cheerfully announcing, "Breakfast is ready." Tian tucked his phone away, grinning as he approached the table. His smile faltered upon seeing the food laid out before him. He pointed at 2 blackened items on the plate, bewildered. What is this?" "That's a poached egg," Lin Yi explained. "A poached egg? Are you certain?" he asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Perhaps I added a tad too much soy sauce," she admitted with an awkward smile. It was the first time he had ever heard of soy sauce being used in a poached egg. As he picked up his chopsticks and inspected the dish, he could barely discern the faint outline of an egg. Lin Yi stared at him with her big, innocent eyes filled with anticipation. Not wanting to discourage her, he reluctantly took a bite. As he tasted it, his face nearly turned green. It was overwhelmingly salty. He fought the urge to spit it out, recalling that it was her heartfelt gesture, and he forced himself to swallow it down. Grabbing a bowl of plain rice porridge, he began to gulp it down. "Is it delicious?" Lin Yi asked, blinking her eyes. Taking in her adorable expression, he dismissed any thoughts of her cooking being a potential threat to his well-being. Understanding that this was her first attempt at cooking, he didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm, so he mustered a smile. "It's delicious, very delicious." Hearing his praise, Lin Yi leaped for joy. "Then I'll make it for you every day. Okay?" Tian gritted his teeth, the word okay escaping his lips with great reluctance. He began to contemplate how to express his gratitude for this meal later that evening. Chapter 19. A fortuitous encounter with Zheng Wenru. After indulging in the company of the little ghost until the afternoon, Tian finally stepped outside. Despite the assistance of the talismans, Lin Yi could not remain exposed to the sun for extended periods, so he left her at home. He first purchased a new phone and registered a number using his own identification, which he intended for Lin Yi. This way, she could reach him even while at home, and should she require anything, she could shop online. Having completed these tasks, Qin Tian followed the address provided by Li Haiyang to a Western restaurant. Today marked Li Haiyang's meeting with his future mother-in-law, and he wished to join in the festivities. As he parked his car, a familiar voice called out to him from behind. Master Qin? Turning around, he saw a voluptuous young woman emerging from the driver's seat of a sleek black Mercedes. It truly is you, Master Qin. Are you here for a meal? She exclaimed, delighting in their serendipitous encounter. How about you, Jinjie? Is your husband home today? Qin Tian teased, casting a playful glance at her. The woman was none other than Zhang Wenru. The one who had claimed her husband was away on the day they had first met. Call me Wenru. Don't make me sound old. My husband isn't home today. Would you like to come over for dinner tonight? She offered with a cheerful demeanor. Wenru possessed a playful and affable nature. And though she was a bit brash, she was not unlikable. How old are you? Still calling yourself Wenru? Don't you know that a woman's age is a closely guarded secret? By the way, Master Qin, you're not here for a date, are you? If you are, do you need help booking a hotel? She asked, attempting to divert the conversation from her age. It's not a date. I'm here to observe someone else's matchmaking. Qin Tian replied with a hint of exasperation. Oh, I see, Master. You're on the hunt for infidelity. Such a handsome figure as yourself. Could you truly be betrayed? If you find it difficult to confront that woman, I shall assist you. I am quite adept at brawling. Come on, let us hurry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenru misconstrued Qin Tian's intentions, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She linked her arm with Qin Tian's and proceeded inside, seemingly fearful that the illicit couple might escape if they arrived too late. Where do you think you're going? This is my brother's date. I am merely here to ensure his well-being. Upon learning that it was not a matter of infidelity, Zhang Wenru appeared deflated, as though air had been let out of her balloon. Yet, within 3 seconds, her enthusiasm rekindled as she inquired, Master, is the woman on the other side beautiful? Does she have a generous bosom? Is her figure alluring? Have they been intimate? All right, you came here to dine with friends, did you not? So, you should quickly find your friend. Qin Tian felt overwhelmed by the barrage of inquiries. Dining could not possibly be as entertaining as observing others on a date. Just wait for me a moment. With that, Zhang Wenru retrieved her phone and dialed number. Hello, Huan. I have something to attend to, so I want to be able to meet tonight. That's it. After hanging up, she clung to Qin Tian's arm and ventured inside. After some persistent entanglement, Qin Tian ultimately could not shake off the curious Zhang Wenru, and the two entered the Western restaurant together. You're only allowed to observe. Refrain from speaking or doing anything. Rest assured, Master, I am not one to chatter excessively. Zhang Wenru feigned compliance with a nod and walked towards the restaurant. Once inside, guided by the server, they found their seats. Nearby, Qin Tian spotted his good friend Li Haiyang, accompanied by a woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s, possessing an above-average appearance. The woman across from her seemed to be her mother, likely in her 50s or 60s, with an expression that suggested she was not to be trifled with. The table of 3 was already laden with a variety of exquisite dishes and red wine. Qin Tian exchanged knowing glances with Li Haiyang, who merely glanced back without daring to engage in silent communication. Qin Tian and Zhang Wenru settled into their seats, casually ordering some food while straining to eavesdrop on the conversation at Li Haiyang's table, occasionally casting glances in their direction. This woman is not as attractive as I am. Her bosom is not as ample either. However, her belly is quite large, as if she were pregnant. After surveying the woman, Zhang Wenru proudly adjusted her chest, wearing a look of satisfaction. Ah, this surpasses her. Qin Tian glanced at Zhang Wenru's figure and nodded in agreement, prompting her to beam with delight. Xiaoli, I have heard from Tian about your situation. Although your circumstances may be lacking, fortunately, your parents possess a house in Zhonghai City. Your appearance is quite ordinary, yet passable. Your job as a university lecturer may be humble, but Tian has taken a liking to you, and as a mother, I am left with little choice. The middle-aged woman began critiquing Li Haiyang's looks, income, and occupation, causing Qin Tian to furrow his brows in discontent. Meanwhile, Li Haiyang appeared visibly uncomfortable. Mom, being a university lecturer is quite admirable. Once we have children, we can save on tutoring fees, right, Haiyang? Tian chimed in, pouting as she defended him. Yes. Tutoring fees are indeed quite expensive. Li Haiyang forced a smile. Ah, girls are so straightforward. Since my daughter Tian has taken a shine to you, let it be. My daughter is a beauty, just like me. Since childhood, she has attracted various suitors, yet she, like me, is quite devoted, seeking only someone who catches her eye. Thus, my daughter remains a single flower in this world. As the middle-aged woman boasted about her daughter and herself, she continued, as for the bride price, it is not excessive, merely 166,000. That should not be an issue for you, right? Li Haiyang pondered for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Auntie, that won't be a problem. The middle-aged woman nodded with satisfaction. Furthermore, there is a transportation gift of 60,000, a departure gift of 60,000, and a change of address fee. A celebratory gesture of 88,000 for each party. When the time comes, you will need to purchase a vehicle, though it need not be extravagant. A car worth 400,000 to 500,000 will suffice. For the wedding, we shall arrange 50 tables, each requiring 4 bottles of Mao Tai and 2 packs of soft Zhonghua. Although your parents' house may be a bit small, this is the arrangement. My daughter prefers not to live with her in-laws, so please ensure your parents move out. I will stay with you once you have children to help care for them. After all, my daughter likes you, and I must accommodate her. The middle-aged woman's words sent beads of sweat down Li Haiyang's brow, while Qin Tian's frown deepened. Zhang Wenru observed the scene keenly, taking in every word. Bang! Zhang Wenru suddenly slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "The abalone in your seafood porridge is atrocious and overpriced. Is it encrusted with diamonds?" Chapter 20. The heart is a closed book. Zhang Wenru's furious outburst drew the attention of everyone in the Western restaurant, including the middle-aged woman who had been speaking so animatedly. Li Haiyang and the woman named Tian turned to look at Zhang Wenru. Upon seeing a plump, beautiful young woman, many men, whose values were often aligned with their visual preferences, found their dissatisfaction dissipated and began to regard Zhang Wenru with interest. The server hurried over to Zhang Wenru, offering apologies. "Miss, are you dissatisfied with the abalone soup? Would you like me to replace it?" "No need. It's fine. It's fine. You may return to your duties." Qin Tian understood that Zhang Wenru was not truly targeting the abalone soup and quickly urged the server to leave. The middle-aged woman, interrupted by Zhang Wenru, shot her an annoyed glance and pursed her lips before reorienting her focus on Tian. "My dear, do you have anything to add?" Tian, with a soft gaze, looked at the perspiring Li Haiyang in feigned shyness, stating, "Mom, I have nothing to add. Let's proceed as you say. Haiyang will certainly not let me suffer." Upon hearing Tian's words, Qin Tian felt a surge of anger. Since she had known his friend for several days, she must surely be aware of Li Haiyang's family circumstances. The audacity of her mother, making such exorbitant demands, left him with little respect for her. "Shally, if my daughter feels no resentment, so be it. Please discuss with your parents, and let's set the wedding date for the end of this month. I have consulted someone, and the 26th is an auspicious day." Auntie, isn't that asking a bit too much? My family doesn't have that kind of money, and that house belongs to my parents, Li Haiyang stammered. "What does it matter if it belongs to your parents? Isn't what your parents earn ultimately for you? My precious and beautiful daughter marrying you is already a significant concession. You must not be ungrateful." The middle-aged woman spoke with an air of entitlement, and, as she continued, Li Haiyang felt increasingly oppressed. However, being somewhat introverted, he found solace in confiding in his good friend Qin Tian while struggling with social anxiety. His face flushed, and after a long silence, he finally managed to say, "Auntie, I need to use the restroom." With that, he hurried towards the bathroom. The middle-aged woman flashed a victorious smile. Not long after, Qin Tian received a message from Li Haiyang. "Hurry to the restroom. I also need to use the restroom. You go ahead and eat a bit. Don't cause any trouble." Qin Tian cast a glance at Zhang Wenru, and then left his seat. Noticing that Li Haiyang had stepped away from the table, Su Tian cast a worried glance at her mother. "Mom, isn't your request a bit too high?" The middle-aged, plump woman shot her daughter a disapproving look and replied, "Hi, this is considered quite low by Zhonghai standards, you know? Don't you realize what it means to demand exorbitant prices while paying pennies? Besides, your brother is counting on this money for his wedding. If they don't agree, we can always negotiate down further. But let me tell you, I am your mother, and I am counting on you for my later years. While speaking, the middle-aged woman poured red wine into her glass. This is fine wine, worth several thousand a bottle. We can't let it go to waste. Su Tian still looked worried and handed her glass to her mother, saying, "Pour me some too." "What are you thinking? You're pregnant. Focus on securing him and getting married. Otherwise, if your belly grows any larger, it'll be obvious." The middle-aged woman pretended to elegantly swirl the wine in her glass before downing it all at once. Smacking her lips. "This wine isn't that great." In the men's restroom, Li Haiyang was smoking, feeling frustrated as he glanced at Qin Tian. "What should I do?" Qin Tian retorted. "What should you do? Can't you see they're treating you like a fool? A true man has no fear of being single. If it were me, I would have slapped that woman right across the face by now. But I do like Qian. She's the kind of woman I want." Li Haiyang continued. "I'll negotiate the betrothal gifts with them. I can't ask for my parents' house, but if you have any spare cash, lend me some, and I'll think of a way. If all else fails, I can mortgage a place." "Mortgage? Are you out of your mind? That Qian is just like her mother. She knows your worth. They clearly have no intention of agreeing with you. Are you under her spell? Have you lost your mind?" Qin Tian took a deep drag from his cigarette, scolding Li Haiyang for being so naive. Li Haiyang, feeling equally frustrated, continued to smoke in silence. Suddenly, Qin Tian's phone buzzed. He opened it to find a message from Zhen Wenru. "Ask your brother if he has slept with that woman." After reading it, Qin Tian thought, "What time is it? And she is still gossiping?" Moments later, another message from Zhen Wenru arrived. "That woman just said she is already pregnant. Is it your brother's?" Upon reading this, Qin Tian's eyes widened in shock. He quickly turned to Li Haiyang and asked, "How long have you known that woman? Have you slept with her?" Li Haiyang rapplia irritably. "I wish. She's a traditional woman. She said she would save herself for the wedding night." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's expression turned cold. Damn it. They're looking for a naive man to take responsibility. Li Haiyang sensed the change in Qin Tian and looked at him in confusion. Qin Tian showed Li Haiyang the messages on his phone, and Li Haiyang's expression turned incredulous as he trembled, pointing at the screen. No way. Who is this Zhen Wenru? She's the woman who came with me. She must have overheard something while you were in the restroom. Are you about to become a dad? Li Haiyang's face turned pale, and he rushed to leave. Even a naive man has his limits, and when he explodes, he can be more terrifying than most. Li Haiyang threw a cigarette, but to the ground, and bolted for the door. Qin Tian, understanding his temperament, quickly grabbed him. Hey, this is the men's restroom. What are you doing?" Suddenly, a man's terrified voice echoed from the restroom. The man urinating was so startled that he ended up splattering the other man beside him. "What the hell?" The other man, furious at being splashed, turned around and retaliated. The two men soon found themselves in a scuffle. Just then, a woman's voice cut through the chaos, Zhen Wenru. Upon seeing Qin Tian, she hurried over. "I thought you two were stuck in there." Qin Tian's eyes widened. "Excuse me. Ma'am, this is the men's restroom." Li Haiyang, disregarding the appropriateness of Zhen Wenru's presence, urgently questioned, "Is what you said earlier true?" "Of course it's true. By the way, is that woman's baby really yours?" At that moment, Li Haiyang was genuinely furious, his expression menacing as he prepared to leave. "What are you doing? Men shouldn't hit women." Zhen Wenru blocked Li Haiyang's path, suddenly smiling and saying, "Women can." Chapter 21. Daring to tempt my husband. Wait, are you really going to confront them? Qin Tian looked at Zhen Wenru, who was rolling up her sleeves with determination. He surveyed her petite figure, puzzled. "Back in the day, I could outrun 5 or 6 thugs on my own. Just sit back and watch me handle this. Those two dared to bully me, Qin Tian. Let me show them what I can do." Clearing his throat, he added, "Not me, but him." Qin Tian felt a metaphorical green hat looming over him, threatening to land squarely on his head. "It's all the same. Your brother is my brother. Come on, watch me take care of those two." After saying that, Zhen Wenru glanced at the two men who were now fighting on the restroom floor, shook her head, and exited the men's restroom. Qin Tian and Li Haiyang exchanged glances. Li Haiyang, astonished, asked, "When did you meet such a fierce woman?" Right. But let us not focus on that now. You ordered quite an expensive meal, didn't you?" Qin Tian suddenly recalled the lavish spread of seafood and wine Li Haiyang had ordered, estimating it to be around 20,000. Li Haiyang felt a pang of pain at the thought. The venue was chosen by the woman's side, and the dishes were all picked by them. Just a bottle of wine alone cost nearly 10,000. With foie gras, king crab, and lobster on the table, he had yet to take a single bite. Damn it. They really think of you as a cash cow. Have you paid yet? No? Then it's settled. If a commotion breaks out, you leave immediately and find a place to wait for us. All right. Li Haiyang nodded, although his expression still betrayed his inner turmoil. As Tian passed by the women, he activated his perceptive ability. Indeed, there was a small fetus already developing in the woman's belly. Shally, how are you considering this? The plump woman, while shoving foie gras in her mouth, pressed Li Haiyang for an answer. Su Qianqian remained fixated on Li Haiyang. Qianqian, have you truly never had any boyfriends before? Su Qianqian felt a flutter of anxiety under Li Haiyang's intense gaze and instinctively rested her hand on her belly. Before she could respond, the plump woman interjected, Shao Li, what do you mean by that? I already told you, my daughter is a pure maiden, and suitors line up at her doorstep. For you to be considered is a stroke of luck for your family, you understand? If it weren't for how much my daughter likes you, do you think I would have consented? Li Haiyang paid no heed to the overweight woman, his gaze fixed intently on Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian felt a twinge of discomfort under his scrutiny. She pouted, feigning displeasure, and exclaimed, Darling, what do you mean by that? Am I capable of deceiving you? At that moment, Zhang Wenru stormed over, brandishing a glass of wine, her demeanor fierce. In the astonished gaze of the two, she splashed the wine directly onto Su Qianqian's face. As the two women remained in a state of bewilderment, Zhang Wenru shouted, You shameless little harlot! How dare you seduce my husband? An affair, the mistress caught by the rightful wife, and in front of her boyfriend, no less. What a scandal! Her words instantly captured the attention of everyone present, causing the diners to abandon their meals, reveling in the chaos. A few even stood atop their sofas to gawk at the unfolding drama. Seeing her daughter being mistreated, the overweight woman leaped to her feet, glaring at Zhang Wenru. Who do you think you are? What do you want? Zhang Wenru shot back, her eyes narrowed defiantly. And you are? I'm her mother. The overweight woman retorted, Oh, so you're the mother of this little harlot. Look at those wrinkles on your face, your chest nearly sagging to the ground, and yet you still prattle on. She continued, Ask your daughter why she seduced my husband and is carrying his child. What? Do you two think you're climbing the social ladder? Zhang Wenru's scathing remarks left the overweight woman momentarily stunned. Although she was aware of her daughter's pregnancy, she remained oblivious to the identity of the father. Could the person before her be the legitimate wife? As this thought crossed her mind, her confidence waned. She cast a questioning glance at her daughter. Noticing the overweight woman falter, Zhang Wenru redirected her wrath towards Su Qianqian. With a swift motion, she raised her hand and slapped Su Qianqian hard across the face. Su Qianqian, still in shock, felt the immediate sting of the blow, leaving a visible imprint on her cheek. Anger surged within her, and she dropped the pretense of gentleness. Retorting, Shut your mouth. Luvda, who doesn't he even have a wife? The moment those words slipped out, she realized her mistake and quickly fell silent. Although Li Haiyang had gleaned the truth from Zhang Wenru, hearing it directly from Su Qianqian was a different experience altogether. He pointed an accusatory finger at her, demanding, Who is Luda who? Su Qianqian, feeling flustered, clung to Li Haiyang's arm. Darling, let me explain. Explain? You two think I'm some sort of fallback option, don't you? After uttering this, Li Haiyang forcefully shook off Su Qianqian's grasp. His face darkened as he strode towards the exit. The overweight woman realized the gravity of the situation. Further explanations were futile. A visit to the hospital would reveal everything. Her daughter had finally found a fallback option, and the bride price for her son depended on him. Ignoring Zhang Wenru, she seized Li Haiyang's arm, adopting a somewhat ingratiating tone. Son-in-law, please don't be angry. It's just that Qianqian loves you too much to tell you. Think about it. Once you marry, you'll have a child, and the child will call you dad, won't he? Get lost. You won't even be able to call me dad. Zhang Wenru, having achieved her objective, felt satisfied. She winked and, with a feigned apology, said, Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I mistook you for that little harlot. My bad. With that, Zhang Wenru slipped away. The fact that her daughter had been slapped and the hard-earned fallback option had been driven away was not something the overweight woman would let go of lightly. She grabbed Zhang Wenru's arm. You can't just hit someone and walk away without compensation. Observing this, Tian marveled at Zhang Wenru's acting skills and, seeing the overweight woman about to attack, prepared to assist her. However, Zhang Wenru swiftly executed a move, striking the overweight woman in the chest. The woman let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching her chest. Su Qianqian, aiming to help, was suddenly slapped down onto the sofa. Witnessing the ferocity of Zhang Wenru, Tian hesitated. Let us go. Zhang Wenru winked at Tian, who promptly settled the bill and left with her. Ha ha ha. That was exhilarating. Once outside, Zhang Wenru was all smiles. Chapter 22. A Headless Rape and Murder Case? Tian was momentarily speechless. Aren't you afraid they'll report you to the police? What will that accomplish? By then, their injuries will have healed. Besides, I have connections. Zhang Wenru replied without a hint of worry. The restaurant has surveillance cameras, Tian reminded her. And, if it blows up, I'll just have to compensate for some medical bills. At worst, it's their embarrassment, not mine. I enjoyed myself, hee hee. All right, you're impressive. Tian gave Zhang Wenru a thumbs up. Of course, she replied, puffing out her chest. When the police arrived at the scene, they merely took notes before leaving. This matter would not simply be dismissed. The middle-aged, overweight woman dragged Su Qianqian out while continuing her tirade. Wait, please settle your bill. The restaurant manager suddenly blocked their path. Both women paused in surprise. That punk Li Haiyang didn't he pay the bill? Hurry, call him. Su Qianqian quickly pulled out her phone and dialed Li Haiyang, only to exclaim angrily, he blocked me. Moments later, she fumed. Why are you looking for us? Go find that guy. The overweight woman, sensing an opportunity to create a scene, chimed in. Sorry, ma'am. If you don't pay, you can't leave this restaurant today. The manager's tone was calm yet firm. The overweight woman, now deflated, turned to the manager and asked, how much is it? A total of 16,700 yuan. The restaurant erupted with anguished cries once more. Tian called Li Haiyang, who was around the corner smoking a cigarette. After relaying the events, Li Haiyang felt a bit better. Thank you, Sister Zhang. It's nothing really. She replied. How about we switch venues for dinner? Li Haiyang thought the two not only saved him a considerable amount of money, but also spared him from an unexpected fatherhood, for which he was immensely grateful. Sure. I was full anyway. I want to eat barbecue. Zhang Wenru immediately agreed. I know a place that serves authentic barbecue, Li Haiyang added. What are we waiting for? Let us go. The three of them swiftly made their way to another venue, a barbecue restaurant near the university town called Heartfelt Barbecue. Since it was already past 10, only one table was occupied. Teacher Li, you've arrived. A young staff member greeted Li Haiyang warmly. Do you have the secret specialty barbecue today? You came at just the right time. We do have it today. That is fantastic. Let us have one of each and a case of beer. Sure, find a seat. The trio settled into their seats, and Zhang Wenru curiously inquired, what is the secret specialty barbecue here? Liang Ruplia. The owner of this restaurant is a genuinely kind-hearted person, and most of the profits go to charity. Look at the employees. They are all local university students working their way through school. Moreover, the barbecued meats at this establishment are grilled exclusively by the owner himself, who never permits outsiders to intervene. It is rumored that the kitchen is locked, ensuring that no one can enter, perhaps out of fear that his grilling techniques might be learned by others. The crowd nodded in agreement. In today's society, self-interest reigns supreme, and conscientious merchants are becoming increasingly rare. Have you heard? The belle of our school, Yin Shui, has been missing for several days, and they say the police have been notified. Indeed, she is quite beautiful, though a bit promiscuous. If only I could indulge in such frivolity myself. I would willingly sacrifice a year of my life for it. Ah, enough of that. Just look at your own appearance. Do you think it could be connected to the headless murder case? Suddenly, the discussions of several university students at the neighboring table caught the attention of Tian and his companions. The term school beauty, missing playing the field, and headless murder case sparked a keen interest in Zhang Wenru, who promptly took a seat at the vacant spot at their table. As she spoke, she unabashedly reached for a skewer of barbecued meat and brought it to her lips. Just then, a figure approached their table, startling the group of students. Upon realizing it was a stylishly dressed, attractive young woman, the male students' eyes brightened. They paid no mind to her eating from their table. with one even pushing a skewer closer to her. Indeed, beauty is always welcomed. One of the eager male students quickly interjected, "You can't possibly be residents here." In the past 6 months, several female students have gone missing across the university campuses. When their bodies were discovered, their heads had been severed, their organs removed, and there were signs of sexual assault. He spoke in a hushed tone. "I have heard of this as well. One of the victims was a student from our school," added Li Haiyang. Tian recalled hearing about this news on the broadcast, which even mentioned a reward of 300,000. "Your skewers are ready." Just as they were discussing the matter, their order arrived. Li Haiyang eagerly picked up a skewer of grilled intestines and remarked, "Although I've heard that this place's specialty barbecues are quite delectable, this is the first time I am actually tasting them." With that, he savored the meat, his eyes lighting up as he nodded in approval. The texture was indeed delicate and delicious. "You must try it. Is it truly that good?" Intrigued by their enjoyment, Tian reached for a skewer of grilled kidneys. Suddenly, he frowned, sensing a chilling aura surrounding them. Activating his divine sight, he beheld a female ghost slowly approaching their group. The ghost hovered behind Li Haiyang, leaning over his shoulder and drawing near to his face, beginning to siphon off his life force. It was a vengeful spirit. This won't do. Seeing his friend being drained, Tian's internal energy surged as he prepared to eliminate the ghost. However, he halted his movements, for he suddenly perceived an overwhelming malevolent energy emanating from the kitchen. His divine sight swiftly extended into the kitchen, and upon witnessing the scene, his pupils constricted in horror. Chapter 23. The Heart-Eating Evil Spirit. On the massive cutting board in the kitchen lay the lifeless body of a young woman. Her organs had been removed, and blood flowed incessantly from aboard. Her eyes were wide open, her expression twisted in agony, as if she had endured unspeakable torment before death. At that moment, the chef wielded a large, sharp knife and, with a resounding thud, severed the head of the corpse. He then cradled it in his hands, as if admiring a beautiful piece of art. Ignoring the gore at the neck, he leaned in to kiss the severed head. After a moment, he set the head aside and picked up a heart from the cutting board, replacing his knife with a smaller one. He meticulously sliced it into thin pieces and began to chew, his eyes squinting in delight, as if savoring the most exquisite delicacy in the world, his face radiating sheer ecstasy. Witnessing this, Tian felt his stomach churn violently. Moreover, within the chef's body lurked an evil spirit. In truth, the man had been completely possessed by this malevolent entity. Why do I feel a chill? Tian, you seem lost in thought. Why aren't you eating? This grilled intestine is truly delightful, savory and aromatic, Li Haiyang remarked, tightening his clothing. A thought struck Tian. Could this barbecued meat? Damn it. He suppressed his nausea, choosing not to disturb the ghost still latched onto Li Haiyang. Dealing with her would be straightforward. Yet her ability to absorb life force here was undoubtedly linked to the malevolent spirit inside. Eliminating her might alert the spirit. Furthermore, with employees and students around, especially with Li Haiyang and Zhen Wenru present, any confrontation could endanger them. Stop eating. Tian grasped Li Haiyang's hand, which was still reaching for the grilled meat. What's wrong? Li Haiyang asked, puzzled. Zhen Wenru also looked on curiously. Don't ask anything. I have something important to discuss. Trust me, just follow me. Tian cast a grave look at both of them. They could tell he was not joking. Trusting Tian, Li Haiyang promptly called over a server to settle the bill. The three departed the establishment in silence. Master Qin, what on earth is happening? As they exited the barbecue shop and approached their vehicle, Zhen Wenru could no longer contain her curiosity. Tian glanced around. The university town was inherently remote, and now, at midnight, there were hardly any pedestrians in sight. He swiftly seized Li Haiyang's shoulder, directly grasping the neck of the ghost that had been siphoning his life force. However, as she turned, her face contorted in fear of being caught by him, unable to emit a sound. Tian, what are you doing? Both were utterly perplexed, watching Tian seemingly grasping at thin air. Get in the car. We need to leave, he commanded while maintaining his grip on the ghost. He settled into the back seat of his car as Li Haiyang took the driver's seat and started the engine. Zhen Wenru followed in her own Mercedes, trailing behind. The two vehicles traveled several kilometers before Tian signaled Li Haiyang to stop and release the ghost from the car. Zhen Wenru also jumped out and rushed over. Master Qin, what is going on? Qin Tian remained silent, retrieving a manifestation talisman and a ghost restraining talisman from his storage ring, applying them to the ghost. The spirit instantly became immobile, her form materializing before them. Both were taken aback and instinctively stepped back in shock. This is a ghost, Qin Tian explained. A ghost? Is there truly such a thing in this world? Despite their mental preparation, the revelation of the ghost still filled them with trepidation, causing them to involuntarily retreat. That is why I wanted the ghost to appear before you. Qin Tian seized the opportunity to scrutinize her closely. The ghost appeared youthful and strikingly beautiful, her long hair cascading in waves. She wore a crop top that revealed her midriff and denim shorts that exposed part of her backside, complemented by high-heeled shoes, radiating a vibrant, youthful energy. Yes, this ghost was just siphoning your life force, and there is something amiss with that establishment. I mentioned that I felt a sudden chill enveloping me, and a slight dizziness overcame my head, fearing that my vital energy had been siphoned away. Would I perish from this? Upon hearing that his vital energy had been drawn, Li Haiyang immediately expressed his concern. The technique he practiced activated, absorbing the residual ghostly energy surrounding him. After listening to this, Li Haiyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Tian refrained from disclosing their act of consuming human flesh, fearing it would leave a psychological scar on them. Master Qin, may I touch her? Zhen Wenru, noticing the female ghost lying motionless on the ground, seemingly devoid of threat, felt her earlier fear dissipate and was instead curious to test the ghost's texture. Qin Tian chuckled, "Feel free." As Zhen Wenru extended her hand, she hesitated, timidly inquiring, touching her won't cause any issues, right? Rest assured, ghosts are not as terrifying as one might imagine. Encouraged by Qin Tian's words, Zhen Wenru cautiously approached the female ghost. Tentatively, she extended a finger to poke the ghost, instantly met with a chilling sensation. Realizing no harm came to her, Zhen Wenru's courage grew, and she boldly slipped her hand into the ghost's collar. "Oh, it's quite soft. Soft and cool, how delightful," Zhen Wenru exclaimed, as if she had stumbled upon a newfound treasure. After exploring, she wished to probe further down, but Qin Tian, catching sight of her intentions, promptly halted her. "Qin Tian, are you truly all right? You don't need any assistance?" Li Haiyang still harbored concerns for his friend. "Such matters are beyond your capacity to assist. Worry not. I can handle this entirely on my own," Qin Tian asserted confidently, giving himself a thumbs up. If he lacked complete assurance, he would distance himself. The two exchanged nods before departing, still murmuring words like menstruation and pregnancy as they drove off in their Mercedes. Only then did Qin Tian remove the ghost-restraining talisman from the female ghost. Chapter 24. A stinky Taoist seeks death. With the talisman no longer suppressing her, the female ghost swiftly regained her mobility, rising with a look of terror directed at Qin Tian. "Please, do not harm me." With a flick of his wrist, Qin Tian brandished a peachwood sword, positioning it menacingly beside her neck. "Tell me, what is your connection to the malevolent spirit in the restaurant?" The peachwood sword, crafted from the essence of 5 woods and imbued with the sun's energy, possesses formidable power against ghostly entities. This particular sword was the one left by Li Xiantong in his study. Drawing upon his knowledge from Li Xuantong's tome, Qin Tian discerned that this sword was no ordinary piece. It was at least several hundred years old and crafted from peachwood struck by lightning, ensuring its enhanced lethality against ghosts. Simply resting the sword near the female ghost ignited within her a searing sensation as strands of black mist began to emerge. "Please, I beg you, do not harm me. I am imprisoned by that scoundrel." "Imprisoned? You hardly appear to be in captivity," Qin Tian scoffed, recognizing that had she truly been confined, she could have easily fled when outside, rather than siphoning others' vital energy within the establishment. "Please, allow me to explain. That rogue murdered me, and even in death, I remain captive to him. I long to escape, but he knows everything about me, including my family address. He threatens that if I dare flee, he will harm my loved ones." The ghost lamented, collapsing to her knees before Qin Tian in a display of desperation. "If he has imprisoned you, why permit you to absorb others' vital energy? He compels me to siphon vital energy for his own gain. treating me as a tool for his cultivation. Although her words were unclear, Tian grasped her intent. The female ghost had been cultivated as a ghostly servant, drawing strength from the life force of others, while the malevolent spirit absorbed the energy she amassed to enhance his own power. Please, I beseech you to rescue me. I am willing to do anything in return for your help in escaping the fiend's clutches. Seeing Tian remain silent, the female ghost crawled closer, grasping his legs with a pleading expression. She pressed her chest against his thigh, deliberately rubbing against him. Despite appearing to be a university student, she seemed well-versed in the art of appealing to men, strategically revealing areas of interest to captivate Tian's gaze. All right, rise. I wish to inquire if that malevolent spirit has any accomplices. No, it is solely him, the ghost replied, shaking her head. What are the souls of the girls he has slain? All have been devoured by that demon. She responded, a tremor of fear evident in her voice. And why are you the only one untouched? Tian swiftly identified the inconsistency in her words. I grew up alongside him. The female ghost hesitated. Observing her expression closely, Tian sensed her sincerity. Very well, rest for now. He retrieved the ghost-restraining talisman once more, affixing it to her forehead, rendering her unconscious again. He then deposited her into his vehicle and drove toward the barbecue restaurant, his mind already formulating a plan to confront the malevolent spirit. After all, this spirit lacked any allies, and with his current abilities, coupled with the Peachwood sword and talismans, vanquishing him would not prove overly challenging. Even standing still while employing talismans would suffice to bring about his demise. He parked the car in a discreet corner, patiently awaiting the restaurant's closure. An hour later, once the last employee departed, Tian, utilizing his clairvoyance, discerned that only the malevolent spirit remained within the establishment. At that moment, the spirit emerged from the kitchen, beginning a frantic search outside. Tian understood he was searching for the female ghost he had captured, initially thinking the spirit would leave the barbecue restaurant. Allowing him to follow and strike in a more open area, he then noticed a private bedroom on the second floor. Inside, the table displayed several severed female heads, all belonging to strikingly beautiful young women. The heads had been meticulously preserved, transformed into grotesque trophies. The man, clutching a woman's head, ascended to the bedroom, appearing to process it as though crafting a piece of art. Tian realized this would take considerable time, and he had no desire to wait any longer. Approaching the restaurant's entrance, he removed his trousers and began to urinate against the door while whistling to attract the spirit's attention. Indeed, the man, engrossed in his morbid task, heard the commotion and leaned out the window to investigate. Upon seeing someone urinating on his establishment, he bellowed, "What are you doing? Are you an idiot?" Feigning the demeanor of a drunken fool, Tian raised a middle finger at him. "Hurry up and get lost." Once he finished urinating and shivered in satisfaction. Seeing the man still reluctant to descend, his patience waned. He began to kick the roll-up door, producing a cacophony of noise. "Are you seeking death?" Finally unable to endure, the man stormed down from the second floor. The roll-up door swung open, and he brandished a kitchen knife, shouting at Tian, "Get lost, or I'll chop you up." The drunken Tian appeared oblivious to the knife in the man's hand and staggered toward him. Suddenly losing his footing, he stumbled directly towards the man. In the moment of his fall, Tian's wrist flicked, and a talisman appeared in his hand. Channeling his magical energy, the talisman emitted a brilliant golden light as he swiftly slapped it onto the man's forehead. Success! A surge of joy filled Tian's heart. However, before the smile could fully form on his face, it transformed into astonishment. The man paused for merely half a second before violently tearing the talisman off with a fierce glare, brandishing a kitchen knife menacingly towards Tian. So, he was just a foul sorcerer seeking his own demise. Chapter 25. Do not kill me. I am a good ghost. Tian rolled to evade the man's knife attack. Confusion etched on his face. How could the talisman fail to bind him for even a second? Could it be that the evil spirit was concealed within another's body? The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. The talisman could not directly affect his ethereal form. Damn it! His plan to resolve the situation without bloodshed had fallen apart. The man glared at Tian, demanding to know if he had taken his beloved Nana. I did not take her. She said she felt nauseous at the sight of you. How could one resist my charming looks? I couldn't stop her, Tian replied. You have no grievance with me. I wish not to be your enemy. Return Nana to me, and I shall let you go, the man coldly stated. Enough of your nonsense. You've killed countless innocents. Today, I shall enact justice. Tian's magical energy surged within him. Since the talisman had proven ineffective, he resolved to forcibly expel the spirit from the man's body. You think I fear you, foul sorcerer? The man tightened his grip on the knife and lunged at Tian. With a burst of energy, Tian activated his heavenly sight, slowing the man's movements and his perception. He easily dodged the attack, channeling his power into a punch that struck the man's chest with a resounding thud. The man coughed blood, laughing maniacally. Ha ha. You think you can expel me from his body? Not so easily. You'd have to kill him first. Tian frowned, realizing that even a punch delivered with most of his strength had failed to dislodge the evil spirit, instead injuring the original owner of the body. It seemed this malevolent spirit had become too intertwined with the man over time. If this continued, it was likely the original host would perish first. With his current method ineffective, he would have to resort to a different approach. Tian retrieved 2 movement talismans, channeling his energy into them and affixing them to his legs. With renewed vigor, his speed doubled. In an instant, he was before the man again. As the man looked on in surprise, Tian struck him once more in the chest. The man raised his knife to retaliate, but Tian swiftly darted to his side, delivering another blow. The evil spirit was pushed back slightly within the man. With the enhancement of the movement talismans, the man could not keep up with Tian's movements, becoming a mere target for his relentless strikes. 1 punch, 2 punches, 5 punches, 10 punches. Tian's fists landed with precision, causing the spirit's essence to become disoriented, gradually severing its connection to the man. It was time. After a flurry of punches, Tian swiftly appeared before the man once more, rotating his body and channeling his energy into a powerful palm strike aimed at the man's forehead. With a resounding crash, the evil spirit was forcibly expelled from the man's body, crashing to the ground with a thud. At the same time, Tian extended his foot to cushion the man's head from hitting the ground. Just as Tian prepared to apply the talisman to the evil spirit, it let out a furious roar. The dark energy within it surged violently, causing its body to visibly expand. Tian found his grip on the spirit's neck being forcibly loosened, as if he were caught in the eye of a tempest, the overwhelming energy threatening to destabilize him. He leaped back, creating distance between himself and the spirit, which now swirled with dark energy, resembling a tornado. The spirit's power intensified, swelling to 3 times its original size, towering over Tian with blood-red eyes and a monstrous visage. Well done. You have successfully enraged me. I shall make you regret this. Tian could sense the spirit had grown significantly stronger, likely due to the restrictions of the human body. The dark energy ruffled his hair, yet it did not disturb the calmness within his heart. Standing firm before the towering spirit, Tian remained unyielding, his gaze fierce. Show me what you can do. I stand right here. Try to harm me. Seeing Tian, seemingly defenseless yet audacious, the now much more powerful spirit could no longer contain its fury. It roared, charging forward with a vicious kick aimed at Tian's head, determined to turn him into pulp. Tian, with a defiant stance, appeared unperturbed by the impending blow. The spirit, emboldened, pressed harder with its foot. As the distance closed, a smile of victory spread across the spirit's face. Suddenly, a flash of golden light cut through the air. It screamed in agony as half of its foot was severed, dissipating into a cloud of dark mist. The spirit stared incredulously at Tian, who brandished a glowing peach wood sword. Where did you get that weapon? How do you like this? Still feeling invincible? Tian, sword in hand, stood tall, a triumphant smile gracing his face. The storage space proved to be a remarkable asset, allowing him to catch his adversary off guard. The spirit, not only losing its foot, felt the corrosive effects of the sword's strike at the wound, amplifying its agony. With a fierce glare, the spirit tore off the remainder of its foot, revealing a grotesque expression. You dog sorcerer, I will skin you alive and make your head my next trophy. As it spoke, the spirit lunged at Tian once more, aware of the significant threat posed by the sword. This time, it opted for ranged attacks, opening its maw wide and unleashing a torrent of black energy towards Tian. Still trying to play tough, Tian countered, swiftly conjuring a thunder talisman that glimmered in his hand. With a flick, the talisman activated, summoning a bolt of lightning that crashed down towards the spirit's head. The spirit, terrified by the impending strike, abandoned its attack and began to retreat, but its shrinking form could not match the speed of the descending lightning. In an instant, the bolt struck, causing the spirit to scream in agony, its body convulsing and dark smoke billowing around it. At that moment, Tian pressed the peachwood sword against the spirit's brow. "Wait, do not kill me. I'm a good ghost," the spirit pleaded desperately. Upon hearing the words of the malevolent spirit, Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You have taken the lives of so many innocent girls, and yet you dare to claim you are a benevolent ghost? No, they deserve their fates. They were all duplicitous women, toying with the hearts of others. By eliminating them, I am ridding society of a plague, ensuring that more people are not deceived." Chapter 26. If you do not kill, then I must end your life. As Tian's peachwood sword seemed poised to sever his head, the malevolent spirit seized the moment to continue his tale. "I once had a childhood sweetheart. Our families were not well off, and to ensure she could excel academically, I began working early, using all my earnings to support her college education. Though the days were arduous, I remained hopeful for our future together. I loved her dearly. She was the light of my life, and my dreams centered around her graduating and marrying me. However, one day, I secretly visited her school to surprise her, only to find her getting into a man's car. I followed them in a taxi, witnessing their embrace as they entered a hotel. My heart felt as though it were being torn asunder. I confronted her, demanding to know why she betrayed me. Initially, she appeared startled, but soon she confessed with an alarming calmness, stating she had long wished to part ways. She deemed me unworthy, a mere high school graduate destined for the lower echelons of society, incapable of offering her happiness. She spoke of her progress, insisting that our paths had diverged irrevocably. To my horror, she even claimed that her new boyfriend would reimburse me for the expenses of her education. I knelt before her, pleading, but all I received was a look of disdain. Though the malevolent spirit chuckled, his laughter was tinged with profound sorrow, tears streaming down his face. His gaze hardened as he continued. The next day, while contemplating how to end her life, she unexpectedly contacted me, offering to spend one last night together as compensation. I accepted eagerly. In the hotel, aware this was our final encounter, I became frenzied. Just as we reached our climax, I drew the knife I had prepared and plunged it into her heart. In that moment, I experienced a pleasure I had never known. After unleashing my wrath upon her, I cut open her chest and extracted her heart. I consumed it, curious about the essence of a woman's heart. After devouring her heart, I took my own life. To my astonishment, we both transformed into spirits. Now we are together once more. Tian silently observed the malevolent spirit descending into madness. Refraining from passing judgment on his actions, the spirit laughed maniacally for a while before continuing. Subsequently, I inhabited the body of the owner of this barbecue restaurant, where I frequently overheard the gossip of unscrupulous women. I detest them. Their existence is a desecration to those men who dream of pure love. I sought them out and eliminated them, hollowing out their insides to create culinary delights, allowing others to taste the essence of these treacherous women. Tian sighed after hearing this. Is this truly your justification for murder? I carry out these actions to prevent them from inflicting emotional harm on others. Am I in the wrong? I merely aim to protect the sanctity of love. They deserve their fates. The malevolent spirit posed a heart-wrenching question to Tian. As for your situation with your childhood sweetheart, that is a personal matter. I am not involved and cannot offer an opinion. Regarding those unscrupulous women, you base their deaths on mere hearsay. Is that not trivializing life? Tian paused before continuing. Even if those individuals were indeed heartless, is it not perverse to kill them and then desecrate their corpses, turning their heads into trophies? You claim it is to prevent further harm, yet you secretly siphon their life force to enhance your own power. Those who are robbed of their essence suffer a diminished lifespan, and become afflicted by a malevolent aura, leading them to illness and misfortune. Have you ever considered their fates? Is this your notion of justice? Spare me your nonsense. The malevolent spirit opened his mouth, intending to defend himself, but no words emerged. The truth was as Tian had stated, and he found himself unable to counter it. He glanced at the nearby peachwood sword, recognizing Tian as a righteous Taoist. Before I die, I wish to see Nana once more. I beg you. The spirit's eyes were filled with longing as he looked at Tian. Although Tian disapproved of his actions of absorbing the life force of the innocent, he too harbored a deep disdain for those who toyed with emotions. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Tian's mind. If you wish to live, it is not impossible. The malevolent spirit, having resigned himself to death, was elated by Tian's words, which ignited a fierce desire for life within him. His eyes fixated on Tian, as if seeking confirmation of the truth in those words. Tian smiled enigmatically. I can grant you a path to survival. It is up to you to choose. With no other options available, the malevolent spirit fell to his knees, prostrating himself fervently. As long as you grant me a chance to live, I am willing to do anything. What if I were to send you to a place where you could continue your current activities, but with even greater fervor? There, you shall indulge in your lust for bloodshed. A cruel glint appeared in Tian's eyes. The malevolent spirit was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a proposition. Assuming Tian was testing his resolve against evil, he quickly shook his head. No, I will become a good ghost and never harm the innocent again. If you refuse to kill, then I must end your life. Tian pressed the peachwood sword against the spirit's forehead. The spirit was bewildered moments ago. He was to be punished for harming the innocent, yet now he faced death for desiring to cease his wrongdoing. No matter his choice, it seemed destined to lead to his demise. Who allowed you to harm the innocent in this country? If you must inflict harm, at least do so in a place where the wretched reside. Tian snapped. The malevolent spirit's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting I go to the domain of the wicked? Tian regarded him with a look that indicated he was not entirely foolish. Rather than eliminate him, it was better to repurpose his abilities for a more nefarious cause. The malevolent spirit understood and bowed again. I am willing. I am eager to prey upon those lower than beasts, truly. Chapter 27. Slay a few more wretches, do not rejoice too soon. First, you must become my servant. Tian was unwilling to allow the malevolent spirit to gain strength and become a future nuisance. It was prudent to ensure he remained a subordinate. Should he secretly grow in power in that dubious realm, he could prove to be a valuable ally. One path led to an end, while the other offered a chance to continue living. It was a choice any sensible being would comprehend. Without hesitation, the malevolent spirit replied, Very well, what must I do? You must clear your mind entirely, harboring not a shred of resistance within. The spirit nodded. Seeing his compliance, Tian reached out, drawing a sliver of the spirit's essence from within him. The malevolent spirit trembled slightly, but with his life in Tian's grasp, he dared not resist. Immediately, Tian infused the fragment of the soul with the power of the spell, binding it firmly before reintegrating it into the body of the malevolent spirit. All right, you may rise, he declared. Having completed this task, both Tian and the spirit could sense a connection. Any malicious intent from the spirit toward Tian would result in immediate backlash. Conversely, a mere thought from Tian would send the spirit into disarray. You must find your way to the island nation. Remember, take the opportunity to eliminate as many of the little devils as you can. However, strive to remain concealed. Stealth is paramount. Regardless of the dangers you encounter, do not attempt to contact me. Yes, master. The malevolent spirit responded respectfully, bowing to Tian. After a moment's hesitation, the spirit spoke again. Master, may I see Nana once more? Since the spirit had become his servant, Tian felt no lingering bias and replied, Follow me. He led the spirit to the vehicle and removed the talisman from the female ghost's forehead. Once the ghost regained her ability to move, she saw the malevolent spirit before her and immediately cried out, Husband, kill this man. He seeks to harm me. Save me. Nana, do not speak foolishly. The spirit rushed to her side, explaining how he had been subdued by Tian and sent to deal with the little devils, urging her, Nana, let us leave this place together. However, The female ghost recalled how he had murdered her, devouring her heart and turning her head into a grotesque trophy. No, no, I will not go with you. Seeing the disdain in her eyes, disappointment washed over the spirit. He suddenly knelt before Tian, pleading, Master, I beseech you, spare Nana's life. She has only absorbed the life force of others because I compelled her to do so. I implore you, grant her mercy. The spirit bowed repeatedly, his forehead touching the ground. Tian observed the spirit's heartfelt display, sighing inwardly, unsure how to assess his fervor. He remained silent, watching intently. The spirit felt an inexplicable dread in Tian's gaze, fearing to utter another word. After casting one last lingering look at the female ghost, he gradually faded into the shadows. Once the spirit departed, the female ghost, Nana, sighed in relief. She approached Tian, lowering her head and displaying a bashful demeanor. Thank you, brother, for saving me. She had realized that the spirit's obedience was undoubtedly linked to the formidable man before her. Such strength could alter her fate if she could align herself with him. Tian regarded her coolly. Did you not just declare your intent to kill me? Upon hearing his detached tone, Nana hastily fell to her knees before him, gazing up with a pitiful expression. Brother, I was merely anxious and mistook you for a villain. Now I understand you're a good person. I was wrong. I apologize. Please, punish me as you see fit. As she spoke, she nonchalantly adjusted her clothing, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster skin, aware that captivating a man's attention often required seduction. Seeing Tian's gaze drawn to her, a smile crept on her lips. Indeed, men are creatures of base desires. With my beauty and figure, how could you remain unmoved? Although Tian's eyes lingered on her exposed skin, it was merely an instinctive reaction. His disdain for such manipulative women was profound. She had sought his demise moments prior. That sentiment extinguished any fleeting thoughts he once harbored for her. Tian scrutinized her. Have you finished speaking? Observing his unwavering gaze, Nana's confidence evaporated. In a panic, she scrambled to her feet, gritting her teeth as she shed her upper garments. Brother, I can do anything. I only wish to repay you. Let me accompany you, please. I will not refuse any request. As she spoke, she hastily removed her shorts, soon standing before him in her entirety, embodying a blend of shyness and allure. Only by aligning herself with a powerful individual could she hope to survive. Yet, her only asset was her body, which she felt compelled to present in its finest form to Tian. Have you finished your declaration? Tian queried, unabashedly appraising her figure. Nana regarded him with astonishment, uncertain of his intentions. Once you finish, you may perish. Tian's voice turned cold. No, please don't. I was merely frightened. Do not kill me. The ghost's face drained of color as she disregarded her clothing in a desperate bid for escape. However, as she turned, her head suddenly fell to the ground, followed swiftly by her body, both dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Having concluded this grim task, Tian recalled the man possessed by the malevolent spirit and approached him, touching his body. Instantly, he furrowed his brow. This man had little time left. The spirit's prolonged possession had tainted every part of him, merging with his being. Moreover, the man was innocent, and Tian had no intention of sacrificing him for the 30,000 bounty. Perhaps due to Tian's magic coursing through him, the man opened his eyes, confusion evident as he surveyed his surroundings and then focused on Tian. Suddenly, realization struck and terror filled his gaze. I have killed, he muttered. Anguish etched across his features. Chapter 28. Let me hear you call me husband. Observing the man's expression, Tian felt a flicker of uncertainty. Are you aware of what has transpired within you? The man remained silent, trapped in his torment. Tian retrieved a calming talisman from his storage ring, activating it and sending its energy into the man. Gradually, clarity returned to the man's mind. He looked at Tian and asked, Did you kill that thing? Tian nodded, and the man exhaled a breath of relief. Rising slowly, he bowed deeply to Tian. Those murders were not your doing. You were controlled by that entity. Your body has been tainted by its essence, and you have at most 2 months left to live, Tian explained. Upon hearing that he had but 2 months remaining, the man paused in shock before continuing, I recall that horrific moment, his body trembling. After a long silence, he added, "Though I was controlled, the girls did indeed perish in my hands. Since I have little time left, I wish to sell my possessions to compensate the families of those I wronged." A sorrowful smile crossed his lips. "If you require it, I can testify." Tian regarded the pitiful man with a heavy heart, wishing to assist him, but feeling powerless against his deteriorating condition. If he could help exonerate him without exposing his identity, he would be willing to offer his aid. With a sigh, Tian chose not to speak further and turned to leave. Returning to the vehicle, he finally had the opportunity to check his phone, which was inundated with messages, the majority from Zhen Wenru. He clicked to review them. "Master Qin, have you killed that ghost? Master Qin, are you alright? Please let me know when you've resolved everything. Master Qin, how did you deal with that female ghost? She looked quite alluring. Did you do anything to her?" Tian glanced at the messages from his sender. The earlier inquiries were acceptable, but the latter ones grew increasingly inappropriate, causing him to feel a wave of frustration. He knew that engaging with this woman would only lead to more questions. Meanwhile, messages from Li Haiyang were inquiring about Tian's safety. After assuring him that all was well, Tian started the car. No sooner had he sent the message than Li Haiyang called. "Hello, Beast. Are you okay? How did you learn to capture ghosts?" As soon as the call connected, Li Haiyang's concerned voice came through, evidently worried about Tian's safety. "One day, I helped an elderly man cross the street. To thank me, he gave me a manual, claiming I was a rare talent in cultivation destined to save the world." "Don't be ridiculous. You, helping an old man? Hurry up and tell me what really happened. The truth is pretty much as I recounted, believe it or not." He opened the door, and Lin Ye immediately perked up from the couch, quickly coming to stand before Tian. It seemed that their deepening interactions over the past few days had helped the little ghost gradually embrace her role as his girlfriend. Lin Ye noticed Tian's gaze lingering on her legs, and she shyly stammered, I took one of your shirts without asking since I had nothing else to wear." Understanding dawned on Tian. Previously, the little ghost could not maintain her physical form for long, rendering human clothing inaccessible to her. Now, not only could she remain visible, but she also had no fear of possessing items with a yang attribute. He scooped Lin Ye into his arms and sat her on the sofa, positioning her to face him. This action flushed her cheeks with embarrassment, and she clung to Tian, too shy to move. "Here's a gift for you." As he caressed her legs, he retrieved the latest model of a smartphone from his storage ring. He had considered buying a Huawei, but knew that young girls preferred iPhones. "And here's a SIM card registered under my ID. You can set it up, and I'll transfer some money to you. You can buy whatever you want online, whether it's clothes or stockings." "Thank you." Lin Ye's face lit up with surprise and joy upon receiving Tian's gift. She had thought she would forever remain a lonely spirit, haunted by fear in the empty villa. Unexpectedly, meeting Tian had brought her love and care, filling her heart with sweetness, a sensation she had never known before. She leaned in and kissed Tian on the lips, her first act of initiating a kiss. "And how will you thank me?" Tian teased with a mischievous grin. I. Lin Ye stammered, flustered and unable to articulate her thoughts. "Call me hubby and let me hear it," Tian said, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. "I should be." The next day, around noon, Tian awoke to the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen below. Using his celestial sight, he glanced down and saw Lin Ye watching a video while learning to cook. He chuckled. It seemed he wouldn't be subjected to dark culinary experiments today. After freshening up, he headed downstairs, where a meal had already been prepared and laid out on the table. Due to the limited ingredients at home, they were having fried eggs again. But today's presentation far surpassed yesterday's. Tian picked up an egg and tasted it, nodding in approval. Though it was still a tad salty, it was significantly better than the previous day. After finishing breakfast, Lin Ye seemed eager to discuss something, but hesitated. "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Tian prompted gently. Husband, could you help me with something?" Lin Ye finally managed to say after much hesitation. "Since you're calling me husband, just go ahead and say it," Tian encouraged with a smile. Lin Ye gazed at him with her hopeful, sparkling eyes. "Oh, I thought it was something serious." "All right, I'll take care of it," he assured her, understanding her feelings and recognizing that it was not a difficult request. Tian found the phone number of the villa's owner. They had exchanged contact information when she had given him her bank card previously. After a brief call, the woman on the other end sounded pleasantly surprised and respectful upon recognizing his voice. "Oh, Master Tian. Hello, hello. How may I assist you?" "Well, as you recall, I helped you with the ghost in your villa a few days ago. Yesterday, I received a dream from her. She has no one left in this world and asked me to burn some of her belongings for her. I thought it was quite sad, so I agreed in the dream. I wonder if her things are still around?" "Yes, they are. I was just about to clear them out. If you need them, I can send a vehicle to deliver them to you." "No need. I'll go pick them up myself." After pondering, Tian concluded that it would be better to retrieve them personally. He only needed to collect a few photographs, and with the vast amount of items in the villa, having them delivered would be impractical. "All right, Master. I will be waiting for you at the villa. See you shortly." After hanging up, Tian exchanged a few words with Lin Yi before heading out. Driving a taxi, he soon arrived at the villa complex. After parking, he noticed the woman waiting for him at the entrance. She was a woman in her 30s or 40s, with an unremarkable appearance that exuded a strong and capable aura. After exchanging pleasantries, Tian followed her into the villa, where workers were bustling about. "Thanks to you, Master, the villa is no longer haunted. I'm planning to clear out the belongings and put the villa up for sale." She expressed her gratitude again. Tian smiled and nodded. "If you don't mind, may I take a look around?" "Of course, please feel free. If you need any assistance, just let me know." The woman, quick-witted, understood his desire for some solitude and did not follow him. Nodding appreciatively, Tian made his way to the second-floor bedroom where Lin Yi had previously resided. The room was adorned in soft pink hues, clearly reflecting a youthful charm. He spotted a family photograph on the bedside table, exactly what Lin Yi desired. He picked it up and surveyed the surroundings, soon captivated by a large wardrobe. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in surprise. Princess dresses? Lolita outfits? The wardrobe was filled with a plethora of outfits. He hadn't expected Lin Yi, the little ghost, to be an enthusiast of such attire. With so many outfits, even wearing one each day would take a month to cycle through. Noticing the dust atop the wardrobe, he surmised it had likely remained untouched for quite some time. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the clothing in his storage space. After ensuring he had everything he needed, he exited the room. "I found the items I needed, so I won't disturb you further," he said, gesturing to the two frames in his hands. "Master, why not join me for lunch?" the woman suggested, hoping to keep him around a little longer. Next time, when he declined the woman's kind gesture, Tian hurried home, driving slightly faster than usual. While waiting at a traffic light at the intersection, a sudden bang resonated, followed by a strong jolt that propelled him forward. In an instant, he realized he had been rear-ended. "Damn it, this taxi truly attracts misfortune. Are you blind while driving?" As he unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car, he continued to mutter curses. Upon seeing a red Ferrari behind him, he was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this indeed is a wealthy district. Encountering luxury cars is commonplace. He glanced into the driver's seat and noticed it was a female driver. Out of respect for the luxury vehicle, he refrained from uttering any further profanities. Noticing she was staring down, hesitating to exit her car, he approached the door and tapped on the window. "Hey, don't play dead. With such a minor impact, you shouldn't be fainting." After several knocks, the woman slowly lifted her head, appearing as if she had just awakened, gazing at Tian in a daze. She gradually rolled down the window and asked, "Is there something wrong?" The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s and was quite attractive. At such a young age, driving a luxury car worth millions, she likely had either a wealthy father or sugar daddy. "You hit my car, and you're asking me if there's a problem?" Tian began to suspect she might be intoxicated. Leaning forward, he sniffed the air and was greeted by a delightful fragrance, devoid of any alcohol scent. "Did I hit your car?" The woman shook her head and glanced at the front of her vehicle, which indeed bore the marks of a rear-end collision. She unfastened her seatbelt, opened the car door, and stepped out. "I'm really sorry. I must have zoned out." As she apologized, she moved toward the front of the car, stumbling slightly. Tian, quick to react, caught her. "Sorry, thank you," she stammered, hastily distancing herself from him. Suddenly, Tian grasped her wrist again. "What are you doing?" The woman assumed he was trying to take advantage of her and reacted sharply. "Are you crazy?" Tian frowned, responding earnestly. "You're the one who's ill. You're the one who's crazy. Are you trying to be a lecher? The woman, now somewhat more alert from Tian's grip, retorted. I merely bumped into your car. I'll compensate you for the damages. Why are you resorting to insults? The woman was visibly irritated. Hey, you brat. Daring to act like a rogue in broad daylight. At that moment, a man appeared from nowhere, seemingly disapproving of Tian's actions, and attempted to intervene by shoving him. Tian, having focused solely on the woman, was taken by surprise. He stumbled slightly, but didn't acknowledge the man, instead turning his attention back to the woman. I said you're unwell, because it seems you've been feeling lethargic, cold, and unable to concentrate lately. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you just infatuated with her looks, thinking impure thoughts? The man, noticing Tian's indifference, became more aggressive and swung a punch toward Tian's face. Tian's eyes narrowed. Damn it, I didn't want to deal with you. Yet you think you're someone important. With one swift motion, he caught the man's fist and twisted it behind him. With a sharp crack, the man's wrist dislocated, causing him to grimace in pain and kneel on the ground. Get lost. Tian released the man's hand, causing him to stumble and fall. You bastard. The man stood up, cursing, but refrained from striking again. Realizing he was no match for Tian and retreated toward his car. How did you know? The woman, who had initially been angry, now looked astonished, as Tian's description of her symptoms precisely matched her own condition. Watch out. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she glanced behind Tian. I'll kill you. Tian had already noticed the danger behind him. Just as the baseball bat was about to strike him, he swiftly turned and seized it mid-air, glaring coldly at the attacker. What is wrong with this man? Why resort to such extreme measures in a bid to play the hero? Tian, not one to tolerate provocation, had a short temper and had often found himself in fights. The repeated taunts had pushed him to his limit. Sir, there was a misunderstanding. He didn't mean to bully me. The woman quickly interjected, realizing the situation. The man ignored her plea and continued to exert force on the bat. To his astonishment, despite his efforts, the bat remained immovable in Tian's grip. Soon his face turned red, veins bulging. With a sudden pull, Tian exerted an insurmountable force, wresting the bat from the man's hands. He then delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen while simultaneously employing his martial arts technique, striking at his lower back. The man was sent flying, taking a while to rise from the ground. Although he appeared uninjured, complications, such as impotence, were likely to follow. The man glared at Tian but dared not utter a threat, hastily starting his car to escape. You forgot something. Tian called out as he saw the man's car preparing to leave, throwing the bat at the vehicle. A sharp whoosh echoed, followed by a loud bang as the bat pierced through the metal body of the car, embedding itself into the rear. The man was taken aback and sped away in fright. After all this, Tian dusted off his hands, glancing at the woman and then at his own vehicle, calmly stating, should I call the police, or shall we settle this privately? The woman gazed at Tian as though he were a deity, taking a moment to regain her composure. Let us settle privately. How much will it cost? I'll cover it. Sir, I have no knowledge of your symptoms. I was just speaking off the cuff. Tian had sensed something amiss within the woman's body when he touched her earlier, and it had slipped from his mouth. It was her exclamation that had led to the earlier commotion, and now he was too weary to involve himself further, simply wanting compensation for his taxi. He was neither her father nor her benefactor, and whether she lived or died was of no concern to him. This transaction was not something he had to pursue. Since we are settling privately, let us expedite the compensation. He interrupted her as she began to speak again. 20,000? The woman eyed Tian's taxi, tentatively proposing. Tian raised an eyebrow, thinking, this woman seems quite wealthy. If not her, who else should I take advantage of? He rubbed the rear of his vehicle, slowly stating, this is a taxi, with the car damaged this way. I need to repair it, which will take time, right? Time equals money. I want to be able to work, so I'll factor in lost wages. Moreover, considering your earlier shout, if I hadn't been skilled, I might have ended up in the hospital. So a bit of compensation for emotional distress wouldn't be excessive. Furthermore, this vehicle is not just any car. It has been with me for many years, akin to family. So how much do you actually want? The woman asked, exasperated. A flat rate of 50,000, Tian declared, making a bold demand. The woman rolled her eyes and said, "All right, but you must agree to one request." Tian thought that a sensible woman would surely negotiate, yet to his surprise, she readily acquiesced, leaving him momentarily astonished. "What request?" he inquired. "There's a CAF ahead. Accompany me for a cup of coffee," she replied. Tian scrutinized her for a moment, quickly grasping her intention. A woman as strikingly beautiful and affluent as she was certainly not interested in him for his physicality. Although he was handsome, he had not deluded himself into believing that a wealthy woman would be drawn to him merely at first sight. It must be due to his earlier comments regarding her physical ailments. As Tian pondered, the woman raised the offer a maximum of 60,000. "It's a deal." Tian, his smile now wide, agreed without hesitation. The woman stared at him, her expression akin to the dramatic transformation scene in Sichuan opera, momentarily taken aback before a smile broke across her face. "There's a CAF ahead. You may transfer the money first," Tian said cheerfully, presenting his mobile payment code before her. The sight of the payment QR code left her somewhat bewildered. Typically, she was approached for contact information, with others sharing friend request codes. This was her first encounter with someone seeking payment. Doubts about her allure began to creep in. Once back in her car, she checked her reflection in the rearview mirror. Seeing her radiant visage, she wondered why this man seemed to value money over her beauty. Could it be that he was? Her thoughts led her to conclude that he must indeed be averse to women, as here she was, a stunning beauty, inviting him for coffee. Yet he hesitated. It could not be her lack of charm. It had to be his disposition. Meanwhile, Tian had unwittingly acquired a reputation for being averse to women. Upon arriving at the nearby Starbucks, he parked the car, and both of them alighted, making their way to the CAF. "What would you like to drink?" she inquired as they settled into their seats. "Anything is fine," Tian replied nonchalantly. As he had only been to the CAF with former girlfriends and held no particular interest in coffee. "How about 2 lattes?" she suggested. Tian nodded in agreement. After placing their order, she extended her hand. "Let us get acquainted." Zhao Jian. He reciprocated. "I'm Tian. A pleasure to meet you." "All right, let us get straight to the point. No need for pleasantries." Tian understood she was eager to discuss her health concerns. He was prepared to profit from her inquiry. "Mr. Qin, how did you discern my symptoms earlier?" Zhao Zian asked directly, now that he had broached the subject. "Let me see your hand. I'll examine it further," he replied. Zhao Zian complied, placing her wrist in his grasp. Earlier, he had only lightly touched her, sensing a malevolent energy within her. Now, he needed to delve deeper to confirm his initial assessment. The technique he employed swiftly traversed her body, and moments later, he released her wrist. "Mr. Qin, what is my condition?" Zhao Zian asked, noticing his contemplative demeanor, which only heightened her anxiety. She recalled the saying that one should fear a doctor who wears a solemn expression. She had concluded he was indeed a physician. "When did you first feel unwell?" he queried. "I recently underwent a comprehensive examination at the hospital, which yielded no results. Yet, I am acutely aware of my deteriorating condition. I consulted several traditional doctors who attributed it to mental fatigue, prescribing calming herbs, but to no avail. The incident with your car occurred when I unexpectedly lost consciousness. Moreover, I have been plagued by nightmares featuring a terrifying child who relentlessly pursues me, leaving me paralyzed with fear, unable to escape. Additionally, I've been experiencing severe abdominal pain during my cycles." Zhao Zian confessed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "You have been subjected to a hex," Tian asserted, observing the whites of her eyes, affirmatively nodding. "What does that mean?" she asked, fear creeping into her voice. "It is a malevolent form of sorcery. You have fallen victim to a specific type known as spirit descent, where the perpetrator acquires something of yours, perhaps a strand of hair, a nail, or an intimate garment, combined with your birth date, to invoke a spirit that entangles you, gradually inducing hallucinations and confusion, ultimately leading to manipulation. Given your current state, if this persists for a few more days, it may become dire." Zhao Zian's panic escalated upon hearing his explanation. Grasping Tian's hand, she implored, "Mr. Qin, since you can discern my afflictions, you can surely assist me, correct?" "Naturally, though the procedure is somewhat intricate and demands considerable energy, which is quite precious," Tian replied. Winking. "How much?" she inquired, pondering. He held up 5 fingers. 500,000? Zhao Ziyan asked uncertainly. Qin Tian nodded. He had initially intended to quote 200,000, but considering her affluent demeanor, he decided to increase the figure. He was prepared for her to haggle. Agreed, she responded without hesitation. Her eagerness caused Qin Tian's smile to falter slightly. It felt akin to shopping for clothes, when a vendor quotes 200 and you suggest 150, and they immediately agree, you feel as though you've overpaid. Conversely, if they negotiate and eventually relent, you feel triumphant. At this moment, Qin Tian experienced that same sentiment, reflecting on the trials of poverty. However, with the price set, he would not retract. Rising, he regarded Zhao Ziyan and asked, shall we head to a hotel? Or to your residence? Huh? She stammered. What do you mean? Do you expect me to treat you here? Qin Tian retorted, slightly exasperated. Oh, right? Zhao Ziyan nodded vigorously. But I recommend we go to a hotel. We need your birth date and something personal of yours, as it may involve someone close to you. Zhao Ziyan's eyes widened with understanding, and she nodded solemnly. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a nearby star-rated hotel, where Zhao Ziyan registered a room using her identification. They both entered the room. Mr. Qin, how will the treatment proceed? She asked, feeling a mix of anxiety and trust due to his impressive skills and accurate diagnosis of her symptoms. However, as he closed the door, her unease returned. Stand still and don't move, Qin Tian instructed, positioning himself opposite her. Okay, Zhao Ziyan replied obediently. Suddenly, panic flickered in her eyes as Qin Tian extended his hand toward her. All right, now you may undress, he commanded, placing a firm hand on her shoulder. What are you doing? This is improper. A wave of intense, tingling coursed through Zhao Ziyan's shoulders, causing her to pale in fright. What should I do? Is she going to push me down on the bed? No, I must scream loudly to attract attention. As the impending situation loomed over her, Zhao Ziyan began to regret having trusted Qin Tian. She closed her eyes, opened her mouth wide, preparing to unleash a high note. How absurd! Qin Tian smacked Zhao Ziyan's head, interrupting her incantation mid-scream. Ouch! Zhao Ziyan covered her head, her eyes popping open to find Qin Tian glaring at her. His hand grasping nothing but air. Why'd you touch my chest? Zhao Ziyan retreated, clutching her bosom. Reveal! A talisman appeared in Qin Tian's hand, which he affixed next to his empty grasp. Instantly, a black doll emerged, a sinister apparition with cracked eyes devoid of pupils, writhing in his grasp. Zhao Ziyan, frightened, collapsed to the ground, oblivious to her surroundings. This was forced out from within you, Qin Tian explained, glancing at her skirt. From within me? Zhao Ziyan now understood the significance of the earlier slap to her chest. Qin Tian produced another talisman and affixed it to the doll, causing it to freeze in place, which he then tossed aside onto the sofa. Look, doesn't this resemble the doll from your dreams? Zhao Ziyan, seeing the doll now immobile, dared to glance at it, nodding in agreement. It does look similar. Mr. Qin, why do I have such a thing inside me? It looks so disgusting. Please eliminate it. The thought of such a ghastly entity residing within her made Zhao Ziyan feel utterly ill. It came from your body. Are you really so heartless as to wish to destroy it? Qin Tian teased. Zhao Ziyan's complexion paled further at his words. This is the ghostly infant cultivated by someone else, using its spirit to torment you. Destroying it is simple, but its true form is not present here. It still serves a purpose, Qin Tian explained. Then let's hurry and find its true form. Zhao Ziyan was eager to discover who was behind her torment. Not so fast. Although the little ghost has been expelled, it has dwelled within you for so long that your body still harbors much ghostly energy. If we don't cleanse it thoroughly, your health cannot be restored, Qin Tian elucidated. Then, Mr. Qin, please help me quickly. Upon hearing that there was still lingering ghostly energy within her, Zhao Ziyan felt as if insects were crawling inside, causing her to writhe in discomfort. All right, then lie down on the bed, Qin Tian replied with a nod. Huh? Zhao Ziyan blinked in surprise. What? How else can I help you expel the ghostly energy from your body? It is only logical, Qin Tian asserted. Does that mean I need to take off my clothes? Zhao Ziyan felt a bit embarrassed. You only need to remove your outer garment, Qin Tian stated. However, This process will be much shorter than dealing with a man possessed by the malevolent spirit, so it can be expelled. In truth, Tian could help her eliminate the ghostly energy by merely holding her hand, but that would require his spiritual energy to circulate through her body. This method would be a waste of time and power. The most direct approach would be to touch every part of her body for cleansing. There's another method, even more effective. Tian mused, rubbing his nose. Previously, Li Xiantong had mentioned that his physique was exceptionally rare, bestowing great benefits upon women and even aiding them in improving their constitution. The little ghost Lin Ye had become significantly stronger as a result. A mere trace of ghostly energy should pose no challenge. What method? Zhao Ziyan inquired eagerly. Ahem, men embody yang, while women embody yin. My constitution is quite rare. Tian continued, feeling a tad bashful as he rubbed his nose. What does that mean? Zhao Ziyan looked at him in confusion, and it took her a while to grasp the implication. Her face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head. The atmosphere turned quiet and somewhat suggestive. You should just massage me. Zhao Ziyan opted not to consider Tian's second method. Mr. Qin, please turn around, and could you cover that doll? I feel a bit frightened, Zhao Ziyan said, her voice shy. All right. Knowing that Zhao Ziyan had declined the second option, Tian felt a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, he turned around and found a towel to cover the doll. Moments later, he heard rustling sounds behind him. All right, it's done. After a brief interval, Zhao Ziyan had removed her outer garment and lay on the bed. When Tian turned around, the snug fit of her attire revealed the graceful curves of her body. Zhao Ziyan possessed an hourglass figure, the kind that looked slim in clothing but alluringly voluptuous without. However, her form was not excessive. Rather, it was precisely where men typically desired. Mr. Qin? After a moment of silence, Zhao Ziyan inquired as Tian remained still. Ahem, I'm coming. Tian cleared his throat and shifted his gaze from her body. He then sat at the edge of the bed, activating his heavenly vision and channeling the yin-yang technique, infusing his hands with spiritual energy. His hands warmed considerably as they approached Zhao Ziyan's feet. Zhao Ziyan, sharing a room with this unfamiliar man, felt an overwhelming sense of tension, her entire body rigid. The moment Tian touched her foot, she quivered, letting out a soft sound. That single sound caused Tian to freeze, disrupting the flow of his yin-yang technique. With the passage of time, the ghostly energy within Zhao Ziyan was gradually depleted by Tian's technique. After half an hour, he finally expelled all the ghostly energy from her body. Exhausted, he slumped onto the nearby sofa. It wasn't that the ghostly energy had drained too much of his power. Rather, Zhao Ziyan's extreme sensitivity had required him to exert more focus and energy. Tian pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. You don't mind if I smoke, do you? No, not at all. By the way, is it all better now? Yes, it's done. Upon hearing Tian's confirmation, Zhao Ziyan quickly stood up, adjusting her clothing. Thanks to Tian's spiritual energy, she was also sweating profusely and headed towards the bathroom. After a considerable time, Zhao Ziyan emerged from the bathroom. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I feel so much better. No need for thanks. Just pay me the fee, Tian replied. After all, his hard work was for the sake of that money. Oh, all right. She provided him with a card number, and soon he received a transfer of 500,000. Another 500,000 earned. Upon receiving the notification, Tian felt a surge of joy, fatigue forgotten. All right, let's go, he declared, lifting the towel off the doll and grasping it once more. To prevent anyone from seeing, he removed the revealing talisman. Zhao Ziyan still felt trepidation towards the doll, trailing behind Tian, but keeping a safe distance. Tian entered his vehicle, channeling his spiritual energy to implant an energy marker onto the doll. He then removed the talisman and tossed the doll out. The doll began to flee in a particular direction. Follow me, Tian instructed Zhao Ziyan, starting the car and following the energy's guidance. The car had been driving for a full 20 minutes when the surge of energy finally subsided. Tian raised his head and discovered that they had arrived at a bar, aptly named the Forgetful Bar. At that moment, Zhao Ziyan's vehicle also arrived, parking alongside Tian's, and she stepped out. The essence of that cursed doll was right here. Tian gestured towards the bar. Should we call the police? Knowing that the source of her torment lay within, Zhao Ziyan's emotions were somewhat unstable. Let us observe first, Qin Tian replied, feeling that involving the authorities would only complicate matters. Recalling his earlier confrontation with a man wielding a baseball bat, he acknowledged the man's martial prowess and nodded in agreement. Together, they made their way into the bar. As they entered, it appeared that the establishment had just opened, with only a handful of patrons inside. "Hello, how may I assist you?" A young woman in work attire approached them. "No need, carry on with your duties. I'm here to find someone." Qin Tian dismissed her while activating his clairvoyant abilities. Soon, he spotted the spirit of the cursed doll on the second floor, slowly merging into a doll that bore Zhao Ziyan's name and birth details, along with strands of her hair. Within the doll, a ghostly infant was ensconced, indeed. The true essence of the cursed doll. As his gaze swept across an office, Qin Tian was taken aback. Inside, a tattooed man was intimately engaged with a young woman. Just as the spirit of the doll re-entered the ghostly infant, the man suddenly stiffened, vomiting a mouthful of dark blood that splattered onto the woman's back. "Darling, what is wrong?" she asked, unconcerned about the blood, her eyes filled with worry for him. "No, this can't be happening," he bellowed, slapping her fiercely. "She has been under my watch. If anything were to happen, I would know." The girl, covering her face in shock, protested, "But damn it, my backlash can't be false." The man kicked her violently in the chest, causing her to cry out in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Are you all right, my love?" He suddenly shifted, feigning concern as he helped her up, seemingly oblivious to his earlier aggression. "I'm fine," she replied, struggling to mask her discomfort. "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. I love you the most. You know how that which Zhao Ziyan treated me. I lost control for a moment." The man embraced her tenderly, whispering sweet nothings. "Darling, I understand," she said, hastily rising to her feet, disregarding her clothes. She rummaged through her bag on the sofa, retrieving her phone and dialing a number. "Hello, where is Zhao Ziyan now?" "What? She encountered a man? You lost her? What are you doing?" "Useless. Keep looking." She hung up furiously, her expression dark as she turned to the tattooed man. "I'm sorry, darling." The one following her said she had an accident today and met a man who noticed something was amiss with her. He tried to intervene and got hurt, then lost track of her. It's been traced to a hotel. With that, the man's fury reignited, and he slapped her again, barking, "Good, good," ignoring her pain. She hastily wiped away the blood with a towel and hurriedly dressed, rushing towards the exit. As she stepped out, she encountered Qin Tian and Zhao Ziyan, her face instantly betraying panic. She wanted to look down, but it was too late. Zhao Ziyan had already spotted her, disbelief etched on her face. "Sister, what are you doing here?" Chapter 34. This woman must die. Upon hearing Zhao Ziyan's words, the girl realized there was no escape and forced herself to compose. "Sister, what a coincidence. I saw a new bar opening and thought I'd take a look. What brings you here?" Despite her facade of calm, her eyes revealed her unease. Meanwhile, Qin Tian regarded the girl with an amused smile, having witnessed her earlier predicament. To his surprise, she turned out to be Zhao Ziyan's sister. The resemblance between the two was striking, suggesting a close familial bond. The unfolding drama became increasingly intriguing. Zhao Ziyan scrutinized her sister, her brow furrowed and gaze intense. She had come to confront the one who had harmed her, only to unexpectedly encounter her own sister. The sudden twist left her momentarily stunned. Zhao Ziyu attempted to maintain her composure, trying to pull Zhao Ziyan away, but her sister merely regarded her coldly. As Zhao Ziyu's anxiety grew, she pointed towards the office. "I want to see who's inside." With that, she strode toward the office door. Zhao Ziyu, in a state of panic, blocked her sister's path, grasping her arm. "Let go." Zhao Ziyan forcefully shook off her sister's grip and burst through the office door. Upon seeing the tattooed man, her expression morphed into shock and fury. "So it's you." The man, having heard the commotion, hurriedly donned his clothes and paled at the sight of Zhao Ziyan. "I can't believe you're still with him." Zhao Ziyan glared at her sister in disbelief. "Sister, please let me explain. It's not what you think." Zhao Ziyu pleaded, positioning herself in front of Zhao Ziyan. "Not what I think. Do you not realize this man intends to harm me?" Zhao Ziyan shouted, pointing at the tattooed man. "Harm you? How have I harmed you? Just because you have a bit of money doesn't make you special. Don't slander me." He spat angrily. Zhao Ziyan glanced at Qin Tian, who nodded before heading toward the partition in the office. "What do you think you're doing?" The tattooed man's expression shifted dramatically as he blocked Qin Tian's path, jabbing a finger at him. "This is my territory, get lost, or I'll make you regret it." In an instant, Qin Tian seized the man's finger, applying pressure until the sound of bones cracking echoed. The man howled in agony, cradling his injured hand. Qin Tian smiled and remarked, "I've always despised being pointed at." With that, he forcefully pushed open the partition door. Zhao Zian's face went pale at the sight within. A wooden table adorned with offerings and candles stood in the center, upon which rested a sinister doll inscribed with her name and birth details. "Darling, are you okay?" Zhao Ziyu rushed to her injured partner. Disregarding the revelation of the cursed doll, Zhao Ziyan yelled, "Zhao Ziyu, do you know anything about this?" "Whether I know or not, what does it matter? You were the one who harmed Dongge." Zhao Ziyu's demeanor shifted drastically upon her secret being exposed. "I harmed him? Why would I do that? It was for you." Zhao Ziyan's face turned ashen with rage. "For me? Ha. Zhao Ziyan, on what grounds do you presume to control my choices? I shall associate with whomever I desire. What authority do you possess to dictate my relationships? Why should I be concerned? Simply because I am your elder sister. Why should I permit him to be with you? This man indulges in gambling, substance abuse, and womanizing. Is there a future for you with such a man? His approach towards you is not driven by monetary gain. Nonsense. Do you truly comprehend the essence of love? Dongji's affections are directed towards my beloved. Did you enlist someone to break his leg in order to drive him away from me? Are you unaware that he is the man I cherish most dearly? What are you to inflict harm upon the one I hold most dear? Your lofty ideals suggest that you would not engage in a liaison with a man you have known for merely a day. Does that not render you akin to a wanton? Zhao Ziyu unleashed a frenzied roar towards Zhao Ziyan. "Did you send someone to follow me?" Zhao Ziyan gazed incredulously at her own sister, feeling an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. "Yes, I indeed dispatched someone to shadow you. I have been eagerly anticipating the day you would be ensnared, and success was nearly within my grasp. However, I had not foreseen the abrupt emergence of an unexpected adversary." Zhao Ziyu cast a gaze of profound malice towards Qin Tian. In her eyes, Qin Tian discerned an indelible hatred akin to being fixated upon by a venomous serpent, a sensation that instilled in him the belief that she would strike with ferocity when least expected. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brow. "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Ziyan's eyes were filled with terror. "What is there to do? Of course, it is to control you and use your body to atone for my man. My man has stated that you are merely a toy for his release. Only I am his most beloved woman. You have lost your mind." Zhao Ziyan felt as though the world was spinning around her. "Do you comprehend the anguish of witnessing the man you cherish most having his legs shattered by your beloved sister? From that day forth, I have harbored a deep-seated hatred for you. This cursed doll was procured at a steep price, intended solely to exert complete control over you, compelling you to atone for all your transgressions." Zhao Ziyu uttered venomous words, her eyes brimming with resentment and madness. Qin Tian furrowed his brow, realizing just how ruthless she truly was. His celestial vision swiftly scanned the woman's body, revealing no signs of being controlled. This indicated that her actions were indeed driven by her hatred for her sister. He redirected his gaze toward the man, and suddenly everything became clear. The man was the true practitioner of the dark arts. He had invoked the ghostly infant through his own blood and incense, articulating his desires. Lacking mastery of witchcraft, he would inevitably face the repercussions of his actions. If his sole aim was to possess Zhao Ziyan, the price was exorbitant unless he sought to gain something far greater. Given that Zhao Ziyu was not under the man's control, it was evident that she was exceptionally ruthless. Having incurred the wrath of this venomous serpent, this woman must perish. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. Chapter 35. Murder. If it were solely Qin Tian, he would undoubtedly have no fear of this woman. However, he has family and friends to consider. This woman is so ruthless that she can even plot against her own sister. There is no wisdom in underestimating her. If she remains alive, Qin Tian fears he may find no rest at night. His mind has already begun to devise ways to orchestrate her untimely demise. Bang! With a sudden crash, the office door was flung open with great force. A group of young men, wielding machetes, burst in, encircling Qin Tian and Zhao Ziyan in a menacing manner. At that moment, the tattooed man transformed into a figure of ferocity, pointing at Qin Tian with a grimace of rage. "Keep an eye on that woman. Incapacitate this brat," he commanded, his voice laced with authority. As he gazed at the menacing figures approaching him, brandishing their machetes, Qin Tian let out a heavy sigh. "Damn it. All I wanted was to quietly exorcise a spirit. Earning money is not as effortless as I had imagined." A surge of mystical energy coursed through his body as he braced himself to confront the first assailant. With one hand, he seized the raised wrist of the attacker, while his right foot swiftly delivered a powerful kick, sending the thug sprawling across the ground. In the same motion, he deftly wrested the machete from the assailant's grasp. Qin Tian then wielded the blade horizontally, striking forcefully at the head of another attacker who had lunged at him. Bang! With a resounding thud, the blade struck the young man's head, akin to swatting a fly. He was forcefully slammed to the ground, letting out a muffled groan before losing consciousness. Bang! 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 Qin Tian replicated the action, and in an instant, all 6 of the young men were sprawled on the floor. The expression of the tattooed man transformed from a menacing grimace to sheer astonishment in the blink of an eye. Qin Tian, wielding the cleaver, slowly approached one of the young men standing beside Zhao Ziyan. "If you don't come any closer," the young man stammered, retreating in fear. He backed up all the way to the door, desperate to escape. Qin Tian hurled the cleaver, striking the young man squarely on the forehead, causing him to emit a muffled sound before collapsing unconscious. Who on earth are you?" The tattooed man no longer exhibited the arrogance he had a moment ago. "What are your plans moving forward?" Qin Tian disregarded him and turned his gaze towards his employer, Zhao Ziyan. Zhao Ziyan cast a profound glance at her sister, took out her phone, and prepared to make a call. "Are you going to report this to the authorities?" Qin Tian inquired. "I need to call my dad," Zhao Ziyan explained while dialing a number. Subsequently, she exited the room to make the call outside. Qin Tian understood that individuals of their affluence were particularly concerned with their reputation. If the police were alerted, it would likely become a sensational topic by the following day. Before long, Zhao Ziyan hung up the phone and stood quietly beside Qin Tian, observing the 2 individuals. At that moment, the tattooed man appeared somewhat flustered, while Zhao Ziyu maintained a far more composed demeanor. She tightly grasped the tattooed man's hand. "Darling, do not worry. My father cares for me deeply, and I shall not allow anyone to bully you." After saying this, Zhao Ziyu cast a venomous glare at Qin Tian and his companion, unfazed by her spiteful gaze. Qin Tian had no intention of engaging with a person on the brink of demise. His mind began to contemplate how to eliminate this malicious woman. Half an hour later, Qin Tian heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Soon, a man in his 40s or 50s entered the office, followed by several imposing figures clad in suits. Qin Tian scanned the group and was struck by an inexplicable sensation that each of these men had blood on their hands. It became evident that Zhao Ziyan was not merely from a simple merchant family. After all, how many among those perched atop the social pyramid could claim to be untainted? "Dad," Zhao Ziyan called out to the man. Upon noticing his daughter tightly gripping the tattooed man, he bellowed, "Zhao Ziyu, come here at once." Zhao Ziyu rose to her feet, causing the tattooed man beside her to become somewhat flustered as he quickly grasped her hand. Zhao Ziyu turned to the tattooed man with a smile, and then, holding his hand, she stood beside the gentleman, cheerfully announcing, "Father, this is my boyfriend." Slap! The man struck Zhao Ziyu with considerable force, causing blood to seep from the corner of her mouth. He pointed at the tattooed man, addressing his young daughter with a tone of frustration and disappointment. "You would resort to violence against your sister for such a trivial matter?" Zhao Ziyu covered her face, gazing in disbelief at her father, who usually showered her with affection. "Dad, he is my boyfriend. How can you say such a thing about him?" The man cast a glance at his young daughter and waved his hand dismissively. He then pointed at the tattooed man, declaring, "Eliminate him." Yes. A few individuals respectfully responded behind the middle-aged man, with 2 reaching toward Zhao Ziyu, while the other 2 approached the tattooed man. "Father, please don't." Upon hearing her father's words, Zhao Ziyu was immediately struck with fear her face paling and her eyes filled with desperation. The tattooed man was instantly thrown into a state of panic. He understood that if he did not take action, his fate was sealed. Casting a glance at the ground, he swiftly picked up a machete and positioned it against Zhao Ziyu's throat. "Do not come any closer. Otherwise, I shall end her life." Tian, who stood closest to the man with the tattooed arms, had witnessed his movements yet failed to intervene. Instead, he felt a stirring within, seeking an opportune moment. "Release her. Do not act rashly." Zhao Ziyang and the middle-aged man's voices rang out simultaneously, prompting several men in black to halt their advance. "Step aside, or I will kill her." The tattooed man roared ferociously. The others dared not make any hasty movements, slowly retreating to provide the man ample space to escape, though they remained closely behind. "Stay back," the tattooed man warned as he gradually backed away, with Zhao Ziyu in tow, understanding that her partner was merely striving for survival. Zhao Ziyu did not resist, but rather complied. Once everyone had vacated the office, Tian sprang into action, approaching the doll, swiftly retrieving the ghostly infant within and grasping it tightly. Simultaneously, he affixed a talisman to his leg, then began to follow the retreating figures. As the tattooed man descended the staircase, his pace slowed, requiring him to take deliberate steps downwards. Tian keenly observed the man's feet. Just as he prepared to step onto the next stair, an opportunity struck. His right hand, brimming with magical energy, unleashed a sudden surge, gravely injuring the ghostly infant. Dark mist began to dissipate from within it, and the backlash instantaneously struck the tattooed man. The blow to his chest staggered him, causing him to lose his footing. The machete in his hand swiftly grazed Zhao Ziyu's throat, and both tumbled down the staircase. As they fell, the tattooed man coughed up blood. While Zhao Ziyu's own blood erupted from her throat, splattering across him, their fates entwined in a macabre dance. "Xiaoyu!" Zhao Ziyang and the middle-aged man cried out in unison, rushing down the stairs, followed by several bodyguards. "Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu! Call for an ambulance!" The middle-aged man, witnessing his daughter's neck gushing blood, was instantly overcome with panic. Zhao Ziyang's eyes brimmed with sorrow, and suddenly she remembered Tian, pleading urgently, "Mr. Qin, please save my sister." Tian shook his head. "I'm not a doctor. My skills lie in exorcism, not healing." His celestial gaze fell upon Zhao Ziyu, noting her heartbeat gradually fading. Chapter 36. If you do not survive, my heart will not be at ease. Zhao Ziyang's disappointment was palpable upon hearing Tian's words. She hurried back to her sister's side, assessing her condition. Upon realizing her sister had succumbed, she despondently sank to the floor, her hands covering her face as large tears streamed down. The middle-aged man let out a heart-wrenching wail, cradling his daughter's lifeless body for a moment before picking up the knife from the ground, advancing toward the restrained man. "No, no, please don't." The tattooed man, filled with terror, begged as he wet himself in fear. The middle-aged man plunged the knife into the tattooed man's body with ferocity. Blood gushed forth as the tattooed man continued to plead for mercy. The middle-aged man seemed to lose his sanity, relentlessly stabbing the tattooed man until his insides spilled onto the ground, rendering him utterly lifeless. After completing this grim task, the middle-aged man regained his composure. He cast a long, sorrowful glance at his daughter's body and slowly spoke. The men in suits behind him nodded and began their respective actions. Approaching Tian, he expressed gratitude. "Thank you. My daughter mentioned over the phone that if it weren't for you, the situation could have been dire." Tian replied, "I merely sensed that Miss Ziyang was under a curse. I did not anticipate such a tragedy unfolding here." The middle-aged man gazed at Tian, hope gleaming in his eyes. "Can you tell me if my youngest daughter truly was not under that man's control?" Tian, aware of the man's desire for reassurance, shook his head gently. She acted entirely of her own volition, unbound by that man. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression dimmed, seemingly aging a decade in an instant. "Alas, their mother passed away early. It is my fault for not giving them enough attention, leading to this human tragedy." Tian sighed, opting for silence. His celestial vision remained fixed on the man heading to the monitoring room. Once the footage was erased, he exhaled in relief. The elaborate ruse he had crafted hinged upon the surveillance. Even if the man did not erase it, he would find a way to dispose of it. The ideal scenario for Zhao Ziyu's demise would be an accident, not something bizarre. After all, Zhao Ziyang was aware of his exorcism abilities. If her death appeared peculiar, he would undoubtedly be the primary suspect. Once the matter of the ghostly doll was exposed, it would prove he had not interacted with it. Even if they later learned of the backlash associated with the doll, without the footage, Zhao Ziyu's death could only be attributed to the tattooed man's stumble. Tian nodded at the middle-aged man, who then departed slowly. He approached Zhao Zhang, still despondent on the stairway, and sat beside her. He needed to reveal the truth about the ghostly infant. After a long while, Zhao Zhang finally ceased her tears, speaking softly, as if to herself or perhaps to Tian. Our mother left us too soon. Being the youngest, we spoiled her, never anticipating. Tian glanced up but remained silent. Eventually, as her emotions calmed, Zhao Ziyang prepared to take her leave. Tian suddenly interjected, "What shall we do about the ghostly infant?" "Dispose of that wicked entity. I have lost all interest in dealing with it," she replied. "Very well," Tian acquiesced. Ascending to the second floor to retrieve the ghost doll, returning to Zhao Ziyang's side. In her presence, he extracted the ghostly infant, channeling his magical energy. As he clenched his fist, the infant dissolved into dark mist. Zhao Ziyang observed this, nodding faintly at Tian before departing with a pale visage. Watching her leave, Tian extended his hand into the air, mockingly grasping at Zhao Ziyu's spirit. "I never expected your resentment to be so profound." Zhao Ziyu's ghostly visage shifted in horror, struggling against Tian's grip. Panic filled her eyes. Tian narrowed his gaze, determination hardening within him as he tightened his hold. Zhao Ziyu, with pleading eyes, looked toward Tian, bereft of the previous malice and madness. "I am sorry. If you do not perish, my heart shall remain restless." Tian uttered slowly, and with a sudden surge of strength, he obliterated Zhao Ziyu's soul, erasing her from existence. The spirit of the tattooed man, witnessing this, had no time to beg for mercy before meeting the same fate. Once this grim task was completed, Tian walked out of the bar with an air of nonchalance. The experience of taking a life felt markedly different from previous encounters with spirits. Within him, there was a surprising absence of discomfort. Rather, a sense of liberation washed over him, as if he had shed a venomous serpent from his back. Had his heart truly grown so hardened? Or was it simply because he had not been the one to strike the blow? Perhaps it was a consequence of acquiring powers beyond the mortal realm. Tian found himself grappling with doubts, uncertain if he was truly capable of taking the life of a stranger. After a brief moment, he finished his cigarette, forcefully suppressing the matter deep within his heart. He took out his phone and noticed several messages, all sent by the little ghost Lin Yaya. "Darling, a man came looking for you. I listened to your advice and remained silent, not opening the door. Darling, that man has been sitting at the door for half an hour and hasn't left." Image. Tian opened the photo and was taken aback to see none other than Zhao Jijun. Zhao Jijun sat there, lost in thought. "Mr. Zhao," Tian greeted him. At that moment, Zhao Jijun appeared somewhat haggard, with deep black circles under his eyes and a pallor that suggested poor health. His lips were dry and cracked, a clear sign of sleep deprivation and a lack of spirit. Reflecting on the juicy gossip he had heard, Tian felt a pang of sympathy for the man. Despite his wealth, this thought led him to appreciate his own previous struggles with money. "I don't want to stay at Master Qin's place for even a moment, and I don't know who to confide in." Upon hearing Zhao Jijun's words, Tian understood immediately. Such matters, no matter how close the relationship, were difficult to voice. As one of the parties involved, Zhao Jijun sought Tian's guidance. While Tian was skilled at dealing with women, he had little experience in advising men. Nevertheless, seeing Zhao Jijun's pitiful state, it was hard for Tian to send him away. "Mr. Zhao, come, let us sit inside." "All right." Zhao Jijun nodded absent-mindedly and followed Tian into the room. "Mr. Zhao, would you like some water?" Tian placed a glass of water in front of him. "Thank you." "Master Qin, Zhao Jijun was about to speak, but Tian interrupted him. "I know you're feeling particularly distressed right now. You want to forget your worries, right?" Zhao Jijun nodded. "That's simple. What is that saying? Although money may not buy happiness, it certainly allows others to find ways to make you happy. Don't you wealthy individuals have places to seek enjoyment? Tian raised an eyebrow. In this day and age, a mere $3 can prompt someone to leave a glowing review without conscience. $300 can persuade a massage therapist to provide enthusiastic service. $2,000 can secure the company of a lovely woman for a night of poker. $100,000 can lead some to heartlessly sell their children. Tian believed that with sufficient money, even an aloof goddess would willingly open her legs. Chapter 37. Where do the wealthy seek enjoyment? The joys and sorrows of people are seldom shared. Seeking answers from others often leads to misguided conclusions. Tian continued to share his insights. Master, you speak the truth. My current mindset is one of avoidance. I'm afraid to face reality. For now, I'll not think too much. Just as you said, time will help me forget everything. What is that saying? Drink up today, as wine, and be merry. Zhao Jijun seemed to have come to a realization, nodding gratefully at Tian, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Tian stood up. How about I accompany you? Given your current state, I'm genuinely concerned. He rubbed his nose and continued, by the way, where do wealthy people go to seek enjoyment? I'm just curious. Thus, Tian ultimately chose the latter, opting for the pleasures of the affluent over the white silk twin ponytails he often encountered. After all, the latter were common, while the former remained an uncharted territory for him. Would you honor me with your company, master? Zhao Jijun inquired. All right, please wait for me outside for a moment. Tian hurried upstairs to his bedroom. Darling, upon seeing Tian, the little ghost leaped onto him, acting adorably. He retrieved 2 photos from his storage space and handed them to her. Upon seeing her parents in the pictures, the little ghost's expression turned sorrowful, her large eyes misting with tears. Don't cry. Tian gently patted her behind. He then took out her clothes and laid them on the circular bed. Wow, my clothes. The abrupt scene pulled the little ghost from her sadness, and she dove onto her clothes, examining each piece with delight. Instantly, her mood brightened, and she hugged Tian, planting a big kiss on him. Tian once more patted her behind. Delightful, slightly cool, very sweet, like eating ice cream. Tian descended the stairs and surveyed his surroundings. Mr. Zhao, where's your Maybach? Well then, I guess we'll have to make do with this vehicle. As Tian attempted to enter the driver's seat, Zhao Jijun stopped him. How could I trouble you, master? I'll drive. Zhao Jijun snatched the keys from Tian's hand and jumped into the driver's seat. Tian smiled helplessly and took a seat next to him. Start the engine, accelerate. Bang! A sound of something falling echoed from the rear of the car. Tian glanced back, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The bumper was on the ground. He got out, picked up the half bumper, and tossed it into the trunk before continuing on their way. The two engaged in casual conversation, and soon they arrived at the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Mr. Zhao, what brings you here? My car isn't even being repaired, Tian asked, puzzled. Zhao Jijun chuckled. Master Qin, this is part of my business. Last time, thanks to you, I learned the truth. If you don't mind, please choose a car. That might be inappropriate. Tian rubbed his hands together. You've pulled me from the depths. A mere vehicle should not be a burden. Please don't refuse. Zhao Jijun implored. All right, since you insist, I must honor Mr. Zhao's request. Mr. Zhao, you've arrived. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Upon seeing their boss emerge from a cab with a missing bumper, everyone greeted him respectfully. Xiaoli, this is Master Qin, my esteemed guest. Quickly, get someone to take Master around and help him pick a great car. We mustn't neglect him. Zhao Jijun instructed a plump man who hurried over. Yes, Mr. Zhao. Manager Li nodded and quickly approached Tian with a sycophantic smile. Master Qin, how about I take you to the back for a tour? Manager Li's obsequious demeanor made Tian feel slightly nauseous. He glanced around and his eyes lit up. There's no need for formality, just find someone. He pointed to the most beautiful saleswoman present. Let her do it. Manager Li looked at Zhao Jijun, who nodded and quickly replied with a smile. All right, Xiaomei, please take Master Qin to the Maybach showroom. He is the boss's esteemed guest. We cannot afford to be negligent. The saleswoman named Xiao Mei hurried over, respectfully leading Tian toward the Maybach showroom. Young master, do you have a favorite model? Xiao Mei asked cheerfully as they walked around. seeing that Qin Tian was brought by the big boss. She overlooked his attire in the previous cab. After all, Qin Tian now appeared tall and handsome, exuding a unique aura from his cultivation. He hardly resembled a cab driver. Some wealthy individuals possess peculiar tastes. Xiao Mei instinctively categorized Qin Tian as a wealthy heir seeking to experience life. I'll take a look at this one. Qin Tian, unfamiliar with the car models, chose one that appealed to his aesthetic and sat in the driver's seat. Xiao Mei adjusted her fitted skirt and squatted beside Qin Tian, beginning to explain the car's features. From this angle, Qin Tian could see the alluring neckline of Xiao Mei's dress. Mr. Qin, are you satisfied with the configuration of this vehicle? After her enthusiastic description, she looked at Qin Tian with a radiant smile. Yes, indeed, quite satisfied, Qin Tian nodded, his attention inadvertently drawn to her chest and the hem of her skirt. He had hardly absorbed any of the specifications she had mentioned. How about I accompany you for a test drive? Xiao Mei suggested, pleased with the way Qin Tian gazed at her. As a newcomer in this line of work, she seldom had the opportunity to engage with high-quality clients. Most of her encounters were with older men in their 40s or 50s. This was her first time dealing with someone as young and handsome as Qin Tian. Thus, she endeavored to showcase her every charm to captivate him. After all, if he were to take an interest in her, it could dramatically alter her life. All right, Qin Tian agreed with a nod. Xiao Mei accompanied him on a test drive, intentionally making physical contact during her explanations. Ultimately, Qin Tian chose the luxurious vehicle priced over 200,000, with a prominent boss, Zhao Jijun, present. All Qin Tian needed was to provide an ID. Within the time it took to enjoy a cup of tea, all the necessary paperwork was completed, and he received a car that was ready for immediate use. This time, Qin Tian decided to drive himself instead of letting Zhao Jijun take the wheel in his old, battered taxi. Xiao Mei enthusiastically promised to deliver the car to his specified location when he had the time. Chapter 38. I could take on 10. As the saying goes, a luxury car is not just about the brand. It also represents a certain stature. Driving a vehicle worth over 200,000, Qin Tian felt a new sense of uprightness. However, he did not intend to receive such a lavish gift without reciprocation. Concealing his hand in his pocket, he retrieved 3 talismans from his storage ring and presented them to Zhao Jijun. Mr. Zhao, I will accept this car. Here are 3 talismans that can offer some protection in times of danger and ward off malevolent forces. You may carry them close to you. Thank you, thank you. I truly appreciate Master Qin's generosity. Zhao Jijun's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. He had witnessed Qin Tian's abilities firsthand. In his mind, those 3 talismans far surpassed the value of the car. For Qin Tian, creating such talismans was a simple task, requiring only a small infusion of his magical energy. With Zhao Jijun guiding him, they drove out of the city towards the outskirts. After half an hour, they arrived at a luxurious estate. Zhao Jijun produced a card for verification before they were allowed entry. I've never heard of such a lavish estate before, and there's no sign at the entrance? Qin Tian remarked, observing his surroundings with curiosity. Those familiar with the estate understood its purpose. Outsiders could not enter without proper recommendations and verification of wealth, which was quite a hassle. Zhao Jijun explained to Qin Tian. Nodding in understanding, Qin Tian gazed around at the opulent buildings, where activities such as hunting, golf, and pool parties were taking place. Upon reaching the entrance to the hall, a valet swiftly opened the door and took Qin Tian's keys. As they entered, young women in kipeos gracefully bowed to welcome them. Noticing their uniform height and proportions, Qin Tian realized they had been meticulously selected, especially given the high slits of their dresses. He observed an older man ahead, embracing one of the cheapao-clad beauties, who maintained a cheerful demeanor while leading him further inside. Noticing that Qin Tian and Zhao Jijun were without female companions, one of the cheapao ladies stepped out of line to guide them forward. Although Qin Tian was tempted to emulate the older man's actions, he felt a sense of restraint with Zhao Jijun beside him. Zhao Jijun smiled at Qin Tian and asked, Master, do you enjoy gambling? I think I'll pass. Qin Tian recalled Li Xuantong's words and was disinclined to gamble. Once someone becomes involved, it's challenging to break free of its grasp. A well-known domestic sports star lost everything due to gambling. despite earning 60 million in endorsement fees and dating a beautiful starlet with powerful connections. Does Master have any interest in combat competitions? Zhao Jijun inquired. Are there combat competitions here? Yes. Would you like to take a look? Absolutely. Tian nodded. As a practitioner now, he was eager to witness the current masters and gauge the differences between their skills and his own. Upon arriving at the so-called combat arena, Tian was taken aback by what he saw. Is this really a combat competition? Indeed. Let's find a spot to sit down, Zhao Jijun replied, leading Tian to a booth. Tian surveyed the surroundings. The venue was circular, with booths lining the walls, dim lighting, and loud music, resembling a bar more than a fighting arena. In the center was a cage forming a fighting ring, where two scantily clad women were engaged in a fierce brawl. This was not a contest between professional fighters, but rather a chaotic street fight between two amateurs, and the winner could earn a substantial reward. As Zhao Jijun explained, the two women fought with incredible intensity, undeterred by the absence of judges or restrictions on their tactics. They employed every means necessary to gain the upper hand, including hair-pulling and low blows. The crowd watched with rapt attention, cheering as the match escalated. One woman was soon pinned to the ground, blood streaming from her nose, eliciting a visceral response from the audience. Tian noticed a number of men and women in the crowd becoming increasingly animated, some even kissing their companions in excitement. This spectacle appeared to be commonplace in this setting, where bloodshed and violence seemed to be the norms. Master, you can place bets here too. You can wager on the victor. Are you interested? Zhao Jijun asked, his earlier worries seemingly forgotten. I think I will pass, Tian replied, shaking his head once more. Zhao Jijun then called for the bartender, ordering drinks and placing a bet. Moments later, one of the taller women emerged victorious, raising her arms in triumph to thunderous applause from the crowd. Zhao Jijun joyfully drank to celebrate his winning bet, while many men threw wads of cash onto the ring. Tian was astonished at how casually they treated money. Shortly after, the next pair of fighters entered the arena. Despite the palpable energy and excitement, Tian found himself losing interest in this form of combat that lacked practical application. Noticing his disinterest, Zhao Jijun suggested, Master, shall we go have a drink? Very well. Tian agreed with a nod. Subsequently, the two departed from the previous location and entered a lavish private room. This suite was significantly more spacious than the usual ones, featuring an indoor swimming pool and an assortment of delectable fruits. The central table appeared to be suitable for dancing as well. After ordering a selection of beverages, Tian was still pondering the absurdity of just the two of them drinking when Zhao Jijun handed him a tablet. Master Qin, you can choose some beautiful ladies to accompany us for drinks, he said. Upon receiving the tablet, Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The screen displayed a myriad of stunning women-esque photographs, categorized by various criteria, including ages as young as 16. Their heights and measurements were clearly indicated, and one could even specify the attire for the ladies to wear upon arrival. When he noticed the option for nationalities, Tian's eyes widened even further. Was the pleasure of the wealthy truly so simple? Astonishingly, there were even ladies from other countries available. Without hesitation, he selected a few from Japan, driven by the deep-seated patriotic sentiments of a proud Chinese man. Naturally, he could not overlook the American options either. Ultimately, he found himself overwhelmed with choices, selecting 2 from Japan and 2 from the United States. His alcohol tolerance had greatly improved since his training. If it weren't for Zhao Jijun's presence, he might have declared, I could take on 10. Not long after, 4 elegantly dressed women entered the suite. Their appearances were strikingly similar to the photos, far surpassing the typical nightclub offerings. Tian realized that his English was nearly forgotten, and his knowledge of Japanese was limited to a few phrases. Just as he began to worry about how to communicate with these foreign beauties, he discovered they were all well-trained and could speak Chinese. This unexpected diligence touched Tian deeply. However, their pronunciation was somewhat off, and he felt it was his duty as the host to teach them properly. Meanwhile, Zhao Jijun seemed preoccupied, having selected 2 ladies and was intent on drinking heavily, seemingly wishing to drown his sorrows. In that moment, Tian understood that in the realm of wealth, money equated to divinity. No request, no matter how outrageous, would be met with refusal. The group indulged in revelry until the early hours of the morning, with Zhao Jijun becoming increasingly inebriated, eventually escorted to a guest room by the ladies he had summoned. Qin Tian himself had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, and despite his exceptional constitution, he found himself quite tipsy. The following day, Qin Tian awoke alone, feeling the lingering effects of the previous night's excess. Even with his formidable physique, the alcohol had taken its toll. Last night, due to the influence of the Japanese selection, he dreamt of resisting oppression, envisioning himself as the valiantly Yunlong from the series The Sword. In his dream, he confronted and defeated a foe, only to be haunted by the spirit of the vanquished, who claimed to harbor no resentment. She declared, "My beloved is a hero of unmatched prowess. Though he may not ride upon clouds to claim me, he wields a cannon that will thunder for me." Later in the night, he dreamt of becoming Zhao Zilong from the Three Kingdoms, valiantly defending against Cao Cao's forces while cradling a child, his spear slicing through enemies with ease. As he recalled the vivid dreams, Qin Tian plugged his dead phone into the charger and entered the bathroom to freshen up. He had been so engrossed in drinking the previous night that he had neglected to charge his phone. 10 minutes later, after preparing himself, he picked up his phone and was taken aback by the numerous missed calls, all from his mother, with one from Zhen Wenru. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to quickly call his mother back. After a lengthy wait, she finally answered. "Son, something has happened to your father," his mother, Li Xiaomei, said, her voice trembling. "What is wrong with Dad?" Qin Tian's heart raced with anxiety. "He seems to have fallen ill," she replied, her voice catching. "Did you find a doctor for him?" Qin Tian asked urgently, his brow furrowing as he hastily exited the suite. After consulting a local physician who found no apparent ailment, the doctor suggested that his father might be possessed and that his uncle had gone to fetch a shaman. Upon hanging up, Qin Tian left a message for Zhao Jijun about the urgency of the situation and quickly drove away from the estate. After running several red lights, he merged onto the highway, pressing the accelerator to its limits. What should have been a 2-hour journey took him just over an hour to complete. "Mom! Mom!" Qin Tian exclaimed as he screeched to a halt at his home, rushing inside. Inside, he found his father lying on the bed, accompanied by his second aunt, who greeted him with red-rimmed eyes. After offering a few words of comfort to his mother and nodding at his aunt, he hurried to his father's side. Qin Tian observed that his father's complexion was pale. Although his eyes were closed, they darted about erratically. His body trembled slightly, and his lips moved as if trying to utter something. Placing his hand on his father's forehead, Qin Tian's expression tightened as he sensed something amiss. The earthly yin-yang technique quickly activated within his father's body, and he soon discovered an unsettling dark energy coursing through his father's bloodstream. Fortunately, the energy wasn't particularly strong and seemed to be diminishing. It appeared that this energy was the cause of his father's unconscious state, but it was gradually fading, likely to dissipate completely within a day. Relieved that his father was not in imminent danger, Qin Tian's anxiety lessened. However, he was determined to eliminate this energy entirely. "Mom, fetch a basin, quickly," Qin Tian instructed. "I'll go," his aunt responded, though uncertain of his intentions. She hurried out and soon returned with a basin. "Hold it steady." Just like that, Qin Tian directed as he helped his father into a sitting position. Focusing intently, he carefully extracted the energy from his father's blood, gathering it into a single point before swiftly expelling it with a forceful clap of his hand. "Wow!" Qin Tian's father coughed up a stream of dark blood, and along with it, the dark energy was expelled into the basin. Uncertain of the nature of this energy, Qin Tian wasted no time. After ensuring his mother supported his father, he took the basin and hurried outside. In the yard, he conjured a fireball, incinerating the energy along with the basin until nothing remained. "He is awake. My brother is awake," his aunt exclaimed upon seeing Qin Tian's father open his eyes. As Li Xiaomei witnessed her husband recovering, she collapsed into his arms, weeping with relief. Qin Chuanjun blinked in confusion, surveying the faces around him. "What are you all doing here? What happened to me?" "Brother, you were unwell. Thanks to Xiao Tian, we managed to bring you back," his aunt replied, still shaken. In the midst of the earlier chaos, they now comprehended the gravity of Qin Tian's actions and turned their astonished gazes toward him. I encountered a remarkable person in the city and learned some skills. But let us set that aside for now. Dad, what were you doing at the back mountain? What transpired? Upon hearing the mention of the back mountain, Qin Chuanjuan's expression shifted to one of dread. He hurriedly inquired, "What has become of Ma Lu and Huang Lao-san?" Subsequently, the police were called, yet they found nothing amiss. Some suggested that you and Ma Lu had fallen under a malevolent spell, claiming there must be unclean entities dwelling in the back mountain, rendering it a place no one dared to approach. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuanjun was left in a daze for quite some time. "Father, what on earth has transpired?" Qin Tian pressed again. "This morning, I heard a series of thunderous sound from the back mountain, so I decided to investigate. On my way, I encountered Ma Lu and Huang Lao-san. The four of us ventured together to the back mountain. Upon arrival, we found nothing unusual, but just as we were about to leave, we suddenly heard cries for help. We rushed towards the source of the cries and spotted a child who had fallen into the lake on the brink of drowning. Was it at Bailong Lake?" Lu Xiaomei interjected. "Indeed," Qin Chuanju nodded. Qin Tian was quite familiar with Bailong Lake. In his childhood, he, along with Li Haiyang and their companions, found great joy in playing near the back mountain, frequently visiting the lake. Legend had it that a white dragon had been sighted in those waters, hence the name Bailong Lake. Eventually, the lake was leased for fish farming, prohibiting outsiders from entering. However, it was said that the fish population dwindled mysteriously. Initially, the proprietors suspected villagers of stealing fish and resorted to keeping dogs and installing surveillance. Yet, no thief was ever caught, and the fish continued to vanish, even causing the dogs to die inexplicably. Consequently, the fish farmer incurred losses amounting to hundreds of thousands and ultimately vacated the premises. Thereafter, it became common for locals to venture there to catch fish. One summer, 7 children tragically drowned in the lake, leading to rumors of water ghosts haunting its depths. As a result, very few dared to approach the lake thereafter. Nevertheless, during summer, there remained those disobedient children who would sneak off to swim, with reports of drownings surfacing almost annually. What happened next? Anta inquirit. We assumed it was just another disobedient child sneaking in for a swim, so we hurried to rescue him. As I neared the lake's edge, preparing to jump in, I suddenly heard a shrill cry behind me, resembling a cat's wail. I turned to look, yet saw nothing. When I glanced back at the lake, something peculiar occurred. At this juncture, Qin Chuanjuan's expression grew visibly alarmed. He lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and slowly continued. The child in the lake vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Ma Lu and Huang Lao-san continued to walk into the water, as if something was drawing them in. No matter how loudly I called to them, they seemed oblivious, as if enchanted, moving deeper into the lake. We noticed a massive shadow beneath the water, and Ma Lu and I were terrified. We hastily ran home, but I can't recall anything beyond that. Qin Chuanjun took another puff of his cigarette, still shaken, as he recounted this. Qin Mu and An Air were rendered speechless. Yet, Qin Tian frowned, pondering whether a monster truly lurked within the lake. "Mother, has any child gone missing?" he asked urgently. "Not that I have heard," Qin Mu replied, shaking her head. The more Qin Tian contemplated, the more suspicious he felt, recognizing the potential for malevolent forces in the back mountain while his parents remained there. For their safety, he deemed it essential to investigate Bailong Lake personally. "I will call your Uncle Air." Aunt Air suddenly remembered his quest to find shaman. Before long, news of Qin Chuanjuan's awakening spread throughout the village, prompting many to visit Qin Tian's home to inquire about the back mountain. As Qin Chuanjun explained his experience to the villagers, Qin Tian quietly slipped away, making his way to the back mountain. It was midsummer, and the back mountain was adorned with an abundance of blooming flowers, their fragrance wafting through the air. "Xiao Tian Gij, wait for me," a melodious voice called from behind. Upon turning, Qin Tian saw a girl in her early 20s, clad in a shirt and fitted jeans, her long, dark hair swaying as she ran. "Phew, Xiao Tian Gij. I finally caught up with you," she said breathlessly as she reached his side. "Is that you, Arya?" Qin Tian asked, uncertain. You can't even recognize me?" She pouted playfully, slightly embarrassed. "Indeed, how surprising. After all these years, you've grown so much." The girl before him was none other than Wang Jiajia, affectionately nicknamed Arya, a childhood companion of Qin Tian and Li Haiyang. Xiao Tian Gij, you've grown more handsome too, she remarked, her bright eyes surveying his face before her cheeks flushed. As Qin Tian glanced at the darkening sky, he declared, I must go with you. No way. If you don't take me along, I'll tell Annie that you were peeping at Widow Wang while she bathed. With that, Wang Jiejia couldn't contain her laughter. Chapter 41. The disappearance of Wang Erya and the eyes beneath the lake. Wang Er was 3 or 4 years younger than both Qin Tian and Li Haiyang. Therefore, when they ventured out to play, they often preferred not to bring along this little girl. Yet, she trailed behind them like a shadow, impossible to shake off. When they grew impatient, she would resort to her secret weapon, reporting them. Each time this little tail employed her tactic, both Qin Tian and Li Haiyang would hesitate, for they had once been caught by her while sneaking a glimpse of Widow Wang. Hey, little girl, how many years have you been using that trick? Qin Tian quipped, rolling his eyes at Wang Jiejia. Wang Jiejia merely stuck out her tongue, unfazed. All right then, I concede defeat. Qin Tian ruffled her hair, playfully turning her silky locks into a nest. He was not genuinely afraid of her reporting him. After all, the childhood incident was nothing to be ashamed of now. Since she had followed him all the way to the back mountain, he felt that with his celestial perception, he could swiftly lead Wang Jiejia away if any insurmountable danger arose. Xiao Tian Gij, you're still in Zhonghai City, right? She inquired. Yes. Both Haiyang and I are in Zhonghai City. So, do you have a girlfriend now? Wang Jiejia asked casually, though her voice betrayed a hint of nervousness. With a brother as handsome as mine, does it even need to be asked? Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. Oh, is she pretty? Wang Jiejia's tone revealed a trace of disappointment. Of course. However, Qin Tian's focus was not on her, for he had arrived at the vicinity of Bailong Lake and had activated his celestial vision, keenly observing the surroundings for any changes. As they chatted intermittently, they soon reached the vicinity of Bailong Lake, which was now devoid of any presence. Qin Tian approached the water's edge first, his celestial vision scanning the depths. With a range of 20 meters, the lake's bottom lay clear before his sight. He circumnavigated the entire lake, uncovering nothing out of the ordinary beyond a few small fish and shrimp. There were no signs of a white dragon or even a water ghost. Just as he was about to investigate further, he was suddenly embraced from behind by Wang Jiejia. This unforeseen occurrence left Qin Tian momentarily stunned. Xiao Tian Gij, I like you. Wang Jiejia's voice, tinged with nervousness and a hint of shyness, emerged from behind. I have liked you for a very long time. She clung tightly to Qin Tian, as if fearing he might flee, pouring out her heartfelt affection. Hey, you little girl. Qin Tian, regaining his composure and about to speak, was suddenly met with Wang Jiejia releasing her embrace. She stepped beside him, tilting her head upwards, gazing intently at him while puffing out her chest. I am already 21. How can you still call me little? Her cheeks flushed crimson, yet her dark, expressive eyes remained fixed on Qin Tian. Instinctively, he glanced down, and from this angle, she indeed appeared quite mature. Cough, cough, this is quite absurd. Wang Erya is still 3 or 4 years younger than me. In Qin Tian's mind, he had always regarded her as a little sister. Brother Xiao Tian, have you forgotten? You promised to marry me. Wang Jiejia's eyes continued to fixate on him, her tone laced with a touch of melancholy. Hey, when we played house as children, you were just a little girl who took it seriously. Besides, your brother already has a girlfriend, he replied, exasperatedly ruffling her hair, turning it into a chaotic mess. Oof. You certainly do not love me as much as I love you. Once I graduate, I will go to Zhonghai City to find you, okay? With a resolute tone, she firmly grasped Qin Tian's hand and placed it upon her chest. Brother Xiao Tian, feel my heartbeat. It races only for you at this moment. As his hand rested upon her heart, he instinctively squeezed, immediately feeling a softness beneath his palm. Wang Jiejia seemed to sense a tingling sensation course through her body, shuddering slightly and letting out a soft murmur. She lunged back into Qin Tian's embrace, her face as red as an apple. The delightful fragrance of her hair enveloped him, stirring emotions within Qin Tian. After a brief moment, Wang Jiejia pulled away from his arms, her eyes sparkling with affection as they locked onto Qin Tian's. The love radiating from her gaze made him somewhat uneasy. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Jiejia, gathering immense courage, wrapped her arms around his. She leaned in and pressed her lips against his. A wave of sweetness and softness washed over him, igniting a stir in his heart. Forget it. We've already kissed. I'll think about everything else after this. Just as they were lost in their embrace, a sudden, jarring cat's meow shattered the moment. Startled, Tian opened his eyes, only to find that Wang Jia had vanished from his grasp. Alone, he stood in the lake, the water rising to his chest. Where's Wang Area? Panic surged as he scanned the surroundings, but she was nowhere to be seen. His gaze fell upon two enormous, lantern-like eyes surfacing from the lake bed, fixed intently on him. Rapidly approaching. Chapter 42. Fearless, come up. In an instant, he had transitioned from kissing a girl to finding himself in the lake, confronted by a monstrous creature with massive, glaring eyes. Even Tian, with his exceptional mental fortitude, felt a shiver of fear. There was no time for contemplation. He sprinted towards the shore, simultaneously invoking the water control technique to propel himself faster. As he ran, his celestial vision remained focused on the creature in the water. To his astonishment, the monster was a colossal white serpent, its head the size of a car, with noticeable protrusions on it. The serpent's body was thick and lengthy, and it seemed to have noticed Tian's escape, accelerating towards him. The distance between them dissipated rapidly, and he could feel the powerful waves it created behind him. Damn it, I can't escape. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly turned around. Suddenly, the lake water erupted as a gaping maw surged forth from beneath the surface, aiming to swallow him whole. Just as it seemed he would be devoured, he summoned his strength, using the water control technique to shift his body sideways. Timing his leap, he soared above the water's surface, landing a powerful stomp on the serpent's head, leveraging the force to propel himself high into the air, heading towards the shore. The serpent twisted in the water, swiftly re-emerging with its mouth agape, lunging at him once more. What the hell? How could it move so fast in the water? With no leverage in the air, Tian conjured two fireballs and hurled them into the creature's mouth. However, upon impact, the fireballs extinguished instantly, leaving no trace of harm, as if they had been tossed into water. This left Tian feeling unnerved. Though his fireballs weren't the most potent, they should have caused at least some damage. As the serpent drew closer, he hastily retrieved a stack of talismans from his storage ring, activating them all without concern for which was which. Ghost Suppression Talisman, Manifestation Talisman, Safety Talisman, Fireball Talisman, Thunderbolt Talisman. But these talismans, scattered like petals, seemed ineffective against the colossal white serpent. The various spells merely brushed against its scales like a tickle. Am I doomed? As the serpent's mouth approached, he could almost smell its foul breath. Suddenly, a talisman transformed into a flash of white lightning, striking the serpent's mouth. The creature convulsed, its jaws snapping shut in pain, twisting its massive body in agony. This unexpected turn of events filled Tian with a glimmer of hope. That talisman had to be the Thunderbolt Talisman. So, it was afraid of thunder. Noticing the serpent appeared wounded, with charred scales and gaping wounds exposing flesh beneath, Tian channeled his energy, palms open, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards the serpent's gaping maw. With a crackle of thunder, the lightning struck true, causing the serpent to writhe in pain and abandon its pursuit of him, diving back into the depths of the lake. Breathless, Tian reached the shore, panting heavily, while his celestial vision sought the serpent's whereabouts. To his dismay, there was a section of the lake's center he could not penetrate with his vision, as if it had vanished into thin air. This was the first time his celestial vision had failed him. The giant serpent had vanished into that untraceable area. Why hadn't he noticed it before? Had he fallen into an illusion? He quickly turned inward, inspecting his own body. Sure enough, a dark green energy similar to that found in his father Qin, Chuanjun, coursed through him. He expelled the energy, feeling his mind clear. When did I succumb to an illusion? Was it that scent? And where's Wang Area? Is she merely an illusion, or has she been consumed by the serpent? As Tian's heart tightened, he realized that his magical energy was nearly depleted, leaving him too timid to leap into the lake. Had it not been for that sharp cat's cry moments ago, he might have already fallen into the trap. The cat's cry. Tian swiftly employed his celestial vision to scan the surroundings and soon spotted a jet-black cat perched silently on a tree branch, fixating its gaze upon him. Perhaps sensing his scrutiny, the black cat vanished in an instant. Such remarkable speed. Could this feline have attained sentience? Wasn't it forbidden for animals to evolve after the founding of the nation? Tian sighed inwardly, feeling a surge of gratitude towards the black cat for saving both his and his father's lives. At that moment, he recalled the two protrusions on the white serpent's head, combined with the charred wounds on its body and the thunderous sound his father had mentioned. A bold thought surged within him. Could this enormous serpent have transformed into a dragon and suffered from a heavenly tribulation? Had it failed its trial, sustaining grave injuries, and resorted to consuming humans to mend itself? The mere possibility sent a shiver down Tian's spine. No wonder there were tales of a white dragon spotted in the lake. It must be this creature. How many years had it lived to attain such formidable strength? With this realization, Tian dared not linger any longer and hastened down the mountain. He needed to ascertain whether Wang Er Yu was merely a figment of his imagination. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was taken aback. The house was surrounded, a veritable fortress of hostility. Chuanjun, you old rascal. Tell me, what have you and Ma Lu done with my father? It's not me. What I said was true. Stop your nonsense. What child? What monster? If there were truly a monster, why are you and Ma Lu unscathed while my father lies dead? We went to the back mountain in numbers and saw no trace of any monster. Stop pretending. You two are certainly responsible for my father's demise. It truly wasn't me. I had no hand in their fate. Where's my father? If you don't tell me, I'll make you pay. Zhao Zhenghu, let us speak civilly. No need for violence. Bang. At that moment, Zhao Yutian's youngest son, Zhao Zhenghu, seized Chuanjun by the collar and landed a punch squarely on his face. Tian's mother, along with his uncle and aunt, were shoved aside by the Zhao family members. Witnessing his father being struck, Tian's eyes flared with fury. He charged into the crowd, grasped Zhao Zhenghu's collar, and yanked him backward. Before the latter could regain his footing, Tian delivered a powerful kick to his chest. With a resounding thud, Zhao Zhenghu was sent flying 3 meters, crashing against the wall. He spat blood and collapsed, unconscious. This sudden turn of events silenced the crowd, all eyes fixated on the unexpected arrival of Tian. Father, are you all right? Tian rushed to his father's side, assessing the damage to his face. He channeled his magical energy to alleviate his father's pain. Tian, how dare you strike my brother? I swear I'll kill you. A furious shout erupted as a man picked up a shovel from the ground and swung it towards Tian. Tian's mother, Li Xiaomei, gasped in shock. She lunged at Tian, shielding him with her body. Tian, who had been aware of the approaching threat, was startled by her sudden movement and attempted to break free. However, fueled by an unexpected surge of strength, Li Xiaomei held him in place, leaving Tian momentarily powerless. As the shovel descended, urgency gripped Tian's heart. He could only pivot and embrace his mother, shielding her with his own body. Bang! The shovel struck Tian's head, slicing through his scalp. Blood began to trickle down his face. Li Xiaomei, upon witnessing her son injured, felt her heart seize with dread. How dare you harm my son? I will fight you. Li Xiaomei, in a frenzied state, charged at Zhao Zhenglong. Her eyes filled with a wild intensity, as if she intended to devour him whole. Tian's father and uncle, fueled by anger, also attempted to advance, but were firmly held back by Tian. Mother, I'm fine, he assured her with a comforting smile. Then he abruptly turned, the smile vanishing. With a swift side kick, he struck Zhao Zhenglong crack. Bang! The shovel in Zhao Zhenglong's hand snapped, and he was sent flying backward. Tian's gaze turned cold as he bellowed at the Zhao family. Anyone unafraid of death, step forward. Chapter 43. Searching for the female ghost, Tian's eyes were fierce, imbued with an intense aura stemming from his cultivation. Coupled with the blood trickling from the corner of his eye, he appeared somewhat menacing. The 2 kicks he had delivered instilled fear in the Zhao family, causing them to retreat several paces. No one dared to advance. If you dare not fight, then get lost. Tian shouted again. The Zhao family, frightened, retreated further, hastily dragging the injured Zhao Zhenglong and Zhao Zhenghu away. Seeing Zhao Zhenglong depart, resentment flickered in Tian's eyes. As the Zhao family exited, the onlooking villagers cast astonished glances at Qin Tian, bewildered by his sudden ferocity. However, the imposing aura emanating from him left them speechless, and they quickly vacated the scene. Some of the village's young wives and widows, captivated by Qin Tian's tall and handsome visage, reminisced about his earlier display of valor. Their hearts raced, and it was likely they would dream of his gallant figure that night. "Son, are you all right?" Li Xiaomei hurried to Qin Tian's side, checking the wound on his head. "Mother, I'm fine. It's just a surface wound." Noticing her alarmed expression, Qin Tian donned a smile once more. Perhaps only in a mother's heart is a child's safety and health the utmost priority. In his fervor to protect her, Qin Tian had sustained the wound from the shovel. Though he bled, the injury was not severe. "I'll fetch some iodine and bandages." His uncle and aunt surrounded Qin Tian, inspecting him as if they did not recognize him. "Xiao Tian, you've become so formidable. Where did you learn such skills?" His uncle inquired, astonished. "I encountered a master in the city and trained under him," Qin Tian replied casually, quickly turning his attention back to his mother. "By the way, has Wang Yi come by?" "Wang Yi? No, why do you ask?" It seemed his earlier encounter with her had indeed been an illusion. But why did his father see a child falling into the water while he beheld Wang Yi offering affection? Was his heart so impure? As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Tian hastened to dismiss it, burying it deep within the recesses of his heart. "So, do you think the Zhao family's 2 sons will be all right?" After tending to Qin Tian's wound, his father finally expressed concern. "They dared to strike my son. They deserve whatever happens to them." Li Xiaomei shot a fierce glare at Qin Chuan, Jun Qin Tian, as his father chuckled awkwardly, refraining from further comment. "Rest assured, they won't suffer any lasting harm," Qin Tian added silently, knowing they would not be permanently incapacitated. He had refrained from delivering lethal blows. A couple of days' bedridden would suffice for their recovery. He was well aware of his father's character, an affable man by nature. Zhao Zhenglong and Zhao Zheng, who were known for their fierceness, being 2 to 3 years older than Qin Tian. In their youth, Qin Tian and Li Haiyang had often been bullied by them. They were notorious in the village, feared by many, and had committed numerous misdeeds, from petty theft to harassing widows, leaving many too intimidated to voice their grievances. In the past, Qin Tian would have never contemplated how to eliminate his adversary, even after suffering losses. Perhaps it was the confidence bestowed by his newfound strength, coupled with his ability to communicate with spirits. Upon encountering the malevolent gaze of his opponent, Qin Tian knew that retaliation was inevitable. In that instant, he resolved to eradicate the threat. His family was his Achilles heel. He would never allow them to be placed in peril. He stepped out of the room once again. "Mother, father, uncle, aunt, this is a talisman left for me by a wise individual I once knew. It serves as a protective charm, warding off misfortune and attracting good fortune. Please carry it with you at all times, and it would be best to place it within a sachet. The other 2 are for my cousins." Qin Tian instructed as he presented the talismans to his family. "Understood." The elders, recognizing the gravity with which Qin Tian addressed the matter and recalling his performance that day, accepted the talismans and carefully stowed them away. Late at night, once his parents had fallen asleep, Qin Tian abruptly opened his eyes while seated on his bed. He quietly left the house and ventured to various graves in the village in search of wandering souls. An hour elapsed, and apart from spotting 2 weak, vengeful spirits perched on a locust tree, he found no other spirits. He slapped his forehead, muttering to himself, "They have all passed peacefully, unaware of how long it has been. I should seek out those who died unjustly or tragically." Suddenly, he recalled a woman from a household at the village's edge who had drowned in a well. It was rumored that the family was haunted, leading to death and madness among them, prompting several neighboring families to flee in fear. The place always exuded an eerie atmosphere, and anyone who approached would avoid it at all costs. "That is where I shall go," Qin Tian resolved, making his way to the village's edge. Upon arriving at the house, he leaped over the wall into the yard. His celestial vision instantly located the well. The air around it was thick with negative energy, and indeed, a female ghost resided within, a malevolent spirit. Qin Tian's heart leapt with excitement. The ghost sensed the presence of a human and began to crawl out of the well in an odd, crab-like manner. Qin Tian observed her intently. Perhaps due to her drowning, the ghost appeared perpetually damp, her skin covered in white, wrinkled patches. Water dripped continuously from her body and hair. Despite her watery essence, she emanated a distinctly unsettling aura. As the ghost neared the well's edge, Tian approached, extending his hand with a smile. "Come, let me assist you." The ghost's crimson eyes widened in shock. "You can see me." Upon uttering this, her expression twisted into a terrifying snarl as she lunged at Tian with claw-like hands. With a swift motion, Tian delivered a resounding slap to the ghost's head, leaving her momentarily dazed. They locked eyes, each studying the other. "Come on up," Tian said with a friendly smile, waving his hand to the ghost. "If you don't come up, I shall enter instead." Chapter 44. The transaction. The female ghost was momentarily stunned by Tian's slap. "I came to..." Tian began, but before he could finish, the ghost erupted in fury. A torrent of ghostly energy exploded from her, surging up through the well and into the night sky. The ghost suddenly sprang from the depths, her fingers elongating into sharp claws as she lunged at Tian once more. Having learned from his previous encounter with a malevolent spirit, Tian was well prepared. As soon as he detected the ghost's presence, he had applied a swift movement talisman to his legs. With his speed dramatically increased, he drew a peachwood sword just as the ghost emerged from the well, slicing down toward her hands. The sudden appearance of the sword startled the ghost. Both of her hands were severed cleanly, dissipating into a cloud of smoke upon hitting the ground. The intense burning sensation elicited a scream from the ghost. In a panic, she tore off her own arms, only for them to regenerate, albeit with visibly diminished ghostly energy. You're a Taoist," she exclaimed in terror. "Indeed, the long night stretches on, and sleep eludes me. I sought only to have a chat and make a deal with you. Why resort to violence?" Tian retorted, maintaining his calm. "Filthy Taoist, I can see your ill intentions." The ghost snarled, her eyes fixed on Tian as she unleashed a barrage of dark water arrows toward him. So your special skill is water projection." Tian dodged the ghost's assault while simultaneously conjuring a transparent water arrow, which struck her face without inflicting any real damage. "Water projection, you say? I could do that too. Allow me to introduce you to a dual onslaught of fire and ice." He conjured a fireball and hurled it at the ghost. The fireball struck her, enveloping her in a cloud of black smoke. She shrieked again. The ghost's ferocity intensified as she glared at Tian. Then, to his astonishment, her head began to rotate, defying the laws of nature. The surreal sight left Tian momentarily stunned as her neck twisted grotesquely. After multiple revolutions, her hair flew wildly, releasing a torrent of water droplets, which, infused with ghostly energy, froze into sharp needles that rained down upon Tian. Good heavens! The sudden onslaught of icy projectiles startled Tian. He quickly steeled himself, channeling his energy to fortify his body against the barrage. Even with his swift reflexes, the ice needles pierced his skin, drawing blood. Ugh! Tian grimaced, feeling the sharp sting. He had underestimated the ghost's power. It was a stark reminder not to belittle any adversary, lest he suffer dire consequences. Shaking off the frivolity, he resolved to take the situation more seriously. Using a fire control technique, he raised his body temperature, causing the ice needles to melt. He staunched the flow of blood and, fueled by the ghost's attack, his anger ignited. With narrowed eyes, he tightened his grip on the peachwood sword while preparing a thunder talisman in his other hand. Gathering his strength, he propelled himself toward the ghost. She had thought that at such close range, her attack would leave him incapacitated. To her shock, he had only sustained minor injuries. Seeing him charge, her ghostly visage morphed into one of terror as she turned to flee. Nowhere to run. Tian, having learned a painful lesson, increased his pace. With the aid of the swift movement talisman, he quickly closed the distance. He thrust his sword into her calf, causing her to stumble and fall. Activating the thunder talisman, it transformed into a streak of light before becoming a brilliant flash of lightning that struck the ghost. She convulsed violently, her form becoming almost translucent. Tian looked down at her from above, the sword poised at her neck. "Get up," he commanded. Upon hearing his words, the ghost, stripped of her resistance, slowly rose from the ground. Upon gazing at the visage of the female ghost, Tian could not help but exclaim softly. Perhaps it was due to the water attack she had just employed, depleting her body's moisture. At this moment, the ghost had shed her previously terrifying appearance, marked by the wrinkled visage caused by the water bubbles, and now appeared as if she were a normal woman. He discerned her features. The ghost appeared to be in her late 20s, her face somewhat pallid but still quite attractive, resembling a charming young matron. The female specter did not plead for mercy. She closed her eyes, awaiting her demise at Tian's hands. It is no wonder she could leap into a well to end her life. She seems to possess a fierce temperament. I previously mentioned that I am here to negotiate a transaction with you. You initiated the confrontation, and should I take your life now? It would be solely your own doing, Tian spoke calmly. Transaction? Aren't you here to kill me because of the people I harmed? The malevolent ghost inquired, her eyes widening in disbelief. The individuals you harmed have no connection to me. I am indeed here to negotiate. If you assist me in eliminating a few individuals, I can facilitate your passage to the underworld or aid you with another matter, Tian clarified. Is that true? The ghost's expression reflected her incredulity. As one who had lingered in the mortal realm due to resentment, she had missed her chance to transition to the underworld and believed she could no longer go there. Tian nodded, recalling the notes left by the old Taoist, which contained incantations for guiding souls to the underworld. Those you cannot defeat are merely ordinary people. I can easily eliminate them. My reason for seeking your assistance is to avoid drawing the attention of the authorities, Tian elucidated. Very well. I hope your word holds weight. After a brief moment of hesitation, she acquiesced. Now, please articulate your request, and I shall see if I can fulfill it. Upholding the spirit of the agreement, Tian proceeded. I was sold to this place by my husband. I have already avenged myself upon those who wronged me. There is nothing left for me in this world. My only request is to be sent to the underworld, the ghost declared resolutely, devoid of any trace of reluctance. Agreed. Since you have consented to cooperate, I will need to bind a fragment of your soul. Should you entertain any ulterior motives, your fate will be sealed. Tian stated matter-of-factly. Understood. The ghost nodded without hesitation, aware that Tian was quite capable of ending her life effortlessly. Now, relax your spirit and harbor no feelings of resistance, Tian instructed. Upon concluding his words, he reached toward the malevolent ghost and extracted a fragment of her soul. After infusing it with his incantation's power to bind it, he reintegrated it into her being. Chapter 45. White Serpent, the Taoist has come for you. Now, you may proceed to fulfill our transaction. Tian's voice resonated, and the ghost appeared to awaken from a dream. She quickly rose and nodded at Tian. Very well. Master, tell me whom I am to kill. This ghost was named Li Tingting. In her youth, her parents had divorced, and she struggled to survive alongside her grandmother. Enduring the vicissitudes of life, she eventually met a man who treated her with kindness, leading her into the sanctity of marriage. Just as she believed that happiness would accompany her until the end of her days, her husband succumbed to addiction, becoming devoid of humanity and even selling her. In that moment, her heart turned to ashes, and she harbored a profound hatred for this filthy world. Thus, when Tian requested she take lives, she did not hesitate to comply, indifferent to whether her targets were virtuous or vile. Her own fate was of paramount importance. Starting today, you are to go to Zhao Zhenghu's residence, the second-to-last house at the southernmost end of the village. You must remain vigilant about their movements. Anyone who poses a threat to the Qin family or harbors vengeful thoughts against them, regardless of age or gender, must be dealt with, Tian stated, his gaze hardening. All must perish. The following morning, as the rooster crowed, Tian emerged from his dwelling. His mother was already bustling in the kitchen, while his father sat in the yard, smoking pensively. What's the matter, Dad? You seem rather downcast, Tian remarked cheerfully as he approached his father and lit a cigarette. I suspect the villagers believe that Ma Lu and I are lying, that we cause harm to Zhao Yutian and the others, Qin Chuanjun sighed. Father, you're overthinking it. You and those two have no grievances. How could you possibly harm them? The villagers are not fools. Do not burden yourself with unnecessary worries. By the way, my work is going well. How about you both move to the city with me? Tian suggested, considering the white serpent he had encountered in the mountains, believing it best to remove his parents from danger. Move to the city? It's unfamiliar territory. What about our land and the chickens and ducks? No, no. Tian's father quickly shook his head. Indeed, after so many years here, it would be quite an adjustment. If you were to marry and have children, I could help care for them. Tian's mother chimed in as she set the table. By the way, son, is that car parked outside yours? Yes. I borrowed it from a friend. Tian replied dismissively, though he felt a sense of helplessness. He understood their reluctance after years of living in this place. Their social circles were established here, and transitioning to the urban high-rises would likely not yield the same joy and comfort. Given this, Tian resolved to devise a second plan to eliminate the white serpent. The most opportune moment to confront it would be while it was gravely injured. If it was already formidable in such a state, it would undoubtedly be more challenging once it recovered. Moreover, he had discovered its vulnerability to thunder. The primary reason for this was its extraordinary speed in water, if it were on land. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Tian, illuminating his eyes. What if we drain the water? Additionally, it is said that wherever there are supernatural beings, treasures abound. What lies beyond the sight of the eye must surely harbor valuable items. It is likely that the white serpent's ability to evolve into a true dragon is linked to such treasures. The more he pondered, the more fervent his enthusiasm grew. Fortune favors the bold and stars the timid. By the heavens, let us do it. After finishing breakfast, Tian excused himself, claiming he would take a stroll in town, and drove away. Before he reached the town, his phone rang. It was Zhen Wenru. Hello, Master Tian. Why didn't you answer my call yesterday? I had some matters at home that caused me to forget. Tian explained apologetically. What happened? Do you need my assistance? I have connections, she offered. Thank you. But that one TB necessary. The situation has mostly resolved itself. By the way, what did you need to discuss? One of my acquaintances is currently seeking a yin-yang master for a rather significant friend of hers. Are you interested? Oh, do you know the specifics? I inquired, but she was rather secretive and wouldn't divulge any details. However, I assure you the remuneration will be substantial. Since it was an opportunity for gain, Tian readily accepted. All right, let's proceed. After hanging up, Tian first went to the Fusho shop to purchase a substantial amount of yellow paper and vermilion. Then he visited the agricultural market and directly acquired 20 high-powered diesel water pumps, spending a total of 150,000 yuan. Due to Tian's luxurious Maybach, despite his unassuming attire, he invariably becomes the center of attention wherever he goes. Indeed, a man's stature is largely determined by his mode of transport. The term mount refers to two aspects: the vehicle he drives, which commands respect due to its opulence, and the woman by his side. The more exquisite and alluring the woman, the greater the man's prestige. This prestige, interestingly, is inversely proportional to his physical appearance and height. The proprietor of a water pump business, recognizing he has encountered a significant client, diligently transported the pumps to the location designated by Tian. After the proprietor departed, Tian promptly stored them in his spatial compartment. He then procured numerous barrels, each brimming with diesel and gasoline. The diesel was intended for the water pumps, while the gasoline would serve as incendiary material against the white serpent. Regrettably, Tian was unable to acquire explosives. Otherwise, he could have annihilated the serpent in an instant. Upon returning home, he instructed his parents not to disturb him and secluded himself in his room. He tirelessly commenced the crafting of talismans, primarily focusing on the 5 thunder talismans, alongside several auxiliary ones such as the divine speed and great strength talismans. To enhance the efficacy of the 5 thunder talismans, he even infused a portion of his blood into them. After a full day of meticulous work, he had completed over 60 talismans, 50 of which were 5 thunder talismans. Once finished, Tian entered a meditative state to restore his strength. Time swiftly passed, and by the morning of the 3rd day, he awoke from his meditation. Assessing his power, at this juncture, he had regained about 80 to 90% of his strength. Clenching his fists, he declared, "White Serpent, the Taoist priest has come for you." After breakfast, Tian spun another tale and departed for the back mountain. Upon arrival, to prevent falling into hallucinations again, he affixed a cleansing heart talisman to himself, while remaining vigilant to any internal changes. perhaps due to the injuries inflicted upon the white serpent. When he reached the White Dragon Lake, he detected no trace of the peculiar fragrance that had previously ensnared him in illusions. Given the lake's vastness, he acted swiftly, retrieving 20 water pumps from his spatial compartment. He distributed them evenly around the lake, connecting them with hoses and diesel. Additionally, he utilized his magical powers to excavate some water channels beside the pumps and commence the extraction of water. With 20 pumps operating simultaneously, the water level began to recede visibly, even in such a large body of water. As Tian scrutinized the changes, poised for battle, he suddenly sensed a shadow darting past behind him. His celestial eye quickly focused on the shadow, revealing a swiftly moving black cat, the same one from 2 days prior, curiously observing him. After a brief exchange of glances, Tian returned his attention to the unexplored depths of the lake. Employing his water control technique, he continued for 2.5 hours until the lake was completely drained, yet the white serpent did not emerge from the previously inaccessible area. Due to the low terrain, the drained water began to backflow, though it could not match the rate of extraction. Using his magical powers to prevent sinking into the mud, Tian swiftly approached the central expanse of the lake. Before him loomed a massive black hole, the entrance measuring at least 3 meters in diameter. To his astonishment, an inexplicable force seemed to shroud the opening, rendering it invisible to both his naked eye and celestial vision. He picked up a stone and tossed it into the abyss. The stone vanished instantly, and after a prolonged wait, no sound reached his ears. Bewildered by the eerie phenomenon, Tian hesitated, yet realizing he had come this far, he steeled himself. He activated 2 divine speed talismans, affixing them to his legs, and gripped several 5 thunder talismans tightly, resolutely leaping into the void. In an instant, he was engulfed in darkness, his feet landing on solid ground. Relieved to find himself not submerged in water, he surveyed his surroundings, which were shrouded in pitch black, punctuated only by scattered white luminescence on the stone walls. A chilling aura enveloped him, raising goosebumps even on his trained physique. Immediately, he employed his celestial eye to scan the vicinity, but it felt as though a mysterious force obscured his vision, akin to a thick black fog, rendering him unable to discern anything. In haste, he reverted to using his naked eye, and with the aid of the faint glow, he realized he was within a vast stone cavern. The cavern was eerily silent, interrupted only by the occasional drip of water. Lacking the celestial eye's guidance, his confidence waned significantly in the oppressive darkness. What should he do? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to press forward, cautiously navigating by the dim light. He remained unaware of the white serpent's whereabouts, reluctant to employ fire control techniques for fear of alarming it. As he advanced, he suddenly froze, sensing a murderous intent locking onto him. Without hesitation, Tian unleashed 2 5 thunder talismans toward the source of the malevolence, followed by a fireball to illuminate the area. Crack! The 2 bolts of white lightning surged forth, striking the serpent's head, merely causing a flash of white light before dissipating without inflicting any harm. This only seemed to provoke the serpent further, as it swiftly slithered toward him. In disbelief, Tian thought, why did the lightning have no effect? Must I target its mouth or wounds? The white serpent was upon him in an instant, leaving him no time to hesitate. He dodged its attack just in time, as the serpent collided with the stone wall, sending debris flying. In a panic, Tian dashed deeper into the cavern, casting fireballs to illuminate his path. Suddenly, he felt a fierce gust of wind beside him and glimpsed the serpent's tail approaching. Alarmed, he attempted to leap out of the way, but without the celestial eye's assistance, he could not track its trajectory. Wham! The tail struck him with tremendous force, sending him crashing against the wall. Dazed, he found himself bleeding from the mouth, a wave of dizziness washing over him. The serpent, undeterred, twisted its body and advanced rapidly toward Tian. As the rustling sound grew closer, he dared not linger, hastily activating 2 more 5 thunder talismans and hurling them at the serpent. The bright flashes erupted but only slightly impeded the serpent's speed, failing to strike its vulnerable spots. Frustrated, Tian lamented, "It seems that even the best laid plans can go awry." To his astonishment, the divine sight was rendered useless in this place. Tian, hearing a sound behind him, was assailed by an overpowering stench emanating from the white snake, which seemed to be laced with an odd fragrance. It was a toxic mist attack. Tian was jolted into alertness, hastily holding his breath to prevent the poisonous vapors from entering his body. With a sharp crack, although he evaded the toxic assault, he was struck again by the snake's tail, forcefully slamming him against the wall. "You bastard!" Tian, dazed and enraged, realized that if this continued, he would inevitably be killed. As the white snake drew nearer, he swiftly retrieved a barrel of gasoline, hurling it into the air, followed closely by a fireball spell that struck the barrel. The gasoline ignited explosively, unleashing a torrent of flames that illuminated the vast cavern. The white snake, momentarily daunted by the brilliant blaze, slowed its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Tian discerned the locations of the snake's wounds amidst the firelight. He promptly produced 20 talismans of thunder, activating them to transform into dazzling white lightning that surged towards the exposed wounds of the white snake. Having experienced the might of these talismans the previous day, the white snake contorted its body in an attempt to evade the impending lightning strikes. However, the speed of the lightning was not something it could simply avoid. The 20 bolts struck the target with precision, with more than half landing on its flayed flesh. Charring it instantly, the air was soon thick with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Chapter 47. The Red Wedding Dress Corpse, the Invisible Sword. The transformation brought on by quantitative change induced a qualitative one. The excruciating pain forced the white snake into a frenzied roll. Tian, not one to wait idly, hurled several more gasoline barrels at the writhing serpent. Moments later, flames erupted as the barrels ignited upon impact. The white snake continued its thrashing amidst the inferno. "Damn it, I want to let you get away." Tian maintained a safe distance while sporadically launching more thunder talismans at the snake's wounds. As the serpent's rolling slowed, a surge of joy filled Tian. He was on the verge of defeating the white snake. Timing his attack, he drew out 5 exceptional talismans inscribed with his own blood, activating them to strike at the increasingly grievous wounds of the snake. The 5 bolts of lightning struck with ferocity. The white snake's elevated head crashed down, motionless. To ensure it was truly incapacitated, Tian waited, then released a few more talismans. Only when there was no response did he breathe a sigh of relief, cautiously approaching the now lifeless serpent. Convinced of the snake's demise, he approached the enormous head, akin to that of a vehicle, and prepared to communicate with his storage ring to retrieve the body. However, as he neared the white snake, its previously shut eyes suddenly sprang open, locking onto him with an intense gaze. "Damn, it's not dead." Startled, Tian instinctively recoiled. Yet, the white snake feigned death, biding its time for him to draw near, ensuring his escape would not be so easy. A sudden whoosh pierced the air, and a shadow appeared before Tian, delivering a forceful blow. This was not the hasty attack from before, but a concentrated strike, far more powerful than the previous ones. With no time to evade, Tian crossed his arms defensively. The impact of the snake's tail struck him with tremendous force, propelling him like a cannonball. He crashed to the ground, his consciousness fading, his body feeling as if it were coming apart. A mouthful of blood was expelled, and darkness enveloped him. In the final moments of his fading awareness, a singular thought consumed Tian. "It's over. I'm going to die." Pain. Excruciating pain. Every part of his being ached. Tian awakened, jolted by the intense agony, his eyes fluttering open to the dimly lit cavern. Ignoring his physical torment, he sprang up to survey his surroundings. Upon spotting the white snake not far behind him, a chill ran down his spine, prompting an instinctive urge to flee. But something felt amiss. Despite not knowing how long he had been unconscious, the snake should have devoured him by now. Looking back at the serpent, he noticed an oddity. It remained several meters away, seemingly obstructed by an unseen force, pacing anxiously but unable to approach him. After a prolonged period of fruitless effort, the massive creature settled, closing its eyes as if entering a peculiar state, perhaps to heal its injuries. Though puzzled by the snake's confinement, Tian felt a modicum of relief from the immediate threat to his life. With the exit blocked, he had to seek another way out. He conjured a fireball, suppressing his pain, and began to examine his surroundings. He found himself in a hexagonal chamber, positioned in its center. When he turned, he was taken aback. Something was nearby. He quickly moved the fireball closer for inspection, only to be startled by what he saw: a coffin. The coffin's material was indeterminate, resembling both wood and stone, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. The oppressive air of malevolence here was several times stronger than outside, sending a chill through Tian. Was the white snake the guardian of this coffin? Could it contain a corpse of a zombie king? With trepidation, he cautiously approached the coffin. To his surprise, it lacked a lid. He could faintly discern a figure lying inside. His heart raced, anxiety tightening its grip. As he inched closer, the first detail that caught his eye was a pair of embroidered shoes. Continuing his cautious approach, he observed a dark red garment. As he looked up further, he was met with a pair of exquisitely elegant hands, fingers gracefully intertwined. Rising above, he beheld a dark red wedding dress, intricately embroidered with golden threads. When he finally gazed upon the face of the figure, he was left dumbfounded. Beauty! She was breathtakingly beautiful. Tian had never encountered a woman so stunning. The phrase of beauty capable of overthrowing a city echoed in his mind. Her features were impeccably flawless, and even a fleeting glance was enough to ensnare one's gaze. The woman lay with her eyes closed, adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal attire, exuding an air of nobility. She was tall and slender, appearing to be over 175 meters in height, lying in the coffin as if merely asleep rather than deceased. Was she truly dead? To quell his uncertainty, Tian attempted to use his storage ring, but it failed to absorb her. After what felt like an eternity, he sensed no breath from her. No breath? Could she be employing some form of cultivation technique, perhaps a breath-holding method? After much hesitation, Tian summoned the courage to place his hand on the woman's wrist, hoping to feel her pulse. Instantly, he was met with the chilling sensation of her icy skin. After a prolonged period of time, he felt nothing at all. He leaned in closer to sniff. Not only did he detect no foul odor, but he also caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance. Tian began to cautiously examine the inside of the coffin. However, after searching for quite some time, he discovered nothing. In a place inhabited by demonic beasts, shouldn't there be treasures? Why was there only a female corpse? He had no interest in corpses, no matter how beautiful they might be. Doubting the situation, Tian searched the hexagonal hall again, finding not a single treasure and no other exits. He felt a sense of despondency wash over him. After a moment, he returned near the white serpent, eager to understand why it had been obstructed. Upon looking, he made a startling discovery. Standing about a meter away from the white serpent was an unnamed stone tablet, with a flat small hole at its top. As Tian brought his hand closer to touch the small hole, an extremely sharp sensation coursed through him, instantly slicing his finger. This was not right. There was something invisible here. Not daring to touch it with his hand again, Tian invoked the water control technique to pour water over it. Suddenly, the shape of a sword appeared before his eyes. This invisible sword was embedded in the unnamed stone tablet, hence the existence of the small flat hole. Just as Tian reached to grasp the sword's hilt, a drop of blood oozed from the previously cut finger and dripped onto the hilt. The invisible sword vanished in an instant. Tian suddenly felt something burrow into his arm. He hurriedly examined it, finding a half-yin-yang fish design forming on his wrist. Staring at the dark, swirling tattoo, Tian was momentarily bewildered. Just as he attempted to touch the tattoo, his body froze once more. A wave of murderous intent locked onto him again. Chapter 48. The sword that can sever souls. Tian spun around abruptly. He immediately spotted the slumbering white serpent opening its eyes, its large diamond-shaped pupils fixated on him. It slithered towards him, flicking its tongue as it moved past the spot it had previously feared to approach. Witnessing this scene, Tian was struck with alarm. A troubling thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the vanished sword had been the reason for its hesitation? Now that the sword had entered his body, it no longer posed a threat to it? Damn it, what is this intrusion into my body? Get out now. As the white serpent drew closer, with a dead end behind him, Tian anxiously pressed the black swirling jade on his wrist. Suddenly, the black jade began to spin rapidly at his touch. As its speed increased, it suddenly disappeared. An invisible sword materialized in Tian's hand. Although the sword remained unseen to the naked eye, it felt as if it were an extension of his own body. He could sense it. With this shadowless sword in hand, his previously frantic emotions inexplicably calmed. At that moment, he entered a profoundly mystical state. The black pupils in his eyes morphed into the shape of a swirling jade, then vanished in an instant. Tian suddenly became devoid of sorrow, joy, fear, or anger. He experienced an unprecedented level of composure. He retrieved a powerful talisman from his storage ring, activated it, and pressed it onto the back of his hand. Gripping the shadowless sword tightly, he conjured 2 fireballs into the air, illuminating his path ahead. At this juncture, he harbored no thoughts of fleeing. Instead, he began rapidly calculating the optimal attack route. Moments later, he charged towards the white serpent for the first time. Seeing Tian daring to take the initiative, the white serpent accelerated its movements. Tian's body veered to the right. Observing this, the serpent also adjusted its speed towards him. The space to Tian's left widened. When there was only half a meter left between them, the white serpent opened its enormous mouth and lunged at him. Just then, Tian moved. He swiftly dodged to the left. The serpent missed its target and began to twist its body. Seizing the opportunity presented by the serpent's movement, Tian reached the far left wall of the cave. Planting 1 foot firmly against the stone, utilizing the reaction force from his foot, he leaped into the air at an accelerated speed. Before the serpent could react, Tian was already above its head, and he executed a sudden 360-degree spin. With the shadowless sword in his right hand, he struck down towards its head with tremendous force. With the momentum of his rapid rotation and the enhancement from the powerful talisman, Tian's arm moved like a fleeting shadow, imbued with an overwhelming force. He struck the white serpent decisively, knowing the strength of the serpent's scales. Just before his strike landed, he disregarded his body's balance in midair, gritting his teeth and exerting even more force. The shadowless sword sliced through the serpent's head in an instant. Immediately, his body, having lost balance, tumbled to the ground. A perplexing thought emerged in Tian's mind. When he struck at the white serpent, he felt no resistance whatsoever. With his current sensitivity, even a swift strike against a block of tofu would be distinctly felt. Yet, when he aimed for the serpent's head, it felt as though he had struck nothing but air. Was it a miss? Impossible. At such close range, he had witnessed the strike land. There was no way he could have failed. Tian hastily adjusted his position, gazing at the white serpent. A strange occurrence unfolded before him. The serpent's body suddenly stiffened midair, remaining motionless. Moments later, it appeared to lose consciousness and collapsed. Its massive head struck the unnamed stone tablet, shattering it instantly. What was happening? Was it dead? Why was there not a single mark where he had struck the serpent? While Tian pondered this, the entire cave began to tremble violently. Rocks fell from above, accompanied by rushing water. The ground beneath him cracked, with underground water surging through the fissures. This was bad. It was collapsing. Tian had no choice but to set aside his confusion and sprint towards the exit. He cast a glance back at the serpent's body, knowing it must be laden with treasures. He communicated with his storage ring to store it, and the entire massive serpent vanished in an instant. It appeared that the white serpent was indeed dead. With lingering questions, he hastened towards the exit. As he ran, Tian suddenly noticed a glow ahead. To his surprise, he found that his celestial eye had activated. The source of the light was where he had just fallen. Observing the rapidly collapsing cave, Tian, aided by his celestial eye, could clearly discern every contour of the terrain. Accelerating further, just as the cave was on the brink of total collapse, he leaped high. Suddenly, the light brightened, and he emerged from the lake's depths. He watched as the lake bed began to collapse rapidly, gradually being submerged by rising underground water. Arriving at the lake's edge, he first used his celestial eye to inspect the sword in his hand. To his astonishment, even with the celestial eye, he could not see the sword. How peculiar! Tian recalled a legendary sword from Huaxia history, named Chengying, which could only be seen at the moment of twilight, remaining formless and invisible at all other times. Could it be that the sword in his possession was indeed Chengying? However, Tian swiftly dismissed this notion. Even if it were Chengying, It would be impossible for her to remain unseen under the gaze of the heavenly eye. Moreover, there was no trace of injury on the white serpent. It had still been slain. Could it be that what had been severed was not the flesh, but the soul? The more Tian pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He approached a tree, waving his hand gently. The shadowless sword, feeling no resistance, sliced through the tree effortlessly, yet the tree remained unscathed. Upon activating the heavenly eye, he immediately perceived something amiss. Where the shadowless sword had struck, the tree's vitality was abruptly severed. The upper portion began to wither at a visible rate. Before long, the leaves turned a desolate yellow and fell away. The trunk, too, became parched. Astonishing. This sword could indeed sever life itself. Tian then located a field mouse with his heavenly eye, swiftly capturing it and tossing it into the air. He delicately swung the shadowless sword towards the mouse. Initially, it struggled in midair, but upon being struck by the sword, it fell motionless to the ground. Through the lens of his heavenly eye, Tian witnessed the shadowless sword cleave the mouse's soul in twain. Chapter 49. Golden Core? Demon Core? The Thieving Cat. Astonishing. This sword is extraordinarily potent. This implies that it can disregard defenses entirely. Observing the mouse, which had shown no physical alteration, Tian suddenly recalled the incident when his finger had been grazed by the sword's blade. Cautiously, he directed the shadowless sword toward his own finger once more. As the sword passed through, it inflicted no harm whatsoever. Even the soul remained unscathed. Why had it been able to injure his finger initially? Tian recalled the drop of blood he had shed. A sudden epiphany struck. Does it require blood to acknowledge its master? Could it be that prior to recognizing its master, it needed to inflict harm on the physical form, but after, the weapon would alter its attributes? Instantly, the shadowless sword vanished, and a black swirl-shaped tattoo appeared on his wrist. His thoughts raced as the black swirl spun and disappeared, and the shadowless sword reappeared in his grasp. Tian simultaneously noticed a phenomenon. While wielding the shadowless sword, he felt an extraordinary calm envelop him, as if his very soul had entered a state of tranquility. Gazing at the tattoo, which mirrored the black swirl of the yin-yang taiji symbol, a thought surged. Could there be two such swords, together forming a complete taiji symbol? If one were to sever souls in black, what would the white one accomplish? With this thought igniting a fervor in his heart, he recalled the mesmerizing beauty of the deceased woman. At that moment, devoid of the heavenly eye, he had been unable to investigate her. Perhaps she harbored some secret. He swiftly employed the heavenly eye to explore the lake bed. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. The area that had collapsed was now entirely comprised of boulders and water. The female corpse in her coffin had vanished without a trace. His heavenly eye could detect a range of over 20 meters, yet there was no sign of her. How deep had she sunk? Due to the influx of groundwater, the water level had risen significantly. He found a clear space and retrieved the white serpent's corpse from his storage space. Activating the heavenly eye, he scrutinized the serpent's body. To his astonishment, upon examining the serpentine head, he discovered a golden-hued orb. What could this be? A golden core? A demon core? Though uncertain of its precise nature, Tian discerned that the orb was undoubtedly no ordinary object. Elation surged within him as he leaped onto the serpent's head, targeting a relatively fragile section of the skull and prying it open. Even with the immense force of the talisman still active, it took considerable effort to dislodge a scale. Placing the scale into his storage space, he transformed his right hand into a blade and channeled his power into it, driving it into the serpent's cranium. After piercing the skull multiple times, he finally breached it and plunged into the brain matter. A slick sensation enveloped him, akin to reaching into soft tofu. Before long, he grasped the orb with precision, extracting it. With a splat, the serpent's white brain matter and blood oozed forth, accompanied by a pungent stench. Utilizing the water control technique, he washed away the viscous matter from his hand. As he opened his palm, a golden orb the size of a ping-pong ball appeared before him. Tian inhaled deeply, noting the orb emitted a peculiar, fragrant aroma. How was this to be utilized? Was it intended as a medicinal ingredient, or should it be consumed directly? While he was still contemplating the orb, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Numerous birds began to circle above him. Various animals and insects gradually converged towards his position. On branches, in the grass, and in the sky, wild rabbits, field mice, weasels, and hedgehogs gathered around him. Strangely, they exhibited a remarkable peace, refraining from preying on one another. Their eyes fixated upon the golden orb in Tian's hand. To his astonishment, he perceived a glimmer of desire and greed in their gazes. Although these creatures posed little threat to him, the bizarre scene sent shivers down his spine. Just as he prepared to stow the golden orb in his storage space, a shadow darted past him. Startled, he found his hand empty. Tian's heart raced as he quickly activated his heavenly eye, spotting a swift-moving shadow leaping through the trees. Clutching his golden orb, it was the thieving cat. "Damn it, you little thief!" Tian was instantly filled with rage and took off after the cat. The two raced through the forest. With the enhancement of the speed talisman, Tian was slightly faster than the black cat. Yet, each time he neared, the cat would swiftly change direction, deftly evading capture. "Curse you, cat! You leave me no choice." In a fit of anger, Tian retrieved 2 Thunderbolt talismans from his storage space, activating them at the opportune moment and hurling them towards the black cat. Crack! The talismans transformed into 2 bolts of lightning, striking towards the cat. The black cat dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding the electric attack. But the lightning struck the branch beneath it. With its footing lost, the cat plummeted to the ground. What a perfect opportunity! Tian seized the moment, accelerating to deliver a blow midair to the cat. The black cat, realizing it could not escape, swallowed the orb in one swift motion. "Damn it!" Enraged, Tian struck the cat forcefully. The black cat yowled in distress, crashing to the ground. Tian rushed to the cat's side, lifting it off the ground. "You little rascal, spit it out." Employing his heavenly eye, he peered into the cat's body, realizing that the orb had been swallowed whole. A fierce determination surged within him. He contemplated ending the cat's life to retrieve the orb. Yet, sensing the fear in the cat's eyes, which brimmed with tears and a plea for mercy, Tian hesitated. In that moment, he recalled how both he and his father had been saved by this very black cat. His heart softened, and a wave of guilt washed over him. No matter how valuable the orb might be, it could never equate to the lives of himself and his father. Tian placed the black cat gently on the ground, caressing its head and waving it goodbye. "I'm sorry, you may go now." The black cat expressed gratitude in its gaze and began to trot forward. However, after just a few steps, its body swayed as if intoxicated, and it subsequently collapsed onto the road. Could it be that my earlier strike injured it? Tian hurried to the cat's side, only to find it had fallen into a deep slumber. Could it be due to that bead? I warned you about eating it. Yet you took the risk. He picked up the black cat and departed from the back mountain. 10 minutes later, at the bottom of White Dragon Lake, lay the coffin and the stunning female corpse that Tian had failed to discover, resting quietly in the water. Suddenly, a white jade pendant on her wrist began to spin rapidly. Moments later, the beautiful corpse abruptly opened her eyes. Chapter 50. A $2 million job, son. Where have you gone? Why can't I reach you by phone? You're making your mother worry. Before Tian could even reach home, he encountered his anxious mother. "I just strolled around the village. My phone ran out of battery, and I forgot to charge it," he replied, scratching his head with a smile. He had actually stored his phone in his spatial compartment, so it was no surprise that it was unreachable. "What is that you're carrying? A dead cat? Where did you find it? Black cats are unlucky. You must throw it away." Li Xiaomei finally noticed the black cat in Tian's hands, mistaking it for a lifeless creature. "All right, Mom, I'll dispose of it shortly." Tian, not wishing to elaborate further, offered a vague response. "What would you like to eat today? I'll prepare something for you." "Mom, anything you make is delicious." "Oh, my son is becoming quite the charmer," she beamed. "I speak only the truth," he replied, managing to bring a smile to her face. As they arrived home, Tian seized the opportunity to discreetly toss the cat into the car while his mother was distracted. To prevent the black cat from suffocating, he opened a couple of windows. With the white snake now dealt with and a sword that could bypass defenses in his possession, Tian felt an extraordinary lightness of spirit. At that moment, he retrieved his phone from the spatial compartment, which immediately buzzed with notifications. Numerous missed call alerts flashed on the screen, some from his mother and others from an unfamiliar number. There were also several messages, two from Li Haiyang inquiring about Qin Tian's recent activities, and one from Zhen Wenru. Master Qin, I mentioned you to my friend, and she is a bit anxious. She requested your phone number. The remainder were messages from the little ghost, Lin Ye. Honey, I've been playing games at home all day. It's so boring. Honey, I caught a level 35 Palu today. Am I impressive? Honey, what do you think of my maid outfit? Images reading Lin Ye's messages brought an involuntary smile to Qin Tian's face. He then opened the images she had sent, his eyes widening in surprise. One photo depicted Lin Ye clad in a black and white maid outfit, reminiscent of those often seen online or at conventions. Her delicate shoulders were exposed, and she wore knee-high, fishnet stockings adorned with bows. Sitting in a playful pose on her meticulously arranged circular bed, making a peace sign and pouting in an adorably distressed manner. The next image showed her without the fishnet stockings, taken from the foot of the bed, emphasizing her long, elegant legs. Wait, you broke an expensive vase? How can you not manage such simple chores? You don't want to get fired, do you? Just as these thoughts crossed Qin Tian's mind, his phone buzzed again. It was the unfamiliar number from earlier. Hello, is this Master Qin? A middle-aged woman's voice came through. Yes, it is. I received your number from Miss Zhen. One of my sisters requires a skilled exorcist. Would you have some time today? Today? So urgent? ISNT, she in Zhonghai City? Yes, but she can't leave due to certain matters. Would it be possible for you to come to Kyoto? We can arrange your flight. And regardless of whether you can help, you won't leave empty-handed. The woman's voice remained respectful. Could you elaborate on the situation? It's somewhat inconvenient to discuss over the phone. We'd prefer you to see in person. Qin Tian frowned at this. Is there something that can't be said over the phone? Indeed, the matter is rather delicate. If you can resolve it, the compensation is 2 million. What do you think? Sensing Qin Tian's hesitation, the woman quickly added, 2 million? Qin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. He cleared his throat and feigned nonchalance. All right, Master Qin will await your message. Even if it meant traveling abroad, he would accept the offer. However, he needed to maintain a firm stance. If one readily agrees to assist, they may be perceived as too accommodating, leading others to undervalue their worth. Such is human nature. At noon, around the dining table, Son, aren't you staying longer? I was planning to make chicken for dinner. Upon hearing her son's words, the previously cheerful Li Xiaomei displayed a reluctant expression. Qin Tian chuckled. Mom always worries I'm not eating well. In the past 3 days, we've slaughtered 3 chickens and a goose. A man should prioritize his career. Qin father chimed in. Li Xiaomei rismet had repetitivities. Perhaps the recent battle with the white snake had pushed Qin Tian to the brink of life and death, altering his state of mind significantly. Listening to her familiar words, he felt no irritation, nor did he perceive her as nagging. Instead, he was enveloped in a warm sense of care. A smile crept across his lips as he recalled a line from a movie, saying, "Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Love you, Mom." Though Qin Tian had uttered the word love to many women since becoming an adult, this was the first time he said it to his mother. He didn't know why he felt compelled to express it. He had anticipated some awkwardness, but after saying those words effortlessly, his mood lifted considerably. Li Xiaomei, who had been chattering away, abruptly fell silent, her expression frozen. Her eyes welled with tears, and she hastily wiped them away, trying to mask her emotions. What with this sudden gust of wind? Qin Tian glanced at his surprised father and handed him a piece of meat, smiling. Smoke less. Love you, Dad. All right. Qin Xuanjun hurriedly accepted the meat from Qin Tian, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, crow's feet appeared at the corners of his eyes. Chapter 51. Could it be her? Having rushed out, Qin Tian brought nothing with him. After lunch, he visited the town, withdrew 20,000 in cash, and purchased several packs of soft cigarettes and a few cases of fine liquor. Money is meant for my parents, yet I dare not leave too much, as excessive wealth could cause them concern. My father usually smokes and drinks inexpensive brands. I know he cannot quit, so I purchased pricier options to mitigate the harm to his health. I have also used my celestial vision to examine my parents' health, finding no alarming symptoms, which brings me relief. Subsequently, I summoned the female specter, Li Tingting, to my side. Master, Zhao Zhenghu and his cohorts indeed intend to retaliate against you and your father. Planning to act in a couple of days, once they have recovered, the ghost disclosed. They had acquired the ability to possess, devising a plot to orchestrate their demise in a manner so bizarre that it would not implicate me. An endeavor of remarkable ease. Yes, Li Ting Ting Nudda. After leaving the cigarettes and liquor for my father and discreetly placing money beneath my mother's pillow, I dialed the woman's number on my way home. The call was quickly answered. Master Qin, are you available today? Unfortunately, my schedule is quite tight today. Let's meet tomorrow afternoon. Very well, Master Qin. Please provide me with your ID number so I can book a flight for tomorrow afternoon. I will send you the details once confirmed. All right, take note. After concluding the call, I leisurely listened to music as I drove towards Zhonghai City. 2 hours later, upon parking my car, I utilized my celestial vision to peer into the house and was met with the sight of a small female ghost, barefoot and clad in a nightgown, intently engaged in playing video games, specifically the once popular mythical beast Palu. I quietly opened the courtyard gate and ascended to the second-floor bedroom, abruptly embracing the little ghost from behind. She shrieked in surprise, nearly toppling off her chair. Quick as a flash, I caught her in a princess carry. Upon recognizing me, her large eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy as she wrapped her arms around my neck, pouting, "Husband, you're so naughty. You nearly scared me to death." I planted a kiss on her puckered lips. "Did you miss your husband?" She nodded vigorously. "What were you thinking about?" "Only in my heart," she replied shyly, burying her face in my embrace. Seizing the moment, I took advantage of her vulnerability. "Husband, you smell a bit unpleasant. Could you take a shower first?" she suggested cautiously, her big, innocent eyes reflecting concern that I might take offense. I was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing I did indeed carry an odd odor. After all, I had been battling the white serpent and extracting its brain earlier that day. "Then I shall wash up. You should change into that little maid outfit I saw in the pictures." I couldn't see it clearly. I offered her a gentle smile. Suddenly, I narrowed my eyes and pointed at her, feigning anger. "Tell me, what shall we do about the precious vase you broke?" "Husband, I didn't break the vase." The little ghost gasped, her clear, innocent eyes widening in fear. "If I say you broke it, then you broke it. No money for compensation, and it will not end well for you." Hee hee. With that, I approached her with a mischievous grin. Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. The little ghost screamed, startled by the sudden thunder, clutching me tightly. "I'm scared," she whimpered. "It's merely thunder and rain. What is there to fear?" I comforted her, while inwardly perplexed by the abrupt change in weather. Moments ago, the sky had been clear. Gazing outside at the downpour, I froze as I seemed to glimpse a shadowy woman amidst the rain, adorned in a striking red wedding dress. She appeared to be watching me. Suddenly, I recalled the exquisite female corpse within the coffin. What the hell? I shuddered. "Husband, what's wrong? Are you afraid of thunder too?" "No need to be scared," the little ghost reassured, sensing my tension as she gently patted my back. I remained silent, hastily employing my celestial vision to scrutinize the area. When I looked again, the spot was utterly empty. Did I missee? I rubbed my eyes, confirming that the area was indeed devoid of any presence. "Husband, what's wrong?" The little ghost, noticing my distraction, inquired with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely saw something incorrectly," I replied, casting one last bewildered glance at the location before exhaling a sigh of relief. As the sun rose high, I awoke groggily, recalling that I had informed the little ghost of my plans to venture out today, which nearly brought her to tears. I felt a twinge of helplessness, continually reassuring her. After enjoying the lunch she had lovingly prepared, I left the still sleeping black cat at home. With a heavy heart, I drove my Maybach out once more, under her reluctant gaze. Arriving at the airport, I exchanged my boarding pass for first class and boarded the flight to Kyoto. 2 hours later, I exited the Kyoto airport and entered the vehicle sent to retrieve me. The driver was a taciturn man, and our journey was marked by minimal conversation. Eventually, the car halted before an upscale villa. "You must be Master Qin. It is quite a journey for you." A middle-aged woman greeted me with a warm smile at the villa's entrance. Recognizing her as the woman from the phone call, I returned her greeting with a nod. "Yes. Hello, Master Qin. Due to the special identity of the individual requiring treatment, We kindly ask that you leave your phone and any recording devices outside before entering, she explained, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. All right, I acquiesced, understanding that those who reside in such luxurious villas often wish to keep certain matters private. I willingly surrendered my phone, which was subsequently inspected before I was allowed entry. Inside the villa, a woman sat gracefully on the sofa, awaiting my arrival. Upon seeing her face, I was struck with astonishment. Could it be her? Chapter 52. The ghostly child within the starlet, the elegant woman seated on the sofa, was someone I recognized. No, in truth. A significant portion of the populace in Huaxia would know her. Upon my arrival, she rose with a smile. Hello? You must be Master Tian. I didn't expect you to be so young, nor did I anticipate that the one seeking me would be you. You are even more radiant in person than on television, I replied, my words genuine rather than mere flattery. She appeared to be in her 30s, fashionably dressed, her makeup impeccable and movements exuding grace. Her beauty was striking, especially the air of superiority that rendered her even more enchanting, though she appeared slightly more slender than on screen. If she were to stroll down the street, she would undoubtedly attract countless stares and gasps. This woman was none other than the renowned leading actress, Su Anqi. Su Anqi has debuted for many years, maintaining a remarkably low profile in terms of scandals, embodying a pure and innocent image. She is the dream girl of many men, including Tian. However, the entertainment industry is rife with beautiful women. As Tian has matured, his preferences have shifted from valuing appearance to prioritizing physique. Thus, he has changed his cinematic goddesses one after another. Although Su Anqi, now in her 30s, has somewhat lost her initial aura of innocence, she has gained a captivating charm of maturity, especially when they found themselves alone in the villa. Tian couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart, stealing glances at Su Anqi. Mr. Tian, would you like something to drink? Tea or coffee? Su Anqi asked, seemingly accustomed to such scrutiny, displaying no displeasure at Tian's gaze. Tea, please. Thank you, he replied, watching her sensuously pour tea for him, feeling a curious thrill. She placed a cup of tea before him. Such a grand villa. Do you live here alone? Tian attempted to make conversation. I've sent everyone away. I prefer to keep this matter private. Su Anqi paused before continuing. Master Tian, time is precious, so I shall be straightforward. The reason I asked you here is that I have heard of your skills in exorcism. You are not the first practitioner I have consulted. They were all at a loss regarding my issue. Perhaps you could assist me now? The goddess exuded an air of icy elegance, and upon sensing her urgency, Tian reined in his conversational impulses, as the prospect of 2 million was undeniably enticing. All right, Miss Anqi, please tell me what troubles you, he nodded. Without uttering a word, Su Anqi stood up and approached Tian directly, just as he began to wonder about her intentions. She unexpectedly began to remove her clothing without hesitation. What are you doing? Tian's heart raced as he watched. Su Anqi's actions were so natural, as if Tian, a stranger, did not exist. Soon, she was left clad only in a seductive black lace bra, revealing her alabaster skin before him. Tian was taken aback by the sight of her body, particularly the grotesque black veins sprawling around her navel, resembling vines extending outward, some already reaching her chest, presenting a terrifying and unappealing spectacle. Master Tian, can you discern what my affliction is? Without delay, Tian employed his heavenly vision to examine her body and was startled to discover a fetus within her abdomen. The black veins were extensions of the umbilical cord, linking the fetus to her. You're pregnant? Tian exclaimed in astonishment. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. Such a bizarre manifestation could not simply be attributed to pregnancy. Upon closer inspection, he realized the soul inhabiting the fetus was not its own, but had been overtaken by a malevolent spirit. In essence, Su Anqi was carrying a ghostly fetus, which was siphoning her vital essence, explaining her noticeable frailty. Master Tian, can you tell that I am pregnant? Su Anqi asked, already aware of her condition, but the early stage of her pregnancy made it difficult to discern. She was surprised by Tian's astute observation, elevating her regard for him. The practitioners she had consulted previously had not possessed such insight. I can indeed see that you are pregnant, and it is a ghostly fetus. Tian stated plainly, observing her reaction. Su Anchi's eyes widened in disbelief, not at the revelation of her ghostly pregnancy, but at Qin Tian's uncanny ability to perceive it. Master Qin, since you can identify the problem, you must have a way to help me, right? She quickly shed her icy demeanor, kneeling beside him, her gaze filled with desperation. As Qin Tian beheld her vulnerable expression, the initial excitement he felt upon meeting the goddess dissipated. Have you been nurturing a spirit? He inquired. Yes. Suanki nadi definitively. Qin Tian was taken aback by her candid admission. He gestured towards the sofa across from him. Miss Anchi, please elaborate on your request. She nodded, but did not sit opposite him. Instead, she nestled beside him, her hair meticulously arranged, remaining without her upper garment, exposing her ample bosom as she spoke. Master Qin, as a renowned practitioner, you must be aware of the intricacies of the entertainment industry. To be frank, I have indeed nurtured a spirit. I now implore you to help me extricate it from my womb while preserving the child. For this baby is of utmost importance to me. Chapter 53. The world revolves around profit. The practice of nurturing spirits within the entertainment industry is not an uncommon secret. Even ordinary individuals often hear whispers of such tales. Various celebrities resort to extreme measures to gain fame, whether through cosmetic surgery, leveraging connections, or dabbling in mysticism. Many have even begun nurturing spirits, applying corpse oil lipstick to alter their fortunes. Qin Tian had heard stories from the venerable Taoist Li Xiantong regarding these practices, although he refrained from elaborating. He mentioned that nurturing spirits could indeed alter one's fate, but it was akin to premature expenditure of one's fortune. The entertainment industry is notorious for its chaos, where individuals will go to great lengths for success. After all, the wealth earned from a single performance can surpass what an average person earns in a lifetime, making their desperation somewhat understandable. You wish to preserve the child within you? That may prove impossible, Qin Tian remarked, shaking his head as he gazed at Su Anchi. Master Qin, I beseech you, whatever conditions you require, I will comply, as long as you can help me save this child. After numerous disappointments from other practitioners, her hope now rested solely on Qin Tian, prompting her to offer him lavish rewards. Qin Tian regarded her with curiosity, the image of the aloof, pure goddess slowly unraveling in his mind. Yet, he couldn't help but inquire, for all this time, I haven't heard any rumors about you. Whose child is it that it holds such significance? You are indeed many men's dream goddess, undeniably beautiful, he replied, puzzled by her sudden question, yet remaining honest. I'm already 36 this year. A woman at this age finds her beauty rapidly declining. No amount of expensive cosmetics or exquisite garments can conceal the ravages of time. Although I may appear more youthful than other women at present, it is merely the result of skilled makeup techniques and an abundance of wealth. In this industry, women are not in short supply, particularly those of striking beauty. Each year, numerous stunning graduates enter the fray, leaving investors and directors overwhelmed with choices. Despite my current glamorous facade, I am acutely aware that my popularity and influence are gradually waning. I have endured countless hardships to reach this position, and I am unwilling to relinquish it so easily. Su Anchi's tone and expression reflected a profound sense of reluctance. What does this have to do with the child within you? Qin Tian understood that success is rarely achieved without struggle, especially in a world where it is exceedingly difficult for women to ascend to the pinnacle of success. Most who do either have powerful connections or have endured significant trials. Listening to Su Anchi, Qin Tian realized she was not one of those who had benefited from connections, at least not initially. It was evident that she had not only faced immense challenges, but had likely made other sacrifices to reach her current standing. It is no wonder, as it is often said that the world is a sordid place, and the entertainment industry is particularly treacherous. Such sentiments are not without foundation. The child within me is the offspring of a powerful figure. If I can safeguard its existence, I can leverage it as a bargaining chip, compelling him to invest more in me, thus allowing me to continue basking in the limelight as a dazzling star. It is uncertain whether Su Anchi viewed Qin Tian as a last hope or believed him to be part of the industry, as she spoke candidly about her circumstances. Noticing Qin Tian's silence, she assumed he was contemplating her words and hastily continued. Currently, The only reason I am still regarded by those individuals is because they are enamored with the aura of celebrity that surrounds me. Should that aura dissipate, given my age, I doubt they would even spare me a glance. Therefore, this child is of utmost importance to me. I implore you, Master Tian, please assist me, and I promise to reward you handsomely." Upon hearing this, Tian sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of disillusionment as the image of the pure goddess he once idolized crumbled before him. After all, in his youth, he had fantasized about forming a connection with such a beautiful woman. The child you carry is entwined with the spirit of a malevolent ghost, which has seized control. You are left with two choices. First, to eliminate the ghostly entity, but your child will remain a stillborn. The second option is to give birth to the ghost. Though I cannot guarantee what you will ultimately deliver, given your current physical condition, the birth could very well drain your life force, leaving you with little chance of survival. Moreover, I must assure you that these are the only two options available. Tian gazed earnestly into Su Anchi's eyes as he spoke each word with gravity. Taking payment to alleviate misfortune, he naturally conveyed the truth. You have enjoyed fame for so long, amassed considerable wealth, and reside in a grand home. Are you not satiated? Tian questioned, puzzled by Su Anchi's despondent demeanor. In his mind, earning a few million and stepping back to relish life seemed a far more appealing path. One could find several ghostly brides traversing the mountains and rivers, indulging in the pleasures of life. What bliss that would be! Su Anchi shook her head, her eyes devoid of light, murmuring, "You do not understand, for you have not stood in my position." Perhaps. Tian offered a non-committal smile, recognizing that the world often prioritizes profit. For the sake of survival, some labor tirelessly on construction sites, while others don a mantle of authority, navigating through bustling streets. Some toil at their computers, exhausting their minds, while others seek attention through outrageous antics online. There are those who resort to deceit, theft, and even murder. Most people endure their share of grievances and suffering, all in pursuit of a better life for themselves or their families. Perhaps each individual has distinct aspirations. Or perhaps Tian's perspective would change upon truly earning a fortune. After a considerable pause, Su Anchi murmured again, "The entertainment industry resembles a quagmire. You ascend by stepping on the heads of others, and while you might remain atop for a time, if you fall, those you once trod upon will seek revenge." Master Tian, is there truly no other way? Tian shook his head once more. "If you doubt my words, feel free to consult others." Su Anchi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. After a long moment, she finally said, "If I must eliminate it, how should I cooperate with you?" Chapter 54. Summoning souls, it has now fused with the fetus within you. Attempting to expel it violently will only leave you severely injured, and provoking it may result in a fierce backlash. If you were a robust man, perhaps you could consider a forceful expulsion, but your frail state cannot withstand such an approach. The best course of action would be to summon its spirit. Tian pondered briefly and ultimately devised a more secure method. Summon its spirit? What does that entail? Suanqui inquired, perplexed. Where is the essence of this little ghost? Master, please follow me. With that, Su Anchi led Tian into a locked room within a villa. Upon entering, Tian beheld a transparent bottle filled with a yellow, oily substance. Inside floated the unmistakable form of a palm-sized infant corpse. Tian recalled hearing from Li Xiantong about the practice of using corpse oil to nurture malevolent spirits. Understanding that the viscous substance in the bottle was extracted from a highly decomposed body. Carry it to the bedroom. Tian, feeling a wave of nausea at the sight of the yellowed corpse oil, instructed Su Anchi. Understood. Su Anchi obediently nodded and took the bottle to the bedroom. What should we do next? She asked, placing the bottle aside. How is your tolerance? Tian asked. I can manage. Shortly, I will employ its essence to perform the summoning technique. It will sense the call and slowly emerge from within you. However, as it is a forced extraction, it may struggle and resist, during which you might experience considerable discomfort. I cannot predict the extent of the pain you may endure. If it becomes unbearable, I may have to forcibly expel it, much like confronting a voracious ghost. Tian paused before continuing. Currently, it resides within your fetus in a dormant state. Guided by the summoning technique, it will perceive the path leading to the outside world akin to the process of birth. I understand now. It is akin to childbirth, correct? Su Anqi replied, nodding with a calm demeanor. Seeing her composure, as if discussing a mundane matter, left Qin Tian somewhat astonished. This woman is remarkably at ease. Though Qin Tian was assuming the role of a doctor, he was still a stranger. Doctors do not distinguish between genders, yet you may cover yourself with a blanket. Qin Tian explained as he turned away to afford her some privacy. Simultaneously, he accessed his storage space, retrieving a piece of talisman paper and a brush dipped in cinnabar, swiftly inscribing a summoning talisman. All set, you now. Qin Tian had to turn around when he was taken aback. Su Anqi, noticing the surprise in his gaze, curiously asked, "What is it, Master Qin? Is there an issue?" Perhaps she suddenly grasped the implication behind Qin Tian's expression, as she chuckled self-deprecatingly. "You find it strange that I would so casually undress before a stranger?" Qin Tian nodded, for he had indeed never encountered a woman so unreservedly disrobing in front of an unfamiliar man. Certainly, aside from those who have been compensated. On the streets, there are numerous women who, in pursuit of fleeting attention, publicly flaunt themselves, and the women in our entertainment industry are even more pronounced in this regard. How many female celebrities have not bared it all for the sake of filming nude scenes in front of a crowd? Some even feign to fall on the red carpet, sans undergarments, to garner more views. Initially, I found this deeply unsettling. Surrounded by such women, one inevitably begins to drift along with the current. Amidifade. After all, as one exposes themselves, it becomes a matter of habit. Su Anqi spoke these words with a striking calmness, yet deep within her gaze, Qin Tian discerned a hint of self-mockery. He couldn't help but sigh internally, acknowledging the audacity of women in the entertainment industry. A woman, even a prominent star, had not uttered a word of complaint. Thus, Qin Tian, as a man, felt no need to dwell on the matter. If she could be so unrestrained, it would certainly simplify his task. As she lay upon the bed, with the spirit summoning talisman affixed to the essence contained within the jar, it would soon be guided out from within her. The time should not be prolonged. Should the pain become unbearable, she could tap thrice upon the mattress. If she was prepared, then let the process commence. All right. Su Anqi nodded, positioning herself as instructed by Qin Tian. Her composure left him devoid of any other thoughts, adopting a mindset akin to that of a doctor ready to assist in childbirth. He placed the glass vial containing the spirit oil and the ghost at the foot of the bed and swiftly unscrewed the cap. Activating the talisman, he affixed it to the ghost's forehead and began to chant the summoning incantation, enunciating each word with purpose. He recited, "Heaven and earth, yin and yang, all living beings. Heed my call. 3 souls and 7 spirits, return swiftly." This marked Qin Tian's inaugural recitation of the summoning spell crafted by an elder Taoist, said to be a refined amalgamation of various sex incantations and his own learned methods. Only those who cultivated the art of yin and yang could wield such power. Upon completing the chant, Qin Tian utilized his celestial eye to peer into Su Anqi's being, locating the dormant spirit within her. Guided by his incantation and the essence, the spirit began to stir, gradually making its way towards Su Anqi's lower body. Just as it was about to exit her, it seemed to sense something, thrashing violently in resistance. Su Anqi's abdomen rose and fell with the spirit's struggles, and Qin Tian could even discern its hands and feet through her undulating belly. The ferocity of its attempts appeared intent on tearing through Su Anqi's flesh. Consequently, a look of agony crossed Su Anqi's face as her body twisted upon the bed. Beads of sweat poured from her brow, mingling with the blood that began to seep from her body. This scene sent chills down Qin Tian's spine. He felt an overwhelming urge to yank the spirit free, but feared harming Su Anqi in the process. He resorted once more to reciting the summoning spell. Despite the spirit's relentless thrashing, it remained ensnared by the spell's influence, accompanied by the gradual extraction of blood. Even though Qin Tian was not directly experiencing her torment, he could empathize with Su Anqi's suffering. He anticipated that she might succumb to the pain and tap the bed, yet she astonishingly persevered. At that moment, Su Anqi was drenched in sweat, her lips bloodied from biting down, yet she clung fiercely to the sheets. Qin Tian couldn't help but reflect on her resilience. This woman had risen from an ordinary rural girl to her current stature, which was no small feat as the spirit was gradually drawn from Su Anchi's body. Tian seized the opportunity to grasp it firmly, preparing to affix a talisman to quell its wrath. Suddenly, upon capture, the spirit awakened, its eyes devoid of pupils flaring wide open, a torrent of ghostly energy emanating as its cracked gaze turned towards Tian. Its mouth grotesquely split open, exceeding a 90-degree angle, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth akin to steel blades, lunging fiercely towards Tian's hand. By heavens! Tian had not anticipated such ferocity from the spirit. With no time to apply the talisman, he forcefully hurled it to the ground. The spirit, upon impact, sprang to its feet, assuming a quadrupedal stance, baring its teeth, suddenly manifesting an additional head. The two heads swelled larger, transforming into a double-headed ghost doll. The sound of their gnashing teeth echoed like a miniature two-headed beast. Recognizing the spirit's ferocity, Tian did not dare to hesitate. With a flicker of thought, the black jade pendant on his wrist shimmered, and the shadowless sword appeared in his grasp, slashing towards the creature. The spirit emitted a horrific shriek, akin to metal scraping. As it lunged at Tian, he swung the sword at the approaching double-headed ghost doll. To his surprise, although he anticipated the spirit would perish instantly, one of its heads detached and fell to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. With the loss of one head, the remaining spirit's aggression morphed into fear, its four limbs scrambling frantically towards Su Anchi, who lay helplessly on the bed. Not good. Tian's heart raced at the thought of the spirit re-entering Su Anchi. Having just expelled it, he hastened towards the spirit. Su Anchi, already rendered speechless by the terrifying spectacle, turned pale as the spirit lunged for her once more. It swiftly approached, preparing to invade her body. In that critical moment, Tian grasped its foot, lifting it into the air and slammed it back down. The impact elicited a dreadful wail from the spirit. Before it could rise, Tian thrust the shadowless sword into it, piercing through with precision. To ensure its demise, he struck several more times. The spirit did not even struggle, dissolving into a cloud of black mist, its essence obliterated. With the spirit vanquished, Tian exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Su Anchi, akin to a drowning person who had just been rescued, gasped for air. Tian examined her body, noting that there were no severe injuries, and he employed his powers to staunch the bleeding. Master Qin, is the spirit dead? Suanqin kuair fastidi. Yes, it is dead. How long have you harbored this spirit? It was remarkably ferocious, he responded. Upon hearing of the spirit's demise, Su Anchi's expression shifted to one of melancholy as she lay still, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, she murmured, I have cared for this spirit for 6 years. It altered my fortune, allowing me to achieve my current success. Are you still fearful that its death will lead to the loss of your fortune? You've already experienced its backlash. Had it lived, it would have been your life at stake, Tian remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. Su Anchi seemed to ponder this, suddenly sitting upright, disregarding her current state of undress. She grasped Tian's arm, hope glimmering in her eyes as she asked, Master Qin, with your remarkable abilities, is there a way to alter one's fortune? Perhaps through feng shui or similar means. I had previously heard from others that engaging with practitioners of the Tao could imbue one with their ethereal energy, enhancing one's fortune. Is that true? Tian rolled his eyes, exasperated, thinking this woman had just returned from the brink of death, having lost her child. Instead of contemplating her loss or her own condition, her first thoughts drifted to desires of passion. He sighed again, feeling that this woman had truly succumbed to a state of madness in her pursuit of love. The concept of feng shui was foreign to him, and her claims about coupling with Tao practitioners to increase fortune seemed merely a ruse for seduction. Nurturing a spirit child would only deplete her future fortunes, and the backlash she faced could either stem from a misstep in her care of the spirit or an exhaustion of her own luck. Tian conveyed this truth to Su Anchi without further persuasion, recognizing that he did not occupy her position. After all, his insights, shaped by a life outside the entertainment industry, might not resonate with someone like her, who had long navigated its treacherous waters. observing Su Anchi's haggard and distraught appearance. Qin Tian was reminded of her youthful debut, vibrant and radiant. Now, despite the adoration and dazzling stardom, her essence concealed a weary, decayed, and helpless soul. Chapter 56. River Dragon? A little loach? Qin Tian sighed once more and continued. The ghost infant has drained a significant amount of your vitality, leaving your body in a state of severe depletion. Do as you wish. I have spoken my piece, and the care of your body is solely your responsibility. He felt utterly drained by this woman, who seemed to prioritize her allure over her life. Were it not for the fleeting thrill of youthful infatuation, he would have been disinclined to offer so much counsel. Master Qin, as a cultivator, do you not possess the ability to concoct elixirs? Is there none that could hasten my recovery? I cannot afford to rest for long, or I risk losing my scripts to others. As for alchemy, that was not within his skill set. Though the old priest's notes contained information on the subject, Qin Tian found it uninteresting. The intricate knowledge required was not something he could master in a day. Instead, he devoted his leisure to dual cultivation techniques, talismans, and martial arts. Especially after a night of dual cultivation with a ghostly maiden, it surpassed the tedium of meditative practice for 10 days. While he lacked proficiency in alchemy, he suddenly recalled a nourishing recipe from the old priest's writings. Encountering someone affluent, Qin Tian could not let this opportunity slip away. I do possess a formula that can replenish your health, though it is rather precious, and the ingredients are quite rare. Master Qin, as long as it aids my swift recovery, the cost is of no concern, Su Anchi replied, her face alight with hope. With the loss of her child and the spirit, her foremost priority was securing scripts and endorsements. Without these, her visibility would fade, making it increasingly difficult to maintain her status in the entertainment world. The old priestess recipes were invaluable, and Qin Tian would not easily part with them. If he brewed the medicine and sent it to her, she would remain unaware of the exact ingredients. He believed a processing fee of 500,000 was reasonable. The worth of the ingredients was uncertain, but he would calculate the costs during preparation. Very well, thank you, Master Qin. Su Anchi showed no inclination to negotiate. To her, a 500,000 fee was trivial. Having resolved the matter, Qin Tian prepared to depart. Then I shall not keep you, Master Qin. I will arrange for my assistant to book your flight and have a driver take you to the airport. Su Anchi did not insist on his stay, for she had more pressing matters at hand. After exchanging contact information, Qin Tian took his leave. 10 minutes later, he boarded the car bound for the airport, accompanied by the same driver. As he gazed at the additional 2.5 million in his phone, an odd sensation washed over him, as if he had been reprimanded. In half a day, he had accrued an impressive 3 million, a stark contrast to the meager earnings from a day of taxi driving. While such sums seemed trivial to the affluent, they were monumental for Qin Tian. Having merely dabbled in his craft, he had already amassed substantial wealth. With time, as his reputation grew, his earnings would only increase. Suddenly, with a screech of brakes, the vehicle came to a sudden halt. Lost in thoughts of his newfound wealth, Qin Tian was unprepared and nearly lurched forward into the seat ahead of him. A car had blocked their path. Do you know whose car this is? What are you doing? The driver barked at the imposing figures that approached. We are men of Lord Huangba, and we have come to invite this young man for tea. What's your problem? The leading figure, a man with slanted eyes, drawled nonchalantly, smoking a cigarette. Upon hearing the name Huangba, the driver's face paled, his body trembling uncontrollably. He dared not utter a word, abandoning the vehicle and fleeing. The man with slanted eyes cast a derisive glance at Qin Tian in the back seat, mocking, "Oh, I thought I was looking at a river dragon. Yet here I find a little loach." Ha ha ha. The others erupted in laughter, regarding Qin Tian as a mere jester. The man with slanted eyes opened the door and seated himself beside Qin Tian, disdain evident on his face. You think you can come to Kyoto and eat without paying your respects? You have some nerve. I don't understand what you're talking about. Who is Lord Huangba? You must have the wrong person, Qin Tian replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. I'm looking for you. In Kyoto, even a dragon must be respectful, and a tiger must be obedient. You're nothing but a small-time thug, unable to stir even a ripple here. Do you understand? His gaze was cold as he took a deep drag from his cigarette, and exhaled slowly into Qin Tian's face. "You really have no idea how reckless you are." The arrogance in his demeanor was palpable. Simultaneously, the man with slanted eyes raised his hand, aiming a slap at Qin Tian's face. Regardless of their background, having been insulted to such an extent, Qin Tian was not one to cower. His right hand moved like lightning, seizing the assailant's wrist mid-air, while his left hand snatched the cigarette from the man's mouth, flicking it back with force. The burning ember lodged itself in the man's throat. With a swift kick, Qin Tian sent him flying. Cough, cough. The man collapsed, kneeling as he gasped for breath, his throat ablaze. The laughter of the onlookers abruptly ceased. Chapter 57. Filthy woman. Dare to stab me. Seeing the man with slanted eyes sent sprawling, the remaining thugs lunged at Qin Tian. After kicking the first man away, he swiftly exited the car to confront the others. Though they possessed some skill, they were no match for Qin Tian, who dispatched them with ease. The remaining few subordinates fell to the ground within just a minute. "Damn you." At this moment, the triangular-eyed man regained his composure, spat on the ground, and rose to his feet, adopting a stance reminiscent of a martial arts fighter, his feet tapping on the ground in imitation of Bruce Lee. After adjusting his position, he executed a high kick aimed at Qin Tian's head. With a swift motion, Qin Tian sidestepped and slapped him back to the ground. "Ouch! Damn it!" The triangular-eyed man immediately found his mouth filled with dirt. Qin Tian approached him, looking down from above, and asked, "Who are you exactly?" "Kid, you've gotten yourself into trouble." The triangular-eyed man glared at Qin Tian, spitting out a mouthful of dirt. "Are you here because of Suanchi?" Qin Tian pondered for a moment. Aside from the contract he took in Kyoto, he had no enemies and had not interacted with anyone else. The only possibility was Suanchi. "I don't know who Suanchi or Suamba is," he replied, even though he had been knocked down by Qin Tian. The triangular-eyed man maintained a defiant attitude. "All right, take me to your boss, Huangba. As the saying goes, what is meant to be will not evade." Now that he had come this far, there would still be significant trouble ahead. These men were clearly henchmen. It would be better to confront the main figure directly. Qin Tian had not used lethal force earlier, merely testing the waters to understand their intentions. Just as the triangular-eyed man was about to continue his tirade, Qin Tian's expression hardened. With a single hand, he grasped the man by the throat, effortlessly lifting his 180-pound frame off the ground. The triangular-eyed man's face turned red, veins bulging as he struggled, his earlier bravado evaporating. Satisfied, Qin Tian tossed him aside like a discarded rag doll and reiterated, "Take me to your boss, Huangba." "Wait, let me make a call," the triangular-eyed man stammered, hurriedly pulling out his phone. He dialed a number, speaking cautiously. "Bai, things are a bit complicated here. He insists on seeing you." Qin Tian clearly heard a man's voice on the other end. "Bring him here." The call ended, and the triangular-eyed man fell silent, obediently assuming the role of a driver. Qin Tian knew this encounter would not end well, so he discreetly affixed power-enhancing talismans to his arms and agility-enhancing talismans to his legs. The car journey lasted over an hour, eventually arriving at an ancient-style residence as dusk began to settle. Before even exiting the vehicle, Qin Tian activated his celestial vision to scan the interior of the estate. He observed an elderly man in a Tang suit seated at the head of the central hall, sporting a goatee and a belly resembling that of an 8-month pregnant woman. To his left stood a girl in black, her expression cold, deftly maneuvering a flying knife that glimmered like a butterfly in flight. To the right of the old man was a towering figure, a 2-meter-tall brute with bulging muscles, resembling a bear with a tuft of chest hair. At the lower end of the hall sat a frail old man with white hair and beard, conversing amiably with the portly elder. The triangular-eyed man parked the car outside, standing respectfully at the door and daring not to enter. Understanding the situation inside, Qin Tian strode directly in. As he entered, all eyes turned toward him. Upon seeing that he was merely a young man, the frail elder's expression turned icy. "I thought a master from Kyoto had arrived. Turns out it's just a boy who hasn't even grown his hair yet. What a letdown." Hearing the mockery, Qin Tian surveyed the crowd and calmly inquired, "Which one of you is Huangba?" "Kid, how dare you show disrespect to Bai? Should I commend your youthful audacity or scold your ignorance?" The frail elder retorted sarcastically, bowing slightly to the portly elder. "Yam Huangba. Boy, from which sect do you hail? The elder took a sip of tea and adjusted his prominent belly, questioning Tian. Taken aback by Huang Ba's inquiry, Tian realized he didn't even know the name of the sect he belonged to with the old Taoist. Boy, so you're one of those wandering cultivators, huh? I initially intended to cripple your leg and retrieve the money you shouldn't have taken, but I didn't expect you to come here. Do you understand the consequences of being here? I don't, Tian replied flatly. Kneel. The black-clad girl, noticing Tian's attitude, her gaze turned sharp. With a flick of her wrist, a flying knife shot toward Tian's thigh like a shooting star. Tian understood the gravity of the situation. Their attitude indicated that mere words would not suffice to resolve this. He had kept his celestial vision activated since entering the estate, ready for action. As the girl launched her attack, he locked onto the trajectory of the knife, and in that split second before it pierced his thigh, he grasped it firmly. With narrowed eyes, he targeted the girl's shapely figure. You dare to stab me? The girl, taken aback, attempted to evade, but it was too late. The knife swiftly embedded itself in her rear. With a cry of pain, she fell to the ground, clutching her backside. Tian's display astonished everyone present. You dare to bully my junior sister? Feel my wrath. The towering brute charged out of the hall, muscles rippling like a descending bear, throwing a punch at Tian. With the power-enhancing talisman's boost, Tian stood his ground. He channeled his energy into his right fist, wrapping it with lightning power for good measure. You may be a bear, but I will bring you down. The frail elder watched in disbelief as Tian chose to confront the brute head-on, smirking in derision at the apparent mismatch in their strength. The two fists collided with a resounding impact. Tian staggered back 2 steps to regain his balance, while the brute was forced to retreat several paces before falling to the ground, convulsing with electricity coursing through his body, foam escaping his mouth. This spectacle left everyone dumbfounded, especially the frail elder, whose eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. The black-clad girl gaped in disbelief at her fallen master. Her senior brother, renowned for his immense strength, capable of slaying a bull with a single punch, was now incapacitated, while the young man remained seemingly unscathed. What sort of monster was this? Brother. The girl pulled the knife from her backside, gritting her teeth against the pain as she rushed to her brother's side to assess his condition. Huang Ba, no longer composed, leaped up from his chair, stammering, such formidable lightning power. Are you a disciple of Longhu Mountain? Tian, maintaining his composure, rubbed his aching fist, pondering how the brute could possess such astounding strength. Who am I? You, Master Huang, sought me out, yet you wish to eliminate me? Are you unaware of my identity? The earlier arrogance and disdain have vanished. After a considerable pause, I sighed, stating, I merely know that someone has breached the rules and consequently made a phone call. It seems I, Huang Laoba, have misjudged today. Master Huang cast another glance at Tian, clasped his hands together, and courteously said, Young brother, I am Huang Xie, the 8th of my family lineage and a disciple of Mao Shan. Those in the Dao community honorably refer to me as Master Huang. May I inquire about your esteemed surname and the sect from which you hail? Are you perhaps from Longhu Mountain? Enough with the trivialities. Speak directly about your intentions for seeking me out, Tian replied, observing the abrupt shift in Huang's demeanor from arrogance to humility. He sighed inwardly, realizing that regardless of location, strength speaks the loudest. Upon learning that Tian was not a disciple of Longhu Mountain, Huang Xie visibly relaxed, yet his demeanor remained amicable. After all, Tian appeared youthful, yet possessed remarkable prowess. He could either have a powerful patron or be a prodigy. Such individuals, if devoid of deep-seated enmity, are best left unoffended. Huang, having navigated the complexities of society, understood these nuances well. You, young brother, are indeed a remarkable talent in the realm of cultivation, Huang continued. Now, let us dispense with the riddles. Please elucidate why you seek to trouble me. Huang, with his visibly protruding belly, approached Tian and cheerfully stated, Let me clarify. There are rules for humans and pathways for spirits. While no one may interfere with your exorcisms elsewhere, in Kyoto, whether it pertains to geomancy or spirit banishment, one must adhere to local customs. The spirit you exterminated at Su Anchi's behest was summoned from elsewhere. By vanquishing that spirit, You have disrupted the established order. Are you suggesting you wish to claim authority here? Huang adjusted his goat beard and nodded in affirmation. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Nowadays, there are too many charlatans in the underworld, creating chaos. I, Huang Laoba, aim to rid this place of such frauds. By your reasoning, should that spirit remain unharmed, it would continue to endanger lives? That is a grave misunderstanding. It is not that the spirit cannot be killed, but rather that you cannot kill it. Only the individual who summoned that spirit has the right to do so. Maintaining a spirit is akin to predatory lending. When the spirit retaliates, it is akin to the lender collecting debts. If you slay the spirit, it is akin to seizing what is not yours. Do you comprehend this? Do you think Su Anshi's higher practitioners are truly incapable of handling that spirit? While some may be frauds, others can indeed manage it, yet they choose to feign ignorance due to the established customs. The time to deal with that spirit has not yet arrived. It will only be when she finds herself utterly desperate that someone will come to collect. Upon reflecting on Huang's words, Tian realized that he might have indeed breached some unwritten rule. In terms of predatory lending, 2 million is but a trifling sum. When the time comes for collection, it could multiply exponentially. Concerned, Tian quickly inquired, "Are the involved parties aware of this?" Huang chuckled. "Of course, they are unaware. Otherwise, such debts would not be so easily incurred." Noticing Tian's persistent frown, Huang continued, "This world is inherently predatory. Rules exist for a reason. If you possess greater strength than others, you also have the right to seize what belongs to them. Do you mean to say that I merely need to incapacitate the practitioner who sold Su Anshi the spirit?" Tian seemed to grasp Huang's implication. "That is the gist of it," Huang confirmed with a nod. "Very well. Where might that individual be found?" With limited resources to compensate others, Tian was left with no choice but to pursue this alternative course of action. "Since you are here, I have naturally summoned the principal ahead of time." Huang Laoba turned his gaze toward an individual within the hall. Following his gaze, Tian recognized the frail, gray-haired elder before him. "You?" he exclaimed, advancing toward the elderly man, his fists clenched. The old man, recalling Tian's earlier ferocity, felt a wave of dread. A single blow from Tian could spell his demise. He instinctively retreated a few steps, waving his hands frantically. "No, no, no. This is not a fight. This is a contest of skills." "A contest? Contest? What manner of contest?" Tian paused, perplexed. "Very well then. Explain your rules. I shall comply." Chapter 59. That is his wife. With events having escalated to this point, retreat was no longer an option. Furthermore, Li Xiantong had mentioned that during his travels to various Taoist sanctuaries, he had engaged in exchanges of skills with those practitioners, learning various forms of Taoist arts. Ultimately, he had distilled his experiences into the insight that the yin-yang technique significantly enhances and refines these arts, rendering them more potent than their original forms. "All right, Qin Xiao brother. My name is Ding Xingwang. You may call me Old Ding. Given your promising talent, let us forego the financial matter and instead engage in a friendly exchange." Ding Xingwang approached Tian, patting his shoulder in a familiar manner while secretly plucking 2 hairs from Tian's shoulder to conceal them. Witnessing Tian's formidable presence, he abandoned his earlier intention of demanding compensation. After all, Huang Laoba had recently taken on 2 exceptionally capable disciples, which filled Ding Xingwang with envy and ignited a fire within him. The 2 proceeded to the courtyard, where Ding Xingwang produced a straw effigy, retrieving a brush dipped in vermilion to inscribe various symbols upon it. Meanwhile, Tian prepared to fight using talismans. He also utilized the yellow paper, vermilion, and brush provided by Huang Laoba to create several talismans, readying them in his hands. "Are you prepared, Qin Xiao brother? I am about to begin." Tian nodded, albeit confused. Suddenly, Ding Xingwang brandished a silver needle and thrust it into the effigy's leg. Instantly, Tian felt a sharp pain in his own leg, as though a steel blade had pierced him. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance. The bizarre occurrence left Tian astounded. "Young brother, you have fallen into my trap. You cannot win. Surrender, and you need only to take me as your master to avoid further suffering," Ding Xingwang said with a smug grin upon realizing Tian had been ensnared. Qin Tian's gaze darted toward the effigy, which bore inscriptions he could not decipher. However, he noticed that 2 strands of hair were tied to the effigy's body. Understanding the cause, Qin Tian hesitated no longer. He swiftly grasped a fireball talisman and hurled it forward. Ding Xingwang, still reveling in his perceived victory, was caught off guard when the fireball appeared before him, striking the effigy and igniting it in flames, reducing it to ash in moments. Even Ding Xingwang's beard suffered singeing. Staring at the charred effigy, Ding Xingwang was left speechless, and even Huang Laoba, observing from the sidelines, exhibited a look of bewilderment. You cheated. Where did you acquire that fire? Ding Xingwang fumed, stamping his foot in frustration. Of course, it is the talismans, Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. Hearing the old man's words, Qin Tian's mind raced. Were they to use talismans in conjunction with incantations? Did his cultivated yin-yang technique not require such? That does not count. Young brother, you cannot resort to such trickery. Ding Xingwang, with a furious expression, puffed out his cheeks and glared. He then picked up an old umbrella nearby and addressed Qin Tian once more. Little brother Qin, this time you have cheated first, so do not blame me for using my ultimate move. Without waiting for Qin Tian to retort, he hurled the seemingly ancient oiled paper umbrella into the air. Miraculously, the umbrella opened slowly mid-flight, releasing an overwhelming aura of malevolence. From within emerged a long-haired female, ghost-clad in red, gradually materializing before their eyes. A fierce spirit indeed. The intensity of her ghostly energy astonished Qin Tian, for it was his first encounter with such a formidable apparition. Little brother Qin, this is a vengeful spirit. You should concede defeat. No matter how skilled you are in martial arts, victory is impossible. If you possess any hidden talents, now is the time to reveal them. If you have a powerful spirit, summon it to battle her. Ding Xingwang exclaimed, his laughter echoing as he observed Qin Tian's astonished expression. Qin Tian mused to himself that he did indeed have a petite ghost with long legs, but her level was likely too low, and she was a weeper at that. In this situation, she would only be a target. Meanwhile, old Master Huang, adjusting his considerable belly, remarked, Old Ding, bringing out your trump card to deal with a junior is somewhat unfair, don't you think? Confident of his victory, Ding Xingwang replied, Very well. Now that you have seen the fierce spirit, I wish to gauge her true strength. Since his opponent had declared that repayment was off the table, he was genuinely interested in a spar with his kindred spirit. The female ghost, her long hair obscuring half of her face, had striking red lips that caught the eye. One piercing gaze was fixated on Qin Tian, exuding an unsettling aura. Determined to test the spirit's prowess, Qin Tian raised his fist and charged at the ghost in red. The ghost's lips curled slightly upward as the umbrella was tossed aside. Her form became increasingly ethereal until she vanished from sight. However, under Qin Tian's heavenly eye, she remained visible, having relocated to the other side, still fixated on him. In an instant, Qin Tian shifted his position, infusing his punch with spiritual power, striking the stationary red-clad ghost with a forceful blow that sent her flying. The ghost let out a piercing scream, her form becoming more defined. No, this cannot be. How did you strike her? What sorcery have you mastered? Ding Xingwang exclaimed in disbelief. You possess yin-yang eyes. Old Master Huang was equally astounded. Qin Tian smirked. My vision surpasses mere yin-yang eyes. It is the heavenly eye, magnified many times over. After being struck, the red ghost's expression darkened, her ghostly energy surging. Her hair whipped through the air, rapidly elongating and swirling toward Qin Tian like seaweed. Realizing the imminent danger, Qin Tian swiftly maneuvered to evade the hair attack. Yet, the confined space of the courtyard left him with little room to escape as the ghost's hair continued to grow. Just as he felt the impending entrapment, he summoned the shadowless sword, swiftly slicing through the ghost's hair, which fell away like black smoke. My hair, I will kill you, the ghost wailed, as if bereft of a treasured possession, transforming into a blur as she lunged at Qin Tian. Stop! Ding Xingwang shouted in haste. The ghost, consumed by rage, closed the distance to Qin Tian in the blink of an eye, her claws aimed directly at his head. Qin Tian dodged instinctively, raising his sword in defense. With a sudden jolt, The ghost froze as she noticed the unexpected wound in her body, her expression one of shock. "You," she barely uttered before dissipating into black mist. The bewildering scene left everyone in a state of shock, unable to comprehend how the vengeful spirit had vanished so abruptly. "No!" Ding Xinguang cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed with grief, tears streaming down his face. "Ah, that was not my intention. It was merely self-defense," Tian offered awkwardly, sensing he had inadvertently overstepped his bounds. Yet, Ding Xinguang continued to sob uncontrollably, his sorrow palpable. Tian approached the still-dazed old Master Huang and cautiously inquired, given his intense grief, could this ghost have been his mother? "No," old Master Huang shook his head. "That's a relief." Tian sighed, feeling a slight easing of tension. However, old Master Huang continued, "That was his wife." Upon hearing this, Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, the man had just declared he would not hold Tian accountable for the debt, and now he had inadvertently caused the demise of his spouse. Observing Ding Xinguang's heart-wrenching wails, Tian cautiously suggested to old Master Huang, "Perhaps you should console him?" He feared that his own attempts at comfort might provoke a violent reaction, uncertain of how to approach the situation. After all, a simple apology would hardly suffice. Old Master Huang, despite recognizing Tian's formidable strength and having come to respect him, felt the weight of the task at hand. He had known Ding Xinguang for years and was well aware of his tragic backstory. It was said that he could only father a son. All subsequent offspring were daughters. This peculiar fate had only intensified over generations, leading to the tragic demise of his last wife, who had perished on their wedding night 50 years ago. In that era, women were still quite traditional, and many experienced their first intimate moments during their wedding. His bride, eager to embrace the joys of womanhood, was tragically lost at the moment of their union, her resentment transforming her into a vengeful spirit eager for retribution. Fortunately, Ding Xinguang possessed enough skill in the arcane arts to survive her wrath. Subsequently, he sought out an ancient artifact, the oiled paper umbrella, which had been unearthed from a tomb, miraculously preserved despite its exposure to the elements. Such ancient relics, steeped in negative energy, were favored by spirits. Out of guilt for the loss he suffered, Ding Xinguang had cherished this ghost, treating her with an affection that belied their tragic past. In addition to her formidable abilities, she is indeed Ding Xinguang's prized possession. However, this was a situation that Tian found himself ensnared in, and Huang Bei could only shake his head in exasperation. If he were to intervene, who could predict if the other party would resort to tears, tantrums, or even threats of self-harm? The mere thought of the old man, Ding, potentially shedding tears and snot all over him sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to dismiss the notion. Noticing Huang Bei's hesitance to approach, Tian cautiously remarked that he was eager to leave the scene. "But why not we retire to the backyard for a private discussion?" Huang Bei suggested. "As long as it's away from here, I'm agreeable," Tian replied. "Very well, please follow me," Huang Bei said, as he, with his prominent belly, led Tian towards the rear of the courtyard, deliberately circumventing the weeping Ding Xinguang on the ground. As the two stealthily made their way, the girl in black suddenly spoke up. "Master, my senior brother." At that moment, the towering figure lay sprawled on the ground, while the girl beside him wore a look of deep concern. Due to her injuries, she could only adopt an awkward half-sitting position. "Shoo!" Tian and Huang Bei simultaneously placed their fingers to their lips, and upon realizing that Ding Xinguang was oblivious to their presence, they exhaled in relief. The girl in black fell silent but shot an intense glare at Tian, her hand gripping a flying dagger that spun ominously. Were it not for her wariness of Tian's formidable prowess, she would have thrown it at him without hesitation. "He'll be all right. He'll wake up shortly," Tian assured, wishing to vacate this troublesome place without drawing Ding Xinguang's attention. After a brief explanation, he kept his head down and hastened toward the backyard, with Huang Bei trailing closely behind. As they walked, Huang Bei couldn't contain his curiosity and inquired, "Could it be that you also possess the gift of the yin-yang eyes?" "Is that so? Do you possess such a gift as well, Huang Bei?" Tian seized upon the hidden implications in the inquiry. "Indeed," Huang Bei nodded proudly. The yin-yang eyes are exceedingly rare, and it was precisely because of his own that he was selected as a disciple by the Maoshan sect. With such vision, one could achieve far more with less effort. Yes, I too possess such abilities, Tian vaguely affirmed, opting not to disclose the specifics of his heavenly sight. Huang Bei's face lit up with surprise upon hearing this, marveling at Tian's youth and talent. Such prodigies are indeed rare and precious. Despite having two disciples, their lack of skill in the mystical arts rendered them inadequate successors. Encountering Tian, Huang Bei felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. My young brother, it seems fate has brought us together. Would you consider taking me as your mentor? Huang Bei's fervent gaze made Tian uneasy. The rotund man's beaming eyes exuded a certain lewdness. Instinctively, Tian took a couple of steps back and quickly replied, I would rather not. Setting aside the fact that he deemed his knowledge superior to theirs, the very demeanor of this man felt off-putting. My young brother, you are refreshingly forthright. I appreciate your candor, Huang Bei exclaimed, his enthusiasm only amplifying Tian's discomfort, especially in their isolated setting. The air grew thick with an unsettling tension. Why are you standing so far away? Huang Bei questioned, puzzled by the distance. Oh, it's just quite hot today. Standing further away is cooler, Tian fabricated, fanning himself with his hand. Huang Bei, eager to showcase his own prowess, thought that once Tian witnessed his skills, he would surely reconsider his stance and willingly become his apprentice, which only made Huang Bei smile wider. The notion that Huang Bei harbored unusual interests solidified in Tian's mind. All right, in that case, allow me to demonstrate the abilities of the Maoshan sect. Just a moment while I prepare, Huang Bei said, slapping his thigh. Before Tian could voice an objection, Huang Bei, with surprising agility for his size, rushed into the room as if pursued by a dog. Tian felt a wave of unease wash over him as he watched this peculiar man dart away. His desire to linger dissipated, and upon glancing towards the main hall, his expression shifted suddenly. Ding Xingwang lay unconscious, his eyes rolled back, his body convulsing slightly. Huang Bei's subordinates had already propped him up nearby. Tian quickly assessed Ding's condition and, relieved to find no immediate danger to his life, he decided it was time to leave. As he turned to exit, he nearly collided with a figure that appeared out of nowhere. It was none other than the girl in black, followed closely by the now conscious burly man. Upon recognizing the individual responsible for her injury, her eyes burned with vengeance. In an instant, she brandished a dagger aimed at Tian's shoulder. Hey, you wretched girl! Tian exclaimed, seizing the hand that wielded the dagger without hesitation. Pulling her forward, the girl stumbled, losing her balance, and as she fell, Tian instinctively knelt, using his knee to brace her waist. She cried out as she tumbled onto his lap. Tian, gripping her arm, swiftly repositioned the dagger into the wound from which it had come, ensuring accuracy without fail. She yelped in pain, rendered momentarily incapacitated on the ground. Senior brother, help me, she cried, realizing her inability to retaliate against Tian. Tian eyed the burly man warily, perceiving a threat in his strength. The man clenched his fists but instinctively recoiled at Tian's gaze. Reflecting on the earlier incident and the state of his junior sister, he abandoned any thoughts of attacking Tian. Internally, he reasoned that there was no point in provoking someone who had already bested him. Yet, witnessing his junior sister in distress stirred a sense of obligation within him, prompting him to approach Tian. With a sheepish smile, he said, Brother, my little junior sister is rather frail. How about you take your frustrations out on me instead? After uttering these words, he turned around and presented his backside to Tian. The sight of that ample dairy reminiscent of a grinding wheel, momentarily made Tian feel nauseous. Just as he was about to respond, the young girl beneath him abruptly twisted her head around and lunged at his calf with a fierce bite. Her small, sharp teeth glinted ominously, and the ferocity in her eyes suggested that if Tian were truly bitten, it would be no less painful than a dog-esque bite. Quick to react, Tian leaped up, but the sudden loss of support sent him tumbling to the ground. The sound of teeth clashing echoed in the air as he fell. Tian laughed mockingly at the girl sprawled on the floor. Hey, are you a dog? You dare to humiliate me. I will not let you off lightly. With a swift flick of her wrist, the girl produced another flying dagger aimed directly at Qin Tian's neck. However, he had already anticipated her move. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a hurried voice called out from behind, "Brother, have mercy." It was Huang Bei, panting as he rushed towards them, dressed in a flowing Taoist robe that humorously failed to conceal his rotund belly. "Thank you for sparing my little brother, Qin." Feng Ling apologized to him at once. Despite being the injured party, Huang Bei insisted that she offer an apology as she had initiated the conflict. Feng Ling shot a fierce glare at Qin Tian and huffed, turning her head away in defiance. This girl has such a temperament. Ever since losing her parents, she has been bullied by her peers and has grown rather solitary. "I may have spoiled her a bit. Please don't take it to heart, little brother." Huang Bei quickly intervened to smooth things over. "It's nothing. I am unscathed, and my backside feels fine." Qin Tian waved dismissively, presenting himself as magnanimous, as if he were not the one who had just been at the receiving end. This remark caused Feng Ling to turn back, glaring fiercely at him, her teeth clenched as if she wished to devour him whole. Qin Tian merely shrugged and chose to ignore her. "Qin, allow me to introduce you. These two are my wayward disciples. This girl is named Feng Ling, and the lad is Ligo Dan. Both are orphans I took in after their parents passed away." Upon hearing the name Ligo Dan, Qin Tian nearly burst into laughter. Ligo Dan, aware of his name's lack of charm, sheepishly scratched his head and said, "My mother always told me that a humble name is easy to sustain. After she passed, I kept this name as it was the last gift she left me." Qin Tian's amusement faded at Ligo Dan's words. He approached the towering, simple-minded young man and, looking up at him, patted his shoulder, praising him. "You are a dutiful son." Ligo Dan chuckled shyly, scratching his head again. "That was an intentional strike using my thunderous fist technique, a method I devised myself," Qin Tian nonchalantly remarked. Feng Ling, upon hearing this, scoffed and rolled her eyes, nearly turning them completely white. "Brother, that name sounds impressive." Li Gudan complimented Vin Tian, adding, "But it sounds like you made it up." Hearing this, Qin Tian felt a twinge of annoyance. Little brother, Ligo Dan, is a pure yang body, a natural powerhouse, having been a virgin in his past 6 lifetimes, Huang Bei explained with a smile. "What does that mean?" "It means he died a virgin in his first 5 lives, which is why he possesses this pure yang body and innate strength. His cultivation in martial arts will far exceed that of ordinary individuals." "Ah, I see," Qin Tian nodded. "Poor Ligo Dan, being a virgin for all those lifetimes. Though his pure yang body sounds impressive when matched against my innate Tao body, he truly is a minor player." As he gazed at the large man, his eyes were filled with compassion. Chapter 62, Ligo Dan go open the coffin. He stood beside Ligo Dan, sighed, and patted his shoulder without uttering a word. Having exchanged pleasantries, Qin Tian intended to discreetly withdraw. "Wait, little brother Qin, there's no rush. Opportunities like this are rare. Let me have the chef prepare a feast for us, and we shall celebrate together." Huang Bei swiftly positioned himself in Qin Tian's path, blocking his exit. "My chef comes from a lineage of imperial chefs, and his culinary skills are unparalleled. Just look at my belly. It's a testament to his cooking." He laughed heartily. "Moreover, his roast duck is second to none, and I have some fine wine. You must try it." With that, Huang Bei grasped Qin Tian's hand, dragging him towards the courtyard. Feeling the greasy grip of Huang Bei, Qin Tian was immediately repulsed. He desperately sought an excuse to escape. "Your brother-in-law is about to have a baby. There's no need for you to rush." Delaying a day wouldn't matter. Yet Huang Bei tightened his hold and continued to pull him along. All right, lead the way," Qin Tian relented, realizing he could not extricate himself from Huang Bei's insistence. He thought to himself that he needed to finish quickly and leave. Feng Ling and Ligo Dan exchanged glances. "It seems to me that the master wishes to take that scoundrel as a disciple," Feng Ling remarked disdainfully. "Does that mean he will become our junior brother? Then I could learn that fist technique from him." Ligo Dan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon hearing that Qin Tian might become Huang Bei's disciple, Feng Ling's expression soured. However, a thought crossed her mind. I could use my position as his senior sister to keep him in line and make him pay for his previous actions. Her eyes brightened at this prospect. "Junior sister, it's been ages since we last saw Master perform his magic." Let us go take a look. Li Gudan, noticing Huang Bei now donned in a Taoist robe, called out to Feng Ling as he moved toward the inner chambers. Hey, wait. Brother, help me. I need to fetch some medicine, Feng Ling said, giving Li Gudan an exasperated glare. Though eager to witness their master's spell casting, Li Gudan, sensing the urgency in Feng Ling's eyes, smiled sheepishly and accompanied her to the bedroom. Just as they reached the door, he was ready to leave, but was halted by Feng Ling's voice. Brother, you can't go. Wait for me outside. I want to see too. All right, hurry up. I'll be quick, Feng Ling replied, slowly making her way inside while casually shutting the door behind her. The sluggish scene left Li Gudan anxiously scratching his head, soon finding himself covered in flakes of dandruff. If Tian were present, he would undoubtedly scoff at Li Gudan. To trust in a woman's whims is truly foolish. Upon arriving at the backyard, Tian beheld a table adorned with an array of items. Incense burners, candlesticks, yellow paper, vermilion, weights, peachwood swords, straw dolls, and bells, among others. Nearby stood several paper figures, resembling those sold in longevity shops. Little brother, let me first show you what a genuine fire attack spell looks like. With that, Master Huang Ba approached the altar, producing a piece of talisman paper and quickly sketching with vermilion using a brush. Tian, with his celestial sight, observed that the drawing bore some resemblance to his fireball talisman, yet there existed a fundamental difference. Once completed, he held the talisman aloft, reciting incantations, heaven and earth. Flames of virtue, all methods burnt to ash. I, in obedience to the Mozhang Patriarch's decree, summon the three Mao's true monarch to descend. With this talisman as proof and incense as a guide, let the fire attack commence, burn swiftly, urgently, as per the law. As the incantation concluded, the talisman ignited with a loud bang. Oh, it truly burns. Tian quickly turned his gaze towards the flame, but soon lost interest upon closer inspection. The blaze appeared vigorous, but paled in comparison to his fireball. The need to chant such troublesome spells was indeed cumbersome. Little brother, how was that? This is merely the most basic fire attack spell. There are even mightier ones. He then proceeded to demonstrate the heart-purifying spell, the five thunder spell, the barrier-breaking spell, and more. He even showcased the straw doll technique previously used by Old Manding, followed by the paper figure technique. The latter appeared quite mystical, manipulating paper figures to perform actions akin to puppets without strings. However, it still required incantations, and its offensive capabilities were limited, prompting Tian to shake his head in disapproval. The more formidable techniques left to him by the old Taoist were evidently superior. Little brother, how did you find that paper figure technique? There is also a human skin technique, which, when paired with the soul, yields even greater effects. In truth, our Mozhang excels at exorcising demons, but the conditions here are not suitable for a demonstration. I shall allow you to witness it another time. After finishing his display, Huang Ba was panting heavily, perspiring profusely, and approached Tian with an air of self-satisfaction, seemingly eager for praise and admiration. Impressive indeed. Tian hastily clapped and gave a thumbs up. Huang Ba, astute as he was, discerned the insincerity in Tian's eyes, feeling a significant blow to his pride. Little brother, it seems I must reveal some of my hidden talents to earn your respect. With that, Huang Ba gestured to Li Gudan. Go, open the coffin. Upon hearing the command to open the coffin, Li Gudan appeared visibly frightened, gulping nervously. Master, do we really have to? Enough of your prattle. Go. Huang Ba's eyes widened in admonition. Li Gudan, reluctant to oppose Huang Ba, walked towards the inner room of the backyard. Open what? What sort of opening? Tian inquired, puzzled. Little brother, follow me. Huang Ba, with a smile, beckoned Tian back to the table, picking up a bronze bell. He then sketched another talisman and began reciting incantations. At that moment, Li Gudan suddenly emerged from the inner room as if he had encountered a terrifying entity. Dashing out with his head bowed, in a flash, he reached the corner between the main hall and the backyard, peeking cautiously back towards the room like a timid cat. What is going on? Opening a switch seems akin to being caught in an affair. This spectacle piqued Tian's curiosity, and he prepared to use his celestial sight to peer into the inner room. Urgently, as per the law, Huang Ba suddenly bellowed, finishing the last line of the incantation, causing the talisman in his hand to ignite rapidly. He vigorously shook the bronze bell. As the bell rang, a thunderous boom resonated through the air. With the bell's movement, all doors and windows in the inner room burst open as if struck by a violent shockwave. Achilling, ressent fureur, mingled with the stench of decaying corpses, assaulted Tian's senses, causing his expression to change abruptly. Such potent corpse chi! With another resounding bang, the roof of the inner room was shattered in an instant. A figure soared into the air, transforming into a dark speck. The figure then plummeted like a cannonball, crashing down into the center of the backyard with a resounding thud. The stone slab beneath its feet cracked under the impact, forcing Tian to take several steps back in surprise. Before him stood a zombie clad in Qing dynasty official attire, its green face and sharp teeth exuding a fierce demeanor, with a talisman affixed to its forehead. The appearance of a zombie caused Li Godin and Feng Ling, who were lurking nearby, to retract their heads in fear. Li Godin sighed, muttering under his breath, "Alas, tomorrow I shall have to repair the roof and floor again." "Little brother, do you recognize this creature?" Huang Ba, clearly pleased with Tian's reaction, approached him with a grin, holding the bronze bell aloft. "This is indeed a flying zombie." Tian marveled at the sight before him. He recalled the notes from the old Taoist, which explained that when a person dies with lingering resentment and is buried in an area of extreme yin energy, a mutation may occur, resulting in the formation of a zombie. Like specters, they thrive in places heavy with yin energy, but unlike ghosts, zombies are nourished by blood. They evolve by consuming the blood of animals and humans, with classifications ranging from white zombie, black zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, corpse king, to dry corpse. Little brother Qin, you seem quite knowledgeable about zombies. Indeed, this is a flying zombie. It can soar through the skies, impervious to fire and water, and resistant to blades and bullets, while also capable of employing simple spells. I regularly feed it animal blood, and it is now on the verge of reaching the corpse king realm. Aside from lacking intelligence, it possesses no other deficiencies. This is my prized possession, the reason for my esteemed position in the capital. Huang Ba proudly explained, raising the bronze bell. "Is this the corpse driving technique? Isn't that a secret art from Shanxi?" Tian inquired, having heard of the corpse driving technique before, even having watched a film about a corpse driver and a female corpse. "Not at all. The corpse driving technique actually dates back to the ancient era of Qiyu. After a fierce battle with the Yin and Huang emperors, the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Qiyu, wishing to guide the souls of the fallen warriors home, employed a strategy that caused the deceased to march in formation, directed by the soul-capturing bell, thus giving rise to the corpse-driving technique. During the southern Liang dynasty, our revered ancestor Tao Hongjing established the Maoshan sect, simultaneously integrating elements of both white and black sorcery, which included the art of corpse control. The techniques of manipulating and commanding corpses have existed for quite some time, but they only gained widespread recognition during the Qing dynasty. After sharing some insights on this subject with Tian, Master Huang Ba was delighted to see the spark of interest in Tian's eyes and quickly seized the moment. "Young brother, would you like to experience the formidable power of this soon-to-be corpse king, the flying corpse? Very well, I shall witness its strength and see if its body is truly as formidable as the legends suggest," Tian replied. "By all means." Master Huang Ba smiled and stepped aside. As Tian positioned himself before the flying corpse, he suddenly hesitated and turned to Huang Ba. If I happen to damage it, you won't make me pay, will you?" "Ha! Young brother, rest assured, if you manage to break it, I won't utter a single word. I will even gift you its coffin." Huang Ba's eyes shimmered with confidence. "Give me a coffin? Are you serious?" Tian's expression darkened at the thought. "A coffin is synonymous with death. You misunderstand, young brother. Its coffin is crafted from ancient golden silk Nama wood, worth millions. Millions? So if I break it, it's mine?" Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Naturally, every word I utter holds weight," Huang Ba assured him. "All right, here I go." Tian nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. He bent slightly, rotating his body, and drew back his right fist, channeling his energy into it as he prepared to unleash a powerful strike, infusing it with the force of thunder. Here it comes. Lightning thunder fist. Li Guvan, witnessing the scene, was thrilled, his eyes wide with anticipation as he leaned forward, fixated on Qin Tian's impending punch. With the momentum of a mountain-crushing force, Qin Tian struck the flying corpse squarely in the chest. In an instant, he froze, his expression contorting in pain. It felt as if his fist had collided with a massive steel boulder. Had it not been for the protective energy enveloping him, he believed he would have suffered a fracture. Yet, the flying corpse remained unscathed. Ha 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 ha! Huang Ba burst into laughter, approaching Qin Tian with a mischievous gleam in his eye. What do you think, young brother? Is my flying corpse impressive? Would you like to learn? Wait. Qin Tian glanced towards the backyard and noticed two large iron hammers. He walked over, picked one up, and returned to confront the flying corpse. Hey, brother, no. That's mine. Li Godin's face paled as he saw Qin Tian wielding his prized steel hammer, and he rushed toward him. At that moment, Qin Tian took a running leap and aimed a strike at the flying corpse's head. Bang! The hammer struck like a meteor, crashing down onto the flying corpse's skull. The ground beneath the corpse shattered, and its body sank like a nail into the earth. Simultaneously, a violent recoil reverberated through Qin Tian's wrist, causing him to lose his grip on the hammer, which clattered to the ground, revealing a massive dent. Yet, the flying corpse remained entirely unharmed. Is it truly that formidable? Qin Tian was momentarily dumbfounded. At that moment, Li Godin, who had just stepped out to stop Qin Tian, froze and donned a mask of agony. My steel hammer. My precious steel hammer. How about it, young brother? Are you convinced now? Simply become my disciple, and I shall impart to you the secrets of corpse manipulation. I can even procure a furry corpse for you to nurture your leisure, Huang Ba continued, his smile broadening. All right, I am determined. With thoughts of the $1,000,000 coffin, Qin Tian steeled himself. Huang Ba, you assure me that if I break it, I won't have to pay, and that coffin will truly be mine? Fear not. I am a man of my word, Huang Ba replied, exuding confidence. Very well. Qin Tian nodded again, turning his attention back to the flying corpse. The black jade pendant on his wrist vanished, and in an instant, the shadowless sword appeared in his hand. With an air of unshakable confidence, Qin Tian waved the sword and aimed a strike at the flying corpse. The shadowless sword sliced through the air. But as he employed his divine eye to peer into the corpse's essence, he was taken aback. A powerful aura of resentment lingered within the flying corpse, and the place where he had struck was enveloped in a dense fog of malice that quickly reformed after being cleaved. The shadowless sword appeared ineffective against it. Feeling disheartened, Qin Tian sheathed the sword. Alas, it seems the $1,000,000 coffin is beyond my reach. What's wrong, young brother? Why have you ceased your attempts? Huang Ba observed as Qin Tian waved his arms dismissively, standing still in contemplation, and he felt a pang of curiosity. Forget it. I shan't pursue this further. Qin Tian replied. Hey, young brother, my flying corpse is impressive, isn't it? Should you choose to become my disciple, one day you too could command such a formidable ally. Huang Ba continued to entice him, chuckling heartily. Enough, Huang Ba. I merely wish to test its strength. I have no interest in it. No matter how powerful, it is still a corpse, stinky and rigid, and rather grotesque. Dear young brother, that is quite the misunderstanding. Look how obedient this corpse is. Huang Ba once again shook the copper bell in his hand, prompting the flying corpse to rise from the ground. Following the bell's erratic chimes, it began to move, fly, and turn at will. Qin Tian was momentarily captivated, feeling as though he were observing someone manipulate a drone. After its flight, the flying corpse landed and smashed a nearby stone table with a single blow. See? Quite obedient and powerful, isn't it? Though it may be a bit odorous. Once it reaches the level of a corpse king, its body will become supple. As Huang Ba noticed Qin Tian's lingering disinterest, he shook the copper bell again. And there's more. This soul-capturing bell not only controls corpses, but also has a potent effect on humans and spirits. As he spoke, Huang Ba drew another talisman and recited a lengthy incantation, turning to Qin Tian. Young brother, steady your mind. Pay attention. Oh no, master has gotten carried away. Little sister, run. Li Godin, who had been engrossed in the spectacle, suddenly turned pale. Realizing his sister's current predicament, he dashed back to assist the terrified Feng Ling, fleeing the scene. Ding! The The soul-capturing bell emitted a clear sound, and all three, save for Huang Ba, felt their bodies tremble. Qin Tian suddenly experienced a jarring sensation, as if his very soul had been struck, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Meanwhile, Li Godin and Feng Ling collapsed to the floor, their bodies swaying uncontrollably. At that moment, the black jade pendant on Qin Tian's wrist spun rapidly and vanished, allowing the shadowless sword to materialize in his hand once more. The unsettling tremor in his soul and the dizziness dissipated, as if a gong had been forcefully silenced. His vision cleared. Huang Ba stared in astonishment at Qin Tian, who stood firm like a resilient tree, his gaze steady and unwavering. Doubt crept into Huang Ba's mind as he once again fervently waved the soul-capturing bell. Ding! 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 Impossible! Absolutely impossible! The venerable Master Huang gazed incredulously at the steadfast Qin Tian, his expression a mix of disbelief. It was inconceivable that someone could exhibit such composure unless they were devoid of a soul or possessed an extraordinarily potent one. At that moment, apart from the somewhat jarring sound of the bell, Qin Tian felt no sensations whatsoever. He even casually probed his ear with his pinky finger. As he did so, his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Godin and Feng Ling on the ground. Their eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth. He was momentarily taken aback. What was happening to them? Quickly employing his celestial vision, his countenance shifted dramatically. This was dire. Their souls had been shattered. Chapter 65, Master Uncle? As Qin Tian exchanged pleasantries with Master Huang, he hurried towards the two fallen figures. Under his celestial sight, he could discern that their 3 souls and 7 spirits were beginning to disperse. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Master Huang's heart sank and his face paled. In his eagerness to observe Qin Tian's condition, he had neglected the presence of the 2 individuals beside him. This was catastrophic. He abandoned the soul-quieting bell, grasped the incense burner, and seized the brush, vermilion, and talisman paper, sprinting towards the main hall. Upon arrival, his yin-yang vision confirmed that the souls of the 2 were indeed on the brink of collapse. In such a critical situation, he could only save one person with his soul-recalling technique. Time left him no opportunity to deliberate whom to rescue first. He swiftly approached Li Godin, who was closer. Setting down the incense burner, he lit the incense, and with his brush dancing deftly, he quickly inscribed a soul-recalling talisman and began to chant the incantation. Realizing that if he did not intervene, Feng Ling would surely perish, Qin Tian, despite his unfavorable impression of her, decided to act in deference to Master Huang. He reached into his pocket, retrieved a soul-recalling talisman from his storage space, and affixed it to Feng Ling's forehead, commencing his own incantation. Their chants resonated in unison. Master Huang, heaven and earth, yin and yang, all living beings, I beseech the ancestral master of Maoshan. I implore the 3 Maoshan deities to descend, guided by this talisman and incense, to summon the soul here, swiftly manifest, urgent as the law commands. Qin Tian, heaven and earth, yin and yang, all living beings, by my command, heed my call, 3 souls and 7 spirits, return quickly to your form. Upon the completion of Master Huang's incantation, Li Godin's soul immediately ceased its disintegration and, following Master Huang's guidance, gradually re-entered his body. Concurrently, Feng Ling's soul, drawn by Qin Tian's spell, also ceased to disperse and directly entered her form. Master Huang, previously focused on retrieving Li Godin's soul, had not noticed Qin Tian's actions. After successfully guiding Li Godin's soul back, he wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried to Feng Ling's side. Upon seeing her soul had returned to her body, he exhaled in relief. Little brother Qin, thank goodness you also know the soul-recalling spell. Otherwise, this girl would have met her end. After speaking, he finally took a moment to wipe the perspiration from his forehead and glanced at the talisman on Feng Ling's forehead. Upon recognizing the talisman, his expression shifted dramatically. The yin-yang talisman. He scrambled over to Feng Ling's side and scrutinized the talisman with great care. Trembling, he inquired, Qin, where did you acquire this talisman? I drew it myself. Why? Qin Tian replied, surprised by Master Huang's fervent demeanor and trembling lips. Could you recite the incantation once more? Confused, Qin Tian repeated the incantation. causing Master Huang to become even more agitated, tears welling in his eyes. Little brother Qin, what is your connection to Master Li Xiantong? You know my master? Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Master Huang collapsed to his knees before him, weeping as he bowed his head. Is Master Li well? What? Master Uncle? Qin Tian stared at the weeping Master Huang, utterly perplexed. How had he suddenly become a Master Uncle? Master Huang was a disciple of Li Xiantong? Li Xiantong had mentioned that only he and one other were in their sect, and Master Huang had claimed to be a disciple of Mao Shan. Hastily, Qin Tian approached to assist Master Huang, but upon seeing the mucus and tears on his aged face, he recoiled in distaste. With an awkward smile, he said, Master Huang, please rise. Nay, I cannot. How could you address me as Master Huang? It would be an affront to my longevity. You may call me Little Eight. Hearing Qin Tian refer to him as Master Huang sent the rotund man into a panic, causing him to prostrate himself once more. After a moment, he regained his composure and recounted. To be candid, Master Uncle, I am a forsaken disciple of Mao Shan, having strayed onto a treacherous path, poisoned by my enemies and beset by their weapons and techniques. I was on the verge of death when Master Li came to my aid. I understood my sins were unforgivable, yet he guided me back to the righteous path. I wished for him to take me as his disciple, but he declined. I prostrated and wept, only to later realize he had vanished. Master Li saved my life and offered guidance. Though he did not desire to take me as a disciple, I hold him in my heart as my benefactor and master. You, being his junior, are my Master Uncle. This rotund man, prior to becoming a Taoist, surely must have been a performer. Qin Tian nodded. Suddenly, Master Huang once again fell to his knees, weeping as he slapped himself across the face. Master Uncle, I truly deserve to die. I sought to harm you. I truly deserve to die. I even contemplated taking you as my master. I truly deserve to die. Master, what are you doing? A voice suddenly interjected. Feng Ling, now groggy but awakening, witnessed her master kneeling before Qin Tian, weeping and slapping himself. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to insult my master. I will kill you. With that, she launched 2 flying knives from her sleeve, grasping them as she charged toward Qin Tian. However, as she leapt, she felt a sharp pain from the wound on her backside. The excruciating sensation forced her to collapse back to the ground before reaching Qin Tian. This scene sent Master Huang into a panic, and he bellowed, Before you, Master Uncle, dare you act recklessly? Kneel at once. Feng Ling. Chapter 66. Respect for the Master, Water Sprinkler? Master Huang's commanding voice was thunderous, awakening Li Guden, who blinked awake. Seeing his master kneeling before Qin Tian, his face streaked with tears and mucus, he too widened his eyes in astonishment. After rubbing his eyes vigorously, he confirmed that reality had not altered, and his face was filled with confusion. Come forth, pay respects to your Master Uncle. Master Huang instructed Li Guden. Li Guden. Had he awakened incorrectly? Among those who practice the Tao, the utmost importance is placed on respecting one's master. I had previously mentioned that Master Li S. Jr. is also my Master Uncle, and thus you should hurry and pay your respects. Seeing his 2 disciples utterly bewildered and unresponsive, Master Huang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face betraying a hint of anger. Upon hearing their master's explanation, Feng Ling and Li Guden exchanged glances. However, Li Guden, being more obediently approached Qin Tian with a series of 3 resounding bows. Li Guden did not rise afterward, instead lifting his head to gaze fervently at Qin Tian, his eyes gleaming like a child anticipating the arrival of New Year's money. Get up quickly, Qin Tian urged, attempting to assist him, but Li Guden's legs seemed as if they were welded to the ground, refusing to budge. His eyes still fixed on Qin Tian, which sent a shiver down Qin Tian's spine. What do you mean by this? Qin Tian mused, observing the longing in his expression, seemingly grasping the underlying sentiment. Having already bowed his head, and with his master calling out, Qin Tian felt somewhat awkward about refusing the gesture from such a burly man. Reflecting on it, he realized he had nothing to offer as a token of goodwill. He ultimately feigned rummaging through his pocket and produced a talisman. Handing it to Li Guden. Thank you, Master Uncle. Li Guden exclaimed, stowing the talisman away before standing up and beginning to fidget with it in his hands. This spectacle left Huang, Laoba, enviously awestruck, for such talismans were the domain of celestial masters. Not wanting to miss out, he imitated Li Guden, approaching Qin Tian and bowing 3 times as well, his eyes eagerly fixated on Qin Tian. Qin Tian, overwhelmed, could only hand him another talisman. Huang Laoba's joy was palpable, akin to that of a child. Qin Tian's gaze then shifted to the still-dazed Fengling. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at the floor before her, silently indicating that it was her turn to bow. Fengling huffed in protest and turned her head away. Fengling, do not forget to pay your respects to Master Uncle, Huang Laoba scolded, his voice rising in frustration upon seeing his proud disciple's defiance. Fengling, on the verge of tears from the unfairness of it all, pouted and reluctantly approached Qin Tian, yet she found herself unable to kneel. Ahem, Fengling, Master Uncle is feeling a bit parched, Qin Tian said, feigning cough. Quickly fetch some tea from Master Uncle. With her master's command, Fengling shot Qin Tian an irritated glance before trudging toward the inner room. Fearing she might concoct some dubious liquid for him, Qin Tian activated his celestial sight, but despite her evident reluctance, she did not add anything untoward. She returned with a teacup and presented it to Qin Tian. Seated casually in a chair, Qin Tian accepted the tea, secretly dipping his fingers into the liquid to warm it. He then chided Fengling, "You serve such scalding tea. Do you wish to burn your master, uncle? You're speaking nonsense. The temperature is just right," Fengling retorted, feeling both indignant and wronged. "Don't believe me? Taste it yourself." Qin Tian returned the cup to her, and with an eye roll, she took a hearty sip. A yelp escaped her lips as the scorching tea burned her mouth, and she spat it out, her tongue turning crimson. Bewildered, she stared at the cup, for it had clearly been warm just moments ago. How could it suddenly be so hot? Qin Tian reveled in his successful trickery, his heart swelling with delight as he observed her reaction. An idea struck him, prompting him to change the subject. "What do you think is the vehicle that men most desire?" Fengling frowned at the absurdity of the question, sensing there was no definitive answer. Naturally, the more expensive. The better: Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Bentley. She rattled off the names of luxury cars she knew. Qin Tian simply shook his head, extending a finger to indicate her answer was incorrect. Li Guden, eager to participate, raised his hand upon hearing Fengling's wrong answer. Qin Tian regarded Li Guden's naive enthusiasm and thought to himself, "You know nothing." Nevertheless, he said, "Very well. If you can answer correctly, it counts as your disciple's correct answer. It's a watering truck." Chapter 67, Disrespecting My Little Master Uncle. I shall surely slay you. Surprisingly, he was right. Qin Tian surveyed the simple-minded Li Guden with astonishment. Fengling, though unaware of the implications of a watering truck, sensed the lewdness in Qin Tian's gaze and concluded it could not bode well. Her brows furrowed in anger as she summoned a flying knife, skillfully twirling it, yet lacked the courage to hurl it at Qin Tian. Master Uncle, since I answer correctly, is there a reward?" Li Guden asked with an innocent grin. "Did I not say earlier that your correct answer counts for your disciple? What more do you desire?" Qin Tian retorted, casting an exasperated glance at him. He had initially intended to tease Fengling and compel her to kneel, but Li Guden's interruption thwarted his plans. "Enough, enough. This Master Uncle keeps his word. This doesn't concern you. Go play with your knife." Huang Laoba shot a stern look at Fengling, as he held the belief that respecting one's teacher was paramount. Originally named Huang Yi, he had changed his name after being wronged by a powerful senior brother who had a shared affection for a junior sister. Misunderstood and expelled from his sect, he had become embittered, gravitating toward dark practices. If not for his encounter with Li Xiantong, he might have long since reincarnated. Thus, he treated Qin Tian with utmost respect, channeling his gratitude for Li Xiantong into his demeanor toward Qin Tian. Fengling, ignoring Huang Laoba's glare, retreated to the side. "Master Uncle, what would you like to eat tonight? I can arrange it for you. Would you like to invite a female celebrity to accompany you for drinks?" Huang Laoba approached Qin Tian, his face beaming with sycophantic enthusiasm. Initially disinterested, Qin Tian perked up at the mention of female celebrities. "Are you saying you can arrange for a celebrity to join me for drinks?" "Indeed, while I cannot boast about my influence elsewhere, I, Huang Laoba, have some clout in Kyoto, especially within the entertainment circle." He grinned proudly. "Master Uncle, do you have a favorite celebrity or a particular type you prefer? Innocent, sultry, or flirtatious? Do you fancy mature women or the young? As he spoke, Huang Laoba leaned closer to Qin Tian, his excitement palpable. Let me tell you, if you choose, go for a 30-something mature woman. They say a 30-year-old woman is a treasure. She knows how to conduct herself, is experienced, and can be quite enchanting. Huang Laoba's eyes sparkled at the thought of mature women, his enthusiasm growing with each word. Feng Ling frowned, watching Li Guden, who was engrossed in the conversation. Brother, let us leave. You go ahead, sister. I want to stay a bit longer to accompany Master Uncle, Li Guden replied, oblivious to Feng Ling's disdain. With a huff, she walked away, while Qin Tian remained dumbfounded by Huang Laoba's lewdness. Clearing his throat, Huang Laoba noticed Qin Tian's incredulous expression and quickly shifted topics. By the way, that Su Anqi you encountered today, even if that ghostly infant had not retaliated against her, she still would not be able to bear that child. What do you mean? Qin Tian inquired, his brow furrowing in concern, sensing that there was more to the story. The corpulent man wore a sardonic expression on his face. Are you saying that the big shot is already aware? Ever since she climbed into that big shot's bed, every move she made has been under scrutiny. She has just become pregnant and, plagued by a vengeful spirit, news of her condition reached others. Knowing I am responsible for this matter, they sought me out. Guess whose call I received? Whose? Not that big shot's. It was his wife, demanding that I devise a way for that woman to meet a tragic end. Just her, still dreaming of climbing the social ladder. Which of those who ascend to the pinnacle of the pyramid can be trifled with? And does that big shot not know of this? The corpulent man revealed a cruel mockery in his gaze. Furthermore, I have heard whispers that this Su Anqi has some ambiguous connection with one of the big shot sons, huh? Qin Tian, upon hearing this intricate web of relationships, felt his worldview shatter. This was far more riveting than the palace intrigues portrayed in dramas. The truly astute women recognize their worth, understanding what they should pursue and what they should avoid. The foolish should remain content being foolish, dutifully serving those powerful figures in exchange for what they desire. As for her, a mere starlet, she is nothing more than a toy and a profit-making tool for them. To think she could aspire to soar like a phoenix would surely attract a multitude eager to bring her down. After listening, Qin Tian sighed and refrained from further comment. Life is a singular journey, shaped by one's own choices. Ultimately, the outcome one faces cannot be blamed on others. Old Master Huang continued to share tales of the entertainment industry, recounting numerous scandals of infidelity and coming out. He revealed that many of the top-tier celebrities Qin Tian was familiar with were, in fact, members of foreign secret societies. This revelation prompted Qin Tian to reassess his understanding of this realm. As they exchanged gossip about the entertainment world, a sudden voice pierced through from the front hall, resembling a wail of despair. Both the corpulent man and Qin Tian's expressions shifted in unison. Just as Qin Tian prepared to leave hastily, a figure stumbled in, rolling and crawling into the main hall. It was none other than Ding Xingwang, who had just awakened. Upon seeing Qin Tian, his eyes reddened, and he lunged furiously in Qin Tian's direction. You killed my wife. I will end you. I will end you. It's a misunderstanding. It was your wife who sought to harm me, and by chance. Qin Tian retreated hastily, observing Ding's wild demeanor. Old Din, no. Old Master Huang swiftly positioned himself in front of Ding Xingwang. Ding, already frail, found himself unable to breach Huang's formidable presence. Old Huang, get out of my way. I must tear this little bastard apart. Enough. With a furious shout, Huang struck Ding across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Old Huang, you. Ding covered his face, disbelief etched on his features as he stared at Huang, who had suddenly turned aggressive. The warmth and deference he had previously shown to Qin Tian vanished, replaced by a chilling glare directed at the fallen Ding Xingwang. Ding Xingwang, should you dare show disrespect to my junior uncle again, I will ensure your demise. Ding, feeling a shiver down his spine from Huang's piercing gaze, regained some composure. He is your junior uncle? Indeed, I once mentioned my life savior. He is the disciple of that benefactor. His affairs are now my affairs. Ding glanced between Qin Tian and old Master Huang, lowering his head in silence, lost in thought. Very well, this was initially meant as a friendly exchange. Yet your female specter sought to kill my uncle. If he retaliated, is not to be blamed on anyone else. Besides, it is merely a female ghost. I can compensate you with 2 more in the future, or perhaps even provide you with a talisman. Having known Ding for many years, Huang felt a pang of sympathy. He helped Ding to his feet while speaking. Ding said nothing further, rising silently, choosing not to pursue Qin Tian any longer. Upon noticing the flying corpse nearby, a flicker of madness passed through Ding's eyes. He changed his expression and lifted his head. Fine, you said 2 female ghosts. They must be beautiful and of higher rank. And do not forget that talisman. What I, Huang Bei, have said cannot be false. Huang chuckled, patting Ding's shoulder. Old Ding, though this was meant as a sparring session, I did lose control. I have little to offer, but here are a few talismans as my apology. Seeing that Ding no longer held a grudge and lacked any items, Qin Tian, recalling Huang's earlier interest in the talismans, presented a few as compensation. Thank you, thank you. Ding stepped forward to accept the talismans without examining them closely, stuffing them into his pocket, much to Huang's envy as he yearned to study those talismans. He was already plotting to exchange them for something else. Old Ding, later I will host a banquet for my uncle. Would you care to join? Yes, yes. Hey, isn't it your flying corpse? Ding, as if just noticing the flying corpse, approached it slowly. Old master, this flying corpse appears even more formidable than the last time. Suddenly, Ding's expression turned sinister as he yanked the talisman from the corpse's forehead. His gaze transformed into one of utter madness. Stop! What do you intend to do? Old Master Huang and Qin Tian's faces blanched in alarm. Ding had concealed his intentions well, and since he had previously encountered the flying corpse, no suspicion arose in either of them. They realized it was too late to intervene. With the talisman removed, the flying corpse's eyes snapped open. It locked onto Ding Xingwang, sensing the delectable blood. It lunged forward, seizing Ding's body, its fangs elongating as it bit into his neck. Ding offered no resistance. The fangs swiftly pierced his throat, plunging into his veins. Haha, let them all die. Ding's face twisted with madness, blood gushing from his mouth. His already frail body visibly withered before their eyes. In mere moments, he was drained to a husk. Under Qin Tian's celestial gaze, even his soul was absorbed by the malevolent energy within the flying corpse. Having consumed Ding Xingwang, the flying corpse slowly turned to face the 3 men. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Old Huang, does it have any weaknesses? Qin Tian, understanding the danger posed by the flying corpse, struggled to steady himself. No, its physical form is too robust. Ordinary weapons cannot harm it. It possesses no soul, only vengeful energy. Only with rooster comb blood and talismans drawn with vermilion can it be subdued. Be cautious. Suddenly, the flying corpse lunged, targeting Qin Tian among the 3. Damn it! Qin Tian rolled to the side, just in time to evade the attack. His legs still benefited from the talisman's effect. Otherwise, he would not have escaped. Before he could recover his stance, the flying corpse leapt again, pouncing toward Qin Tian. Damn it, it's fixated on me. Is it because of the vengeful energy from Ding Xingwang? Hurry, we need to find a talisman. Qin Tian realized he was no match for the flying corpse and was uncertain how long he could hold out. He frantically dodged while shouting at the 2 men. Dog Egg, hurry to the front yard and get the rooster's blood quickly. Upon hearing this, Li Dog Egg dashed toward the front hall. Qin Tian realized that his attacks were futile against the creature and could do nothing but flee in terror. Meanwhile, Elder Huang was not idle. He took out a Taiji Bawa mirror from his pocket and began to chant a spell. The mirror emitted a dazzling golden light that struck the flying corpse. Instantly, the creature's movements slowed. Master, this Taiji Bawa mirror can only temporarily hinder its actions. It cannot inflict any substantial harm. Damn it, this creature is too fast. And it can fly. Qin Tian finally managed to catch his breath. Master, the rooster is here. Li Dog Egg's voice rang out as he appeared, holding a large rooster in his hands. The flying corpse seemed to sense the rooster and abandoned its pursuit of Qin Tian, turning instead to pounce on the approaching Li Dog Egg. Li Dog Egg froze in fear, his face pale. However, his bulk made him much slower than Qin Tian. In a mere instant, the flying corpse leaped in front of him. Master, save me. The creature seized Li Dog Egg and lunged for his neck. Just as it was about to bite him, Li Dog Egg's body suddenly shot forward like a cannonball. At that critical moment, Qin Tian arrived. Knowing he could not harm the creature, he kicked the dog egg in the abdomen. The rooster slipped from his grasp, flapping its wings and escaping. Seeing its meal vanish, the flying corpse turned back toward Qin Tian. Just as he prepared to evade, the creature suddenly froze. A powerful wave of necromantic energy, mixed with resentment, surged around it. This is bad. Ding Xingwang's blood is aiding its evolution. The rooster had flown away, and the creature was on the verge of evolving into a corpse king. The three men found themselves in a dire situation. What now? We should run as far as we can. This is beyond our capabilities, Huang said, trembling at the overwhelming necromantic energy. At that moment, a red figure suddenly appeared before Qin Tian. The figure moved with incredible speed, reaching the flying corpse in an instant. Wielding a silver-white longsword, the sword sliced through the air, producing a sound reminiscent of a ringing bell as it struck at the creature that was about to transform into a corpse king. Moments later, a thin line appeared on the creature's body, and its upper half slowly fell away. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground. It was dead. This formidable flying corpse had been slain in an instant. Everyone was stunned, utterly speechless. The woman turned around, meeting Qin Tian's gaze. As he beheld her face and the striking red wedding dress, his pupils constricted in shock. What? Is it the corpse from the bottom of the lake? Chapter 69. I am your wife. Qin Tian shivered at the sight of the woman with a frigid expression. He had previously confirmed that she displayed no signs of life. Her presence here could not be due to his earlier encounter with her, could it? Or perhaps it was because he had taken the sword or slain the serpent. Qin Tian's mind raced as he contemplated strategies. But given the woman's strength and that sword, was she human, ghost, or a corpse? Before he could finish his inquiry, the long sword in her hand vanished and reappeared before Qin Tian. I am your wife. What? Qin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, flooded with confusion. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never anticipated her declaration. Indeed, for I'm a body of extreme yin, destined to perish early. Before my death, my master took me from the palace to cultivate. After I died, my soul was placed beneath that lake, and a formation was established to nourish me. It was said that a millennium later, someone would awaken me, and that person would be my husband. This red wedding dress was prepared for me by my master. The woman spoke with an icy demeanor, her eyes as deep and clear as a tranquil pool. Extreme in body? Palace? Soul? A millennium? Qin Tian pieced together her words, realizing that the woman before him was likely a powerful female ghost. What realm had she reached? Could she be at the level of a ghost king? Yet why did she exude no ghostly presence? Was this due to her cultivation reaching a certain level? The more he listened, the more perplexed he became. Cautiously, he asked, did your master mention any characteristics of the person who would awaken you? He feared he might have inadvertently ruined something significant. My master said that the one who awakens me would possess a rare body of extreme yang. The Yin sword of the dual swords of Yin and Yang would recognize him as its master. The woman glanced at the black hook jade on Qin Tian's wrist. She then extended her own wrist, revealing a white hook jade that perfectly complemented his, forming a Taiji Yin-Yang symbol. Extreme Yang Badi? Oh, that must be me. Qin Tian felt a slight relief. His physique was indeed rare, unlikely to be a coincidence. It seemed his stunning beauty might truly be his wife. Wait. Qin Tian paused, sensing something orchestrated. The heavenly and earthly Yin-Yang secret, the dual swords of Yin and Yang, and a breathtaking wife awaiting him in the mountains behind his residence? Was this fate, or was it all the design of a powerful being? If it was preordained, how formidable must that being be? The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. He suspected this had something to do with Li Xiantong, and if he wished to uncover the truth, he would need to consult the old Taoist priest. Qin Tian was unwilling to be anyone's pawn, although the allure of a super beauty was indeed compelling. What is your name? You mentioned living in the palace? What was your identity before? What did your master say? Qin Tian felt it best to clarify. My name is Li Yunxi, a princess. My master said that if the one who awakens me is a person of extreme wickedness, I am to kill him. If he is a person of good character, I shall marry him. Wait, kill. Qin Tian gazed at the female ghost, who spoke these words with an icy demeanor. He He was unsure of her current feelings, as her expression revealed nothing. So, do you think I'm a good person or a bad person? Tian nervously rubbed his hands, fearing that the next moment, this ghostly queen would strike him down with her sword. I do not know yet, but I do not think you are a bad person. Otherwise, I would not have manifested to save you. Li Yunqi shook her head, as Tian sighed in relief. He suddenly realized that this enchanting female ghost seemed as innocent as a blank slate, her gaze pure and straightforward. By the way, you said you were a princess? That must have been during the Tang dynasty 1,000 years ago, right? Who was your father? Li Yunqi explained, my mother was merely a palace maid. She died after giving birth to me, and my master took me away when I was very young. I do not wish to speak of the man responsible for my mother's death. And who is your master? I do not know my master's name, Li Yunqi replied, shaking her head. The master, is she male or female? Female. Did your master say anything else? For instance, why she would marry me, and what would happen after? My master said that if she had determined her feelings for you, she could marry you. My own body would aid you in your cultivation, and I could also bestow upon you this yang sword. What? To have such a stunningly beautiful princess as a wife, who could also assist in my training, and to receive that sword earlier? Tian's heart ignited with fervor at the thought. Who cares about being a pawn? With such a gorgeous wife, to hold her in my arms at night, how delightful that would be. And with her formidable strength, I could walk through the world with confidence. Who would dare to provoke me in the future? I could simply wave my hand and command, wife. Deal with him. As Tian pondered further, his excitement intensified. Ahem. So when can the two of us consummate our union? If not for your peril today, I would not have revealed myself. However, since I have chosen to appear and rescue you, I consider you my husband. Nevertheless, my master has made it clear that you must formally marry me. I will not be a concubine. Very well, no concubine business. Tian nodded vigorously. What about the girl in your house? Is she your wife? Girl? Oh. Tian suddenly realized they were speaking of Lin Yeye, that little ghost. The thought of their intimacy under the watchful gaze of the ghostly queen felt rather awkward. He explained, it's not 1,000 years ago anymore. There are no concubines now. All are wives. Is that so? Li Yunqi expressed her doubt. Of course. Tian declared earnestly. Although the law permits only one wife, that applies to humans. After all, I am not marrying a human. What does it matter to me? Chapter 70. You are not encountering a female. Ghost, my master has been exceedingly kind to me. Before we wed, I must first seek out my master. Li Yunqi believed Tian's words and did not dwell on the issue of wives and concubines. After all, her original mindset was rooted in the Tang dynasty, where it was quite normal for men to have multiple women. It has been over 1,000 years. You surely can't find your master anymore, can you? Just as Tian was about to say that his master had long since passed, he changed his mind. My master is a remarkable being. Even if she is no longer in this world, I must still seek her out. Where exactly is your master? Perhaps I could assist in the search? Wouldn't that take a considerable amount of time? Tian was solely focused on the matters of the bridal chamber. I am quite speedy. It won't take long. Aren't you a spirit? Why can't I feel you? It is because of this Insha pearl. Suddenly, Li Yunqi opened her mouth, revealing a black pearl. With its emergence, the temperature in the air plummeted. A powerful aura of malevolence surged forth from Li Yunqi. Such a terrifying, ghastly energy. Tian and his companions were taken aback, their balance wavering under such pressure. It became evident to him that Li Yunqi had indeed reached the level of a ghost king. Li Yunqi swallowed the pearl, and the ominous energy dissipated without a trace. I must go search for my master now. With that, Li Yunqi summoned forth a white sword, stepping onto it and transforming into a streak of light. Tian, along with the eavesdropping Huang Fati and Li Duden, gazed upwards, watching the vanishing figure, momentarily dazed. Well, master, that beautiful female ghost. At this moment, Tian felt an overwhelming melancholy. Just when you are in peril, a breathtakingly beautiful woman appears to rescue you from danger, only to reveal that she is your destined partner from a millennium ago, with an extraordinarily noble identity. Her appearance, strength, and status are all unparalleled. It's akin to having lived as a pauper for half your life, only to have a goddess, Lu Qianqian, appear before you at her most radiant, insisting on marrying you while bringing along her wealth and prestige. Just as you begin to accept this reality and prepare for a deep emotional connection with the goddess, the situation becomes complicated and vexing, akin to a cat scratching at your heart. At this moment, Qin Tian was in such a state of mind. Noticing Qin Tian's unwillingness to elaborate, Huang Fatty refrained from pressing further. This was someone he had painstakingly nurtured, and now it had come to this. As both men fell into silence, Qin Tian suddenly heard a swoosh. His face lit up with surprise. "Wife, you are not leaving. Your cultivation is too weak. I fear for your safety." Li Yunxi shook her head, touching her finger to Qin Tian's brow, leaving behind a red mark that quickly vanished. "This is my sole imprint. It will assist you if you encounter danger. I must take my leave." With that, the ghost queen vanished in a flash. "Wife, please fly slowly." Qin Tian's emotions were akin to a roller coaster. Watching his departing wife, he could only utter this one sentence. 10 minutes later, Huang Bei observed Qin Tian still gazing upwards and remarked, "Master, it is already evening. Should we arrange for a few starlets?" "No, no." Qin Tian waved his hand impatiently. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Li Yunxi, leaving him disinterested in the world of superficiality. Huang Bei, Huang Bei. Just as Huang Fatty prepared to deal with the corpse, a wailing sound echoed from the front hall. Huang Fatty frowned. Who could this be at such a late hour? Ever since the arrival of the young master, it had been a day filled with endless turmoil. Qin Tian was also interrupted from his thoughts by the wailing. Furrowing his brow, together with Huang Fatty, he made his way to the main hall. There a man had fallen to his knees before Huang Fatty, clutching his pant leg, weeping profusely. "Master, my father is in trouble. You must save him. Isnt this Xiao Shun? What has happened to your father?" Huang Fatty's expression changed upon recognizing the man. My father has encountered a ghost. Stop crying and stand up. What exactly happened to old Shin?" Huang Bei admonished the middle-aged man. Only then did the man rise, gathering his composure while glancing nervously at Qin Tian as if hesitating to speak. "This is my young master. You need not conceal anything, just speak freely. I am greatly worried for him. When I inquired about his condition, he refused to say. When I suggested he see a doctor, he insisted he was fine and simply needed to rest. Later, I secretly discovered that my father had been buying tonics for enhancing vitality, along with numerous blue pills. This raised my suspicions. I noticed he would often lock himself in his room, and strange noises would emanate from within. Tonic for vitality? Blue pills? Qin Tian examined the man before him, who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. How old must his father be, then? Goodness, at such an age, still engaging in such activities? However, my father was always alone in his room, which made me uneasy. I secretly made a key, and one night, when those strange sounds returned, I quietly opened the door. What I discovered terrified me. I found a naked woman atop my father. You must continue. Li Gaoduan, standing by, noticed the man had paused, gulping nervously and scratching his head in agitation. The woman possessed an exquisite figure with fair skin. Sensing my presence, she turned and flashed a smile at me, leaving me utterly mesmerized by her beauty. She descended from my father and approached me, insisting on engaging with me. The man gulped again, captivated by the woman's allure. I too could not resist. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself lying on the ground, having fallen asleep. Soon, I realized my father was gravely ill and had been taken to the hospital, where the doctors diagnosed him with acute renal failure. Oh bah, could it be that we have encountered a female ghost? The man spoke, tears streaming down his face. Qin Tian and Huang Pengzi simultaneously directed their gazes towards the man's body. You bear no ghostly aura. What you encountered was not a female ghost, Qin Tian declared first, followed by a nod of agreement from Huang Pengzi. Chapter 71. The crime scene, not a female ghost? Then what could it possibly be? Qin Tian explained. If it were a female ghost, your vitality and essence would have been absorbed and remnants of ghostly energy would linger within you. Right. The middle-aged man nodded earnestly. Master, please accompany me to take a look, Huang Ba asked Qin Tian in an inquisitive tone. All right, I have nothing pressing, Qin Tian agreed, genuinely curious about the peculiar encounter faced by this father and son. Master, I would like to join you as well. If anything arises, I can lend a hand, Li Gaoduan interjected, anxious at the thought of being left behind. Go tidy up the backyard, Huang Pengzi instructed Li Gaoduan. The thought of the naked woman mentioned by the middle-aged man ignited a fire within him, and he eagerly looked towards Qin Tian, knowing that if Qin Tian permitted him, his master would not object. Let him come along, Qin Tian remarked to Huang Pengzi, finding Li Gaoduan to be somewhat agreeable. Absolutely, Li Gaoduan, grinat. Huang Pengzi gathered his peachwood sword, vermilion talismans, and various materials. Li Gaoduan volunteered to drive, following the middle-aged man's vehicle to the hospital. On their way, Qin Tian learned from Huang Pengzi that the elderly man, Shun, suffering from acute renal failure, was a native of Kyoto, lacking any notable abilities throughout his life. However, he had inherited a traditional courtyard from his ancestors in a decent location. After his wife's passing and the skyrocketing property prices, he sold the courtyard and achieved financial freedom with the profits. He had since purchased a villa in the suburbs, tending to flowers and birds, and married a charming young woman, leading a leisurely life filled with travel and antique collecting. His son, Shun Xiaohui, had utilized the substantial investment from his father to run a thriving business. Hearing this tale, Qin Tian silently lamented the disparity in life. Some toil for a lifetime merely to afford a home, while others effortlessly inherit wealth and live comfortably without lifting a finger. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found old Shun still in the emergency room. Outside, a stylish young woman and a middle-aged woman anxiously awaited news. "Sister, how is our father?" Shun Xiaohui rushed to the door, addressing the middle-aged woman. "He has been in there for quite a while." "No news yet," she replied, wiping away tears. The beautiful young woman stood up to greet Shun Xiaohui, but he merely nodded indifferently. Using his clairvoyant abilities, Qin Tian observed old Shun's condition in the emergency room, finding no trace of ghostly energy. This confirmed that the enigmatic woman they encountered was certainly not a ghost. Yet, the question lingered. What was she? While Qin Tian pondered, Huang Pengzi used his own supernatural vision to examine old Shun, arriving at the same conclusion. "Old Ba, what about my father?" Shun Xiaohui implored, hope glimmering in his eyes. Huang Pengzi shook his head, stating, "I can deal with banishing ghosts, but I cannot assist with renal failure. Regarding the entity in your home, I have only a preliminary judgment. I cannot ascertain its nature without further investigation. If possible, let us visit your residence, as it poses a potential risk." Huang Pengzi had limited ties to old Shun. His life or death was inconsequential to him. His fee was high, and with his young apprentice in tow, he would not waste time lingering outside a hospital room. "All right, I will inform my sister," Shun Xiaohui agreed hastily, relaying instructions to her to care for their father before departing with Qin Tian and Huang Pengzi. The mysterious woman had left an unsettling impression, and though the previous encounter was exhilarating, he did not wish to follow in his father's footsteps. 40 minutes later, they arrived at old Shun's villa in the suburbs. Upon entering the room, Qin Tian activated his clairvoyance, scanning the surroundings, but to his disappointment, he found nothing amiss. "Which room belongs to old Shun?" Huang Pengzi inquired. "This one, right here." Shun Xiaohui quickly led them to a large bedroom on the first floor, styled in traditional Chinese decor and adorned with various antique artifacts. "Old Ba, please take a look. This is the room," he said, stepping aside. Huang Pengzi nodded, mirroring Qin Tian's meticulous examination of the surroundings. After a long period, Huang Pengzi approached Qin Tian and asked, "Master, what do you think?" Observing Qin Tian deep in thought, Huang Pengzi noted that he had scrutinized every corner of the room, yet still found nothing. Regrettably, old Shun remained unconscious. Any leads he could have provided were lost. Huang Pengzi turned to Shun Xiaohui, asking, "Aside from the strange woman, has old Shun exhibited any unusual behavior lately?" Shun Xiaohui pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Master, since this is the crime scene, should we not reconstruct the sequence of events to uncover any clues? Or perhaps see if that unclad woman makes another appearance?" Li Gaoduan suddenly proposed. Chapter 72, Dare to Tempt My Husband, Get Out. With no better options at hand, Huang Pengzi conceded that they might as well follow Li Gaoduan's suggestion. If old Shun remained unconscious, they could not afford to wait indefinitely. "I shall impersonate old Shun." Li Gaoduan volunteered eagerly, sensing his opinion had been accepted. Qin Tian shot him a glance, feeling that his motives were less than pure, but he had no counter-arguments. Still grappling with the situation. "Very well, you shall lie on that bed. My apprentice and I will wait outside. Should you detect anything amiss, call out loudly. Wang Bangzi instructa a Li Gaoduan." "Understood." Li Gaoduan nodded, kicking off his shoes and leaping onto the bed. The substantial figure suddenly exerted tremendous pressure on the wooden bed, causing it to creak. I fell asleep. "Master, Uncle Master." Beside me, Li Gaoduan spoke and then lay down, closing his eyes. Mere seconds passed before a thunderous snore erupted from him. Youth has its advantages. One can simply fall asleep at a moment's notice. Tian cast an envious glance at Li Gaoduan, then switched off the room's lights and closed the door, proceeding to the adjacent bedroom. The three of them remained in silence, without turning on the lights or uttering a word, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Initially, Tian utilized his celestial vision to glance towards Li Gaoduan's room, but that consumed spiritual energy, so he refrained after a brief moment. Half an hour later, as drowsiness began to envelop them, the snoring from Li Gaoduan abruptly ceased, replaced by an odd sound, akin to smacking lips, as if he were kissing something. Tian instantly awoke, hastily employing his celestial vision to discern the situation. To his astonishment, he beheld Li Gaoduan, arms wrapped around thin air, lips pouting exaggeratedly, indulging in a fervent display of affection towards nothingness. The intensity of his actions, coupled with the occasional contented hums, sent shivers down Tian's spine. Nonetheless, the room remained devoid of any presence. No woman, nor ghostly figure. "Master Huang, I seem to have heard something strange," a middle-aged man exclaimed, his face etched with fear as he approached the plump Huang. "Yes, I heard it too," Huang nodded, though his yin-yang eyes lacked the power of true sight, leaving him oblivious to his precious disciple's antics in the room. Huang and Tian exchanged a glance before rising. Tian, aware of the necessity to conceal his unique ability, chose not to disclose the peculiar happenings within. Cautiously, they approached the door, where the peculiar smacking sound intensified. Huang slowly opened the door, peering inside. Upon finding only Li Gaoduan seemingly lost in a spring dream, disappointment washed over him. The sight of his disciples' antics embarrassed Huang, and they continued to wait. After another half hour, still without any suspicious occurrences, Huang sighed, "I can no longer endure this." Today had been exhausting, filled with performances of Maoshan techniques, spirit summoning, and confrontations. At his age, fatigue had begun to set in. "Very well, Master Huang. You have worked exceedingly hard. Perhaps you should retire to the guest room for some rest while I keep watch," the middle-aged man quickly suggested, ingratiatingly. "Little uncle, it is getting late. You should rest as well. You have worked even harder than I." "All right," Tian agreed, and soon, both Huang and Tian retired to the guest room on the second floor, while the middle-aged man remained vigilant in monitoring Li Gaoduan's behavior. Tian sat cross-legged on the bed in the bedroom. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of another person beside him. Startled awake, he quickly adjusted his posture, preparing for an attack. Upon seeing the figure before him, he froze in astonishment. It was none other than the ghostly queen, Li Yunxi, who had left earlier that day. "I was merely searching nearby, and found no familiar places. Since I cannot locate my master for the time being, I believe I should heed his arrangements." "Heed his arrangements? Does that imply a union with me?" Li Yunxi's clear eyes bore into Tian's, accompanied by her exquisite beauty and noble bearing, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. "Husband, do you think I'm beautiful?" The ghostly queen, Li Yunxi, suddenly flashed a seductive smile and began to approach Tian, her garments gradually slipping from her form with each step. The moonlight cascading through the window enhanced her ethereal allure, enveloping her in an aura of mysterious elegance. She moved closer, each step stirring Tian's heartstrings. So beautiful, beyond words. Tian gazed at Li Yunxi, entranced, swallowing hard as he murmured. As she neared the bed, clad only in a sheer garment, the distance between them diminished. Tian could detect her unique fragrance, intoxicating him. The proximity of the breathtaking, ghostly queen, with her luscious lips, rendered his heart nearly motionless. The sensation mirrored that of his first kiss with his first love back in school, an exhilarating thrill he had not experienced in years, despite having kissed countless women since. None had rekindled that initial spark. The youthful flutter returned, overwhelming him anew. Their lips drew closer, 5 centimeters, 3 centimeters, 1 centimeter, just as they were about to connect. Suddenly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. A flash of red light emanated from his forehead, and a crimson figure appeared before him, Li Yunxi clad in a red wedding gown. Tian stared, dumbfounded. How could there be two ghostly queens? While still processing this bewildering sight, a resounding slap echoed as the red-clad Li Yunxi struck the other Li Yunxi across the face. Dare to seduce my husband? Begone! The force of the slap reduced the scantily clad Li Yunxi to nothingness. Simultaneously, the world around Tian transformed into a thick fog, which was violently drawn away by a swirling vortex, vanishing. He abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself back in bed, just awakening, with both Li Yunxis now vanished. Tian felt lost and regretful. Was everything that transpired merely a dream? Yet he had been meditating, not asleep. When had he dozed off? Why had he felt nothing? The vividness of the dream felt indistinguishable from reality. It was as if he had entered a hallucination, much like when he had first stepped into the White Dragon Lake. With this realization, Tian's heart raced. He quickly examined his body, but found no signs of affliction, unlike before. Filled with confusion, he activated his celestial vision to assess the other's conditions. Instantly, he sensed something was amiss. Huang, too, had succumbed to slumber, mimicking Li Godin's earlier behavior, engaging in a similar fit of absurdity. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaowei had also fallen asleep, appearing even more vulnerable than Huang. To his astonishment, Li Godin had become even more frenzied, his body writhing in an unsettling manner. Could all four of them be experiencing spring dreams simultaneously? This was too bizarre. They could not be allowed to continue sleeping. First, he approached Huang's room. Wake up, wake up! Tian began shaking his robust frame. To his dismay, Huang remained undisturbed, seemingly deriving pleasure from the motion. With a swift motion, Tian delivered a sharp slap to Huang's forehead. Suddenly, the rotund fellow jolted awake, sitting upright in bed with a start. In the first moments of consciousness, he scanned the surroundings as if in search of something. Upon realizing that only Tian was beside him, his expression turned somewhat despondent. Master Uncle, we were just in a deep slumber. I shall awaken Li Godin, and you can rouse Shen Xiaowei. Tian said before making his way to Li Godin's room. Drawing from experience with Shen Fatty earlier, Tian delivered a sharp slap to Li Godin's forehead. Whether it was due to Li Godin's tough skin or the critical moment he was in, the slap, despite its force, failed to rouse him. Wake up, wake up! Li Godin let out a loud cry, sending chills down Tian's spine. This time, he resorted to the water control technique, conjuring a large mass of water that he poured directly onto Li Godin's face. Water truck! Water truck! Li Godin remained unresponsive, continuing to shout excitedly. All right, I shall call you water truck. Tian was infuriated at the mere mention of the water truck. He intensified the water control technique, simultaneously employing the fire control technique to heat the water rapidly, continuing to drench Li Godin's face. As the temperature of the water escalated, Li Godin abruptly sat up, enveloping Tian in a bear hug. Ouch, it's hot. Sister Chui, don't go. Let us play a bit longer. Tian felt a wave of disgust wash over him and delivered another sharp slap to Li Godin's head, forcefully pushing him away. Only then did Li Godin appear to awaken from his stupor, wiping the water from his face and glancing around in confusion. Master Uncle, why are you here? Where's Sister Chui? The one without clothes? Tian shot him a disdainful glance, choosing to ignore him. At that moment, the rotund fellow entered the room, leading a dazed Shen Xiaowei. After a brief silence among the four, Tian broke the stillness, directing his inquiry at Li Godin, who had been the first to enter the dream and had reacted most intensely. As we were chatting, we ended up from the chair to the bed. She hugged me and said she liked me, insisting on being intimate. I struggled, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't resist her, Li Godin recounted, his eyes revealing a hint of lingering desire. Huh, you couldn't resist her? Just take a look at your hefty frame, like a bear. Even if a muscular Barbie were here, she'd be pinned under you. Tian thought viciously, realizing that Li Godin's innocent demeanor had almost deceived him. This fellow was clearly a hidden lecher, and it seemed he was also an admirer of the legacy of Wei Wu. The middle-aged man appeared embarrassed, saying, "After you both left, I was alone in the room, listening to the sounds. In a daze, I heard this young brother making quite a commotion. I hurriedly opened the door and found a beautiful woman with him. She smiled at me, came over, and said she wanted to be intimate because she hadn't had enough fun." "Goodness, another one who enjoys a second round," Li Gooden exclaimed, feeling insulted at the mention of not enough fun. He sprang up from the bed in a fit of anger. "Enough! Be quiet." The rotund fellow glared at his disciple. Pausing before continuing, "Initially, I had my doubts, but now I am certain of what we encountered." "What is it?" All three turned their attention to the rotund fellow. "Is a succubus." "A succubus?" Tian was taken aback, as he had no knowledge of such a creature. "Yes, succubi and nightmares are forms of spiritual entities. Succubi are female, while nightmares are male. They lack a physical form and have no offensive capabilities, yet they can draw you into dreams when your mind is fatigued. Within these dreams, succubi exploit your deepest desires, manifesting as the ideal partner to entice you through intimacy, thereby invigorating themselves with your spiritual energy. Nightmares, on the other hand, delve into your deepest fears, crafting terrifying dreams that leave your spirit anxious and fearful, draining your mental strength." Listening to the rotund fellow's explanation, the group was taken aback. Although succubi lacked formidable offensive power, they were undeniably alluring to beings driven by desire, such as humans. After all, who wouldn't yearn for a succubus who could transform into various female forms each night to fulfill their fantasies? However, such indulgence would ultimately lead to spiritual depletion and demise. Tian also realized he must have been drawn into the dream by the succubus while meditating. The first appearance of Li Yunxi in his dream was the manifestation of the succubus, likely triggered by his suppressed desires, which the succubus had detected. The second Li Yunxi was merely a spiritual imprint left behind upon her departure. Gradually pulling himself from the earlier emotions, Tian continued to inquire, "But where is she? She cannot simply appear and vanish without a trace. Why can't the yin-yang I detect her? The yin-yang I can indeed see her. However, her spiritual power surpasses ours. She likely sensed us before we could detect her and has concealed herself." Such entities typically reside within ancient artifacts, making them difficult to discover unless they reveal themselves. The rotund fellow explained, gesturing to the numerous antiques surrounding them. Shun Xiaohui shivered, quickly scanning the room as if something dreadful were watching him. "How do we break this deadlock?" Tian thought it impractical to rely solely on the heavens. "I to search for the succubus," fearing his own energy would be exhausted before she even appeared. Furthermore, these antiques were undoubtedly valuable. It wouldn't be wise to shatter them all in pursuit of the succubus. "Little Shun, do you know if your father has recently acquired any antiques? Are there any new additions among them?" The rotund fellow turned to Shun Xiaohui. Shun Xiaohui shook his head, replying, "I'm often busy with work and seldom visit this home, so I'm not aware of any new acquisitions. He treasures these antiques dearly and forbids anyone from touching them, including my stepmother. By the way, if your father is entangled with a succubus, wouldn't your stepmother be aware? What a coincidence that her husband faces trouble while she is absent. Or perhaps it is because she is away that old Shun succumbed to loneliness and indulged with the succubus. The simplest solution now would be to wait for old Shun to awaken, as he was the one directly involved. He had collected these antiques, and the succubus wouldn't appear without reason. He would certainly have some insights into the matter." Indeed, the group nodded in agreement. Just then, Shun Xiaohui's phone rang. He quickly answered the call, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, his expression changed drastically, leading him to hurriedly hang up the phone. With a tone filled with despair and sorrow, he said, "My father. He couldn't be saved. He has passed away." Upon hearing Shun Xiaohui's words, Huang Fati and Qin Tian exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. They had just discussed seeking clues from old Shun, only to be met with the news of his death, which disrupted their plans. However, it was but a fleeting moment. As Taoists, both men simultaneously conjured the same idea in their minds, to summon his spirit. The group departed the villa once more, making their way to the hospital. In the morgue, they beheld the lifeless body of old Shun. At that moment, Shun Xiaohui's sister and his young stepmother were weeping uncontrollably over his corpse, their sorrow palpable. Upon seeing his father's body, Shun Xiaohui let out a cry, collapsing beside it in tears. Qin Tian and Huang Fati scanned their surroundings but found no trace of old Shun's spirit. Huang Fati glanced at Qin Tian and inquired, "Master, shall it be you or I who performs the summoning?" "Allow me," Qin Tian replied, disdaining the length of Huang Fati's incantation. He retrieved a brush, vermilion, and yellow paper from Li Guden's box and swiftly drew a summoning talisman. He then instructed the grieving individuals to step aside and affix the talisman to old Shun's forehead, reciting the summoning incantation. Upon completion, the talisman on old Shun's forehead emitted a brilliant golden light. Qin Tian patiently awaited the arrival of old Shun's spirit. 3 minutes elapsed, and Qin Tian furrowed his brow. Old Shun had only recently passed. He was not of old age, and his spirit could not have embarked on the path to the afterlife so swiftly. In such a short span, his spirit would still be in a state of confusion, making it difficult to leave the hospital. As the summoner, he felt no pull of old Shun's spirit responding to his call. There was only one possibility. The spirit had vanished. Huang Fati noted Qin Tian's furrowed brow and understood that something had gone awry. They exchanged silent glances and exited the morgue, retreating to a secluded corner, followed closely by Li Guden. "Master, did you not sense old Shun's spirit?" Huang Fati asked Qin Tian. "Indeed, his spirit has completely dissipated," Qin Tian confirmed with a nod. "This implies that someone has interfered, having taken his spirit before us, to prevent us from discovering who harmed him. It indicates that the succubus did not stumble upon old Shun by chance. It seems someone orchestrated this." Huang Fati remarked, "Master, could there be a powerful spirit that consumed old Shun's soul?" Li Guden interjecta. "Unlikely. From the time Shin Xiaohui received the call to our arrival at the hospital, only half an hour has passed. Given such a brief time frame, if a powerful spirit had appeared, it would not have left no trace. Moreover, there are other spirits wandering the hospital's floors. If a malevolent entity were present, it would not simply devour old Shun's spirit while sparing the others." Huang Fati preemptively explained before Qin Tian could speak. Now, either old Shun offended someone and was deliberately killed, or Qin Tian turned to the 3 grieving individuals beside the morgue. Chapter 75. To capture and release. Huang Fati nodded in agreement with Qin Tian's assessment. "Master, what are you two discussing? I don't understand." Li Guden, having only caught snippets of their conversation, inquired anxiously. "If you spent more time reading, you wouldn't be so clueless. How can you not grasp such a simple principle?" Huang Fati chided his disciple before elaborating. If it were not a vendetta, the simplest deduction would be to determine who benefits from his death. "Oh, I see. You mean whoever stands to inherit his wealth is the prime suspect. Does that mean his young wife is the most suspicious? What about Shin Xiaohui and his sister?" "Shin Xiaohui is likely innocent. If he were the culprit, he wouldn't need to seek your master. He could have ensured old Shun's quiet demise without drawing attention. Seeking your master would only invite trouble, which he would have no reason to do. As for his sister, her motives for committing a crime are less clear," Qin Tian explained to Li Guden. "Yes, heed your master's wisdom. You really do possess a pig's brain. Currently, the young mistress indeed seems the most suspect, for in the absence of a will, she stands as the primary heir," Huang Fati pointed out to Li Guden. "Understood, master. Old Huang, now that the man is dead, what are your plans?" Qin Tian inquired of Huang Fati. "Since I have taken on this case, I must uncover the individual behind it. How dare they act so brazenly on my territory?" Huang Fati resolved, and after a brief discussion with Qin Tian, they returned to Shun Xiaohui and the others. He patted Shun Xiaohui's shoulder, sighed, and said, "Master Ba, that's succubus. Forget it. There's nothing I can do about it." Huang Fati shook his head, seemingly disinclined to involve himself further. "You have toiled for so long. Let us discuss the matter of payment later, once you have dealt with your father's affairs." Huang Fati deferred, leading Qin Tian and the others away. Though Qin Tian did not look at the 3, his keen perception noted their expressions. When Huang Fati declared his withdrawal from the matter, the young mistress's demeanor visibly relaxed. Indeed, it was she. After leaving the hospital, they entered the vehicle parked in the basement. "Master, where to next?" Li Guden, now at the wheel, asked. Huang Fati yawned and replied, I noticed the young mistress's reaction when you mentioned not getting involved. She clearly felt a sense of relief. Tian recounted what he had observed. It appears that old Shen's death is closely tied to this woman. I shall arrange for someone to keep her under surveillance. Upon returning to the estate, the trio had a light supper. Huang Fatty dispatched someone to keep watch, while Li Gooden attended to the cleanup of the body. Tian was assigned to the guest room for rest. The following day, he rose late, not out of concern for who had caused old Shen's demise, but rather due to his curiosity about the succubus. This matter had grazed the edges of his knowledge, and he desired to see what this entity truly resembled. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast prepared by Huang Fatty, Tian ventured out. He first visited a pharmacy to procure some herbs, which he then prepared and sent to Su Anchi's address via Li Gooden. The remainder of his time was spent indulging in leisurely exploration. As it was his first visit to Kyoto, and he wished to see some sights, with no pressing matters at hand, it was a perfect opportunity for him to relax. On the evening of the third day, while Huang Fatty and Tian were engaged in discussion regarding talismans and the latest gossip from Kyoto's entertainment circle, Huang Fatty's phone rang suddenly. After answering, his eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to Tian and said, "The widow is currently in her room with another man." According to the information received, that man was once a disciple of Shaolin. It appears that old Shin's spirit has been claimed by him. "Master, do you have any interest? If so, let's go take a look. If not, I will arrange for someone else to handle it and bring him over." "What are we waiting for? There's nothing pressing, so let us go see." Upon hearing this, Tian immediately became intrigued. "All right, let me prepare, and we shall set off." Accompanied by his loyal bodyguard and driver, Li Gooden, the three of them made their way to the villa. Before long, they parked the car near the villa community. To avoid alarming the guards, Huang Fatty swiftly used a spell to render the security unconscious. Eighth Master. The two of them are currently in the master bedroom. Suddenly, a slender man emerged from a hidden corner, respectfully bowing to Huang, Eighth Master. Tian was taken aback. The man's hiding spot was alarmingly close. Had he not appeared, Tian would have been oblivious to his presence. It seems Huang Fatty indeed has many capable subordinates. "All right, your presence is no longer required here. You may leave." "Yes." The slender man departed, allowing Tian and his companions to approach the villa's window. Listening intently to the sounds from within, Tian activated his celestial sight, peering into the villa. At that moment, a young woman was nestled with a bald man on the bed, clearly having just engaged in a vigorous encounter. "Darling, this old man has quite a fortune and many antiques. After all I've sacrificed, how will you compensate me?" The young woman cooed, cuddled in the man's embrace. "Weren't you satisfied just now? You seemed quite content." The bald man chuckled, playfully pinching her breast. "Oh, you're so naughty. Darling, once we finish this job, I don't want to do it anymore. The money from this task will suffice for us to enjoy the rest of our lives. Besides, I don't want those disgusting old men touching me anymore. I am your woman." Chapter 76. "I am a farmer," the young woman pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Well, let us not discuss whether we will continue doing this. Once we handle the old man's assets, we should leave this place quickly. This city is no place for ordinary people. I've heard about that fat man, Huang, Eighth Master, whom Shen Xiaohui is acquainted with. He is quite formidable, and we cannot afford to provoke him. Thankfully, I acted cautiously and secured the old man's soul before that person could intervene. Otherwise, we might have been in serious trouble." "Do you think he will come after us again?" the young woman asked, a hint of worry in her voice. "Rest assured, such a powerful figure, having declared he would not interfere again, is unlikely to cause us any further issues. Otherwise, I would not have dared to meet you so soon." "Well then, once I receive these assets, shall we buy a house in Sanya and settle down, perhaps even marry?" Yes. "Let us wait until you have the assets in hand first," the bald man replied dismissively. "Darling, I would like you to reward me." The woman suddenly wrapped her arms around the bald man's neck. As the saying goes, a woman at 30 is like a wolf, at 40 like a tiger, and at 50 can absorb the earth. At her age, sharing a bed with feeble old men had become increasingly intolerable. Now that the old man had finally passed, she was with the man she truly desired, igniting a fierce passion within her. Suddenly, the door was flung open. Tian and his companions appeared at the entrance. Huang Fatty clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Brilliant, truly brilliant." The couple inside was taken aback, their faces reflecting shock as they realized someone had silently approached their door. Upon recognizing Huang Fatty, their expressions turned to dread. "Ah." The young woman hastily wrapped herself in the blanket. "Who are you?" the bald man asked, his voice trembling. "Enough of the pretense. You know exactly who I am," Huang Fatty retorted, gazing at the bald man with disdain. "I don't understand what you're talking about. I was merely enjoying a night with this woman. What is your relationship with her?" "It was consensual. There was no coercion," the bald man insisted, attempting to defend himself as he sat up and donned his pants. "You are Luo Daji, 32 years old, a former Shaolin monk who was expelled for misconduct, am I right?" Upon hearing Huang Fatty reveal his background, the bald man realized he could no longer maintain his facade. He cupped his hands towards Huang Fatty and said, "Eighth Master, I didn't know this was your territory. I apologize for any offense. We will leave immediately." Huang Fatty replied nonchalantly, "You think I need to owe you any favors? You're nothing to me." He cast a scornful glance at the bald man. "Eighth Master, we all have to make a living. There's no need to be ruthless. I am willing to offer half of this money as a token of respect for you. Please grant me some leniency. One should leave a line for future encounters." The anger in the bald man's eyes flickered momentarily before he resumed a polite demeanor. "What you do elsewhere is none of my concern. But here I must follow my rules. If I take your money today and violate the code, how will I command respect in the future? Huh? Calling you Eighth Master is giving you face, yet you truly believe you're someone of significance? Let me tell you, I, Luo Daji, am not easily trifled with. Even if I cannot defeat you, I can still take a piece of flesh from you. Do you believe me?" The bald man no longer concealed the fury within him, glaring fiercely at Huang Fatty. "Huh, then I'm quite eager to witness it." "Very well." After uttering these words, the bald man, like a tiger descending the mountain, leapt from the bed, claws outstretched, lunging at Huang Fatty, clearly aiming for a surprise attack. Huang Fatty merely chuckled, remaining unmoved. Bang! As the bald man was midair, Li Godin stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch. Despite the bald man's robust appearance, he paled in comparison to Li Godin, who resembled a bear. Lacking Tian's prowess, the bald man was struck solidly by Li Godin's ferocious blow. "What immense strength! From which sect do you hail?" The bald man slowly rose from the ground, astonishment etched across his face. I was once a farmer." Li Godin sheepishly scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed by the compliment. The bald man felt humiliated, his face flushed with anger. Clenching his fists, a surge of energy began to emanate from within him, gradually transforming his body into a pale gold hue. "This is the indestructible form of the Buddhist sect. Godin, be cautious." Huang Fatty had recognized the change, alerting Li Godin while simultaneously forming a spell with his hands and retrieving a soul-capturing bell. The bald man's physique now radiated a faint golden glow, and his confidence surged. With a fierce glare directed at Li Godin, he proclaimed, "Boy, come again." He charged at Li Godin once more, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Not long after, Li Godin found himself at a disadvantage. Just as he was struck down, the bell in Huang Pengzi's hand suddenly chimed. Tian had already unsheathed the shadowless sword, rendering himself unaffected by the sound. The others present were immediately startled, particularly the bald man, who staggered and nearly fell to the ground. The soul-collecting bell primarily targeted him, making his reaction far more severe than the rest. "Doggone, get behind me," Huang Pengzi hastily urged. Li Godin, in a fluster, scrambled to hide behind Huang Pengzi just as the bell rang again. The woman on the bed was instantly rendered unconscious. The bald man trembled once more, the faint golden hue surrounding him dissipating. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his expression one of sheer agony. "Spare me. I can offer you the succubus, and I won take a single coin. That woman too. You can have her, just let me go this time. I swear I won return to Kyoto." He pleaded desperately. "Weren't you just boasting about tearing a piece of flesh from me? Why am I still unscathed? I dare not. I dare not." The bald man bowed repeatedly, like a hammer striking garlic. At that moment, suddenly, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes, and he sprang up from the ground. One hand, now tinged with a pale golden hue, clawed towards the neck of the unsuspecting Tian, who had merely intended to wait for Huang Pengzi to deal with the bald man before observing what the succubus looked like. He anticipated this cowardly attack aimed at him, as if he were an easy target to seize. Tian narrowed his eyes, instantly perceiving the bald man's movement. Channeling his mana into his fist, he struck down at the assailant's claw. Crack! Ah! The bald man let out a scream as his golden-hued hand remained intact. Yet a sharp crack echoed from his wrist. He gasped, cradling his fractured wrist and staring in shock at Tian. Li Godin, towering over 2 meters, could contend with him in strength, but this young man before him, seemingly ordinary, had unleashed such terrifying power in mere moments. A single punch had left him with a broken bone. My master's uncle is truly formidable, Li Godin exclaimed, enviously watching Tian effortlessly dispatch the bald man. Where is the soul of old Shun? Huang Pengzi inquired of the now powerless bald man. I was hidden in the hospital. When he perished, I dispersed his soul using the methods of the Buddhist sect, the bald man replied honestly, glancing nervously at Huang Pengzi, fearing his wrath. However, Huang Pengzi merely asked out of curiosity, showing no concern for old Shun's demise. And the succubus? Huang Pengzi continued. They are over there. The bald man pointed to an oval, blood-red jade pendant beside the bed. Summon her. About that, I am not her master. She merely resides within this pendant, which I stumbled upon. Once I discovered its secret, I placed it in the bedroom, and the succubus would emerge to weave dreams and absorb the spiritual energy of men. Upon learning this, I conspired with my woman to seek out wealthy, single old men without powerful connections, marrying them off, allowing the succubus to fabricate dreams, leading to their early demise and letting her share in their fortunes. The bald man hurriedly explained, fearing he wouldn't be able to summon the succubus effectively. The others understood that he meant to have the succubus control their dreams, prompting the old men to pass away sooner and allowing his woman to claim their wealth. It is said that such spiritual artifacts can recognize their master, but I lack the strength to command her. She will not heed my orders, the bald man elaborated. Yes, the most common method is blood recognition or forming a contract, Huang Pengzi remarked, appearing quite knowledgeable in this regard. Tian recalled his shadowless sword, which, due to his blood, had recognized him as its master and entered his body. After the bald man finished explaining, he reverently handed the pendant to Huang Pengzi, saying, Lord Huang, this pendant and the succubus are yours. I implore you, spare my life. Having learned from the past, he was acutely aware of his precarious position and dared not provoke any further. After all, he could not contend with Huang Pengzi. And beside him stood the formidable Tian. Huang Pengzi formed a seal with his hands, channeling it into the bald man's body, binding him and rendering him incapable of further action. Huang Pengzi took the pendant, glanced at it briefly, and then handed it to Tian. I'm only interested in corpses and such. Master, you should keep this. Though Tian longed for the succubus, he felt it inappropriate to claim it, given that Huang Pengzi had dispatched people to investigate this matter. Having merely thrown a punch, he felt it would be unseemly to take it. Master, uncle, since neither of you want it, perhaps I should give a try, Li Godin interjected eagerly, moving closer, his finger already bitten to draw blood. As he approached, a drop of blood fell onto the pendant. His eyes remained fixated on it, awaiting recognition. However, 10 seconds passed, and the drop of blood merely lingered before sliding off. The pendant showed no trace of even a hint of blood. Only Godin sighed in disappointment, casting a lingering glance at the pendant. I'll give a try. Huang Pengzi, intrigued, bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the pendant. Yet, like Li Godin, it slid off without result. It seems I too am fated to be without her, Huang Pengzi remarked, though he did not appear as disheartened as Li Godin. With both having failed, their gazes turned to Tian. Tian accepted the pendant, bit his fingertip, and allowed a drop of blood to touch it. The blood paused on the pendant for 3 seconds before, suddenly, it was absorbed as if it were a droplet falling onto a sponge. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment at this sight. Is this the success of blood recognition? Could it be due to my physique, or perhaps the cultivation method? At that moment, Tian felt a strange connection, sensing a presence within the pendant, a life force, a peculiar sensation akin to a spiritual bond. He attempted to summon this essence through his soul. Instantly, a palm-sized figure burst forth from the pendant, fluttering joyfully around Tian. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a succubus no bigger than his palm, resembling a human but with more alluring eyes and sharp, vampiric fangs. She wore only a fiery red lingerie set, complete with bat-like wings and a long tail, a charming little demoness. Tian opened his palm, and the succubus, barefoot, willingly landed in his hand. With a graceful bow, her voice echoed in his mind, "Master." Just 2 words, yet they brimmed with enchantment. "What is your name, little one?" The enchanting voice of the succubus resonated once more within the depths of Tian's soul. "Master, who are you conversing with?" Li Guvan, lacking both yin-yang eyes and celestial vision, observed Tian speaking to his palm, and with curiosity, inquired, "Can you not see her?" Tian, pointing at the diminutive succubus in his hand, looked at Li Godin in astonishment. At that moment, he had not activated his celestial abilities. "I cannot see her." Li Godin shook his head. "I can see her," interjected the rotund Huang, who possessed yin-yang vision. "Master, I can only construct my image in the mental realm of others through spiritual energy," the succubus explained. "Aside from creating dreams, what other abilities do you possess?" The succubus, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her own frailty, replied, "Currently, I am still quite weak. Besides crafting dreams, I can only enable 2 individuals in close proximity to share the same dream, or allow one person's spirit to enter another's dream. If this is considered weak, then what powers will you wield when you grow stronger?" Tian mused. "Once I gain strength, I will be able to hypnotize individuals while they are awake, forcibly implant memories and erase them, and even orchestrate a shared dream for an entire city. However, my growth is indeed hindered by my need to consume the spiritual energy of others." Just as Tian continued his dialogue with the little succubus, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside. Soon after, Shun Xiaohui arrived on the scene, accompanied by several officers. "Thank you immensely, Lord Huang, for your intervention. And to you, esteemed master, and this young brother, I am deeply grateful." Upon seeing his stepmother trapped inside the house, along with the incapacitated bald man on the floor, Shin first cast an angry and resentful gaze at them before bowing in gratitude to Lord Huang and his companions. "Enough. The situation has been resolved. I shall leave the matter in your hands. If there are any questions, please address them directly to them." Lord Huang waved his hand dismissively. After a profuse expression of gratitude from Shun Xiaohui, Tian and Li Godin took their leave. Shun Xiaohui had been summoned by phone due to his esteemed position, which exempted him from providing statements at the station. Chapter 78. Return. Upon hearing that Tian intended to depart, the rotund Huang grew anxious. "Indeed, master. Please consider moving in with us." Li Godin, driving, also displayed a sense of reluctance. "We shall discuss this later," Tian replied, waving his hand in refusal. He had a charming little ghost, Lin Yi, waiting at home for his affection, and a breathtakingly powerful ghost queen destined to marry him in the future. He envisioned a life devoid of embarrassment and full of joy, undisturbed by outside influences. This trip to Kyoto had yielded a profit of 2.5 million, not only introducing him to the character of Huang, but also granting him a highly practical succubus. It was indeed a worthwhile journey. At that moment, in an ancient village of Miaojing, within a dimly lit room, a woman with graying hair and a face marred by scars sat in meditation, surrounded by numerous crawling insects, including spiders, scorpions, centipedes, and venomous snakes. The room was adorned with an array of human bones. "Master, news has arrived from Kyoto. It is said that a young man claims to be a disciple of Li Xiantong." A woman dressed in traditional Miao attire entered the room, bowing respectfully to the elderly woman. Upon hearing the name Li Xiantong, the old woman's eyes widened with fervor, her cataract-laden gaze and scarred visage rendering her quite fearsome. "Yes." The Miao girl nodded and turned to leave. The following day, at Shaoxing Airport in Kyoto, Tian waved farewell to Huang, Li Godin, and Fengling Master. "Please do visit Kyoto often." Huang, patting his ample belly, expressed his reluctance. Li Godin's eyes glistened with tears. Her presence here was due to having heard about Tian from her master. After learning this news, she had remained silent for a long while. This time, she had uncharacteristically accompanied Huang and Li Godin to bid Tian farewell. Yet, being naturally reserved, she stood quietly without engaging him in conversation, only murmuring softly as he turned away, "Thank you, goodbye." 2 hours later, Tian returned to Zhonghai City. He arrived at the underground parking lot and located his Maybach, gritting his teeth as he paid over 500 yuan in parking fees to leave the airport. Although he now possessed a fortune of several million, his ingrained habits of frugality were not easily cast aside. On the journey home, thoughts of Lin Yi's long legs ignited a fervor within him, prompting him to accelerate his speed. Before long, he arrived at his quaint little courtyard. At that moment, Lin Yi was not barefoot playing games. Instead, she hummed a tune while bringing freshly prepared dishes from the kitchen to the dining table. To her, Tian was everything. She had risen early to prepare sumptuous meals for him. Upon opening the door, Tian smiled at Lin Yi, who lit up with joy, bounding towards him to embrace him tightly. "Oh, my dear, have you made a breakthrough?" Tian exclaimed upon noticing her transformation. "Yes, I just broke through the day before yesterday," Lin Yi shyly nodded. "By the way, dear, this black cat has been sleeping since you left. Do you think it is ill?" Lin Yi pointed at the cat, dozing on the sofa, having thoughtfully covered it with a small blanket and placed litter, food, and water nearby, untouched. She wished for it to awaken soon, as its absence made her feel lonely when Tian was away. Yet it had been so long, and she feared it might be dead, if not for its faint breathing. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, despite the cat's refusal to eat or drink, it appeared plump, even larger than when he had left. Using his celestial vision, Tian observed that the golden core within the cat had been digested by 1/5. He planted a kiss on Lin Yi's lips and said, "My dear, the food is getting cold. I prepared it with great care, so let us eat while it's hot." Lin Yi pointed to the array of dishes on the table, and Tian, astonished by their exquisite appearance, replied, "No rush. Let us enjoy you first, then the meal." With a playful grin, Tian swept Lin Yi into his arms and ascended the stairs. Lin Yi, aware of what was about to unfold, shyly buried her face in his embrace. A brief separation felt like a new marriage. Chapter 79. Zhongyuan Festival. Tian enjoyed 3 leisurely days. With beauty by his side, although his bank account did not boast a cold 40 million, it still held a warm 300,000. He had a car, a house, and his strength had advanced. Life was devoid of worries, and he no longer needed tedious meditation, as playing poker sufficed as a substitute for cultivation. Everything seemed splendid. One day, Tian awoke leisurely, the sun already high in the sky. "Dear, you're awake. Breakfast is ready." As the petite ghost ascended the stairs, she encountered the recently awakened Tian, who greeted her with a sweet smile. Tian extended his arms, and the little ghost obediently nestled into his embrace. They shared a tender moment before he finally rose from bed, habitually reaching for his phone while brushing his teeth. At that moment, he noticed 2 messages awaiting his attention. "Xiao Mei, Mr. Qin, I have arranged the license plate for your car. Please let me know when it would be convenient for you, and I will deliver both your car and the plate to you." Smiley face. Upon reading this message, Tian recalled that his vehicle still bore a temporary license. Xiao Mei was the charming saleswoman he had met when accompanying Zhao Jijun to collect the luxurious Maybach. A few days prior, she had called him regarding the selection of a license plate, but he had been too preoccupied to give it much thought, casually choosing one. This was a privilege of the affluent. No need to queue at the vehicle management office, as they would deliver it directly. Tian promptly sent Xiao Mei a location pin. "Mr. Qin, I'll bring it over right away." Heart emoji. Not long after, his phone buzzed again, this time with another message from Xiao Mei. She had sent a photograph of herself seated on a chair. The angle was from above, capturing not only her exquisitely made-up face, but also a deliberately lowered neckline, accentuating her assets. Clad in a professional outfit and black stockings, she exuded an alluring charm. What was her intent? Was she attempting to seduce him? After all, he was now a man of considerable means. It wouldn't be so easy to ensnare him. Tian thought to himself, placing 2 fingers on the screen to zoom in on the enticing view. appreciating it with a discerning eye. Well taken. Quite beautiful. 3 minutes later, another message arrived. Tian smirked slightly. Even someone seasoned in the ways of the world like him, let alone an innocent student, would see through this apparent ploy to seduce him. It was evident that she was attempting to entice him. Shaking his head, he mused that the wealthy need not actively pursue women. With Xiao Mei's looks and figure, she was undoubtedly the goddess in many men's eyes. In the past, he might have merely admired her from afar, but now the tables had turned. She was the one pursuing him. His phone chimed once more. This time, it was Zhan Wenru calling. Today, while getting a beauty treatment and chatting with my girlfriend, I learned that one of her neighbor's twin daughters suddenly went manic out of the blue. Her mother took her to the hospital for an examination, and it turned out she had developed a mental illness. I couldn't help but feel something was amiss, so I obtained her contact information and recommended you. She is very eager for you to take a look. Do you have time? On the other end of the line, Zhan Wenru quickly explained the purpose of her call. I don't have anything scheduled this afternoon, so I'll go have a look. All right, after I finish my treatment around 3, I'll accompany you. Sounds good. By the way, Sister Wenru, I made over 2 million from that deal you introduced me to. Please give me an account number. After all, it was you who referred me. Tian was not the kind of person oblivious to social niceties. In such circumstances, he understood the importance of offering a commission. Oh, Master Qin, you're being quite unfair. Do you look down on me? Is that why you don't want to be friends? I'm not after any commission. I'm genuinely interested in your expertise. I couldn't join you in Kyoto last time because I was tied up, but I surely would have. But what? Anyway, I need to head to my beauty appointment. See you this afternoon, goodbye. Once Zhan Wenru finished her explanation, seemingly eager to avoid further discussion, she promptly hung up. Hearing the busy tone, Tian could only chuckle in resignation. It seemed he would have to think of another approach. After their conversation concluded, Tian descended to the dining area and enjoyed a breakfast meticulously prepared by the little ghost. Meanwhile, she was on the sofa, gently grooming a black cat. "Oh, little black cat, wake up quickly so you can play with your sister. When your husband is away, I want to be so bored," she murmured. Tian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her words. Though he had often engaged with her physically, he had seldom pondered her feelings. A pang of guilt washed over him. Lin Ye had been watching him from the corner of her eye, and upon seeing his reaction, she felt a surge of delight. With a playful demeanor, she approached Tian, tugging at his arm and pouting adorably. Tian, understanding her expression, set down his chopsticks and inquired, "What is the matter?" "I'm bored at home and want to go out," she replied. A smile crept across Tian's face as he realized she had been waiting for him. Lin Ye employed her feminine wiles, and Tian recalled the old adage that those who are well off often bring various offerings to honor their ancestors, as the incense is beneficial to spirits, attracting many of them. However, he had prior engagements today. "How about this? You can come with me, and once I finish my appointment, we can enjoy some days of leisure and travel together. What do you think?" "Yay, travel? You're the best." At the mention of travel, Lin Ye's face lit up with excitement, and she planted a kiss on Tian's cheek. He instinctively pulled her close, allowing her to sit on his lap. Clearly, she was restless and eager to venture out, yet reluctant to disrupt Tian's work. After some contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "Just make sure to take an umbrella for shade." At this point, Lin Ye had attained a formidable level of spirit, and with his talismans, sunlight posed little threat to her. As long as she carried an umbrella, she would remain unharmed. "I've already prepared one." She rose from his lap and retrieved an umbrella from a drawer. "All right, husband, I'll change into some clothes and head out. Go ahead, and remember to call me if anything comes up." Feeling slightly uneasy, Tian placed a mental mark on her, ensuring he would sense her location should any danger arise. With her umbrella in hand and dressed in a lovely dress, the little ghost stepped outside. Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Sometimes, the beautiful women one encounters on the street might not be human at all. Chapter 80. Are you free this Sunday? Once the little ghost cheerfully departed, Tian checked the time. With still some hours until 3 o'clock, he retrieved Li Xiantong's notes and began to delve into them. Time slipped by, and soon, his phone rang again. It was the saleswoman, Xiao Mei. "Mr. Qin, I have arrived at the address you provided." Her gentle voice resonated through the phone. Tian promptly utilized his spiritual sight confirming that his vehicle was indeed at the location. Xiao Mei was in the driver's seat, and to his surprise, the damage to his car had been repaired. All right, please hold on for a moment. Qin Tian placed Li Xuantong's notes into his storage space and proceeded downstairs. Arriving at the car, young Master Qin, this place you reside in is truly delightful, devoid of the city's clamor, and with a small courtyard that exudes tranquility and warmth. Xiao Mei remarked, stepping out of the car and flashing a sweet smile. Qin Tian smiled back, nodding in acknowledgement as he surveyed the woman before him. The professional attire Xiao Mei usually donned was now absent. Instead, she wore a charming off-shoulder white top paired with exceedingly short denim shorts that barely resembled traditional underwear. Her makeup appeared notably refined, suggesting she had taken special care in her appearance. Young Master Qin, here is your license plate. Allow me to assist you in affixing it. Xiao Mei said, her heart fluttering at Qin Tian's gaze. She retrieved the plate and the necessary tools from the back seat, moving toward the Maybach to install the plate. No, let me do it, Qin Tian offered, attempting to take the plate from her. However, Xiao Mei had already begun her task at the front of the car. In no time, both plates were secured. Due to the sweltering heat, she had broken a light sweat. All done. It's quite warm today, she said, wiping her forehead. Thank you for your hard work. Come in for a drink, Qin Tian invited, feeling reluctant to dismiss someone so eager to assist. Xiao Mei graciously accepted and entered the room with him. At the refrigerator, Qin Tian retrieved a bottle of juice. As Xiao Mei took it, their fingers brushed inadvertently, and Qin Tian felt a spark of connection. Yet, her expression remained unchanged, as if the touch had been purely coincidental. Thank you, young Master Qin. Are you living here with your girlfriend? Xiao Mei inquired, noticing various feminine items scattered throughout the room, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. Yes, Qin Tian nodded. Young Master Qin, being so tall, handsome, and wealthy, your girlfriend must be stunning, Xiao Mei said enviously, adding, she must be very fortunate. Indeed, she is not just fortunate, Qin Tian thought with a sense of pride. Ah, one adorable little kitten. May I pet it? Xiao Mei noticed the cat on the sofa. Feel free, he replied. Xiao Mei gently stroked the cat a few times, observing its deep slumber before refraining from continuing. The two engaged in light conversation, with Xiao Mei often revealing her charming qualities in subtle ways, all of which did not escape Qin Tian's notice. He reflected on how this woman's proactive nature surpassed even that of men. Her meticulously crafted appearance and her efforts to capture his attention left him in contemplation. If she sought no formal relationship and merely wished for some physical connection in exchange for value, he would not mind extending a helping hand to this ambitious woman. As their thoughts intertwined, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged with unspoken tension. The distance between them gradually diminished as Xiao Mei inched closer, until suddenly, Qin Tian's phone rang. It was Zhen Wenru calling. Master Qin, I've finished the beauty treatment. Should I come and pick you up? Or will you come here? Send me your location. I will come over, he replied. All right. After hanging up, he soon received the coordinates from Zhen Wenru. Young Master Qin, do you have plans to go out? Xiao Mei asked, her voice laced with disappointment at the interruption, just as she felt they were making progress. Yes, I have arranged to meet a friend, Qin Tian confirmed. Rising. Then I want to keep you, she said, also standing. Where are you headed? If you're going to the shop, I happen to be passing by and can give you a ride, Qin Tian offered, glancing at the location, which conveniently aligned with the store. Originally, Xiao Mei had no intention of going there that afternoon, but upon hearing Qin Tian's offer, she quickly changed her mind. Perfect. I was just planning to go to the shop. Thank you, young Master Qin. They climbed into the Maybach, with Xiao Mei taking the passenger seat. Throughout the journey, she found numerous ways to initiate conversation, requiring no effort from Qin Tian to create topics. Her legs frequently edged closer to his seat, and had there not been an obstruction, they would have likely brushed against him. Before long, they arrived at the shop. Thank you for the ride, young Master Qin. Do you have time this Sunday? She asked as the car came to a stop, as if a thought had suddenly struck her. What is it? Qin Tian inquired, puzzled. Since you took the time to drive me, I wanted to express my gratitude. It's my birthday this Sunday, and I would like to invite you over for dinner. If that is all right, Xiao Mei said, biting her lip, appearing concerned about his potential refusal. It's hard to say right now. Let us see how it goes that day. He responded, all right, Then please drive safely, she said, her face lighting up with a smile upon not receiving a rejection. Even as Tian drove away, he could see her vibrant figure in the rearview mirror, waving goodbye, reminiscent of a past moment when he bid farewell to an ex-girlfriend with deep affection. Chapter 81. Father? Tian sighed, attempting to cast away those thoughts as he quickly arrived at Zhang Wenru's beauty establishment. Wenru, I have arrived, he said, dialing her number. Okay, I'll change my clothes and come down shortly, she replied. After hanging up, Tian took out his phone and opened Douyin. Just as he intended to watch a video featuring a lady in black stockings, he stumbled upon a clip about opening blind boxes. Moments later, he found himself watching a video on hoof trimming. After about 10 minutes, as he was watching a video of Oddball peeling a banana, Zhang Wenru hurriedly descended the stairs, flanked by two young women who seemed to cling to her. Wenru, is this the legendary Master Tian? He is so handsome. He couldn't he possibly be your lover? Could he? One of the young women exclaimed. Who would have thought, Wenru, that the master you frequently mention would be such a dashing figure? I imagine him to be an old man. The other chimed in, both women now leaning against Tian's car window, engaging him in conversation. Caught off guard, Tian was momentarily taken aback. You two mischievous girls, what nonsense are you spouting? He is a genuine master. Be careful. He might cast a spell to make you experience your monthly cycle every day. Zhang Wenru scolded playfully. Goodness, don't scare us like that. Wenru, that's rather unfair. With such a handsome guy, it would be dull to keep him to yourself. Let the sisters have some fun too. One of the young women pouted, leaning in closer to Tian, intentionally adjusting her posture to showcase her assets. What? Is this a game? Tian thought, astonished by the display of confidence. Hey there, handsome, come on, scan my QR code. There's a surprise waiting for you. The other young woman said, presenting her phone with a QR code against the car window. With a playful wink towards Tian, she subtly conveyed a message. What surprise? Tian instinctively inquired. I just shot a set of photos. Would you like to see them? The kind without clothes, the young woman teased, winking again. Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Without a second thought, he quickly opened the chat application, switched to the scanning feature, and prepared to add the alluring young woman. Whether she was clothed or not mattered little to him. He simply cherished the appreciation of art, for art cultivates the soul. Step aside. Be careful not to truly provoke the master. Neither of you will end up well. Warned Zhang Wenru, who was keen to disperse the two women. Observing their demeanor and the suggestive words they used, even Tian felt somewhat overwhelmed. Zhang Wenru's two friends were indeed quite assertive. Go away, she insisted, shooing them off before taking a seat in the passenger side of Tian's car. Master Tian, please drive quickly. Those two little vixens are relentless. Tian glanced back at the two women, sighing in regret that he could no longer appreciate art as he had hoped. He suddenly recalled how Xiaomei had flirted with him earlier and couldn't help but ponder if today was his lucky day. Ah, Master Tian, it's been a few days. You seem even more handsome, Zhang Wenru exclaimed, catching her breath as she assessed Tian. Really? He replied, having noticed a change in his reflection these past few days. Not in his appearance, but in the unique aura he now possessed as a practitioner who had experienced a breakthrough. No wonder those two young women had been so forward, as if they wanted to devour him. Wenru, about that significant deal you facilitated for me. Tian quickly shifted the topic, still hoping to offer her a portion of the earnings. Enough. Do I look like I'm in need of money? I'm not interested in wealth. I'm intrigued by the supernatural. Had I not been occupied last time, I would have joined you in Kyoto. No need to discuss payments. Just bring me along with you next time to encounter those female ghosts. Zhang Wenru interrupted, evidently still enchanted by her previous experience. By the way, Master Tian, did you end up, with that female ghost? What's it like playing cards with them? Can they have children? Do they have their monthly cycles? Zhang Wenru's inquisitiveness left Tian feeling exasperated. He reached into his pocket and retrieved 3 talismans. Here, take these 3 talismans. They will ward off misfortune and protect you from malevolent spirits. Wow, what a windfall. I love this. Thank you, Master Tian, Zhang Wenru exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she accepted the talismans. All right, no need for formalities. Just call me Tian from now on. Okay, she replied, her carefree nature showing little concern for titles. What about that family you mentioned over the phone? What's the situation? Tian asked. I'm not exactly sure, but they are wealthy. I informed her that you are a genuine master with exceptional abilities and that your fees are quite high. She didn't object. As long as you can help her daughter, money won't be an issue. I'll handle the negotiation, she clarified. Great, that certainly makes things easier, Tian nodded. By the way, Tian, if a female ghost could have a baby, would it be a human child or a ghost child? Zhen Wenru inquired. And what about milk production? Do they have that? She pressed on. Have you or haven't you been with a female ghost? An hour later, Tian and Zhen Wenru arrived at a luxurious residential complex, feeling overwhelmed by her incessant questions. He regretted bringing her along. After parking, they met a woman in her 40s who seemed to be waiting for them. Hello, you must be Sister Wang, Zhen Wenru greeted, shaking hands with the middle-aged woman. Hello, you're the Zhen miss I spoke to on the phone? I didn't expect you to be so young and beautiful. Sister Wang complimented, eliciting a bright smile from Zhen Wenru. Let me introduce you. This is Master Qin. Not only is he handsome, but his skills are remarkable. No demon or enchantress can escape his keen eyes. He can vanquish them with ease. Zhen Wenru sang Tian's praises, causing his expression to stiffen as it echoed the lyrics of a certain tale. Greetings, Master Qin, Sister Wang said, respectfully extending her hand. Tian shook it, offering a polite smile. Our Master Qin was recently in Kyoto, assisting a prominent figure in exorcisms. We are fortunate he could spare time today. Zhen Wenru continued her flattery. Thank you, Master Qin, for taking the time to come here. The woman expressed her gratitude. No need for formalities. Let's take a look, Tian suggested, feeling the flattery had gone too far. What if the woman was truly delusional, and he couldn't help her? Please, Master Qin and Miss Zhen, follow me. Sister Wang led them to a spacious, elegant home. Upon entering, Tian was greeted by two identical young women, around 18 or 19 years old, looking quite lovely yet somewhat vacant. A middle-aged woman, presumably their caretaker, accompanied them. The two young women, upon seeing the trio, cheered and ran towards them, arms outstretched in a request for hugs. Mama, they cried, but midway, they noticed Tian and Zhen Wenru, halting in their tracks, fear evident on their faces. Upon catching sight of Tian's handsome visage, one girl exclaimed, Daddy, Daddy, hug me, and leaped into his embrace. Chapter 82. The bound soul and spirit. Though Tian could have easily dodged the sudden leap, he refrained, knowing the girl would likely crash into the door behind him if he did. A soft fragrance enveloped him as the girl nestled in his arms, her voice sweetly murmuring. Daddy, the other girl, appearing to awaken from a daze, noticed her sister already in Tian's embrace and hurriedly joined in, vying for attention as she too leaped into his arms. Surrounded by two beautiful twin girls clamoring for affection and calling him daddy, Tian would have relished the moment under different circumstances. However, with their mother watching, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Are these girls yours? Do you have a relationship with them? Zhen Wenru asked, astonishment written across her face as she turned to Sister Wang. Cough, cough. Are you out of your mind? I'm only 25. How could I possibly have such grown daughters? Tian was momentarily taken aback by Zhen Wenru's gentle words, leading to a fit of coughing. Oh dear, lost in thoughts about whether the female ghost could bear children, my mind seems to have short-circuited. Ha ha. As Zhen Wenru spoke, she couldn't help but amuse herself. Zixin, that is not your father. You must have mistaken him for someone else. Beside them, Wang Qian felt a wave of embarrassment and instinctively tried to pull her daughters away. Mommy is lying. This is Daddy. Daddy, Daddy, lift us high. The two young girls wriggled free from their mother's grasp, persistently pleading for hugs. In the presence of the other mother, Tian found himself at a loss for where to place his hands. Finally, with the help of the nanny, he managed to extricate the girls from his embrace. Elder sister Zixin plopped down on the ground and burst into tears. Younger sister Zixin, not to be outdone, swiftly joined her side, competing in volume as they cried and kicked their legs. Bad mommy, bad mommy. They appeared utterly aggrieved, displaying the behavior typical of 3- or 4-year-olds. Taking advantage of the moment, Tian hastily glanced at the two girls' inner selves, his brow furrowing in concern. Master Qin, I apologize for any embarrassment. My two daughters were perfectly fine until suddenly transforming into this state. They not only mistook identities, but sometimes even I, their mother, struggled to recognize them. Wang Qian explained, observing Qin Tian's furrowed brow, mistakenly assuming his displeasure stemmed from the girl's antics. How long have they been like this? Qin Tian inquired. It has been 3 days. Wang Qian replied, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. Nodding, Qin Tian continued. Did they experience any fright 3 days ago? Fright? 3 days prior? I wasn't with them then, and I haven't heard of any such incident. Should I make a phone call to check? Wang Qian pondered. No need for that. I already know what the issue is, Qin Tian stated. What issue? Wang Qian's expression shifted to one of alarm as she turned to face him. Your twin daughters are each missing a soul, Qin Tian revealed. What? How could that be? Although Wang Qian harbored doubts about Qin Tian, the gravity of his words sent her complexion into a tailspin. How could they be missing a soul? Zhen Wenru also wore an expression of astonishment. Humans are composed of both body and soul. The soul is further divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls include the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and human soul, also known as the fetal light, clear spirit, and ethereal essence. The clear spirit determines one's intellect and cognitive abilities, while the 7 spirits represent 7 human emotions. A complete set of 3 souls and 7 spirits constitutes a sound human soul. Based on your daughter's behaviors, they have already lost their intellect, meaning the clear spirit is missing. Typically, extreme emotions such as profound sadness, terror, or overwhelming joy can cause damage or severance of the soul. For example, when a family loses a child and is engulfed in grief, they may become mentally incapacitated. This is the situation we are witnessing, Qin Tian elucidated. Oh, so that is how it is. A distant aunt of mine once fainted from sheer joy after winning a mahjong game, and upon waking, she became quite mad, incessantly claiming, I won. I see now, Zhen Wenru remarked with realization. Wang Qian, as if clutching a lifeline, grasped Qin Tian's hands, her expression pleading, Master, since you can discern this, you must have a way to help them, correct? Despite only grasping the situation vaguely, she had exhausted various hospitals over the past few days, with the final verdict being a diagnosis of a mental illness with recommendations for treatment in a psychiatric facility. I will first attempt to locate their souls, Qin Tian affirmed. Having explained the symptoms, he was ready to proceed with the diagnosis. All right. Wang Qian eagerly nodded, seeing that Qin Tian had indeed identified the problem. Zhen Wenru quickly pulled Wang Qian aside to discuss fees. Qin Tian approached one of the young girls, who, upon his arrival, ceased her crying and stood up, leaping into Qin Tian's embrace. Daddy, her sweet voice chimed from within his arms. Observing this, the other girl rushed towards Qin Tian, wrapping her arms around him, her legs entwining around him like a koala. The nanny and Wang Qian hurriedly approached, attempting to separate them, but Qin Tian waved them off. He produced a soul-retrieving talisman and affixed it to one of the girls' heads. Chanting an incantation, he began the invocation. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, all living beings, heed my summons. The 3 souls and 7 spirits swiftly return. The talisman radiated a golden light. Qin Tian closed his eyes, concentrating on summoning the souls. Minutes passed, and he furrowed his brow once more. He retrieved another soul-retrieving talisman, affixing it to the other girl's head and reciting the invocation again. After another 3 minutes, his furrowed brow deepened. Master Qin, how are my daughters? Wang Qian inquired anxiously, noticing Qin Tian's troubled expression. Where were they when they first became like this? They were in the school dormitory, she replied. Which direction is their school located? Over there. Wang Qian pointed hastily in a direction. What is happening, Qin Tian? Is it serious? Zhen Wenru, unsure whether Qin Tian's demeanor was feigned or if he simply wished to extract more money, quickly took on the role of a supportive foil. I can sense the location of their souls, but they appear to be bound by something, preventing them from returning here. That location is where you just pointed, Qin Tian explained. What? Their souls are bound. Who is the culprit? Zhen Wenru's eyes widened in shock. We should go to the school and investigate, shall we? Suddenly, Qin Tian felt a warm, damp sensation on his body. He quickly looked down, his expression freezing. Chapter 83. Find that pen fairy and deal with her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Master Qin. Wang Qian felt an overwhelming sense of shame upon witnessing this scene. Ignoring her daughter's cries, she swiftly pulled little Zixin from Qin Tian's grasp. The nanny also coaxed Ziqing away. Master Qin, these are the clothes of my late husband. He was of similar height to you, and there are a few unopened sets. If you don't mind. Wang Qian approached Qin Tian, offering the clothes apologetically. No problem. Qin Tian casually selected a casual outfit and turned to head to the restroom. After cleansing himself, he donned the attire. All right, let us now proceed to their school to uncover what transpired. Qin Tian addressed Wang Qian. Should they accompany us? Wang Qian cast a worried glance at her daughters, feeling that they were not in a suitable condition to go out. However, since it was unclear what had bound their souls, their presence might indeed be crucial. Very well. An hour later, a group of individuals drove to the high school attended by Wang Qian's two daughters, the second high school of Zhonghai City. In order to ascertain the precise location where the souls were imprisoned, Qin Tian prepared to invoke the soul-calling spell once more. However, upon retrieving the soul-calling talisman and reciting the incantation, he felt a sudden pang of anxiety in his heart. At that moment, he could no longer sense their souls. Either the entity he had summoned had detected the spell, or their souls had completely vanished. Master Qin, what is it? Wang Qian, concerned for her daughter's well-being, observed the changes in Qin Tian's expression. When she noticed his furrowed brow, a wave of dread washed over her, igniting an ominous premonition within her heart. It's nothing. Let's first check their dormitory, Qin Tian replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. He wasn't entirely sure of the situation, so it was prudent to withhold his thoughts for the time being. All right, I'll contact their homeroom teacher right away, Wang Qian said, hastily retrieving her phone. At the girls' dormitory, Qin Tian encountered their homeroom teacher and the dormitory leader. Ziqing, are you all right? Leader Lu Nana, excited to see the two, rushed forward to greet them. The homeroom teacher also approached with a concerned expression, inquiring about the girl's condition. Zixin and Ziqing glanced at the approaching teacher, quickly retreating behind Qin Tian and Wang Qian, resembling shy little girls. Upon seeing Lu Nana, they displayed immediate panic as if confronted with something terrifying. Bad person. Daddy, I'm scared. Beat the bad person, they exclaimed, burrowing into Qin Tian's embrace, fearful of being captured and harmed. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tian was perplexed. Why were the two girls so frightened of Lu Nana? Could it be? He scrutinized Lu Nana, who appeared ordinary, smiling, and devoid of any makeup. Nothing particularly remarkable about her. Aunt Wang, Zixin and Ziqing sigh. They still seem the same. No one can recognize them now. I called you here today to gather more information about the situation back then. Wang Qian explained with a sigh. Weren't the police summoned to investigate previously? The homeroom teacher asked, somewhat surprised. When the incident occurred, the school aimed to handle it internally and keep the matter quiet. However, Wang Qian had directly called the police, leading to an investigation of the dormitory and anyone who had interacted with the girls. Ultimately, nothing was discovered. Hello, this student is their brother. I wish to learn more about what transpired, Qin Tian stated, cutting to the chase to avoid wasting time. Well, that night after school, Zixin suggested we play Pencil Ghost, and so the five of us in the dormitory agreed to play together. Lu Nana recounted the evening's events. It turned out that Zixin had suddenly proposed playing Pencil Ghost, and the others found it amusing, agreeing to partake. After playing, two of them felt drowsy and lay down to sleep, only to awaken behaving erratically. After hearing the full story, Qin Tian's mind was filled with questions. Pencil Ghost? I understand now. Their souls were captured by the Pencil Ghost. Zhen Wenru exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization. Is there really such a thing? Wang Qian asked, her voice trembling with fear. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher merely shook her head lightly, seemingly skeptical of such superstitions. Qin Tian found himself equally puzzled, recalling that he had heard tales of Pencil Ghost before and had even played it during his student days, yet he had never heard of anyone becoming foolish as a result. Upon entering the girls' dormitory, Qin Tian activated his heavenly eye, scanning the surroundings relentlessly. However, after a thorough examination, he found nothing unusual. Could it be that this was not the right place? Noticing there were 6 beds in the dormitory, he turned to Lu Nana and inquired, You mentioned that 5 of you participated in the pencil ghost game. Why was the other person absent? Yes, our dormitory's Du Xiaofeng did not join the game. She's somewhat of an outsider, Lu Nana reflected, choosing her words carefully. I know Du Xiaofeng. She comes from a rural background, and her family is not well off. But she is very diligent in her studies and particularly hardworking. She ranks first in our class and has a good chance of being admitted to a prestigious university. She is a commendable student. Upon hearing Du Xiaofeng's name, the homeroom teacher spoke as if discussing her prized pupil. Was she present at the time? Tian pressed on, undeterred by the flattery. I remember she seemed to have gone to the restroom at that moment, Lu Nana recalled. Zhen Wenru, noticing Tian deep in thought, approached him and whispered, her gaze somewhat ambiguous. Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 84. The ghostly woman in the mirror. Since there were no current leads, recreating the scene from that night might indeed be a viable approach. After all, he was unsure whether such a thing as the pencil ghost truly existed in this world. Why not attempt a summoning? He cast Zhen Wenru an appreciative glance, causing her to beam with joy, akin to a child rewarded with a shiny star sticker. I need a few people to recreate the events from that night. Who among you is willing to assist? Tian addressed those present. Me. Zhen Wenru eagerly raised her hand, brimming with enthusiasm. Haha, you're so enthusiastic. Are you not afraid that the pencil ghost might actually capture you? Tian chuckled, finding her exuberance amusing. With you here, what is there to fear? If the pencil ghost does appear, we shall capture her. Zhen Wenru raised an eyebrow, looking as if she was preparing to pilfer a neighbor's chicken. Capture her for what? Tian asked, puzzled. If anyone dares bully me in the future, I will have her snatch their souls away. Tian shook his head, opting to ignore Zhen Wenru and turning his attention to the others. Count me in, Lu Nana nodded in agreement. I think I'll pass, the homeroom teacher replied. Shaking her head, Wang Qian, wishing to watch over her daughters, also refrained from participating. In the end, only Tian, Zhen Wenru, and Lu Nana remained. I'll draw the curtains, Zhen Wenru volunteered, noticing the bright dormitory. She went over and pulled the curtains shut, casting the room into dimness. I need you to recreate the scene from that night as accurately as possible. The arrangement of the tables, chairs, and the pen used must all match the original. Tian instructed Lu Nana. Understood. Lu Nana nodded, promptly fetching a table, several stools, a sheet of paper, and a pen. The three took their positions accordingly. Pencil ghost! Pencil ghost! Zixin shouted excitedly upon witnessing their setup, interrupting them. You two should take them to another area. Tian advised Wang Qian and the homeroom teacher. All right. Wang Qian recognized that Tian required quiet and quickly led her daughters outside. The homeroom teacher glanced back, gently shaking her head with a faint sigh before leaving the dormitory and closing the door behind her. The dormitory fell silent, following Lu Nana's guidance. The two suspended their arms, fingers gripping the pen that stood upright on the paper. Closing their eyes, they chanted, Pencil ghost, you are my past life. I am your present life. If we're destined to meet, please draw a circle on the paper. With his eyes closed, Tian recited the incantation while activating his heavenly eye, vigilantly monitoring the room's changes. Tian, I feel my hand moving, Zhen Wenru exclaimed, a mix of excitement and trepidation coloring her voice. The psychological suggestion of the pencil ghost's presence must be causing the pen to move. As he was about to speak, he suddenly froze. A bizarre scene unfolded before him. At that moment, within a drawer in the room, the surface of a bronze mirror began to ripple as if disturbed by water. Instantly, the figure of a woman emerged from the mirror, floating gracefully towards the three of them. She had long, flowing black hair and wore an ancient dress, drenched in a blood-red hue as though stained by fresh blood. Dark, malevolent energy surrounded her, and her bare feet glided silently across the floor. Her eyes were filled with resentment, emanating an aura of terror and dread. Such intense malevolence. Tian gazed at the vengeful spirit, immediately realizing that she was a formidable ghost, even more powerful than the female spirit he had encountered before within the umbrella. It seemed that the disappearance of the twin souls was closely tied to this vengeful spirit. Tian, I feel a bit cold, Zhen Wenru suddenly remarked. Sensing the temperature in the dormitory plummet, her voice tinged with apprehension. Let us seize her first. Without hesitation, Tian activated the yin-yang technique within him, channeling his powers into his hands. He sprang to his feet and lunged at the ghostess neck. Tian had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter. Caught off guard, the vengeful spirit had no time to react before he grasped her throat. You can see me. The ghost's face betrayed a mix of panic and astonishment. Tian's sudden action startled both Zheng Wenru and Lu Nana, who widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight of him seemingly grasping at thin air. Tian, have you caught her? Zheng Wenru asked, her voice filled with excitement. Speak. Are you imprisoning someone's soul? As Tian's grip tightened around her neck, dark smoke wafted from her skin as if it were seared by a branding iron, accompanied by a wretched scream that echoed through the room, startling both Zheng Wenru and Lu Nana. Lu Nana was so frightened that she collapsed on the floor. After the scream, the ghost erupted with an overwhelming force of malevolence. In an instant, Tian found himself grasping nothing but air as the female spirit transformed into a cloud of black smoke, swiftly retreating into the bronze mirror. The speed was too rapid, and with the mirror so near, Tian could not intercept her. His expression shifted as he quickly opened the drawer and retrieved the bronze mirror, holding it before him. His own face appeared in the mirror, only to vanish moments later, replaced by the ghost's horrifying visage. Holding the mirror, he was confronted by the ghastly face of the woman, a sight that was undeniably chilling. Before Tian could act, the ghost shot him a cold smile and vanished into thin air. The mirror returned to its unremarkable state, and even with his divine sight, he could discern no difference from an ordinary bronze mirror, now that the ghost was concealed within, and with no means to coax her out. Tian found himself at an impasse. Shattering the mirror seemed the only option, yet he feared for the twin souls that might also reside within. Upon entering the dormitory, he had noted the presence of the bronze mirror, initially puzzled as to why it was made of bronze rather than glass. However, after a thorough investigation, he had found nothing amiss and had chosen to ignore it. Little did he know that the issue indeed lay within this very mirror. Whose mirror is this? Tian turned to Lu Nana, who appeared still shaken from the earlier fright. Whose mirror is this? He pressed, raising his voice. It belongs to Du Xiaofeng, Lu Nana stammered nervously. Take me to her. Tian exited the dormitory with a bronze mirror in hand. Master Qin, what happened? Wang Xian inquired anxiously upon seeing him. We seem to hear a scream just now. I will explain later. I need you to summon Du Xiaofeng. The homeroom teacher's expression tightened upon hearing Tian's request for Du Xiaofeng. Sir, is there a misunderstanding? Du Xiaofeng is an exemplary student. I merely wish to ask her a few questions. We shall speak after I meet her. Arriving at the teaching building, the homeroom teacher, Lu Nana, called Du Xiaofeng out of class. Tian remained downstairs, his divine sight scanning the girl. She wore thick glasses and appeared timid, even walking with her head bowed. Her clothes were faded from washing, and her shoes showed signs of wear. From her attire and demeanor, she seemed to be a girl of modest means, with a touch of inferiority. As she exited the classroom, Lu Nana explained the reason for their summons. Tian observed her closely, noting her expressions. To his surprise, she initially displayed a look of confusion, which quickly morphed into calmness. There was no sign of panic. Instead, she kept her head down, following the two of them downstairs. This behavior deepened Tian's concern. As a senior student, she should have reacted with alarm if her secret had been uncovered. Her composed demeanor suggested either ignorance or a chilling level of calmness. Mr. Qin, this is Du Xiaofeng, the homeroom teacher introduced. Xiaofeng, do not be afraid. The teacher is here. Just share what you know, and there is no need for further elaboration. The teacher shielded her protectively. Du Xiaofeng cautiously glanced at the others before hastily lowering her gaze. When she spotted Zixin and Ziqing nearby, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. Tian noted this and felt his curiosity deepen. If she were the culprit, she should have been terrified upon seeing those two, yet she appeared fearful instead. Tian produced the bronze mirror and asked Du Xiaofeng, "Is this mirror yours?" She glanced at the mirror, nodded, and quietly replied, "Yes, it is mine. Can you tell me where this mirror came from? Are you aware of its peculiarities?" Tian asked, his gaze fixed intently on her face, scrutinizing every subtle change in her expression. Du Xiaofang first displayed a look of confusion. Then when he mentioned the mirror's strangeness, a hint of panic emerged. I don't know what's strange about it. Then where did this mirror come from? It was a gift from someone on my birthday. She stuttered, her nervousness apparent. Who gave it to you? She shook her head, anxiety evident in her voice. I don't know. Someone sent it to me on my birthday, but there was no signature. Tian studied her eyes and the way she nervously fidgeted with her clothing, uncertain whether she was being truthful. Sir, I believe that is enough for now. The police have already investigated the matter thoroughly a few days ago. If you have further questions, it would be best to consult them. The homeroom teacher, noticing her student's distress, stepped in to defend her. Tian cast one last glance at Du Xiaofang before nodding. All right, Xiaofang, may I temporarily hold onto this mirror? I will return it to you afterward. At that moment, he found no evidence in her expressions or words that would incriminate her as the perpetrator. He could only settle for second best, contemplating a solution within the confines of the bronze mirror. Good, Du Xiaofang nodded eagerly. The homeroom teacher, upon noticing that Tian had finished his inquiries, quickly greeted the two. After Tian nodded once more, he departed with Lu Nana and Du Xiaofang. What shall we do now, Tian? Asked Zhen Wenru from his side. Tian cast a glance at the trio of mother and daughters not far away and replied, I need a quiet place, one where I cannot be disturbed. He addressed Wang Qian. I have indeed thought of a method, one that involved allowing the soul to separate from the body and enter that bronze mirror to seek out the female ghost. All right, Master Qin, please follow me, Wang Qian said, entrusting her two daughters, who had already fallen asleep, to a nanny. She led Tian to a guest room. What are you going to do? Do you need my help? Zhen Wenru inquired, peeking her head through the doorframe. Just guard the door and ensure that no one disturbs me, Tian instructed. Rest assured, Tian. I promise not to let anyone interrupt you, Zhen Wenru assured, patting her chest. After a moment, she seemed to recall something and hurried into the kitchen. Returning with a rolling pin, she stood at the door like a guardian, casting a glance at Tian that conveyed trust. With a smile, Tian locked the bedroom door and took out yellow paper, cinnabar, and a brush, drawing a soul separation talisman which he held tightly in his hand. To guard against any surprise attacks from the female ghost, he also affixed an exorcism talisman to himself. Once all was prepared, he lay down on the bed with the bronze mirror beside him, forming a hand seal and reciting the soul separation incantation. In an instant, a golden light emanated from the soul separation talisman, and Tian's soul began to slowly detach from his body. The sensation was extraordinary, as if everything were cloaked in an ethereal filter. After acclimatizing himself and preparing, he attempted to enter the bronze mirror. When his soul made contact with the mirror's surface, it rippled as though disturbed by water. He then felt a pulling sensation from the mirror, and suddenly, darkness enveloped him, causing a momentary disorientation. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing beside a street. Not the modern city streets he was accustomed to, but an ancient street reminiscent of those seen on television, flanked by quaint wooden buildings. The street was alive with vendors calling out, freshly steamed buns, sweet and sour candied hawthorn. Please, kind sir, spare some food. The scene was bustling with life. Pedestrians in patched clothing, women leaning from windows with handkerchiefs, and beggars kneeling on the ground, all set against the fragrance of steaming buns and the dust stirred by passing carts. Everything appeared hauntingly real. Tian's sudden appearance went unnoticed. Not a single person cast him a glance. Observing the scene left him bewildered. He had anticipated confronting the female ghost immediately upon entering the mirror. Yet it felt as though he had traveled back in time to an ancient world. Where was the ghost? Looking down at himself, he noticed something amiss. He was clad in coarse, patched clothing, his hands rough and dark, calloused, and his stature considerably diminished. This was not his own body. What was happening? Attempting to utilize his celestial vision to assess his surroundings, he discovered that both his celestial sight and powers were rendered ineffective. Frowning, he stepped forward to scrutinize his environment while remaining vigilant for the appearance of the ghost. Suddenly, a woman's voice cried out from behind him, "No, please no." He turned to see a woman stumbling towards him, pursued by a brutish man wielding a club. as she passed by him. She lost her footing and nearly fell into Tian. On high alert, unsure if this was a ploy by the ghost, he sidestepped to avoid her. The woman tumbled to the ground at his feet, and a man closed in. "You little vixen, I'll teach you to run," he snarled, raising his club and striking her in the street. The woman cried out in pain, and the scene drew a crowd, yet none intervened. Tian, confused and unwilling to interfere, prepared to leave when the woman clutched his pant leg. "Please, big brother, help me," she begged, her face bruised and her clothing disheveled. Tian frowned, attempting to extricate himself from her grasp, but despite his efforts, he could not break free. The man, noticing Tian, shouted, "This is my wife. Stay out of it. I'm not his wife. Please, save me, or he will kill me," she cried, shaking her head and gripping Tian's pant leg as if it were a lifeline. Stripped of his powers, Tian found himself unable to break free. "You're mine now. I could do as I please," the man shouted, striking the woman again. The crowd watched, but no one moved to help. Suddenly, the man turned on Tian, swinging his club. Tian raised his arm to block it, the blow landing painfully against his unprotected flesh. Cold determination filled his eyes. Whether this was a ghostly trick or not, he could not allow himself to be beaten. Seizing the moment, he grasped the club, surprising the man with his strength. The club was quickly wrested from him, and Tian retaliated with a swift strike to the man's head. The man fell, howling in pain. After a moment, he picked himself up, clutching his head, and realizing he was outmatched, he fled, threatening, "You'll pay for this." Thank you, big brother," the rescued woman exclaimed, bowing repeatedly in gratitude as she released Tian's pant leg. Tian regarded her coldly, silent, and turned to leave. Just then, he noticed something was amiss. The entire street had fallen eerily silent. The sounds of vendors, chatter, and chaos abruptly ceased, as if a pause button had been pressed. People and vendors stood frozen, their expressions blank, all slowly turning to face Tian. Their eyes devoid of emotion, they advanced towards him step by step. Even the prostitutes upstairs and the patrons of the hotel, seemingly indifferent to the height, leapt from the second floor, descending directly from the windows. Though some may have fractured their legs, no cries of anguish escaped their lips. They fixated intently on Tian, advancing toward him with an eerie demeanor. Chapter 86. Transformed into a woman, this bizarre spectacle sent a chill down Tian's spine. Gripping the wooden stick tightly, he surveyed his surroundings with vigilance, yearning to escape. Yet, no matter which direction he took, the throng relentlessly followed him. Much like zombies pursuing their prey, their vacant stares locked onto him. Soon, the number of pursuers behind him grew, their pace quickening. Realizing that he would inevitably be encircled, Tian broke into a frantic sprint. Just as he felt he had distanced himself from the crowd, he slipped into a secluded corner to hide. However, the relentless pursuers seemed to possess an uncanny ability to locate him, regardless of his concealment. Before long, utterly exhausted, Tian was ultimately engulfed by the swarm, meeting a demise that left no chance for survival. With a sudden gasp, Tian awoke, his eyes wide as he beheld the surroundings. The crowd that had so recently consumed him had vanished entirely. Astonishingly, he found himself standing before a familiar bun shop, the very establishment from which he had just purchased buns. The street before him mirrored the one he had encountered moments prior. The sweet and tangy aroma of candied hawthorn filled the air, mingling with the calls of street vendors, passers-by, the laughter of courtesans, and the pleas of beggars. The scent of steaming buns wafted through the dust stirred up by passing carts. Aside from the transformation of Tian himself, the scene was strikingly identical to what had just transpired. As he observed the unfolding tableau, his gaze was drawn to a man clad in coarse linen. This man, with his dark skin and pallid complexion, bore the unmistakable appearance of a simple farmer. Remarkably, he wore the same attire Tian had donned moments before. The man walked past Tian's stall without purchasing any buns, continuing onward with a singular purpose. Suddenly, a familiar female voice pierced the air. "No, please no." Whirling around, Tian's heart raced as he saw a woman stumbling ahead, pursued by a brutish man wielding a club. The woman faltered, falling to the ground. Since the man in coarse clothing had not stopped to buy buns, he was already far off, leaving the woman isolated as her pursuer closed in. "Damn it, you little wench. I'll make you pay for running." The man roared. "Help! Someone please." The woman cried in agony, her eyes pleading with the onlookers. "What are you staring at? I'm dealing with my own wife." The man spat, continuing his assault on the fallen woman. "I'm not his wife. Please help me. If you don't, he'll kill me." She sobbed, shaking her head desperately as she gazed at the crowd. "Your man lost you to me. You're mine now. I could do as I please." The man shouted, landing another vicious blow to her head. She cried out once more, collapsing in a lifeless heap, blood pooling around her. "Don't play dead. Get up." The man kicked her, and upon discovering her stillness, panic set in. He checked for her breath, finding none, and in his fright, he discarded the club and fled. Only the woman's lifeless body remained, surrounded by a crowd that whispered and pointed. Tian stared at the corpse, engulfed in profound confusion. Soon, officials arrived to remove the body, restoring calm to the street. Tian lingered by the bun shop, scrutinizing every passerby in search of the spectral woman's trace, ignoring those who came to buy buns. Time passed, the day waning, yet he remained fruitless in his quest. Then, a rotund woman approached the shop, her eyes widening at the sight of the leftover buns and the scant coins in the cash box. Disgust and malice twisted her features as she pointed at Tian, berating him. Without warning, she raised her hefty hand and swung at his face, her movements practiced and familiar. Frustration boiled within Tian, and as she attempted to strike him, he retaliated, delivering a sharp slap that left a visible imprint on her face. The woman, taken aback, stared at him in disbelief. Moments later, she erupted in a shriek. "You worthless wretch! How dare you strike me?" With a fury akin to a tempest, she lunged at him, her flesh jiggling grotesquely as she advanced. Tian, repulsed, swiftly seized a nearby stool and brought it crashing down upon her head, rendering her unconscious. Yet, as he turned to leave, the woman surprisingly began to rise, her expression devoid of rage, fixating her gaze on Tian with unsettling intensity. The crowd around them halted, once again turning their attention to Tian, advancing slowly toward him. In a moment of sheer panic, he fled. Half an hour later, breathless and weary, Tian found himself once more engulfed by the throng. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes again. The crowd that had overwhelmed him now vanished. The familiar sounds of vendors filled his ears once more, and he found himself standing in a place he knew all too well, the very same street, the same bustling pedestrians. Yet this time, he stood before a second-floor window. A woman's sultry voice wafted through the air. Turning, he beheld a young maiden with a rosy complexion, leaning out the window, beckoning to wealthy gentlemen passing by. "Have I been cast in another role?" Tian pondered, feeling an unsettling weight upon his chest. Lowering his gaze, he was horrified to discover that he had transformed into a woman. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, his beard framing a lecherous grin. Eagerly, he shed his robe, lunging toward Tian. Chapter 87. A surge of malevolence. "Shinger, my dear, how I've missed you." Just as I anticipated, the middle-aged man with a lecherous demeanor lunged towards me with an eager expression. I quickly sidestepped, causing him to miss his target entirely. "Ah, Xingya, is this your way of playing a game with me?" Undeterred by his failure, the man regrouped, flashing a lascivious grin as he charged at me once more. My heart surged with disgust as I beheld his repugnant form, prompting a curse to escape my lips. I threw a punch at his face, but I had forgotten that I now inhabited the body of a delicate woman, a frail courtesan devoid of strength. My punch lacked any real force and was effortlessly captured by his grasp. "Shinger, let us play a little differently today," he taunted, pulling me into his embrace. His eyes squinting and lips puckered as he leaned in to kiss me, his hands creeping towards my bosom. As our lips drew perilously close, I caught a glimpse of the remnants of vegetables lodged between his yellowed teeth, sending a wave of nausea through me. If he were to kiss me, it would surely haunt my existence for the rest of my days. Understanding the critical nature of the situation, I steeled myself and delivered a fierce knee strike to his most vulnerable area. His eyes widened in shock, blood vessels bulging, and his mouth fell open in a silent scream as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his groin, his face contorted in agony. "Damn you!" I spat, feeling a surge of vindication that surpassed the terror of being suffocated by that crowd earlier. This moment had truly broken my composure. Despite his evident suffering, I still felt unsatisfied. Scanning the room, I seized a teapot from the nearby table and smashed it against the man's head with a satisfying crack. The ceramic shattered, splattering hot tea and leaves all over him. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. My heart raced with pin-up rage as I grabbed a wooden stool and unleashed a flurry of blows upon his body, as if to discharge all the fury I had accumulated from earlier near-death experiences. Before long, the man lay battered, bloodied, and twitching. The commotion drew the attention of those outside, and a middle-aged woman resembling a brothel madam burst through the door. Upon witnessing the bloodied scene, she froze in shock, trembling as she pointed at me. You've killed Mr. Shun. Damn you. I did it willingly," I shouted, raising the stool to strike her as well. The madam, terrified, dashed away, screaming murder, murder. Fueled by rage, I stormed outside, my visage twisted with fury, swinging at anyone in my path. "Come out if you dare. Show yourselves," I bellowed. Suddenly, the crowd halted, their faces devoid of expression, eyes fixed on me with unwavering intensity. Even those engaged in intimate encounters within the rooms paused, emerging in the nude to surround me. The hallway was soon filled with people inching closer, the ornate wooden door trembling under their collective weight. At that moment, the middle-aged man, who had been lying in a pool of blood, began to rise, reaching out towards me. In a moment of desperation, I glanced at the window, clenched my teeth, and leapt out. As my ankle made contact with the ground, a sharp crack echoed, and immediate pain surged through me. I attempted to regain my footing, but was swallowed by the throng of people on the street. Suddenly, I jolted awake, finding myself back on the street, this time as a young man. Upon opening my eyes, a fierce grimace contorted my features. If I had been stabbed to death, it would have been one thing. Instead, I had been crushed beneath a tide of humanity. The feeling of helpless suffocation ignited a ferocious rage within me. Surveying my surroundings, I spotted a butcher's stall. "What meat would you like, sir?" The butcher greeted me with enthusiasm. With a cold countenance, I seized a boning knife from the stall and swung it mercilessly at his throat. Blood sprayed, drenching me in crimson as I continued my assault, each strike fueled by unbridled fury until I severed his head from his body. Grabbing the butcher's hair, I tossed his head onto the street. "Murder! Murder!" The bystanders shrieked, scattering in panic. I then picked up another cleaver from the stall, my visage smeared with blood, one knife in each hand, embodying a harbinger of death. I pursued a fleeing passerby, brandishing my weapon. "Please, no, don't," the woman cried in terror as she fell to the ground. I, now a soulless machine of slaughter, paid no heed to her pleas, delivering a fatal blow to her neck, blood gushing forth. The street fell silent once more, save for the sound of my relentless strikes. The crowd, who had fled in fear, began to turn back, slowly advancing towards me with grim determination. In that moment, I realized something was amiss, but the bloodlust clouded my judgment. I stood ready with my knives as the headless body of the butcher rose, and his severed head, somehow aware, turned towards me. Beside him, the woman I had just slain also stood, her neck grotesquely twisted, blood still oozing from her wound, her eyes wide with horror. "Damn it! Is decapitation no longer sufficient? I'll tear you to shreds." I gritted my teeth, delivering a brutal kick that sent the woman tumbling to the ground. In a frenzy, I unleashed a barrage of strikes upon her, as if preparing filling for dumplings. D. Before long, she lay dismembered, blood pooling around me. Exhausted and panting, I rose, my expression one of madness. Yet, my frenzy was abruptly halted as I beheld the dismembered limbs and pieces of flesh on the ground, writhing as though imbued with life, inching towards me like maggots. Chapter 88. I know where you are. What the hell? The sight sent shivers down my spine, awakening me to a semblance of clarity. I turned and fled. Not long after, he found himself once again engulfed by a rapidly moving crowd. Suddenly, Tian opened his eyes, reappearing on a familiar street. The enticing aroma of freshly steamed buns wafted through the air, mingling with the sweet and sour scent of candied hawthorns. The familiar voice echoed in his ears, beckoning him to join the bustling scene. Yet, an overwhelming stench of sourness filled his nostrils, causing him to feel nauseous. He hastily checked himself and discovered, to his dismay, that he had transformed into a beggar on the roadside. The foul odor emanated from his own being, having just vented his frustrations through violence. His inner turmoil had diminished significantly. He gazed at the unchanged street, this time remaining composed and refraining from any impulsive actions. His mind began to race with questions. What was happening? Why did he find himself reincarnated as another person each time he died? Under what circumstances would they attack him? Was he destined to be eternally trapped in this place? Was this a dream or an illusion? Dream? Suddenly, Tian recalled that he possessed a succubus and attempted to summon her. In an instant, a petite succubus clad in scanty attire, flapping her demonic wings, appeared before him. "Master, I'm here," she exclaimed. "Wait, Master, how did you end up like this?" Ignoring her question, he urged, "Look around. Am I in someone else's dream?" The little succubus surveyed their surroundings, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. What a vivid dream, such strong obsessions. "You mean, I am indeed within another's dream?" She nodded in affirmation. Tian recounted his recent experiences to her. After pondering for a considerable time, the succubus explained, "It seems that mirror, after being tainted by that female ghost for an extended period, has formed its own domain. The world within that mirror is a manifestation of her intense obsession. You originally did not belong to this illusory dream realm. Hence your soul could only inhabit another's body. Everything here is reconstructed based on the scenarios the female ghost experienced. If you act differently from her dream, you will be detected, leading to the attacks you encountered." Hearing her words, Tian felt a sudden clarity. He was akin to a character in a film, with each individual playing their part according to a script. Deviating from this script would result in detection. Was he to be forever imprisoned in this dream? "Can you assist me in escaping?" Tian felt a flicker of hope. "Of course, Master. Do you wish to leave now?" The succubus replied, her wings fluttering with pride. "Let's wait a moment. Without you, would I not be trapped here indefinitely?" "Not necessarily. There are two other methods to escape. The first requires the dream, born of her obsession, to unfold flawlessly from start to finish, allowing you to leave. But if this dream lasts for months or even years, must I remain here all that time?" "No, Master, since this is a dream formed from strong obsession. You are reborn at this point in time each time you die. Thus, something must have occurred today that inflicted severe psychological trauma upon her, igniting her obsession." Tian nodded, continuing to inquire. "And the second method?" "The second involves locating her true self within the dream, either by killing her or altering her obsession. You can awaken her from this fixation, shattering the dream and enabling your departure." "You mean she is also within this dream?" Tian's gaze narrowed with a dangerous glint. "Yes, Master. The creation and sustenance of this dream revolve around her. The female ghost is indeed a character here, likely within this very street." "So, it is," Tian proclaimed. "Having caused my demise 4 times, I shall find you and exact my vengeance. Can you locate her?" he asked through clenched teeth. "I cannot, Master. She is fused with her role in the dream, making it impossible for me to distinguish her," the succubus replied, shaking her head. "Enough of this. You may leave now." "Yes, Master. I take my leave." The succubus fluttered her wings and vanished into Tian's body. Understanding the structure of this dream, he realized it was centered around the female ghost perspective, where she too played a role. Thus, she remained immersed in her dream until she sensed an anomaly, prompting her to expel him and reshape the dream. Tian began to swiftly analyze his 4 previous deaths. In the first instance, he had become a passerby, lingering too long in confusion. He encountered the pursued woman, who clutched his pants, preventing his escape, leading to a confrontation with her pursuer, resulting in his demise as the dream reshaped. In the second instance, as the owner of a bun stall, he witnessed the woman's death, which unfolded without issue, affirming that her demise was part of the story's natural progression. Many passers-by bought buns from him, demonstrating that the ghost was not among them. In the evening, the owner's wife confronted him. He struck her, prompting her shriek, which drew attention once more. In the third instance, as a prostitute, he killed a lecherous man within the room, everything still proceeding normally. However, when the brothel madam entered and shouted, the atmosphere shifted, leading to his detection. In the fourth instance, while slaying a butcher in the street, all seemed well until he discarded the head, causing a shriek that led to his demise shortly thereafter. Now, as a beggar, he had remained docile for so long without incident. Tian began to think rapidly. His eyes narrowed, a smile creeping onto his face. I know where you are. Chapter 89, Surrendering. Based on his deductions from the deaths he had experienced, Tian had nearly pinpointed the enemy's location. 3 times, conflicts had occurred on the street. Initially, these skirmishes did not attract the ghost's attention, allowing the dream to persist until the chaos escalated, leading to his demise. In the third instance, as a woman in a brothel, he killed the lecherous man without issue, but the brothel madam's shout immediately captured the ghost's attention, revealing her identity centered within the brothel. While he had nearly confirmed this, Tian was troubled by his current appearance as a beggar, disheveled and filthy. He doubted he could even enter without being expelled. Moreover, he was frail and lacked strength, barely able to fend off a woman, let alone confront the ghost. How could he proceed? Feeling despondent over the repeated failures that had led to his death, he resolved with determination. Damn it, I cannot falter. I must act. Tian gradually rose, stretching his stiff body from lying down for an extended period, and slowly approached the butcher's stall. Get out of here, you filthy beggar. The butcher's face contorted with disgust as he yelled at Tian. Seemingly oblivious to the insults, Tian acted as if he were merely passing by, avoiding eye contact with the butcher. Seizing the opportunity when the butcher was distracted, he swiftly grabbed the bone cleaver from the stall and dashed toward the brothel. Hey you, stop right there, the butcher shouted, chasing after him. Ignoring the shouts, Tian quickened his pace and soon reached the brothel, which was merely 10 meters away. Outside the brothel, 2 women, who were trying to attract customers, wrinkled their noses in disdain upon seeing a beggar being pursued. They instinctively recoiled, only to realize that Tian was heading straight for them. They wanted to shout, but upon seeing the glimmering knife in his hand, they turned pale with fear and hurried inside. Tian shoved one of the obstructive women aside, continuing forward with the cleaver in hand. What are you doing here? You filthy creature? Get out. A man resembling a lecherous turtle pointed at Tian, berating him for daring to push past. Suddenly, the man felt a cold flash before his eyes. He then sensed a warm liquid gushing from his neck. Touching it, he saw a large patch of blood. Panic struck him as he felt a sharp pain in his neck. He clutched it tightly before collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Tian had already stepped into the brothel's main hall. A murder. Someone's been killed. Quick run. Various screams echoed throughout the space. Tian stood still, his gaze fixed on the women around him, observing every change in their expressions. Gradually, the fleeing crowd began to halt, slowly inching closer to him. Tian remained oblivious to their approach, even as some nearly brushed against him. Soon, he noticed something unusual. A woman in a pale yellow dress on the 3rd floor was not like the others. Instead of moving toward him, she stood still, observing him quietly. I found you. Tian narrowed his eyes into a dangerous slant. Just then, a patron beside him pinned him to the ground. Looking at the growing crowd, memories of feeling helpless and suffocated flooded back to him. With a surge of determination, he slashed at his own neck. Instantly, a cold sensation enveloped him, followed by intense pain. The scene before him abruptly vanished. Tian abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively reaching for his neck, still reeling from the agony of his recent death. Sir, are you all right? He found himself on a bed, with a disheveled young woman beside him. Recognizing the decor and sounds of the room, he quickly understood that he was in a brothel. Thank goodness, I haven't turned into a woman this time. The thought struck him, and his eyes widened with sheer terror, far more than any past encounters with death. If he were to truly swap places with a woman now, he felt he might explode from the shock. Relieved, he exhaled deeply. Damn it, if this doesn't work out, I'm done for good. I concede. While many boast about letting their best friends have their way if they transformed into a woman, that was utter nonsense. The mental barrier was insurmountable. Just imagining kissing his close friend without clothes made him feel nauseous. With that in mind, Tian resolved that if this time didn't succeed, he would abandon this endeavor entirely. Sir, are you tired? You should lie down. Just as Tian was lost in thought, the graceful young woman extended her slender arm, pulling him back onto the bed. Before Tian could react, she skillfully took charge of the situation. Mesmerized by her figure, he found himself inadvertently reaching out. Should he end this now, or just go through the motions? As he pondered, a familiar voice drifted in from the next room. Xingya, my dear, I've missed you so much. Hearing that voice, Tian froze in shock. It was the voice of the lewd man. That meant he was currently on the second floor of the brothel. A wave of exhilaration surged through him. Excellent. Fate is on my side. The thought of being able to personally eliminate that female ghost invigorated him, causing his body to tremble with excitement. After a moment, Tian knocked the young woman unconscious, straightened his clothes, and began searching the room for something he could use as a weapon. Soon, his gaze landed on a silver hairpin on the vanity. Chapter 90. At last, I've caught you. Tian concealed the silver hairpin in his sleeve and cautiously pushed open the door, peering outside. Once he noticed that there were few people in the corridor, he gently opened the door, stepped out, and closed it behind him. He then proceeded straight to the staircase leading to the third floor. Upon reaching the stairs, he spotted a burly man standing there and instinctively halted. Young master, please wait. You can't just go up to the third floor, the man said, forcing a professional smile while speaking politely. However, his expression suggested that any attempt to push past would likely result in a fistfight. Tian glanced at the man's muscular physique and decided against the confrontation. He smiled and said, My friend, I'm just looking for someone. Looking for someone? Who? Of course, I'm looking for the most beautiful one, Tian replied, having no idea how many women were upstairs or their names, so he improvised. Do you mean Miss Sia? The burly man asked without hesitation. Yes. Tian nodded eagerly. Do you have an invitation? The man scrutinized Tian. If I had that, would I be here chatting with you? Tian glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then pulled out all the silver notes from his pocket and placed them in the man's hand. My friend, do me a favor, and I'll just go up to see her for a moment. If she doesn't like me, I'll leave immediately. Whether or not it works out, you can keep all this. Seeing the stack of silver notes in his hand, the man's eyes nearly bulged from his head as he swallowed hard. I've admired Miss Sia for a long time. I just want to see her once. If she doesn't wish to see me, I won't insist. Tian noticed the greedy yet hesitant look in the man's eyes and pressed on. All right, you said it yourself. If Miss Sia doesn't want to see you, you can't force her. Rest assured. He offered the man a reassuring glance. Okay, I'll take you up. The burly man nodded and led Tian up to the third floor. Upon arrival, Tian recalled his earlier memories and turned to the leftmost room. What are you doing just standing there? Go. The burly man urged when he saw Tian hesitating. Whose room is that on the far left? Oh, that's Miss Liener's room. Now hurry up. The robust man, wishing to avoid drawing attention, hastily urged, Brother, I seem to have made a mistake. I am here to seek the Lady Liener. Tian, mustering his courage, spoke. Upon hearing this, the sturdy man furrowed his brow, suppressing his voice. Are you here to amuse yourself at my expense? Surely, I wouldn't bring so many silver coins merely to toy with you. Do I appear foolish? The man cast a doubtful glance at Tian before whispering menacingly, You best not harbor any ill intentions. Rest assured, Tian replied. The sturdy man turned and led Tian to the leftmost room, carefully knocking on the door. Leonard. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in a pale yellow dress standing before them. She appeared to be around 20 years old, possessing an extraordinary beauty. The woman's face gradually overlapped with that of the female ghost Tian had encountered previously. It was indeed her. Miss Liener, the robust man, began to explain. In an instant, Tian surged forth like an arrow, seizing Liener by her delicate neck. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with ferocity, his visage contorted in rage. After enduring countless deaths in this dream, encountering the source of his torment ignited an inferno of fury within him, uncontainable. Damn it, at last, I have caught you. Tian gripped the silver hairpin in his sleeve, pressing his thumb against its top. Even though he faced a fragile and beautiful woman, he felt no inclination to show her mercy. Without hesitation, he thrust the hairpin towards her astonished gaze. Just as the silver pin was a mere inch from her eye, the world abruptly froze, as if time had been halted. The astonished Lianer, the snarling Tian, and the terrified, sturdy man, all caught in that fleeting moment, rendered the world eerily silent. Suddenly, at the tip of the hairpin, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated, followed by the emergence of several cracks at its point. The cracks began to extend outward slowly, as if time itself had decelerated. As the fissures spread, the three-dimensional space surrounding Tian transformed into a mere two-dimensional image. Wherever the cracks reached, the silver pin, the woman's face, and Tian's arm became shards of a larger fragment. Though Tian was frozen in place, his mind remained active. He could only watch as the world around him disintegrated, powerless to intervene. The cracks expanded rapidly, the shattered surface peeling away from the scene. What emerged from the fractured mirror revealed a series of fragmented stories, weaving together a complete narrative. A girl born into a prominent family, yet merely a product of her father's debauchery with a maid. Her mother, having borne the child, was granted the title of concubine, yet lived like a servant due to her lowly status. In that era, social rank created an insurmountable chasm. The master regarded her as a mere tool for his own indulgence, treating her with disdain and even allowing guests to take pleasure in her misery. The children of the household, mimicking the adults, found joy in tormenting the girl, hitting, scolding, forcing her to kneel, slapping her, and even urinating on her face. Time and again, she cried out to her mother, "Mother, I do not wish to be here. They bully me, and I suffer greatly. Can we leave this place?" Her mother, weeping, would embrace her, repeatedly comforting, "My dear, we have no means to survive outside. Bear with it a little longer. When you grow up, we shall escape." The girl could not comprehend why life was deemed essential, but continued to cling to the hope of leaving when she matured, enduring the indignities heaped upon her. 7 long years passed in this manner. One fateful day, her mother, while entertaining others, was brutally assaulted and left gravely injured. The master would not even provide treatment, leaving her to await her demise. 3 days later, her mother passed away, the only person who had loved her gone. Her body was discarded like a dead dog in a graveyard. The girl fled that hellish home, but being so small, she had no understanding of how to survive in the world outside. Too fearful to beg, she fainted from hunger on the streets. When she awoke, she found herself in a large residence. There, in an environment reminiscent of a school, she was taken in and began learning various arts alongside girls her age: music, chess, painting, and skills to please men. Though she did not grasp the reasons behind her studies, as long as she applied herself diligently, she could eat her fill and stay warm, free from the bullying of her peers. Even when she faced punishment for mistakes, she still perceived life as beautiful and the sun as bright. Eventually, they grew older and left the grand estate for another place, where she showcased her learned talents to the men who came to see her dance and play. Her grace and beauty garnered her fame, and she became a renowned courtesan. The number of admirers continued to swell. She believed this would last indefinitely until one day, a wealthy, elderly man paid a fortune for her virginity. In that moment, as he overpowered her, she realized that all her previous efforts had culminated in this day. From then on, she accompanied one man after another, regardless of their stature or appearance. Her life gradually lost its vibrancy, and she presumed her fate would mirror that of other women in the establishment, accumulating enough money to buy her freedom and eventually marrying a man not too old to be her husband, then aging quietly. One day, a handsome and eloquent man entered her life. Though he lacked wealth, his remarkable presence distinguished him from the crowd, leaving a lasting impression on her heart. She took the unprecedented step of inviting him to be her intimate guest. Captivated by his charm and intellect, she found his affection for her unmistakable. In that moment, he was charming and carefree, while she radiated joy. They fell in love. In their subsequent meetings, she never allowed him to spend a dime. Instead, she used her savings to support the brothel. She repeatedly inquired when he would redeem her and take her as his wife. Even knowing her status relegated her to being a concubine, she was willing to endure anything to be with him. He often held her close, assuring her, "Just wait a little longer. Once I achieve my scholarly ambitions, I will marry you." The girl waited, and 2 years passed. One day, she entrusted all her savings to him, encouraging him to go to the capital to pursue his studies, spending her days in anticipation. longing for the moment he would return on a fine steed to redeem her and take her into his home. Afterward, the man indeed lived up to expectations, becoming the top scholar of his high school, returning home on a magnificent steed dressed in splendid attire. Upon hearing this news, the woman was overwhelmed with joy, eagerly anticipating a reunion with him. However, after many days of waiting, the news she received was that he was to be wed, his bride, the daughter of the county magistrate. In that moment, she felt as though all her strength had been drained from her. Yet, recalling his promise, she chose to continue believing in him. She entrusted a letter to a messenger, which contained the 12 words: a withered flower, a fallen willow, a lowly being, a disgrace to the family. Tears streamed down her face, as wrenching as the day her mother had passed away. Yet she also laughed, a chilling laughter reminiscent of the sorrowful, final cry of an autumn cicada. Her tears coursed down her cheeks, tasting of the bitterness and hardship of her life. The tears she laughed out fell to the ground, splashing into a droplet, representing the beauty she had never encountered. Subsequently, she gifted herself a length of white silk. Later, her resentment transformed into a vengeful spirit, seeking retribution against the unfaithful man on his wedding night. That evening, she approached him, witnessing the love-struck gaze he cast upon his bride, and she was momentarily frozen in place. It reminded her of their first encounter when he had looked at her in the same way. In that instant, she became entranced, silently gazing at his face for a long time before departing with a sense of loss. If life were merely about first meetings, what sorrow would the autumn wind bring to the painted fan? Thereafter, she, along with her resentment, faded into the copper mirror, endlessly replaying the moment she first laid eyes on her beloved. This was the day that Tian experienced. He suddenly grasped the woman's obsession as the key to unlocking the door to happiness, although that door was now forever closed. She wished for nothing to disrupt the man's appearance on that day. Thus, Tian's unusual actions led to his dreams being reset time and again. With each fragment that emerged, the world shattered increasingly and rapidly. Crack, crack, until the entire realm lay in ruins, akin to a broken mirror. At that moment, he found himself enveloped in utter darkness, his hand gripping the ghostly woman tightly. She gazed at him with hollow, distant eyes, showing no signs of struggle. Looking at this pitiable woman before him, Tian realized that his repeated deaths were not a result of her deliberate manipulation, but rather his own interference that disrupted the dream of obsession. Perhaps it was due to her sorrowful existence that he felt a pang of empathy. His gaze flickered, he clenched his teeth, and ultimately loosened his grip on her neck. The earlier hostility gradually faded, and his hand withdrew. With a soft sigh, he asked, "Since you are also a pitiful woman, forgiving those who deceive and harm you, why then do you bind the souls of others?" Upon hearing Tian's words, the woman seemed to awaken from a dream. She slowly responded, "Because those two individuals are wicked." Chapter 92. They have caught up with us. Wicked? What do you mean? Tian was taken aback. I am a vengeful spirit from the mirror, discovered by a young girl who gradually became my friend within the mirror's world. Later, she came to me, speaking of two wicked individuals who often bullied others, asking if I could punish them. After observing, I found their character truly vile, as they frequently tormented a girl, which reminded me of my own past. However, I did not wish to take their lives, so I bound their souls, ensuring they could no longer harm others. With a wave of her hand, the ghost conjured a mirror before Tian. Within the mirror appeared various scenes, all depicting the bullying actions of Xian and Qing against the girl, slapping her, tearing her clothes for pictures, deliberately damaging her belongings, pouring foot-soaking water on her bed. Various cruel acts unfolded. Tian's brows furrowed deeply. He had not anticipated that the seemingly harmless and somewhat adorable twin sisters were such malicious beings. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. The victim of their bullying was none other than Du Xiaofeng, a rural girl who always kept her head down, yet excelled academically in the dormitory. So, the girl who sought your help was her? Tian pointed at Du Xiaofeng in the mirror. Tian detested campus bullying. Had he been in Du Xiaofeng's position, he would never have waited passively to be tormented repeatedly, but would have sought assistance from the ghost immediately. No, it was not her. The ghost shook her head. Then who was it? Tian asked, puzzled. She is my friend. I fear for her safety and will not disclose her name. The ghost remained resolute, her expression serious. If you won't tell me, I already know. It was Lu Nana, wasn't it? Tian smiled, deducing the truth. After all, only 3 people had played the spirit game, and the ghost must have heard her friend's voice when she emerged from the copper mirror, mistakenly believing she had been summoned. It could not have been herself or Zhun Wenru, leaving only Lu Nana. It seemed Lu Nana could not tolerate the twins bullying Du Xiaofeng, but feared being implicated. After deliberating with the ghost, they likely agreed upon invoking the spirit as a signal and pretended to lend the copper mirror to Du Xiaofeng as a birthday gift. They then mentioned the spirit game in proximity to the twins, ensuring their madness could be attributed to it. However, the copper mirror that Du Xiaofeng had placed in her drawer had not yet been moved, and Qin Tian's clairvoyance had revealed its location. Instantly, Qin Tian pieced together what might have transpired. Upon realizing that Qin Tian had guessed Lu Nana's name, the ghost's expression changed dramatically. Seeing her reaction, Qin Tian was further convinced of his hypothesis. I can sense your strength, and I know I am no match for you. I can offer you the souls of those 2, and you may kill me if you wish, but I implore you, do not harm my friend. With that, the ghost reached into the dark space and extracted the souls of the twin sisters, both in a dormant state with their eyes closed. The ghost continued to plead with Qin Tian. Moreover, as long as you do not harm my friend, I can also gift you this copper mirror. I have nurtured it for hundreds of years, and it possesses unique abilities. It can extract and store souls and enhance or diminish the 7 spirits of a person. If directed at someone, it can reveal their memories. This mirror has so many functions. Qin Tian realized what she meant by enhancing the 7 spirits. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, the latter representing 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. By reflecting the mirror upon someone, their anger could be increased or decreased. I'm not friends with those 2. I merely accepted payment for a task. From my perspective, Lu Nana has done nothing wrong, and I would naturally not harm her. He glanced at the ghost, feeling compelled to express, in your life, you have been bullied and deceived. Yet you have not allowed that hatred to fester into harming others. You are willing to sacrifice your life for your friends. Though you are a ghost, you possess more humanity than many I have encountered. Qin Tian paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, I do not necessarily agree with your actions. Had it been me, I would have surely taken that man's life. The female ghost seemed to recall the man, falling silent as her gaze gradually dulled. Observing her, Qin Tian felt a pang of melancholy. Once filled with rage, he had contemplated various ways to inflict suffering upon his adversary, only to find himself in this unexpected state. It felt akin to striking a fist against cotton, painfully ineffective. Are you prepared to remain trapped in your dream forever? It has been years. Who knows what others have reincarnated into, while you linger here, clinging to the past? What is the point? As he regarded the pitiful woman, he was unsure if the earlier visions had stirred something within him. Uncharacteristically, he found himself offering her words of consolation. The happiest moment of my life was the day I met him. Without escaping that dream, all that remains is suffering. Then why not reincarnate? Perhaps you might encounter a kind family. I am a vengeful spirit born of resentment. I have long missed the opportunity for rebirth. Qin Tian slapped his forehead, having momentarily forgotten this fact. I can assist you. What? Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, the female ghost's once vacant eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. She seemed apprehensive of mishearing him, confirming again, are you truly offering to help me reincarnate? Qin Tian nodded. Indeed, I can help you. However, for a vengeful spirit such as yourself, I cannot guarantee that the journey below will not entail suffering and tribulations. That is of no consequence. I implore you to assist me. I yearn to forget everything I have endured in this life. I would endure any hardship, be it climbing a mountain of knives or walking through a cauldron of boiling oil, just to be free. Please. The female ghost, Lianer, displayed a pleading expression and knelt before Qin Tian. Let us proceed outside first. Qin Tian agreed, then led the 2 souls alongside Lianer out of the copper mirror. Upon returning to his corporeal form, he retrieved a brush, cinnabar, and yellow paper, crafting a talisman for liberation. Are you prepared? He inquired of the female ghost. Lianer bowed respectfully and replied, I am profoundly grateful for your kindness, Master. I have no means to repay you. I pledge to serve you in my next life as a willing servant. Please accept this copper mirror. Without my existence, it is merely an ordinary mirror to Lu Nana. Only in the hands of a powerful master like you can it hold any significance. As for Lu Nana, I shall convey a dream to her with a fragment of my soul. Very well, I shall compensate her. Since she had made such an offer, he no longer hesitated. After Lianer explained the mirror's usage, Tian grasped the talisman and recited incantations. By the decree of the highest authority, I command your lonely soul, and all spirits of mischief, to be swiftly liberated. Upon completion of the spell, the talisman ignited instantly. Suddenly, an eerie space manifested within the room, filled with a potent aura of malevolence. Lianer once more bowed to Tian before stepping into the strange realm. In an instant, both the space and Lianer vanished. Tian turned his attention to the souls of the twins, both steeped in wickedness. He separated their malevolent essence and shattered it. Subsequently, he grasped their souls and exited the room. Tian, what happened? Asked Zhen Wenru, who had been idly playing on her phone and yawning at the entrance. Upon seeing Tian, she quickly rose to inquire. Come with me. Tian approached the two sleeping women, merging their souls into their bodies. He then took out the copper mirror, seeking their loving essences to enhance them. When the two women awoke, the absence of their malevolent essences ensured they would no longer commit evil deeds, while the strengthening of their loving essences filled them with goodwill. Though allowing them to remain blissfully naive might seem appealing, Tian believed it better for them to atone for their past by performing good deeds and repenting to those they had harmed. Master Qin, my daughter, Wang Qian interjected eagerly. They will return to normal shortly, Tian reassured. Really? Thank you. Wang Qian's initial skepticism was overshadowed by her growing faith in Tian's words, her gratitude pouring forth in earnest. Nodding, Tian took a moment to check his phone, noting the time. Having spent a considerable duration in the mirror realm, he noticed that night had fallen outside and wished to ascertain how much time had elapsed. Upon checking his phone, he was startled by messages left by the young ghost. Lin Yiya, hubby, I'm out shopping. Do you like this outfit? I wish you were here with me. Hubby, I feel like there are several ghosts following me. They're catching up. The timestamp on the last message read 2042, yet the current year was 2114. Half an hour had already passed. A sense of dread enveloped Tian as he hurriedly dialed Lin Yiya's number, only to be met with a disconnection tone. Closing his eyes, he swiftly concentrated on the soul imprint placed upon Lin Yiya. Before long, a faint connection emanated from a specific direction. Tian, what is wrong? What is happening? Zhen Wenru, noticing his grim expression, inquired urgently. I must leave. Tian's face darkened as he spoke to Zhen Wenru in a subdued tone, neglecting to bid farewell to Wang Qian as he dashed outside. Hey, Tian, what's going on? Do you need my help? I have connections. Zhen Wenru hurried after him as he awaited the elevator. This is something you cannot assist with. Tian, overwhelmed with anxiety, offered a perfunctory response before descending alone in the elevator. Once in his car, he pressed the accelerator, speeding out of the community. Tian drove at maximum speed toward the direction of the soul imprint, distancing himself from the city center as the roads became increasingly desolate. Eventually, he reached the outskirts, where the aura of malevolence intensified. After 10 minutes, he found himself in an abandoned forest, unable to drive further due to the dense trees. He stored the car in his spatial compartment and produced 2 travel talismans to affix to his ankles. Activating them, he sprinted toward the source of the imprint. As he ran, he activated his third eye to survey his surroundings. Minutes later, he suddenly spotted a door ahead. It was an invisible portal suspended in midair, emanating an eerie green glow reminiscent of ghostly flames. Through his observations, Tian discerned that the door center was the area with the most potent aura of malevolence. The soul imprint of Lin Yiya emanated from within that threshold. Beneath the door, his third eye revealed a multitude of bones. Damn it, no wonder it's so suffused with negative energy. How many lives have been lost here? Was this once a burial ground? His third eye attempted to peer inside the door, but he could not see beyond its threshold. Could this be the entrance to a certain ghostly realm? Without hesitation, he stepped through the door, only to find himself seemingly crossing into thin air, instantly arriving behind it. Is it because I am alive that I cannot enter? Tian returned to the entrance, his internal energy of the yin-yang technique swirling within him as he channeled his magical power into his hands, reaching toward the imposing gate once more. In an instant, his hand felt as though it had plunged into frigid water, disappearing from sight as it crossed the threshold. Having discovered a means to pass through, Tian swiftly enveloped his body with his magical energy. Uncertain of what lay beyond the door, he quickly communicated with the black jade pendant on his wrist, summoning the shadowless sword into his grasp before darting inside. As he crossed the threshold, a ripple of water-like waves appeared and vanished before his eyes. He sensed a sudden increase in the ominous aura of the air, accompanied by a noticeable drop in temperature. Before he could assess his surroundings, several voices pierced the silence. "Who are you, spirit?" "No, it's a living person. He is alive. How did you enter here?" "Seize him." Tian swiftly turned towards the source of the voices and was taken aback to find 6 armored soldiers nearby. Beneath their helmets were ghastly skeletal faces. Upon seeing Tian, the 6 spectral soldiers instantly regarded him as a formidable threat, drawing their blades and charging towards him. Distraught over Lin Yi's plight, Tian felt an overwhelming urgency. Given their hostile intent, he was determined to respond with equal ferocity. Although he wielded the shadowless sword, which could stabilize his mind, the fury within him was difficult to suppress. With a sudden surge of strength, he propelled himself forward like an arrow, launching himself at the spectral soldiers. His power had significantly increased, and with the aid of the swift movement talisman, he moved with an ethereal grace, swiftly arriving in front of one of the spectral soldiers. With a deft flick of his shadowless sword, he severed the soldier's head. In mere seconds, he navigated through the ranks of the remaining soldiers, stopping abruptly after passing all 6. Their heads fell, disintegrating into black smoke alongside their bodies. Finally, he had a moment to survey his surroundings. Before him stood an imposing mansion, illuminated by a blood-red moon hanging in the night sky, casting an eerie crimson filter over the world, suffused with a chilling spectral presence. Tian noticed a plaque on the mansion that bore the words Yiwang Mansion in vivid red characters. Reaching out with his senses, he detected Lin Yi's lingering essence within this grand estate. However, the mansion was vast, and even with his heavenly eye, he could only glimpse a small portion of it. Sword in hand, he strode through the main entrance, hastening towards the source of the spiritual imprint while carefully evading the spectral soldiers. Inside the opulent hall of the Yiwang Mansion, a multitude of powerful spectral beings gathered as if for a grand feast. Some appeared indistinguishable from ordinary humans, while others were terrifying to behold. Some stitched together from human skin, others with bulging eyes, and some with human faces atop beastly forms or resting their heads on the table. Among them were even a few living children. To his horror, Tian spotted Lin Yi, her eyes wide with terror as she was grasped tightly by a grotesque figure with an outrageous hairstyle. At the head of the hall sat a sinister-looking young man in extravagant clothing, surrounded by various scantily clad female specters. He clutched a living girl of no more than 4 or 5 years, her eyes filled with fear, yet unable to move. The malevolent youth lightly poked the girl's chest with his finger, causing a gaping wound to appear, from which crimson blood flowed, collected by one of the female specters in a vessel. Soon, the vessel was filled, and the young man took a deep breath, drawing in the girl's essence. The girl, like a deflated balloon, visibly withered until she became a lifeless husk, discarded carelessly. After the young lord savored the blood, the 3 grotesque figures approached the center of the hall with Lin Yi and bowed deeply, their tones dripping with sycophancy as they addressed him. "Young lord, we have brought this female ghost as a tribute for you." The young lord nodded, indicating for them to bring her closer. Having witnessed the horrifying scene unfold, Lin Yi was gripped by panic, struggling against her captors. The young lord scrutinized her beauty, his eyes gleaming with malevolent delight. "Indeed, a rare gem," he remarked. "What reward do you desire?" The trio of grotesque figures beamed with excitement, bowing profusely in gratitude. "Thank you, young lord. We greatly admire you and hope to serve you faithfully." This young lord was the most powerful spectral being in the vicinity, having ruled for centuries with his own underlings. All spirits were compelled to obey his command, much like a mafia boss. They had initially desired to keep Linnea for themselves, but upon realizing the young lord's notorious fondness for beautiful women, they decided it prudent to present her to him in exchange for favor. In their minds, aligning with this powerful figure would provide them with endless benefits, akin to petty thugs yearning to ally with a formidable leader. Very well, you shall remain. The young lord conceded, nodding at the trio. Overjoyed, they bowed repeatedly and retreated. The young lord approached Linnea, narrowing his eyes and gazing at her intently. She, terrified, turned her head away, attempting to retreat, only to find herself paralyzed. You let me go. My husband is very powerful. If he finds out, you will not escape unscathed. The young lord burst into laughter at her desperate words, his amusement echoing throughout the hall, prompting the other spirits to join in with their own sinister chuckles. One particularly striking female spirit, dressed provocatively, approached Linnea, lifting her chin. Sister, you have yet to comprehend the young lord's might. Women like us are fortunate to be noticed by him simply for our appearance. In the past, I once had a feckless boyfriend, a ghost of a man, who was ultimately dealt with by a Taoist. This left me in a solitary predicament, but fortunately, I encountered the young prince. Had it not been for him, I shudder to think of my current situation. As for your husband, he is but a mere ant before the young prince, who could effortlessly crush him with a mere flick of his hand. Thus, we female spirits must find a formidable ally to survive in this world. If you wish to thrive here, you must know your place. Do you understand? Upon hearing her disparage her husband so, Linnea's face contorted with disgust. She retorted fiercely, Leave. I will not permit you to speak of him in such a manner. Ah, how audacious! To be so ungrateful. The beautiful female ghost curled her lip in disdain. The young prince, initially chuckling, suddenly halted, his laughter fading. His sinister gaze morphed into one of amusement as he observed Linnea, aware of what husband entailed in the modern context. Fixating on her, he declared, You have a husband? Excellent. I find myself rather bored, so I shall send my subordinates to bring him here, allowing him to witness how I indulge you. Then, before your very eyes, I shall tear your so-called formidable husband to shreds. He advanced toward Linnea, a torrent of dark energy swirling around him, laced with a mocking tone. Now, tell me, where is your esteemed husband? At that moment, Linnea felt the overwhelming power of the young prince, her complexion paling in fear. No longer did she believe her husband could contend with this prince. She tightly sealed her lips, shaking her head in panic. Regret flooded her thoughts, lamenting why she had ventured out today and why she had mentioned her husband. In that instant, she would rather embrace death than allow the man who occupied her heart and soul to summon calamity upon her. The thought of death emboldened her. She found herself unperturbed, though reluctant to part with Tian's mischievous smile or his warm embrace. Slowly, she closed her eyes, her body ceasing to tremble in fear. When she reopened them, the previously timid Linnea seemed to have vanished, replaced by a fierce glint in her eyes. If you have the ability, then kill me. Ah, such a lovely beauty. I cannot bear to end your life just yet. The young prince smirked, inching closer to Linnea, his hand reaching toward her face. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The bolt of lightning, akin to a dragon rising from the sea, struck the young prince's outstretched arm. In that instant, a figure materialized swiftly, shielding Linnea. She gazed at the familiar, resolute silhouette before her, her expression a mix of surprise and disbelief. Am I dreaming? Tian grasped Linnea's icy hand, using his powers to shatter the restraints that had immobilized her. As the warmth radiated from his palm, tears began to cascade from Linnea's large, beautiful eyes, until she could no longer contain them. The tears flowed like pearls from a broken string. At the same time, Tian's gentle voice caressed her ears. Who are you? The young prince, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a living person, touched the wound on his arm inflicted by the lightning strike, which healed almost instantaneously under his ghostly aura. His malevolent gaze turned to Tian. The surrounding spirits, witnessing this scene, began to gather around Tian. Didn't he just say this wretched woman's husband was nothing remarkable? He pales in comparison to the young prince, sneered a female ghost-clad in hot pants, clinging to the young prince. The young prince, noticing Qin Tian's hand firmly gripping Lin Yi's and recalling Qin Tian's earlier words, grinned wickedly. So, you are the so-called formidable husband she spoke of? How formidable are you? You shall soon find out. Ha ha. Do you think someone of your caliber is worthy of my attention? You overestimate yourself. Although Qin Tian's lightning strike had indeed caused him some minor injury, he believed it was merely a momentary lapse in focus, as he had been preoccupied with Lin Yi at that moment. Gazing at Qin Tian's youthful face, he dismissed him entirely. Even if you possess some skills, what does it matter? You are still so young. No matter how powerful, you cannot be of much consequence. I could crush you with ease. But if it were that simple, it would be dreadfully dull. I would prefer to derive some amusement from this encounter today. What? Are you frightened? Impudent. The young prince is of such noble stature. How dare you, a mere commoner, defile him? Ignorant child. Do not think that just because you have learned a few tricks, you are anything to be proud of. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Before the young prince could speak further, an unpleasant voice rang out from the crowd of spirits below, akin to the grating sound of metal scraping against metal. An exceedingly hideous ghost emerged from the throng, its skin a sickly yellow, its mouth grotesquely large, filled with long yellow fangs that occupied 2/3 of its face. Even from a distance, Qin Tian could sense the foul stench emanating from it. Do not let it kill you, the young prince remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Tian before proceeding toward his throne. Seeing the young prince dismiss him, and having established a safe distance, Qin Tian ignored the taunts from the grotesque, yellow-toothed ghost below. He turned to Lin Yi, enveloping her in his arms, his hands slipping beneath her waist, exploring her back. To onlookers, it appeared as if he were searching for her bra clasp. Yet, his celestial vision remained vigilant, monitoring the movements of the surrounding spirits, ready for battle. This scene left all the spirits momentarily dumbfounded. Here, on the brink of death, there was still time for intimacy? Were they not concerned? We are all ghosts. Oh, then it is of no consequence. Lin Yi felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet knowing he was the man she loved most, she offered no resistance, wrapping her arms around him, allowing Qin Tian to act as he wished. Moments later, she realized she had misinterpreted Qin Tian's intentions. He had grasped 2 talismans from her back. Suddenly, it dawned on her that her husband likely lacked the confidence to take her away and sought to render her invisible. But, my dear foolish husband, these are ghosts, not humans. If I am invisible, they can still see me. She nestled closer to Qin Tian, embracing his waist, her previously timid demeanor replaced by an unexpected calmness, her eyes brimming with affection. In a gentle tone, she spoke, "Husband, knowing you is my greatest fortune, and to perish alongside you brings me no regrets. I hope in the next life." Enough of this death talk. Quickly, say ba-ba-ba. Qin Tian interjected, peeling away the talismans from Lin Yi's back. Huh? Oh, ba-ba-ba. Although the little ghost was bewildered by Qin Tian's actions, she obediently tilted her head and spat 3 times to the side. This spectacle once again rendered the assembled spirits utterly speechless. Having removed the 2 talismans behind her, "I will soon present a bronze mirror. You must enter it directly. I will leave the rest to my husband," Qin Tian whispered softly into Lin Yi's ear. Due to the presence of the yin-yang conversion talisman and the manifestation talisman, Lin Yi was not entirely in a spiritual state, making it impossible for her to enter the mirror alone. His primary concern was to ensure the safety of the little ghost. Once this was accomplished, Qin Tian turned around, concealing his hand behind his back, and communicated with his storage space to retrieve the bronze mirror from the blind spot of the surrounding spirits. Lin Yi would unhesitatingly obey everything Qin Tian instructed her to do. She understood that his reasons were always justified, and she never questioned him excessively. "Be careful, my love. You're the only person I care about in this world. If something were to happen to you, I could not bear to live," Lin Yi whispered, daring not to mention the word death again. She cast a tender glance at Qin Tian before attempting to enter the bronze mirror. Instantly, her figure transformed into a plume of black mist, swiftly penetrating the mirror. Once Lin Yi's spirit resided within the bronze mirror, it could no longer be stored in the storage ring. So Tian attached the mirror to his lower back. He then turned his gaze toward the yellow-toothed old ghost below and began to approach him slowly. Where did she go? The young prince, upon witnessing his exquisite prey vanish, became restless. Meanwhile, the female ghost in hot pants fixated her attention on Tian. Noticing the mirror at his waist, she became suspicious and said to the young prince, "My lord, look at the bronze mirror he has at his waist. That little ghost must be inside it. If we kill this foul Taoist and acquire the mirror, that ghost will naturally be trapped." The mirror was not large, and she did not question where Tian had procured it, having already regarded him as a mere pawn. Her intent was to humiliate Tian first before indulging in the little ghost. "My lord, after you humiliate that foul Taoist, can you leave him for me? I haven't absorb yang energy in a while, and I wish to drain him dry." Chapter 96. Cackling, you old hag. With Lin Yi's safety no longer a concern, Tian's mind steadied. He then focused his attention on the repugnant yellow-toothed old ghost before him. Based on the ghostly energy emanating from him, Tian quickly assessed that he had surpassed the malevolent spirits he had encountered earlier, though only slightly. His strength lay between that of a malevolent spirit and a ghostly fiend, with his current cultivation at the mid-stage of chi refinement. Even without the aid of weapons or talismans, he could easily vanquish this foe. Simultaneously, Tian scanned the other spirits, aside from the 3 punk ghosts. The rest were roughly equal in strength to the yellow-toothed old ghost. Although they outnumbered him, Tian possessed the invisible sword, capable of severing such spiritual entities. Even if they charged at him, he could carve a path to safety using his talismans. Moreover, even if he were to hypothetically falter, the protective mark left by his powerful ghostly wife would easily dispatch them. With this thought, Tian felt a sense of assurance. Having a capable and formidable wife was indeed a great blessing. Since battle was unavoidable, supported by this backing, he prepared to unleash a ruthless assault. Gripping the invisible sword in his hand, he approached the yellow-toothed old ghost, halting 2 meters before him with an expression of calm resolve. Cackling, "Today I shall audaciously teach you, a mere frog at the bottom of the well, a lesson on behalf of the incomparable and unrivaled young prince." The yellow-toothed old ghost sneered, observing Tian standing before him with an unsettling calmness, seemingly unprepared to attack. He recalled the earlier embrace between Tian and Lin Yi, concluding that the young man was resigned to his fate. Just as he began to speak, a vile stench emanated from his mouth, reminiscent of decaying corpses, making Tian gag. He quickly held his breath and, with a swift movement, appeared before the yellow-toothed old ghost, swinging the invisible sword across his neck. To ensure he did not survive, Tian executed another vertical slash from the top of the ghost's head down. Following the cross slash, he retreated a few meters away from the yellow-toothed old ghost. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. The yellow-toothed old ghost, initially bewildered by Tian's gestures, soon realized he was unharmed and erupted into laughter. However, abruptly, his expression froze, the laughter abruptly ceasing. He stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as 2 thin lines appeared across his body, one horizontal and one vertical. As these lines expanded, his form split into 4 parts, which soon dissipated into black smoke upon hitting the ground. Tian let out a breath, muttering, cackling, "You old hag, your breath truly stinks." The sudden turn of events rendered the entire scene eerily silent. After a brief 2 seconds, the spirits erupted in chaos. "No, it's impossible. What just happened?" Who saw how the yellow-toothed old ghost met his end? All the spirits bore expressions of incredulity. A few astute spirits sensed that this young man was far from ordinary, revealing fear as they discreetly retreated behind the ghostly crowd. Yet, out of fear of the young prince, they dared not leave. Even the young prince, who had been anticipating entertainment, abruptly rose from his throne. "How did you kill him?" He gazed at Tian, his tone filled with astonishment. He had encountered many Taoists, but had never seen one capable of slaying a spirit without reciting incantations or using weapons. After uttering this, his expression turned serious. The earlier amusement had vanished. He commanded the spirits below, "Kill him." The spirits exchanged glances, hesitant and reluctant to advance. Observing their trepidation, Qin Tian felt even more assured. Although ancient wisdom suggests capturing the leader first to instill fear in the followers, he lacked the confidence to directly attack or seize the young prince. Thus, he opted to swiftly eliminate the yellow-toothed old ghost to establish his dominance. Little did he know, the old ghost had underestimated him, fully engrossed in currying favor with his master. Ah, such grandiose bravado. I expected some strength, yet it seems I didn't even need to exert myself. And you've already crumbled. Truly pathetic. Come, I have yet to enjoy myself. All of you should come forth, and let me stretch my limbs. Qin Tian proclaimed arrogantly as he advanced toward the gathering spirits. Hearing his words, the spirits grew even more fearful, instinctively retreating. Are you afraid of him? Do you not fear me, your prince? The young prince narrowed his sinister eyes at the spirits. He is but one man. Let's charge together. Yes, together. A few spirits, whether driven by loyalty to the young prince or fear, shouted and lunged at Qin Tian. As some led the charge, others followed, though the majority of spirits trailed behind at a sluggish pace, as if their legs had been struck by paralysis. At the forefront, there emerged a specter with a notably large head but a diminutive body, accompanied by a smaller spirit perched upon its shoulder. This large-headed apparition approached Qin Tian, unhinged its jaw, and extended its tongue with surprising length, aiming directly for Qin Tian's heart. Simultaneously, the smaller spirit leapt forth, extending its hand, with its nails transforming into sharp blades, lunging towards Qin Tian's head. Chapter 97. I have over 200 talismans. Qin Tian, with his hand positioned behind him, swiftly retrieved dozens of 5 thunder talismans from his concealed storage, activating them with his magical energy and casting them towards the throngs of spirits. The talismans vanished in an instant, manifesting as bolts of lightning that indiscriminately struck the multitude of specters. Qin Tian uttered no incantations, nor did he invoke any visible artifacts, catching the spirits completely off guard with this sudden display of lightning. With the advantage of surprise, Qin Tian thrived in his tactical prowess, consistently yielding unexpected results. Imagine facing an unarmed individual, prepared for a close-quarters confrontation, only to have them suddenly draw a firearm from their attire as you approach. One cannot help but feel a rush of alarm. As the spirits neared Qin Tian, they were met with an overwhelming cascade of lightning strikes. Before they could react, they found themselves under relentless assault. Despite their formidable strength, they were engulfed in the tempest of electrical energy, emitting cries of anguish as they were enveloped in billowing smoke. Their forms temporarily rendered immobile. Seizing this opportune moment, Qin Tian accelerated towards the closest specters, unleashing a flurry of strikes. As the remaining spirits regained their composure, he deftly disengaged from the fray. Moments later, the large-headed specter found its cranium rolling onto the ground, while the smaller spirit was cleaved in two, alongside several others who met similar fates. Within moments, save for one who hastily reclaimed its severed head, the remaining spirits dissipated into tendrils of black smoke. This spectacle instilled a profound dread within the remaining spirits, causing them to halt in their tracks. Run, run. The cry of terror from an unknown spirit ignited a swift contagion of panic among the horde. The very entities that instilled fear in the living were now fleeing in disarray, with even the previously paralyzed spirits regaining their agility. Everyone take heed. He wielded something in his hand. Maintain your distance. We must not harm him, for the young lord desires to toy with this foul Taoist. The shrill voice of the female spirit in hot pants pierced through, prompting those still possessing reason to glance towards Qin Tian's right hand, where they discerned he was gripping something intangible. Having witnessed Qin Tian's formidable power, they dared not initiate an attack. Qin Tian, casting a cold glance at the hot pants spirit, recalled her earlier threat to drain his life and noted her repeated attempts to undermine him, thereby sealing her fate on his list of those to be vanquished. Who are you truly? The young lord regarded Qin Tian with an expression of utmost caution. I am but a humble Taoist. What, are you now afraid? Qin Tian replied, a smirk forming on his lips. Huh, what a jest. Does one of my esteemed stature fear you? I appreciate talent. Your youth and cultivation are indeed rare. Such skill is hard-earned, and it would be a pity for you to perish now. Depart, and I shall spare you. after I have slain so many of your subordinates? Do you not seek retribution? Tian inquired, scrutinizing the young lord. With a dismissive wave, the young lord feigned magnanimity. Very well, if you do not seek vengeance, then I shall exact mine upon you. With that, Tian brandished his shadowless sword, advancing step by step towards the young lord. Are you, a mere commoner, prepared to disrespect your betters? The young lord narrowed his eyes, dark malice swirling within him. A suit of armor, radiating an eerie green luminescence, enveloped him, adorned with grotesque spectral heads as shoulder guards, while a long spear materialized in his grasp. Tian scrutinized the armor, realizing it was an amalgamation of numerous souls. The surging malevolence rendered the surrounding female spirits unsteady, prompting them to flee in fear of collateral damage. Do you comprehend why they call me the young lord? The young lord gazed down at Tian from his elevated position. Why should I care? Tian replied, his interest piqued, not in the least. My father, the noble Yi Wang's son, the young lord proclaimed with arrogant pride, casting a derisive glance at Tian, seemingly seeking to elicit fear from him. Oh, I've not heard of him, Tian replied nonchalantly, admitting his ignorance of the name. You are insufferable and verbose. Tian, unwilling to endure further prattle, initiated the assault. His body bent slightly, then propelled him towards the young lord with fierce intent. The young lord burst into laughter, leaping high as his spear aimed for Tian's brow. An inch longer, an inch stronger. The young lord's spear struck first, prompting Tian to sidestep hastily. He then swung his sword towards the spear shaft. A surprising clang echoed as the shadowless sword, capable of severing souls, met the spear with the sound of metal clashing. What manner of weapon do you wield? The young lord exclaimed, astonished to see a significant gash appear on his weapon. Tian, seizing the moment, countered with a swift strike towards the newly formed gap in the spear. Clang! The spear sustained another substantial notch in the same spot, though it regrettably remained intact. Seeking death, the young lord furiously shook his spear, which transformed into numerous serpentine forms, resembling black snakes, lunging at Tian with ferocity. Each snake bore the visage of a child. Tian retreated swiftly, unleashing his shadowless sword against the encroaching serpents. Each severed snake dissipated into wisps of black smoke. Yet their overwhelming numbers allowed several to breach his defenses, inflicting excruciating pain that resonated within his soul rather than his flesh. Enduring the agony, Tian continued to strike, finally annihilating the remaining serpents after sustaining further injuries. You possess some skill, but if you kneel and submit to me now, I shall grant you mercy. Fool! Tian retorted, swiftly revealing several 5 thunder talismans in his grasp, activating them and hurling them towards his adversary. You may wield ranged attacks, but I possess the same. Crackle! The talismans unleashed bolts of lightning, striking the young lord. Yet, to Tian's chagrin, the bolts seemed to bounce off as though striking bulletproof glass, inflicting no harm upon the rapidly repairing armor beneath. Ha! You lowly commoners think you can harm me? Your 5 thunder talismans are impressive, perhaps with dozens more. They could pose a threat. Yet, I see no hidden cache upon your person. The young lord's laughter rang out, his confidence swelling. He was convinced that Tian had exhausted his supply of talismans, viewing only the unseen weapon in his hand as a potential danger. Meanwhile, he could unleash various ranged attacks, even exhausting Tian with the serpents conjured from his malevolent energy. I indeed do not possess dozens of talismans. Tian acknowledged with a nod. I have over 200. Chapter 98. Experience the taste of the thunder tribulation. The young prince scoffed at Tian's words, considering the mere bravado. However, upon catching sight of the substantial stack of thunder talismans in Tian's hand, his expression shifted dramatically. He was baffled as to where Tian had procured such a considerable number of talismans. Thank you for the reminder, my young lord. Allow me to let you experience the essence of the thunder tribulation, Tian remarked, taken aback by the prince's own self-betrayal. With the ability to strike from a distance, Tian resolved against engaging in close combat, especially since the young prince appeared to be a skilled martial artist. With a series of crackling sounds, dozens of thunder talismans were activated, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. The entire hall was illuminated as brightly as day. The young prince, losing his earlier composure, hastily attempted to flee. Yet his speed could not rival that of the lightning, which descended upon him like a torrential downpour. The ghostly armor upon him visibly cracked under the assault. Realizing the dire situation, the young prince lunged toward Tian, who had already anticipated this counterattack. As the prince charged, Tian swiftly retreated. Even with the enhancement of a movement talisman, he remained slightly slower than his opponent. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure and unleashed another barrage of thunder talismans. With a series of resounding impacts, the prince's armor, still unrepaired, sustained further damage, and his speed diminished sharply under the relentless assault. Seizing the opportunity, Tian pressed forward, continuing to unleash the thunder talismans with abandon. The hall erupted in chaos, akin to exploding beans. After exhausting the 200 thunder talismans in his possession, the prince's armor was obliterated, leaving him in a disheveled state. Despite this, the young prince proved remarkably resilient, appearing merely gravely injured rather than defeated. Huh, have your thunder talismans run out? The young prince slowly rose from the ground, his gaze increasingly ferocious. Indeed, I have run out, Tian admitted with an honest nod. You lowly commoner, how dare you harm this prince? I shall make you wish for death, using your soul to light the heavenly lantern. The prince, though weakened, remained defiant, believing he could still best Tian. While I may lack thunder talismans, I possess the art of thunder, Tian proclaimed, extending his hands towards the young prince. To the latter's astonishment, bolts of lightning erupted from Tian's palms, surging toward him once more. Having just regained his footing, the young prince was subjected anew to the wrath of the thunder tribulation, his desire to weep overwhelming him. He could not fathom how Tian had amassed so many thunder talismans, nor why he could wield lightning without incantations. Most perplexing of all was how Tian was capable of employing the thunder arts himself. As the prince teetered on the brink of collapse, Tian drew the shadowless sword, preparing to conclude the encounter. Overcome by the terror of impending death, the young prince trembled, forcing out a plea for mercy. No, please don't kill me. You intend to use my soul for your heavenly lantern, yet you expect me not to kill you? Tian retorted, severing the prince's hand with a swift strike. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. I can offer you my ghostly maidens. The prince, witnessing Tian's willingness to kill for a mere ghostly girl, assumed Tian shared his lascivious nature. If I slay you, won't they become mine? Why would I need you to deliver them? Tian replied, striking at the prince's other hand. I am powerful. I could be your loyal servant and do your bidding. Not interested. Another strike found its mark on the prince's leg. How dare you? I am the son of a noble king. My lineage is of the utmost prestige. You, a lowly commoner, cannot slay me. I'm a prince. Do you understand my exalted status? Seeing Tian's unwavering resolve, the young prince's visage contorted with rage. Very well, I am the commoner, and today, I shall slay you, the noble. You dare. The prince's furious roar reverberated. With that, Tian channeled his power into his foot and stomped down upon the young prince's proud head, gradually increasing the pressure. The prince's skull began to deform under the weight. I'm a prince. Even in death, I am a noble spirit. How dare you? You cannot kill me. As the prince raved like a madman, Tian intensified the force of his foot, shattering the prince's skull in an instant. The prince's body transformed into a swirl of black mist, dissipating into nothingness. Simultaneously, with the prince's demise, the entire ghost domain began to fade into illusion and soon vanished entirely. Tian found himself back at the chaotic graveyard where he first entered, the gateway to the ghost realm now obliterated. Surrounding him stood the very specters that had scattered in fear moments ago. This ghostly realm was conjured by the young prince, and without him to open its gates, they could not escape. They had merely fled to another location. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the ghostly realm, they realized that the young prince had been slain by the young man before them. Terror gripped their souls, prompting a frenzied retreat. Who dares to run again? Death awaits. Tian bellowed, fearing the consequences should so many spirits escape. He unleashed a bolt of lightning toward the fastest fleeing specter. striking him down with a piercing cry as his body froze in place. In a flash, Tian appeared beside him, the shadowless sword cleaving him in two. This display of power instilled fear in the remaining spirits, who no longer dared to flee and instead fell to their knees before Tian. "Spare us, esteemed master. We mean no harm to others," they pleaded in unison. "We have dwelled in the ghost realm for years, causing no harm to anyone," one specter added, desperately justifying their existence. "Master, I am but a creature of filth, consuming only refuse and never harming a soul." Chapter 99, My Apologies. "But you shall perish." The chorus of pleas echoed in the air as the spirits begged for mercy. Tian regarded them with skepticism, unconvinced of their sincerity. Given the fate that had befallen their leader, he doubted their claims of innocence. Yet, he hesitated to strike, fearing that should he unleash his wrath, he would not be able to eliminate them all before they fled. An idea flashed through his mind. "You wish to live, do you not?" he inquired, eliciting an immediate chorus of nods from the spirits. "Very well, I shall grant you a chance at life, but you must relocate," he declared. "If you spare us, we will follow your commands," they promised, though the prospect of killing in a new place loomed over them. Tian's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty gleam. "You will have to take lives there. Are you willing?" "I will not harm anyone," one spirit insisted, mistaking Tian's words for a test of resolve, his expression resolute. "My apologies, but you shall perish," Tian declared, swinging the shadowless sword, and that spirit was reduced to ash in an instant. The sight terrified the remaining spirits, who trembled in fear. "Now, is there anyone else unwilling to comply? Speak now, or forever hold your peace." It is indeed tantamount to courting death to utter such words. Who would dare say them? "I no longer consume excrement. From now on, I shall feast upon humans." Let the gluttonous spirit hastily bow in reverence. "I too shall take lives. I am wholly obedient to the celestial master's every decree. Those who are willing to comply, I shall inscribe a binding seal within your very beings, rendering you my servants, devoid of any rebellious sentiments." Upon witnessing the agreement of the spirits, Tian approached the first specter, extracting a fragment of its soul, inscribing it with the seal, and then reintegrating it into its corporeal form. Tian claimed them as a subservience due to their soul power being inferior to his own. The previous young prince, possessing a more formidable soul force, was spared from enslavement, for even if Tian bound his essence, retaliation would still be a possibility. Thus, he intended to exploit these souls for their intended purposes. He continued this process with the second, third, and so forth, until all the spirits, including the female ones, had become his subordinates. Only a few rebellious spirits remained, along with a particularly defiant female specter clad in shorts. Tian first approached the trio of rebellious spirits, who trembled in fear, nearly losing their wits, repeatedly bowing before him. His ethereal bride, the female spirit, had been captured by them. How could they not be terrified? "Chief, Celestial Master, we acknowledge you as our leader. We shall obey your every command," they implored. "Enough." With a swift motion, Tian delivered a crushing kick, obliterating the heads of two of the rebellious spirits. His gaze then settled upon the leader among them, whose red hair obscured his eyes and whose attire bore the insignia of the 8 gods. You dare threaten me." The defiant spirit, witnessing the demise of his companions, sprang to his feet and lunged at Tian. However, before he could fully rise, Tian seized his hair, lifting him high and slamming him to the ground with force. Bending down, he grasped the spirit's head, applying pressure as terror overtook the wretch. Moments later, with a violent crunch, the spirit's head shattered, dispersing into a cloud of darkness. With a stoic expression, Tian dispatched several more spirits before turning his attention to the female specter in shorts who lay prostrate before him. "Please, I beg for mercy. I will do anything you desire. I possess many talents." Her eyes were wide with fear, her body trembling. "Yet you have insulted my wife and threatened my life. What am I to do?" "No, I was momentarily blinded by madness. I deserve to perish," she lamented, slapping her own face in desperation. Tian regarded her with disdain, recalling her earlier arrogance. Now, Her subservient demeanor reminded him of the spirit Nana, repulsing him. Ah, to slay one such as you truly sullies my hands. Indeed, killing me would be beneath you. Please spare me. The female specter clung to his words, seizing upon them as a lifeline. You are correct, Tian considered, nodding thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, the female specter exhaled in relief, her fear slowly dissipating, replaced by a growing malice. Tian, glancing at the gluttonous spirit, mused, alas, if killing her would tarnish my hands, what choice do I have? He then winked at the seemingly cunning gluttonous spirit. Instantly, the spirit understood. Baring its fangs like a rabid beast, it lunged at the female specter, tearing into her flesh. No, you promised not to kill me. You cannot go back on your word. She shrieked, her cries echoing in the desolate graveyard. Tian turned away, feigning indifference, even clearing his ears. The cacophony of her screams and the gluttonous spirit's savage gnawing filled the air. After what felt like an eternity, the gluttonous spirit had reduced the female specter to mere fragments, consuming the remnants. Only then did Tian appear to take notice. With a glare, he admonished the spirit. This time, I shall overlook it, but do not let it happen again. Having completed his grim task, the accumulated hostility within Tian began to dissipate. He retrieved his phone from his storage ring and dialed Zhun Wenru's number. Tian, are you all right? The call connected swiftly, Zhun Wenru's anxious voice resonating through the line. I am fine. The situation has been resolved. By the way, Sister Wenru, you mentioned having connections, correct? Are they official? Yes. If you encounter trouble, do not fear. I will shield you. You haven't gotten someone's daughter into trouble, have you? Cough. Indeed, I have discovered several children. If your contacts know the police, I wish to entrust these children to them. Tian glanced at the unconscious children beside him. Reporting it independently could be cumbersome, and leveraging Zhun Wenru's connections would facilitate the process. That is simple. Where are you now? I will call someone to come. Also, do your contacts know anyone at Customs? Customs? Tian, you aren't truly involved with a powerful family's daughter, are you? Are you planning to flee? Let us not speculate. Just tell me if they have connections. Indeed, I have connections. Did I not mention my influential ties? This is no mere boast. Now, what do you wish to accomplish? Zhun Wenru's voice brimmed with pride on the other end. Tian addressed the spirits. I wish to arrange for a transport of goods to the province of Zairho. He further instructed Zhun Wenru to arrange for a vehicle capable of accommodating 50 to 60 individuals before ending the call. After hanging up, Tian, along with the 3 unconscious children and the assortment of grotesque spirits, departed the scene. Through his interactions with the spirits, he had learned that the young prince was indeed the son of a noble king, having lingered here for centuries as the most formidable spirit. He relished dispatching his minions to procure exquisite beauties and children for his indulgence, and the remains scattered across the graveyard were the remnants of his many victims. These spirits seldom ventured out, as the malevolent energies within the ghostly realm suffice for their sustenance and cultivation, unlike the zombies, who required blood to ascend. Moreover, they firmly believed that in the vast expanse of Huaxia, numerous hidden powers lay in wait, fearful of drawing the ire of a formidable figure who could obliterate them. However, this time, they had provoked the wrath of Tian, a harbinger of doom, who had accumulated the resentment of 4 deaths. Tian brought them to the roadside, revealing his luxurious Maybach from his storage space before placing the 3 children inside. He no longer feared exposing his storage ring before these spirits, as they were now his subordinates. Any thoughts of betrayal would result in immediate retribution. Storage artifact. No wonder you differ from those Taoists, not requiring incantations. You are indeed a celestial being. The appearance of the Maybach astounded the spirits, eliciting gasps of awe. Enough, do not disclose this matter to anyone. Tian offered no explanation, feeling a distinct difference between himself and the typical yin-yang masters. Setting aside the notes left by the old Taoist, which recorded various Taoist sacred sites, techniques of swordsmanship, martial arts, talismans, and methods of Taoism, all of which were inspired by them, it was evident that, with the enhancement of the heavenly yin-yang formula, these had been simplified and amplified significantly. It seemed that the heavenly yin-yang formula was anything but ordinary. For instance, The group of spirits Tian encountered was entirely dissimilar to those he had faced previously. After marrying the ghostly queen and consummating their union, he intended to seek out the old Taoist. Firstly, to inquire about the origins of this technique. Secondly, he wished to ask Li Xiantong if there was a way to forge a soul banner. He longed to visit the little island nation. As a fervent son of Huaxia, recalling the atrocities committed by the inhabitants of that land stirred a deep resentment within him. He had often envisioned himself as a formidable warrior in his dreams, unleashing devastation upon that island, burning their national shrine, obliterating their nuclear waste facilities, annihilating their men, and seizing their women. Previously, lacking the power, he could only fantasize. Now, as his strength grew, it would not be long before he transcended the very rules. When that time came, his first act would be to visit the island, to seek justice for the souls lost in Huaxia. He envisioned acquiring a soul banner, perhaps even an emperor's banner, to collect debts from that little nation. Furthermore, those traitorous collaborators of the Star Project, who had infiltrated the very heart of Huaxia, must be brought to justice. The frequent emergence of toxic educational materials stands as a testament to their betrayal. Tian hoped to expose them, turning them into members of the Soul Banner. Naturally, the young maidens and beautiful matrons of the island ought to be spared. After all, there were 30 million single, virtuous men in Huaxia still seeking partners. Would it be unreasonable for 30 million men to each take one or two as wives from the little island? However, such actions might lead to the disappearance of numerous cinematic works. No, the island may vanish, but the cultural heritage must endure. Surely, advocating for the expansion of the nation's influence and offering constructive suggestions cannot be wrong. For instance, encouraging the island to continue its noble cultural traditions, such as incorporating foot massages into medical care. As Tian sat on the curb, lost in thought while smoking, he awaited the arrival of Zhang Wenru. After nearly an hour, he spotted a military vehicle, followed by 2 military trucks. The car halted beside Tian's, and the passenger door swung open. Zhang Wenru rushed out, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. After ensuring the area was clear, she curiously inquired, Tian, you mentioned needing a vehicle for dozens of people. What do you intend to transport? There's nothing here. Let me be candid, Sister Wenru, Tian whispered. I plan to dispatch a formidable group of spirits to the little island for a reckoning. I have dozens of powerful spirits with me, but I have kept them concealed to avoid drawing attention. This matter must remain confidential. Wow, Tian, this is splendid. It aligns perfectly with my desires. Rest assured, I will keep your secret. I am not one to gossip. Upon hearing that Tian had dozens of spirits at his side, Zhang Wenru exhibited no fear. Instead, her excitement surged at the prospect of sending these spirits to the little island for retaliation. By the way, Tian, can you let me see these spirits? Ever since she had encountered the female ghost, she had been unable to shake the memory. Do you truly wish to see them? Tian replied with a mischievous smile. Zhang Wenru, perplexed, nodded affirmatively. Very well, close your eyes. Tian placed his fingertip gently over Zhang Wenru's eyes, employing a spell. This was another manifestation of the heavenly yin-yang formula, enabling a temporary awakening of a sixth sense akin to the yin-yang eye, albeit for a limited duration. All right, you may open your eyes. As Zhang Wenru did so, her gaze fell upon a grotesque spirit, its head tucked under its armpit, grinning foolishly at her. My heavens! She shrieked, collapsing onto the ground in terror. Are you seeking death? Suddenly, a man in camouflage, around 30, charged toward Tian, throwing a powerful punch. Tian recognized him as the driver from Zhang Wenru's vehicle. Although he did not understand why the man was attacking him, he made no move to retaliate, merely extending a hand to effortlessly grasp the man's formidable fist. Realizing his strike was thwarted, the man attempted to struggle, his face turning crimson. Yet he was unable to move. Just as he contemplated delivering a kick, a sharp slap landed on his head. What are you doing? Zhang Wenru exclaimed, rising from the ground. Upon witnessing the man attacking Master Qin, she swiftly slapped him again. Hey sister, why are you hitting me? The man protested, looking aggrieved as Tian released his grip. Why are you attacking Tian? Zhang Wenru reprimanded. I thought he was bullying you. When did he bully me? Oh, you mean when I fell? That had nothing to do with Tian. Come, let me clarify. There are numerous terrifying spirits before you. And it was those spirits that scared me. Tian, allow me to introduce you. This is my brother, Zhen Yonggan. Brother, this impressive man before you is my good friend, Tian. He is extraordinary. Let me tell you, if you dare provoke him with a single spell, he could curse you into a state of impotence for life. Tian, I was unaware of such a talent. Wait, what happened to the confidentiality we discussed? Upon hearing this, Zhen Yonggan recalled how Tian had effortlessly caught his powerful punch and was convinced that Tian was no ordinary individual. As a soldier who had trained extensively in various combat techniques, he had never met a match. He understood his sister well, while she could be unreliable at times. She rarely lied. Realizing this, fear gripped him, causing him to retreat while covering his groin. It was not the ghost that frightened him, but the implications of Zhen Wenru's last remark. Brother, you are my true brother. I admit my tone was a bit harsh just now. Please don't curse me.